Test, 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 test. Is she gonna keep my mic up so I can talk to her during? Yeah, right. You got any, Abigail? See if you can find. I don't know. Do we need a bite from Andre Johnson this weekend? All right.
I think it's safe to say that I don't think it's this season. Um, it being almost too much to ask for him to ramp up and get him back this season. Everything is moving in the right direction, which is where we at right now with a number of games. I think that's what we at. Is there any further diagnosis on what's wrong? No, it just just kind of building up and just moving on nowadays. He's given everything he's been through. Yeah, because he wants to, and we're willing to, and we all wanted to be out there for us. But it's frustrating because I see how hard he's worked to try to get back. I know the contribution he's made for the years, so.
Whoa! Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance. Well, it's not John and Lance. Dude was wrong, and it's not rodeo week. Okay, it's John and Dell along with Abigail. All right, Abigail, you got to get the camera on you. Well, what the hell? You told me it was Abigail. I asked, "Is it Sam?" And Sam goes, "No, it's Abigail." Well, I can't see. How the hell would I know? Well, she's got to put the camera on. That's what's got to happen. No, I can't tell. They're both like 20, 18-year-old girls. I don't know. They all sound alike. Okay. Well, I thought it was she goes, "It's Sam." Well, you told me it was Abigail. I said, "Oh," I said, "No, is this Sam?" And she goes, "No." I was like, "Okay." There is only one other girl here other than Laura Beavers. Right, I did say, or Jezebel, whatever. And Sam is on the board today. You got to put the camera up, Sam. You have to because that's the rules. Well, no. Well, it's the law. Okay, so we don't break the law around here. Okay, and we've been doing this. It's a tradition. We've been doing it for centuries now. The tradition is that we have the cameras on everybody in the show. It's John, Dell, and Sam. Okay, and Sam, are you here all week? She's not? Oh, dang. Okay. Oh, well, that's okay, Sam. Come out of your shell and let's go. Let's put it on. Put the camera on. So I don't want you listen. Well, Twitch will have its response. It's going to have its response anyway. Okay. Well, Twitch is already unhappy with everything because you're sitting there and right. I know. Well, Lance. Oh my God. He texted me. He didn't put this in in our group text, but it was a ship show. The first 24 hours of his vacation, a ship show, and he had he said it was awesome because I had AFib and I wasn't able to hang with them on the hike on the first day, and so I just sat back and he was able to watch some show and I forget which show it is. There's a show on Netflix that he said, "Oh, it's sneaky funny." I'll give it to you in a little bit. But he would rather have a heart attack than hike with his family. That was basically that was the gist of it. Okay. The AFib was real. He said his heart was going about 135, averaging about 135. His pulse was 135. So yes, the AFib was real. Dude was really he was really he said I had to stop. But anytime you're hiking stuff like that will happen. Okay, so and you have to get away from your family. You start to race your heart as hard as possible. So that I think is the way that we went about that. He said the sneaky show is Netflix sneaky funny. Wicked Little Letters. Have you seen this? Oh, maybe it's a show. Maybe it's a movie. Oh, I saw it. Oh, I saw it. It's yeah, what's her name? That was the queen. I saw it. It is. It's not a bad movie. It's not a bad movie at all. I didn't realize that was it. I thought it was a show, but yeah, I've seen it. It's good. It's actually pretty good. So yeah, right. I can't ever remember. I know she was the queen in The Crown. That's all. She always portrays a queen. Okay, that's all I know. The biggest story of the weekend Scotty Scheffler. Scotty Scheffler winning gold. Did you hear the show before us? I mean, yeah, they were just arguing about whether or not it's important. Who cares? Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. You won a gold medal, and he did it, and it was yeah, not really. It's not that important. No, I mean Xander Schauffele won one. I think I think maybe Rory won one. I'm not sure. I don't. No one cares. It's about majors. You- you- yeah, it's great. Well, he did. He actually shed a tear. Yeah. Well, you want to win. You want to win. Uh, oh yeah, Justin Rose won it. Justin Rose won it. He's from Europe. Okay, I get it. Justin Rose want to go. Who cares? But not, you know what? That's how unimportant it is. Okay, that's how unimportant it is. It's not that big a deal. No. Yeah. Right. Yeah. They're saying they can't hear you, or I don't know. Somebody's saying they can't hear you. They can't hear you. Is his mic up on Twitch or all of the other? Okay. That seems to be a problem. Okay. The biggest news of the weekend, Andre Johnson going to the Hall of Fame. That was the biggest news. I'm not a big Hall of Fame guy. I don't like the speeches. Way too long. Just way. I don't know how people do it. A buddy of mine went with his wife and they sat there, and I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you sit through all those speeches, and it's almost like a presidential address where you say two words and everybody's got to clap. And especially when Andre started talking about his mom, I mean, she's a Hall of Famer. And then nothing against, I'm just not a Hall of Fame speech guy. So that was the biggest news. The first Houston Texan ever to go into the Hall of Fame. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And JJ is going to be the second, and then Bill O'Brien will be the third Hall of Famers. His general manager reign was one of the greats. It was the best of all time. If you are talking about, if it's upside down, if the list is upside down, Bill O'Brien was the best of all time. No, it's going to be it's Andre, JJ, and then probably the third one. Okay, we can predict who will be the third Texan in the Hall of Fame. And the answer to that question is probably going to be C.J. Stroud. And it's going to be a while. I don't see – is there anybody – I don't know. I don't see anybody else. DeAndre Hopkins isn't going to get there, right? I don't see anybody else that is going to get there. I mean, maybe Shane Leckler, but he's not going in. He's going in as a Raider, although he did play for the team. Shane Leckler, I believe, will get there. Yeah, Shane Leckler. But other than that, CJ's already on. He's right on course. With one season in, we're already projecting him as a Hall of Famer. Kind of like when Altuve, had all those hits. I was predicting he'd beat Pete Rose. He's going to come up just short. And maybe we should give a little bit of time. Maybe we should give. There's an echo now, Del. There's an echo. Maybe we should give CJ a couple of years in the league before we put him in the Hall of Fame. But here's the deal. Is what he's got the best. He and Will Anderson have the next best chances of getting into the Hall of Fame. Not John Weeks. John Weeks is not going into the Hall of Fame. No, I don't want to. Do you want me to sing? John wants to sing with the echo. No, I'm not singing with the echo. Astros lose 2 out of 3 to the Rays, and I'm convinced that they. I said this before the trade deadline. Get a bat. I think you need a bat more than you need now. I will say this, Kikuchi. How about the way Kikuchi pitched on Friday? He was awesome. First two guys, a hit and then a homer, and it's 2-0, and he just started, and without an out, 2-0, and you're thinking, wow, nice job, Dana, with that acquisition. And then he strikes out 11. Holy crap, was he good? He was some kind of good. And listen, I was against it, everything that he gave up for Kikuchi, but I was hopeful that he would something. And you know what? Did you see the usage of his pitches, though? How they changed?
Yeah, I saw that he threw more changeups, which we always speculate what the Astros do to change these guys who may have underperformed in their previous spots. I mean, the most noted example, Garrett Cole is a great pitcher, but he wasn't great right before they acquired him, and all of a sudden we know what he became. Yeah, he threw more changeups, and is it that simple? The Blue Jays couldn't figure out, hey, guy, go out there and throw more changeups, and things will work out for you.
Well, and we, you know what, they just do. I mean, they learned from Strami. And the law firm of Miller and Murphy are just good. They are really, really good. I think they're they're underappreciated here. I think that they do a hell of a job. And they got Ronel Blanco is a problem now. We got a lot to talk about here this morning. Ronel Blanco seems to be. Arrighetti looked great yesterday, just great. Now Tampa isn't a team that's loaded, but man, oh man, you can't score a run against against this. You score one run in 2 games against these guys? Are you kidding me? That was an awful weekend of hitting, awful. And I'm convinced they should have gotten the. I think they needed the bat much more than they needed pitching. And I know everybody. Lance McCullers is done for the year, and Urquidy, and I mean it's on and on and on. Verlander's still not there. All of these things, but this offense just isn't good enough. It's just not good enough to win a title.
It's when
And
Kyle Tucker's not playing, and of course, we still don't really know when he's going to be back. I guess we're going to have to ask the Astros at some point whether they were wrong in their diagnosis or just didn't tell us anything, considering bone bruises feel like he should be back by now. When he's not there, I talked about this. They feel kind of untalented, particularly if Jordan, he wasn't too bad over the weekend, but he doesn't hit great at home. That lineup, top to bottom, all of a sudden looks that's an out, that's an out, that's an out. We've heard them talk about Alex Bregman being the guy that makes them go. Well, getting the best player on your team back at some point might change the trajectory of that lineup. But right now, there's too many games where your pitching's fine. Like Arrighetti, was it before this last start where it was McTaggart or Chandler Rome had it that he had the worst run support? And you look at another really good start for him, and it didn't matter.
It's incredible. It's incredible how they don't do anything for him. 1-0 loss yesterday. They scored 2 runs in the game before. No runs. I mean, 2 runs, 3 runs in 4 games for him. 5 runs in 5 games for him. That's it. That's what they scored for him, and he has lost in 6 straight games. He's lost. They lost a 7-6 game, but they can't win. They can't win. They can't score any runs for the kid, and he's picking up the losses. And his ERA is dropping every single game, and they can't get away. They can't score any runs for him. It's ridiculous. He's pitching much better than Blanco. Blanco's the guy right now that's out of the rotation. Blanco just is not the same guy, not even close to the same guy that I thought was the first half MVP. I mean, that was my first half MVP, and I heard a few other people as well. But after this game on Saturday, he had 2 earned runs over 5 innings, which wasn't bad. 4 earned runs over 4 1/3, 4 earned runs over 5 2/3, 2 over 6, 2 over 7, 2 over 5 2/3. This is then we're going to get to pre-All-Star, which he was awesome, but he's not the same guy that he was in the first half of the season. Yeah. Obviously, with the no-hitter, he was really, really good.
He's not been the dominant force, and you mentioned the 2 starts against the Dodgers and the one against Seattle, but it didn't go deep in the game on Saturday. He gave up 2 earned runs against Tampa Bay. Go win the game. Win the game. It's not a quality start, but it's enough to get to your bullpen, and if you had any type of productive at-bats and a productive game overall, we're probably talking about Blanco getting a win, even though he only went to 5. It's just it was just a bad weekend of offensive baseball, and I think if it continues this way, the Kikuchi thing, sure, that was a great day, great night, but we're going to talk about the lack of punch in this lineup. It's been a thing for a while now, and whether they couldn't get a deal done or maybe they gave up too much for Kikuchi and didn't have enough to go get someone else, I think we're going to be talking about the lack of a bat throughout the rest of the chase.
Yeah. No. They absolutely have to pick up. Have to pick up a bat. They didn't do it. They didn't pick up a bat, and it's. I think it's a killer for this team. You got it. You don't have enough offense. Kyle Tucker back in this lineup is a must. We'll hear from Joe Espada. We'll get an update on Lance McCullers. Everything's looking great there as usual. We've got Kyle Tucker and we got Justin Verlander. We'll hear from Joe Espada about all 3 next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sam, you going to have that ready? Joe Espada updates on status of McCullers, Tucker, and JV. Thank you. All in one. All one. Are you going to be able to get other sound during that segment? Or just the one? Well, let's talk about Eric, then have Eric Getty on his start ready.
From like last year, from 2023. Yeah. There ain't no way. I don't know how you make Pro Bowl, All Pro, and you're not a top 100 guy. I mean, I could have been 101, I guess, but Aaron Rodgers didn't even play in the season. He was voted. So, I mean, hey, everybody make mistakes. It ain't just the media that do it. The players, clearly, if they voted for this, they made some mistakes. But it is what it is. I mean, in the day, I know the truth, and it's okay. I got some more for him.
Stuff like that, though, like, drive you, maybe not drive you, but does it just kind of feel
100%? It's disrespectful. It's disrespectful. Yeah, no, it's disrespectful because I know I go out there and line up, and I know receivers go out there and can't say that I'm not one of the best people, like best player they played against. So I mean, just whatever it is, it happened. I mean, it doesn't doing it that wouldn't have just like moved me to where I feel like complacent.
Hey, Sam, my mic was up during the break. You're going to have to remember. No, it wasn't. My daughter just texted me. We can hear everything you're saying during the break. Yeah. Just let me know if I'm going to be on the stream. Okay, I don't hear anything now, you guys. Oh, okay. Mm-mm.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Del, you going to have a ship show today? It's already one. We're having a ship show today. Right here. It's Ship Show Monday on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here. You are more than welcome to do that. 713-780-3776 to hang out with us. What did you think about this weekend? I know what I thought about this week. The Astros-wise, man, 4 runs in the series. You eke out a game on Friday in which Kikuchi just looks fantastic. 11 strikeouts. Eric Getty with 12 strikeouts. Yesterday, that Tampa lineup is not good, and you can't win 2 out of 3 games against that team. And after you can't beat the Pirates 2 out of 3 games, I mean, it just is. You got to get something. You got to get some. Now you got Texas. Texas is coming in struggling offensively as well. But you are hoping that you're hoping that you're going to get some help on the way. The cavalry is on the way. Boy, would it be nice to get Kyle Tucker and Justin Verlander back. Lance McCullers, he hasn't pitched since the World Series. He hasn't pitched since game 4 of the World Series, missed all of last year, and now he's going to miss all of last year. But he's got a coffee shop, Del. He's got a coffee shop.
One has nothing to do with the other, unless you're suggesting that he's too busy being a barista to train and try to come back.
He's not a barista.
Or a coffee owner, coffee shop owner, whatever you want to call it. Nothing has one. It doesn't have anything to do with it. Lance was injured before he was a Maven coffee owner. He's an injured player. That's what he is. And I don't know what it means for the rest of his career, but understood. He's getting paid a lot of money not to pitch. But I can't crush him for it because I don't think he's not working hard. There are no reports that Lance isn't trying. If that was a thing, then we could be rightfully upset.
He's trying different coffees.
See, there it is. You can't be taken seriously.
So Joe Espada gave an update on all of this. Holy crap. And it's not good. Here is Joe Espada talking about the 3 guys, McCullers, Verlander, and Tucker.
Today, but he feels good. Hopefully we can get him cracking up here in the next couple of days too. I've been talking to Lance a little bit, and where he's at right now, I think it's safe to say that I don't think he'll pitch this season. It'd be almost too much to ask for him to ramp up and get him back this season. Everything is moving in the right direction, but just where we at right now, the number of games, I think it's that's where we at.
Has there been any further diagnosis on what's going on with him?
No, we just kind of building up, and we're running out of days, pretty much.
I mean, just given everything he's been through and given kind of the myriad of injuries he's had, how frustrating is it that he might be able to contribute?
Yeah, because he wants to, and we need him to, and we all want him to be out there for us. But it's frustrating because I've seen how hard he's worked to try to get back. I know the contribution he's made so many years. So he's part of the family. He's a big part of what things that we have accomplished. So. It's just not good, But I expect him to continue to work hard, and we'll see him out there we'll see him again out there.
You guys made a decision with Tucker about whether he'll go to the Arlington?
No, he's going to stay here the first couple of days. We want him to do some work here, and then he'll meet us on the road at some point.
That's good news. Kyle Tucker's not going. Kyle Tucker's not going to be with the team. He's going to continue to work back here. I mean, one foul ball off the shin, and it's taken months. I mean, that must be one hell of a bruise. Because Kyle Tucker wants to be back out there. You know that he would love to be there with his team and contributing and helping the team offensively and playing baseball. I mean, not that it's not. Listen, if Kyle Tucker misses the rest of the year, it's not going to affect what his future. It's not going to affect his contract over a year from now. He's going to be a free agent. He's going to collect big money, but he wants to play. He wants to play.
Oh, no jokes about Kyle Tucker's absence. If he was running a donut shop, we can make jokes about Kyle Tucker too.
Kyle Tucker played this year, and Kyle Tucker played last year.
He's been out.
Not very well in the postseason.
Yeah, so he sucked in the postseason, and now he's hurt. No jokes, or do we wait? Do we wait until if he doesn't come back at all before we make the jokes about him too?
This is serious. It's not Lance. It's serious.
Oh, okay. It'd be nice to have an operational Lance McCullers now too, right?
Did you ever, honestly?
No.
Did you ever expect Lance McCullers to be here?
Of course not.
No.
The conversation became stale and tiresome. You always mention him as a throwaway. Oh, remember that highly paid pitcher that we have? Yeah. Let's not talk about him because it's a waste of time. No, I never expected him to come back. I mean, we could talk about his PR tour with Will Kunkel as something just like, hey guys, look, I'm trying. I do have this thing I want you to know about, but I am working hard. But we all knew this wasn't going to be a thing this year. He was never going to pitch.
Yeah, I know. And is he okay? Is Lance McCullers going to pitch next year? Honestly,
I would
it's
say
a coin flip.
I would hope after what now going into year 3 he would be able to pitch, but if it's something now you're just scared about him not pitching ever again. You just
Is
assume.
he ever? I mean, is he? Will he throw another pitch for the Houston Astros organization?
How many years?
With
left?
a couple of years, with $34 million left on this deal.
Well, we know they at this point don't mind telling guys to go away with money left in their deal. I will say yes, he will throw a pitch for the Houston Astros in a competitive.
You believe he'll throw a pitch?
In a competitive game.
If I had to put money on, I would. You know what? It's 2 years now with this tightness, with this elbow. It's 2 full years now. Why do you think that at any point he's going to be able to come back?
I'm just banking on the next 4 years, the next 2 years, one pitch in 4 years. I'm taking that chance, John.
Oh, I don't know that that's the smartest thing.
I mean, I'm not betting on it, so I can lean positive. I don't have to be like you and crush the man, a hardworking man who wants to get buried here. I'm just going to take the shot that he might actually throw a pitch in the next 2 seasons.
Somebody just said bury his elbow in the H.
Well, it's clearly already been done. Maybe he needs a new elbow. Can he get a cadaver elbow?
He does. I mean, you got 2 more years of this. Holy crap. You gave this to him before 2022. After the 21 season, you gave him $85 million.
So what are the Astros going to do? Since he's injured, he doesn't take up a roster spot. It's not like, oh, he's out because he sucks. So they're going to give him a chance to try. And
no.
So it gives me an opportunity. That's why I'm taking that chance. He's got 2 years, and I don't think they're sending him away. So
no, I can try. Lance can try.
Well,
everybody can try.
Well, Lance McCullers has actually pitched on the major league level. We haven't. So they have 2 more years of this, right? They can't get out from his money. So I'm going to say yes, he throws a pitch at some point.
He'll throw out the opening pitch.
I don't take that.
Okay, that doesn't win. That does not pay.
Yeah, I did say a competitive pitch.
Yes. No. Opening pitch does not count. What kind of response would Lance McCullers get if he threw out the opening pitch?
If I'm Lance McCullers, I'm not doing that. You're not going to make a joke out
of it. No,
me.
You're not going to. You can't do it. Okay, he comes back someday and throws out the. If he doesn't throw another pitch for the Houston Astros. You mean
like 8 years from now he throws out an opening pitch? Not while he's still under contract.
So he actually pitched in the 22 season, came back, pitched in the 22 season. Only, a couple months, right? He was only on the team for a couple of months, and then he pitched in Game 4 and got lit up against the Phillies. Hasn't thrown another pitch. This is one of the – I don't know which contract is worse, this or Abreu. At least Abreu was there. Not that Lance isn't trying.
And Lance's performance wasn't hurting. Like, we know they weren't giving him starts, and he was actually just stinking it up.
No, but his money against the cap, against the luxury tax is hurting.
Sure.
I mean, you were limited in what you could do this offseason because you're worried about the luxury tax. I mean, this offseason and this trade deadline.
Look, Abreu was actively helping you lose games, and you didn't have any recourse but to bring up John Singleton. Because you had devoted so much money to first base, you didn't have an option. At least you had options with other pitchers. Now, of course, those pitchers got hurt too, but I'm going Abreu because the Astros were stuck. They were stuck for a year plus because, we were giving him his money. He's got to play. They didn't have any other options other than Singleton. I'm going to stick with Abreu. Not because I dislike the man any more than Lance McCullers. Abreu cost. They had answers for McCullers until they didn't because everyone got hurt.
Didn't cost nearly as much as McCullers.
On the field it did.
He hurt him both ways. But
they still don't have a first baseman. They still don't have a major league first baseman on this roster because of Abreu, because they devoted that money and that time to him. They have major league pitchers that they could use to replace McCullers, except, of course, those guys got hurt too.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm going to go McCullers. He's hurt this rotation more.
John, we just went through a weekend series with the Rays. Was pitching the problem?
No, hitting was the problem. There's no question. 731 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's not good right now. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. I don't know. Can we do? What did you learn this weekend? This morning
we have an intern who can take the calls, and Lance can.
You do? We have an intern,
and Sam can put them up.
Okay, cool. Okay, good. So we have an intern. That's great. So we will do that. Do you have a ship show this week?
No, that would be worse.
Okay. Can't do that.
No.
All right. So we will do what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. So get your what did you learn this weekend in one sentence ready for 7:45 right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I am going to talk about. I don't know if I'm ready. I'm not ready for it, but I might be in the future. I might need Doc Manavis, and if I have prostate issues later in life, if I do have those prostate issues, Doc Manavis is going to be the only one that I see. Because if you go to a doctor with a prostate problem, chances are that doctor is going to tell you that you need surgery. And the surgery is one of the most awful things that you ever hear in your life. You do not get surgery if you have an enlarged prostate. Now, if it's cancerous, then you can't. Doc Manavis is going to give you an ultrasound. She's going to give you an MRI. She's going to make sure that there's no cancer involved. And then she's going to zap it with an IV. An IV, okay? In 45 minutes, you're up and about. She wants you to hang out for a little while. It takes about an hour and 15 minutes. That's a long lunch to repair your prostate. You're getting up in the middle of the night. You go peeing way too often. How bad is it? Well, I'll tell you this. If it's bad, go see Doc Manavis. 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What did you learn this weekend? It's 7:45. Okay, so we got that 10 minutes from now. We'll play what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. So have yours ready. I got mine ready. I did it again last night. Del, I did it again last night.
You're Hollywood Johnny again?
No, you can't make assumptions. You just can't.
What did you assume last night?
Well, you remember I texted you about Linda Cardellini.
Was it not Linda Cardellini?
It was Linda Cardellini.
Okay. You were at a concert.
I made some assumptions about the people that she was with.
What assumptions? Did you think they were of a certain persuasion? Because that didn't make the group chat, whatever assumption you made.
No. So last night we went to see, my wife's birthday is this week, and actually she's got to be working for her birthday, so she wanted to go see Norah Jones. So we went to see Norah Jones. in Greek theater, and it is just a spectacular place to watch an event. It is just spectacular to watch a concert. They don't have a lot of great shows there, but I mean, it's like 15,000 people or so. You would think that I would think Norah Jones was really, really good though. She was great. It was good. I don't know any of her music. I know one song. My wife plays it at Christmas all the time, so we think of Christmas whenever we hear Norah Jones. But she was really good. Linda Cardellini, for those of you who don't know, you can Google her or whatever. She was in Bloodline. What else was she? Anything else that she was in, Del, that we know of?
She was young in Freaks and Geeks, that show. But
she's
been around
really
quite a while.
really cute. Really, she's you'd know if you saw her. Anyway, she showed up with a couple of guys, right? And one of them was a young guy. He's got the hair all over the place. He's got a huge head of lettuce, and well built and everything else. And I'm like, that's
You
her
think that was
boyfriend.
her son?
They were taking selfies together. So it was the two of them. Linda was sitting in between the two guys that she came with, and there was an open seat next to the guy. And then that seat was filled by another guy who looked like he was a linebacker for an NFL linebacker. And then I realized that the guy with the lettuce was not with Linda. So you just in here in this city, you just can't make any assumptions. Del. You just can't assume stuff.
Did you find out who the guy with the head of lettuce who he was with?
Yeah, he was with the guy who showed up later.
The linebacker?
The linebacker.
Was this a Ray Lewis linebacker or a Brian Cushing linebacker?
No, it was more a he was an outside linebacker.
A pass rusher. An edge.
It was a rush edge.
So he was an edge. Okay.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Why would you assume? Look, I haven't resided in LA for a long time, but just what I can tell from just watching Hollywood and even just Instagrams of Hollywood people, my assumption would be, oh, that's her friend, not her boyfriend. That would have been my assumption immediately.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but one of them was going to end up being with, and it was the other guy who was. He wasn't. I mean, but I thought, oh, Linda's doing pretty. That's nice. Look at two young people. Oh no, that's not it. And,
well, you're gonna get a lot of that. Keep going to concerts. You'll see. I don't know Norah Jones is normal audience.
I don't either.
But I'm going to assume
it wasn't Cher. Okay,
understood. But it's Norah Jones. I'm not sure. A man about town, a guy you would consider who would date Linda Cardellini, would be at the Norah Jones concert.
Well, and here's the thing: is if you're a guy going to the Norah Jones concert,
going with someone that's a woman.
Yeah, you got to take a date.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, or you could just go enjoy Norah Jones.
Yeah, but Norah Jones is more of a. It's more. How do I put this?
You're dancing around a lot? You're tap dancing right now. You want to come out and say it? What do you want to say, John?
Well, no, it's for girls, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
It is.
More women enjoy Norah Jones.
That's her core audience. Sure.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
And
that's all I'm saying.
Likely
Sam. Where's Sam?
She's there.
Is Sam? Are you a Norah Jones fan?
Your mic's not on. All the way up. You're I don't know, the producer mic in there.
No.
You're not a Norah Jones fan?
It might be outside.
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, it might be outside of her.
You would know some of her. You would know her songs.
Norah Jones hasn't been a real thing in probably 10 years at a minimum, as far as pop culture wise.
Well, she filled up this about 16,000
she's got a giant fan base, but as far as Sam is concerned, Norah Jones is Norah Jones is 45 years old. I'm not sure how many artists do you listen to, Sam, that are 45 years old?
Is she 45?
No, I don't keep count.
Well,
yeah.
Norah Jones is a Gen X.
Your mom might have listened to Norah Jones.
Possibly. I just Googled her. I've never seen this woman in my life.
No, you know what? I'd never seen her either. I didn't know what she looked like.
I have, because at the time she was on MTV.
I thought she was black. I thought she was black.
Is she not half black?
No. She's not black.
Her dad is Ravi Shankar. So
Yeah, we thought. Now Quincy Jones's daughter is Rashida Jones, right?
correct.
Yeah. So we knew that one of the somebody famous was Quincy Jones's daughter, but it's Rashida. It's not. No, Nora is
Yeah,
not.
Nora's not
Quincy
related.
Jones's,
Nora is of Indian descent. Her dad.
No.
So you went to the concert. You went to go see Nora Jones,
Right.
and you saw Linda Cardellini and one of her best friends,
alongside
a linebacker type. Anything else from the concert you want to tap dance around? Or are we good? Anything else in LA that is making you be less than clear about what you want to say? Because this is a different John.
Well, there was one woman who came down. We had some pretty good seats, and she came over, and literally there was nothing that you did not see of her breast.
Oh,
my wife was even like, wow. She said, I hope she doesn't sit right next to me so that you're looking at me the whole concert and saying, oh, hi, I love you, honey. And when you're just looking at those. Okay.
Huh?
Yeah. So that was a bit I was even taken aback a little bit by that.
You were shocked by what you were saying.
I was shocked by that. Yeah. Got to keep those guys in. It seemed like they were really, really just looking to break out. That's all.
Did you say those guys?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like a prison break? What you just said?
Hello, fellas. Did you ever?
I don't look. I don't.
You ever see Blazing Saddles?
I don't remember it, but I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that was Mel Brooks, and yeah, it was a lot like that where they were trying to break loose. But anyway, so
that's what you learned.
That's what I learned this weekend. I learned do not assume anything.
Yeah, you should have learned that before. Now that, particularly when you're in LA, don't just go with the flow. Don't make any assumptions or any decisions on anyone. Just wait and find out.
And just for an update for everybody, I have not returned to the gay bar. Okay, just so
people are still asking.
Just so you know,
you become a Buffalo Wild Wings man because of your first two experiences going to what you thought were sports bars.
Right. Well, yeah, I am. You're right. I have become. I've always been that's to me. See,
is that the thing with you because you had your spots here in town?
I'm you could go. Well, next place.
Yeah, you had all your spots. Now,
yeah. Now I gotta find my spots now. But here's the thing: is that's more traditional. I'm older, so that's more traditional sports bar for me, as opposed to the gay sports bar.
It's still a sports bar.
It's still a sports bar, but it's different for me.
Well, why? You're not. Why? You're just hanging out with guys who love sports.
What's the difference? There weren't a lot of guys. It didn't seem like they were all interested in the sports.
But it was a sports bar. What do you mean? How many people were in your? I'm going to call it. What was it called again? I don't want to just call it the gay sports bar. What's it called
the
again?
Gym.
How many people were in the gym while you were trying to watch your ass?
Oh, probably 20.
Okay, that's not a bad amount.
No, there was just a lot of noise. Everybody was talking. Nobody was paying attention to any of the TVs.
Oh well, maybe it wasn't a sports bar after all.
Yeah, well, it was. They had all games on all the TVs, but just didn't seem like all the guys were interested in it. If you want to know the truth,
it was just a meeting place to hang out, and sports happened to be on in the background.
It seemed like that to me. It just.
Did anyone come up to you?
They were very nice for what we were.
Yes, but Sam, you would have think I got a hit on, but I didn't. Not once.
He was upset by that.
You were upset that you didn't get hit on?
I mean, he's sitting there alone. The assumption would be he's single. Hey, I'm in this bar. Come talk to me.
Come on, Sam. I was going better than a lot of those guys in there. Not one guy.
Maybe they sense the vibe. They just assume this guy's off the menu.
I guess, but you don't make assumptions. Okay.
Would you have wanted someone to try to, even if they knew you were straight? Just by looking at you, would you have wanted someone to at least attempt to convince you otherwise?
It would have been nice.
Hey, put in the effort.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sitting here. I'm in LA. You never know. I may be open to things, and all the guys were just very nice.
Yeah, you would think, hey, a little
You
Hey,
might have
give
well
the-
been a woman in that bar.
Give the older guy a little love over there. Give him his flowers.
I'm gonna find out the term for older gay men, and I'm gonna call you that from now on.
All right, we're gonna break it here. But what did you learn this week in one sentence? That's what's next. What did you learn in one sentence? 713-780-3776. We've got an intern. Sam's on the board. She's taking care of business. We got to rifle through it. It doesn't have to be about sports. It could be about what did you learn at the gay bar? I don't know. That could happen, okay? That you might have learned something or at a concert or wherever. That's how we play the game. 713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? I learned a while ago that Houston Safe and Lock is like the number one safe dealer. I mean, that's not a dealer like it's illegal. He's the number one. Derek and his guys they just do it better than everybody else. You know, safes that's a big ticket item, right? There's other safe stores where they buy them one at a time. So, you know, if you buy anything one at a time from the distributor or the manufacturer, it's going to cost more, right? Now, if you buy in bulk, if you have a bunch of different safes, you're going to save, right? Well, at Houston Safe and Lock, nobody has a bigger warehouse. Nobody has bigger showrooms. 2 different showrooms, one at I-10 and Warner, and one is at Westheimer and the Beltway. One is King Safe and Lock, and one is Houston Safe and Lock, but it's the same company. So they buy in bulk, so they pass those savings on to you. You can get a little gun safe for your house where you can keep it away for the kids for literally about $1,200-$1,500. You can literally get a safe, and it will protect your family. You do not want the kids to be able to get to those guns. A safe is way, or a safe for your wife's jewelry, or whatever it is that you have to. And you businesses, you need a safe. They can bolt them to the ground where the bad guys can't get to them. You're looking for a safe. There's only one place to go. Houston Safe and Lock, 713-522-5555 or 975safe.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Dal, I think you're going to one that's going to have to run. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Because you can see on the board the names. And here's the deal. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776, the number, if you would like to get in here and play What Did You Learn This Weekend in 1 sentence. Here's the deal. For those of you that have never played before, you get 1 sentence to tell us what you learned, right? And then we have to kind of decipher all of that and interpret exactly what you meant by that, right? So, what did you learn this weekend in 1 sentence? Tom always comes up with something about some female that he meets or some old girlfriend who freaks out on him.
What's the conversion rate for Tom?
What's the what?
The conversion rate. Because normally it ends in a story where he mistakenly assumed something or didn't know something. We never hear like a real payoff for the most part.
Right. Well, it's only 1 sentence. That's all you get.
It's true. It's very true.
Right. But he does get himself into some zany situations, kind of like a 1970s sitcom. Right?
Is he a Jack Tripper?
Yeah, he's kind of a Jack Tripper. He's the Jack Tripper of this show, anyway. And then there are shows that feed off of that show, right?
Of course.
There are spin-offs.
Yes.
Yeah,
like
there are
Tom
spin-offs.
on a mobile, fake Tom. Yeah. We've already got Keith. We got Keith and Keith on the mobile ready to go.
Keith and Keith?
Keith and Keith on the mobile ready to go. Full board.
Oh, my God. Okay. So let's go to Keith first, and then we'll get Keith on a mobile. Or should we do it the other way so that Keith can respond to Keith on a mobile?
Well, or we could go with Mason, who's been hanging on since 2 segments ago. He was so ready for what have you learned.
All right.
Let's go
Mason.
with Mason. What's up, Mason? What have you learned?
I learned that John McCain thinks he's God, and the Hall of Fame should be all about him.
Yeah, that was a story of even people who aren't Houston people. I saw them retweet that story, like just random people retweet.
So
John McCain. John McClain.
John McClain. Yeah, John McClain, the former Houston Chronicle sports writer, legend, been there forever. He's been a Hall of Fame voter forever. And the process is that each guy from each city or guys from each city, whatever, they sponsor the player and they put him up there and they have to give all of the stats. And you have to convince the other voters to vote for your guy for the Hall of Fame, which is what happened with Andre Johnson. You make the case for him. And none of the voters got mentioned, and John McClain was none too happy about it. With just a couple of guys left, John McClain tweeted, we got everybody's only a couple guys left, and nobody's mentioned. It's the first time ever that the Hall of Fame voters haven't been acknowledged. This is awful. And then after it was over, they still hadn't. So John McClain was none too pleased. And you know what? I mean, they work for this. They do this. I mean, they should be acknowledged, no?
I just think they're in a spot where they're much like referees and umpires in sports. Whatever, however integral you are to the process, no one wants to hear from you, and for the most part, no one cares that you're part of this process. In fact, they would like you to stay out of it. As far as the front-facing stuff, I know they do a big job when it comes to advocating for guys, but we're here for the players.
Yeah,
for the most part. We will continue let's start this Keith and Keith on the mobile thing. Let's go with Keith on a mobile first. What's up, Keith on a mobile?
You know, after listening to that last Johnny segment as a straight male, I've realized that I've been hit on by gay men more than I've been hit on by straight women. It's not a bad thing. I'm just saying.
That was 2 sentences, by the way. 1 sentence.
What have you learned in 1 sentence?
So that was Keith on a mobile?
Yes. I
think he got off the bit.
Yeah, unless he thinks Keith gets hit on by gay guys all the time.
Well, that is true. But I think he got off the bit and just decided, you know what? I've got something here after listening to that last segment. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I don't give off a gay vibe. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know the vibes per se. I would say if we're doing that, you don't give off one. And I also think maybe gay men are more discerning. Like a straight man will hit on any woman that he thinks he has a shot with, while a gay man has to be, hey, okay, that guy is not straight. That's not gay. Why would I even try?
Why would I? I'm not even going to call. Yeah. Right.
I don't know the psychology, but it would assume that would make some sense.
It would have been nice for my ego.
Well, why would they waste their time on you?
I guess. I'm
not here to waste my time. Let's go with.
And plus, I'm old.
Well, that might not matter. They might call you a zaddy. Apparently, that's what they would call you.
It's called a zaddy?
Someone tweeted us that they would call you a zaddy. I guess. Let's go to Keith. Maybe he has a response to Keith on a mobile.
Hey, Keith.
I have no affiliation with other Keith. What I learned this weekend is if you're not on with a 4-shot lead heading into the back nine and you don't win, that will be studied in history books.
Can you discern? Because I didn't know what John Rahm did. What did John Rahm not do, John? Because it broke up.
Didn't win. He lost. As a matter of fact, he didn't. I don't know. Did he even win a bronze? But he had a lead.
Did he have a bad strategy? I think that's what Keith was referring to.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see. Well, I didn't see any of it. Where did you even watch the golf? I don't even know.
Sure it was on
I know the golf.
No,
the Golf Channel had a lot of it on, and probably was on the Golf Channel because that's an NBC station. The Golf Channel is an NBC product, so the Golf Channel did have a lot of coverage this weekend. But I didn't see it.
So what I've learned is that a man who will watch a random tournament based out of Oklahoma City doesn't care about the Olympics when it comes to golf.
My sugar was broken. I think that it would be better with match play.
Okay.
Now it was exciting, Tommy. It came down to the last hole where Tommy Fleetwood had a long putt to tie Scheffler. So I guess that was exciting. But I think match play would be everything else in the Olympics is match play. Tennis, volleyball, basketball. It's all comes down. It's brackets.
Well, gymnastics you just score.
That's true.
I get what you're saying, but for the most part, you're competing against someone. Doesn't matter what you score; you have to beat the other person. I know what you're saying.
Right.
Let's go with Tom. Tom, what did you learn this weekend?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned the cheat code of when you're out with a woman whose guy she's seeing forgot her birthday for 4 days. You get ahead in life.
Oh,
you're taking advantage of market inefficiency.
Right.
Some guy screwed up. You slide right in. Understood. That was that's a Tom actually winning, which is not
slide right in. Words matter, though.
Well, slide into the situation. You can take it one way. I'm going to take another way. I don't like when Tom wins. Actually,
words matter.
You should know. You should.
Tom won this time. Jack Tripper won.
I'm not
Tom
a fan.
Tripper. He won this time.
I like when Tom loses. We got a full board. Let's go to our resident 49er fan. Julian, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that the Rays brought the wood to Kikuchi initially, but did not have a Kikuchi fest or feast.
Julian did this on my show. Look, okay, we get it. Even our show made the show I'm on with Sean made those jokes too. But I don't get Kikuchi Fest. That's something he did on my show, and I don't understand it even still. No one did.
What was the last thing he said?
He said the Rays didn't have a Kikuchi Fest. I don't know what that means. Even in the way I know he's trying to push that narrative, I don't know what it means.
I don't know what it means either.
Let's move on.
I just know that he just likes to say Kikuchi. That's all.
Yes.
He just wants to say Kikuchi. And you know what? I like saying Kikuchi the other night, too. 11 strikeouts.
That was spectacular from him.
I liked it, too.
Best part of the weekend, clearly. We've got still a full board we got someone in. So now you guys got to wait a little bit. Let's go to Ocho. Ocho, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Yeah, I learned that the tongue of a blue whale can grow as much as 18 feet and is a killer whale's preferred cut of meat because of its rich protein.
I didn't know killer whale had. Thanks, I didn't know that either.
18-foot tongue? Man, the female whales, they got to be loving that.
Thanks for that, John. We appreciate words matter, by the way.
18 feet it can grow? That is crazy. All right, what's next, Del?
Let's move on to Troy. Troy, what did you learn this weekend?
Yeah, I learned do not ever let your buddies talk you when they have camera phones into entering into a foot-long hot dog eating contest, especially when the dogs are slathered in mayonnaise.
No. That's a visual we don't need. Foot-long hot dogs with mayonnaise. Why would you eat a hot dog eating contest with hot dogs with mayonnaise on them? I mean, that just doesn't seem
doesn't sound great at all.
No, I mean, I wouldn't eat one.
No, it's terrible.
Who's going to eat a hot dog with mayonnaise on it?
I know because I was watching Pulp Fiction over the weekend. I know that in the Netherlands they put mayo on fries. I know other people do that too.
Yeah.
But hot dogs with mayo, no.
No, thank you.
So it's a hate crime against hot dogs.
No, you can't. I couldn't. I don't even see fries with mayonnaise, but I
don't
get it
do
a
that
little
either.
bit.
Yeah, no chance. We got a couple more calls before we wrap it up. Thanks to you guys for participating. Been a good segment. Let's go with Isaac. Isaac, what did you learn this weekend?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I learned that as much as I wouldn't have thought, the national media saw what I saw in Andre Johnson every Sunday.
Classy.
And just a great player.
Just a great,
We thought the numbers might be an issue for him, but watching him week to week, you knew he was one of the best players at his position.
Doesn't the NFL put too many guys in every year, though?
It feels like a lot.
Man, it's just like it was guy after guy after guy after guy. Good Lord. I mean, those are all great players. Great players. Steve McMichael, Patrick Willis. I mean, it was
Hester, all of them, yeah.
Yeah, all of those guys.
Julius
but
Peppers.
It's too many. It's too many.
Well, when
Freeney, Peppers.
Do they have to look forward and go, okay, next year we're not going to have a lot of real clear ends, so we push some of these guys back?
I don't know.
I don't know how you do it.
Or you just limit it to, it's got to be more special than this. That's one of my complaints against the NFL Hall of Fame. It doesn't seem that in the Basketball Hall of Fame doesn't seem like it's that special.
Would you
not
have
like baseball?
kept any of those players out, or do you think the standards just need to be changed overall? Like any of those players say they're not Hall of Famers?
Well, how about you limit it and it makes it harder? And you know what? Those guys will get in, but they'll get in later. It makes it that much tougher. You limit it to 4 or something. But like 8, 9 guys into the Hall of Fame just doesn't seem like. I don't know. It doesn't seem special enough to me. That's me. Who else? Last one?
Yeah, last one. Of course, your good buddy, Lazy J. What's up, Lazy J?
Lazy. What up, Lazy J?
Hey, good morning, fellas. What I learned this weekend was real disappointment. My 19-year-old daughter showed up to my 6-year-old son's birthday party. She shaved all her hair off.
Ooh.
Really disappointed.
Parents don't like when their kids do stuff to the hair. I've never understood that, but it's a thing. John, if one of your children had made a drastic change, would you be disappointed?
JT got a crew cut once, and he's got a peanut head. He can't do
So
that.
it's more about aesthetics than anything.
Yeah.
You made the bad choice. But like some people take it as an affront. Like, I can't believe you would do that to your own
My
hair.
kid's got blue hair or green hair, whatever. Yeah. I could see, it would, that would bother me. That would.
I'm not a parent, so I can't speak on it. But I feel like I'm a live and let live guy. Like, okay, you want to dye your hair blue, whatever, don't care. But I'm not a parent, so maybe I don't know.
No. I think so. I think it's not an affront, but it certainly is jarring. That's for sure. All right, we are done. Thank you. That was a good one. Nice job, people. What did you learn this weekend? One sentence comes every Monday morning at 7:45. So we did it, and we got it in. Right now, I'm talking about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I'm talking about Billy Brown. I'm talking about a company that to me is just fantastic in that it starts at the top with the owner, and it starts with an attitude. It starts with a philosophy. It starts with integrity, right? It starts with that company doing what it says it's going to do. That company not gouging you. That company just giving you an honest day's work for an honest wage. Okay, that's what it is all about at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They're not going to come to your home and say, give us $70 just to look at whatever the problem is. Matter of fact, I've seen them come over to a house and, sorry, can't. There actually is no problem here, and then not charge. This happened with my sister-in-law, whose water bill was so high. They came to see if there was a leak somewhere, and there was nothing. And they said, you need to talk to the water company because it's not. There's nothing here at your house, and then they didn't charge her. That's the way that they do business there. They've got integrity, and that's so important, especially in the plumbing industry, which a lot of times you don't have integrity. 281-488-6238. If you have any plumbing issue whatsoever, 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Hi, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Dell along with Sam here with you for the next couple of hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Dell, I missed mine, and I knew what I wanted mine to be. I didn't actually have one because we talked about Linda Cardellini in the previous segment. I really didn't have one. But I did learn this weekend that even if you don't win a gold medal, you could really, really, really win with the ladies if you're a French pole vaulter.
I was waiting to see if this is where you're going. Yes, that was a thing. And the question is, would you rather win the gold or be able to tell this story about why you didn't win the gold?
I think it's even a better story. I think.
How do you get that story off? Like, I guess it depends on the woman you're talking to, but if you're having a conversation about, you're a pole vaulter, you competed in the 2024 Olympics. Yeah. Did you win? No, I didn't even make it to medal round.
Finished 12th, right?
Yeah. How come you didn't make it?
It's the greatest 12th place finish in Olympics history.
It is, but how do you maneuver your way into the story without sounding like a creep?
It's awfully difficult.
Can I tell you
I'm the guy,
why I disqualified?
Well, you could probably say this. You saw the video, okay?
Do you have that video always on your phone?
No, you don't.
You show her how you
can't. You don't even like carrying around a Heisman Trophy in your trunk.
But you don't even talk about it. You just pull it up. You have the link saved, but you go, hey, I mean, it's hard for me to explain. Would you like to see what happened to me? And she goes, yeah, sure. And then, of course, you know what to go to. And then you click on it on Twitter, and there it is. And then you just don't say a word. And let her see. If you don't know, there was a French pole vaulter. He did not clear the bar because of a certain appendage. Knocked the bar off its moorings, I guess. So his
entire torso made it.
Yes, everything but that. And it knocked the bar clean off, and he couldn't go on to, I guess, try to win a medal.
Yeah. I think you know what? Truth be told, let me have that instead of the medal.
I mean, you've had that all your life, though.
Yeah.
And you're a pole vaulter.
No, I know, but
you're athletic.
But
you're
now the whole world knows.
Sure, but you're athletic. I don't remember what his face looks like, but you're a pole vaulter. You're in good shape. So I don't imagine it's too tough.
The women are saying, does he have a face? Does he even have a face?
Well, I don't know if they operate completely like we do, John. But I just think he was always probably in a good position. I mean, sure, it's going to bring a different level of attention, but I don't think he had any trouble. I think I would have rather won the medal.
No, well, but here's the deal. There's a lot of gold medals out there.
Okay, let me ask you this, John.
Okay.
Put your head in the mind of a woman. You got to think like a woman now.
Mm-hmm.
How do I put this? How attractive is that particular blessing that he has to a woman overall? Like a normal woman overall.
Apparently it is. It's rather attractive to them.
Over everything else?
Well, no, but he looks like he's in good shape. I don't know.
Saying.
I don't even know what his face looks like. I have no idea.
Oh, he's a French pole vaulter. I'm never gonna know what he looks like.
Right. What is his name? Paul Marchand or something.
That was a swimmer, wasn't it?
No, we'll find it. But here's the deal: he won big, even though he lost. He won big, though. He won big.
Well, we'll see what type of individual he is. Maybe he's not interested in converting that particular attention into something, or maybe he will take full advantage. I'm not sure.
Not sure, but anyway, he's a meme. I know, we know that, right?
Yeah, some people might be embarrassed by what happened. Others, like yourself.
Well, and he worked all that time.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, only to what? Oh my God!
Get a better pole vaulting uniform.
That's what got in the way.
Get a better pole vaulting uniform. Maybe secure it.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, maybe you need some kind of a suppressor.
Yeah, like
right?
like actors who have to do nude scenes.
Yeah, right.
Maybe you should ask one of those guys what they do.
Ask
I don't know any French actors beyond that creep Depardieu, but ask one of those guys what they do in a scene and say, hey, what do I do here? I got a problem. It's going to keep me from winning a medal.
That's going to keep me from winning. Who knew that could keep you from winning? Although it probably has in the past.
Yeah, be prepared.
What with all the condoms that they give out,
well,
it more than likely that has caused people to not win medals.
Did you see, like, Anthony Edwards has been beyond the fact that he plays in the Olympic team. Anthony Edwards likes to challenge people to things, and he was apparently the women of the table tennis team who he said maybe he didn't say he could beat, but he could score a point off of. Showed up at Team USA practice, and someone tweeted, "Y'all better watch Anthony Edwards. There's going to be a lot of Rui Hachimura's running around here in about 20 years."
Watch Hachimura Edwards.
Hey, if 20 years from now there's a bunch of 6'6", half Asian, half Anthony Edwards rolling around, we know what happened.
Right. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number. If you'd like, that was our French pole vaulter segment. We never had a French pole vaulter segment.
We never will again unless this happens again.
Ever again, and I doubt that'll ever happen again. But we did have a French pole vaulter segment right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What I've got now, what I got for you now is I got Dream Rate. I got my man Kent Jones over at Dream Rate. Kent Jones is fantastic at this. He's been doing this mortgage thing for 29 years. I call him the mortgage nerd because he just nerds out on making sure that you save money. He is going to work his ass off so that you could save money on your mortgage. And I never thought about it. I just okay, well, whatever. The mortgage, it is what it is. Here's the interest rate. What can you save? Are you kidding me? Kent Jones saves you thousands and thousands of dollars. This is the biggest buy you'll ever have in your life, personally, is your house. More than likely, it's the biggest thing you'll ever buy. You're not going to shop it. You shop for cars. You shop for clothes. You shop for everything. You're not going to shop for the best mortgage for your house? Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Well, Kent Jones says, be a serious person. And make sure that you get the best mortgage that you could possibly get and save. He's going to work his ass off to save for you. These other companies are not. They put their name on bowl games and golf tournaments. That's not saving you money. They're using your money to do that. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN or 975loans.com. You got to shop your mortgage with Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Maybe Gilbert actually is not going to call anymore, Dell. Gilbert hasn't called today. That's a little disturbing.
Well, what was his promise or not his promise? He said he was going away.
He was going into some kind of a house or something. Maybe we got to. Man, this is disturbing. If Gilbert hasn't called yet today,
A nursing home?
Was it a nursing home
Or
I think
something
so.
like that.
Yeah, that is disturbing. That Gilbert might not. That he actually told us the truth about something.
Which is actually a sign of the apocalypse, that he was truthful. But it's only been a day, right?
Yeah, but even still, one day with Gilbert, I mean, that's never happened before on Monday where he hasn't called in already 12 times to tell us about the Astros this weekend or to fool us that Mark, his brother, was calling.
Well, maybe Charlie called in earlier. And
Charlie, Mark.
and we just didn't get to him. I don't know.
He fools us all the time. 713-780-3776. What about the 100-meter dashes in both the men's and the women's? Sha'Carri Richardson loses. Big upset there, right? And the first ever gold medal for what country was it?
Was it I know the woman who won was, I think, didn't she go to? I was trying to think. I was watching a clip. I can't remember. Like it was a football player at Navy, and they walked up to him and said, "Your sister just won the gold medal." And it was filmed, and all his teammates went crazy. But I don't remember.
St. Lucia.
Yeah, St. Lucia.
Yeah.
They showed a clip of her brother at camp, and hey, just want to let you know, your sister won the gold, and his teammates, of course, all swarmed him and stuff. It's their first ever medal, and it's a gold medal. It was the first ever gold or first ever medal?
First ever medal.
And they won the gold in the glamour race of the Olympics.
Yeah, first ever Olympic Games medal, and it was gold. How about that?
Yeah, and on the other
she
side,
was going to win their first ever medal, but Adele apparently stopped her concert to watch the women's 100-meter.
It's that, and the men's are we dominate in swimming and gymnastics, but it's still the two glamour events of.
Did you know that it was I didn't know that it was the torso that won the race.
I did not. I assumed for some reason that it wouldn't be the foot hitting the line because they always do the lean.
They always do the lean, and the tape is up here, right?
Yeah.
Who breaks the tape? That's been the case, but it's not like soccer where you got a toe.
It's actually the opposite, where the shoulder matters less than where you're.
But how do you judge exactly where the torso crosses that line?
I don't. Well, that's what the cameras and the technology is for. I don't know. There's so many different shots. It's funny. People were tweeting out, it was this close, and everyone had a different time stamp about like some people had no allows before he touched the line. Others had him as he was already past it. I did see one straight down the line where his nose was past like the virtual line that they use to determine. And it was a big hate watch for NBA Twitter, John. If you remember, Noah Lyles is the sprinter who was challenging anyone who would call the NBA champion the world champion because, as he would say, it's not the world, it's just the U.S. And people got on him about that. So a lot of people were watching, even those who would say they're patriotic, were rooting against him and hoping he would lose simply on hate. Fueled on hate.
Guess what?
Well, he found a way. And he wasn't winning the heats before. A lot of people were saying, oh, he's getting cooked. He lost in the lost. He was second in the semifinal. So the people thought the Jamaicans were going to win, and why not? We hadn't won a gold in the 100, like in 20 years or something like that?
Yeah.
And he got it done. The U.S. team, the basketball team was there. Some people thought they were there just to hate watch on Noah Lyles because of what he said. And he got it done. It's a very inside thing for NBA Twitter and NBA basketball people to care about that, but he felt it. But hey, you won the gold medal in the 100 to do that for the first time in 20 years for an American. All credit to him
No, absolutely. There was a big discussion on the show before ours, which is more important. Obviously, an NBA title is more important than a basketball title, right?
A gold medal. Yeah, sure.
I mean, because it's so much easier to win a men's gold medal in basketball or women's gold medal in basketball. Of course, a gold medal means a lot more than a WNBA title, right?
You'd have to ask the women who compete for it. I know what we think of it because
Although they always win, so
yeah. I mean, winning a title in the best league in the sport that you play may mean more because of how much tougher it is. We dominate. It's a little different. We dominate in that. I think it's interesting because when we do these things in America, well, we dominate basketball, so of course playing for the NBA title means more. But you go around the world, you see how players who win a Champions League title for their club and then what they win for their country, it's not even close. Messi's won Champions Leagues, won domestic leagues titles for Barcelona. When he won that World Cup and how that country responded, so it's just how we react.
Well,
to
but
things.
World Cup is bigger than Olympic Cup.
I understand. I understand that, but as far
that's the point. See, if it's only a like sprinting, like the 100-meter, the Olympic is that's the pinnacle, right? There's nothing but pole vaulting because is there any other titles? I don't know. I guess you're world champ, but Olympic champ is the biggest.
But if you ask Nikola Jokic, he might be the wrong one. He might not care about anything. If you ask the Serbian players, would they rather win a gold medal than in basketball than an NBA title? I would think they would say, "Give me the gold for my country."
Maybe, but that's the same with the guys at the World Baseball Classic. There's a lot of guys that in Latin American countries think the World Baseball Classic is bigger than the World Series.
I think
because you're competing head to head with other countries and you're representing your country.
I think it's a uniquely American thing when we talk about the world in sports that we consider our domestic titles, and at least with the NBA, rightfully so, more important.
Well, but we consider a World Cup more important too.
Well, yeah, because we play in an inferior league when it comes to MLS. But that's why I use the basketball one as an example. The World Cup
No. The world thinks the World Cup is bigger.
I understand that.
Well, not only that, because but the
Olympics
Olympics is 23 and under.
Yeah, but we're the only ones who believe, I think, overall, like they have domestic leagues in Spain in basketball and other sports, but the one we dominate specifically in basketball, we're the ones I think America believe. Like even in Major League Baseball, you mentioned the Latin players care, but as far as American fans, we're going to take the World Series or the World Baseball Classic, even though some of the participants would take the World Baseball Classic over the World Series.
Well, part of the reason that Serbia would love to win a gold medal in basketball is because they would beat the U.S. You know what? Which dominates the sport.
I don't know if it's so U.S.-centric. I think it's just, hey, we won a gold we won a gold for our country. But maybe I don't know how much it has to do with who the country that they would beat, other than, hey, it's something our country has never done. We would love to do it.
Yeah, like there was the discussion was about Scotty Scheffler winning. I mean, he had, he got emotional about winning the gold medal, but you'd rather have a Masters than a gold medal in golf, that's for sure. I mean, I don't even know that it's close. A gold medal is great, and you won it for your country, but like 12 people saw you win it. Literally, I mean, no one cares. No, I mean, I don't know. Maybe a bunch of people were watching it. I don't know. I didn't even know. Did NBC give 1 minute to the golf?
I don't
Or
know.
was it just all on the Golf Channel?
I don't know. I wouldn't be watching, but you know me. I wouldn't be watching golf no matter what was going on, to be honest with you.
Yeah, right.
So I don't know if it was on NBC. It was, swimming and track was taking the lead yesterday, so I'm not sure.
Gymnastics, the Olympics are about gymnastics. If you win a gold medal, if you win swimming, if you win the gold medal.
Well, there's no tradition.
In track, if
Olympic
you win the
golf.
gold medal.
There's no tradition in Olympic golf. How long has that been around? Like the last 10 years or so, maybe?
8 years, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, so there's nothing. There's no history of Olympic golf. I mean, it's not going to have the same type of pull.
But you still, you win it for your country, whatever. Oh, what about breakdancing? Oh, yeah, I suppose you don't think that there's any.
Has that started yet?
I don't think it has. I haven't seen one breakdance, not one. Okay, but it's got a long, long history.
Not in the Olympics.
Of this year, yes, that's what it's got. That's what it's got. One long history of this year, and that'll start. But if you're a breakdancer, do you break down? I won the gold medal. I won it for my country. Does any other country breakdance? Are we like?
Yes, there are other countries that break. I'm not even sure we're the favorites. Look at Brazil. You can look at some of the Asian countries as well. We might not be the favorites in breakdancing.
What? How can we not be the favorites?
You think breakdancing is uniquely American and no one else does it?
Yeah, no one has ever done it. Are they from the streets of New York? No.
I mean, you don't have to be.
I think we have
the internet.
You know, we did have a guy from Houston that was a finalist for to be an Olympian. I'm not sure if he made the team or what, but a guy from Houston actually was a finalist, and I didn't really care enough to see whether or not he made the team.
I hope if he makes it, he does well. But
yeah,
if you're a finalist for breakdancing,
will we have a parade here if he wins? What?
Will he get? No, Simone Biles is getting all the parades.
Is Simone Biles going to get if Simone Biles doesn't get a parade and the breakdancer does, then there is something wrong with
We can talk to Whitmire about that, right?
No, don't worry. He and I will sit down.
You can have. You're not even a resident of the city anymore.
Yes,
how are you
I
going to
am.
have a conversation?
I'm coming back. I am coming back. I'll be there in a couple of weeks.
I guess I was just hopeful thinking on my part.
I'll be
Wishful
in
thinking,
studio actually for 3 weeks.
That's unfortunate. When are you coming back? What date?
I'm going to be back the 18th.
Oh, and you're going to be back for the next 3 weeks? 2 weeks after that? Cool, because I'm going on
there
vacation.
Till the 7th, yeah.
I'm going on vacation on the 25th, so good. I miss you for a week while you're here.
Bye.
Good news for me.
Bye.
Good planning on my part.
That was great.
If I could take 3 weeks off at a time, I would.
Time to talk about Doc Manavis. If you're getting up and down in the middle of the night, you can't start, you can't stop, but you got to pee all the time, there's a good chance that you have an enlarged prostate. And if you have an enlarged prostate, that could lead to liver problems, kidney problems, urinary tract infections, all kinds of stuff. You want to get that taken care of. Plus, your quality of life. I mean, man, you want to get up in the middle of the night 3, 4 times. I mean, that's awful, awful, awful. That's not a good night's sleep. You need a good night's sleep. You need it because, well, you need Doc Manavis because you do not want to get surgery. If you have an enlarged prostate, this is what doctors used to do. They used to I can't even talk about it. I can't even talk about how awful the surgery is for an enlarged prostate. Do not get surgery. Get an IV. That's all the doc does. Gives you an IV. Well, she'll take an MRI. She'll take an ultrasound, an MRI, and then you come back. For 45 minutes, you sit in the chair. You have an IV. Bing, it's done. And doc makes you sit around for about a half hour afterwards, and you are feeling great again, and you don't have surgery. If you know somebody that has an enlarged prostate and they're going to have surgery, stop them. Make them go to 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back. Just want to let you guys know you've been hearing us talk about Rock the Mic for a while now. Well, the entries are up on YouTube. You guys can like and comment on them right now. Just go to ESPN Houston YouTube and see the entries. We are going to, at some point in the near future, trim the list from 20 to 10. So you guys may be able to help us do that. Like, comment, Rock the Mic going on right now, ESPN Houston YouTube.
Are you going to judge?
Yeah, that's one of the emails I've seen. They're asking some of us to judge. Sure, I'm a team player. I'll do it.
You're the last. That's the last thing you are. Team player.
No, I don't like helping you because why would I do that?
No, you're a bad person.
Helping you doesn't help my plan at all. But I will help the station. No one can say I don't try to help the station. I just don't like helping you.
Houston Restaurant Weeks is underway. This is a great time, people, for you to be able to go to restaurants that you normally can't go to. It's the menus are great. They have to be approved. It's a great cause because the Houston Food Bank benefits well over $1 million has been donated to the Houston Food Banks by Houston Restaurant Weeks. This is the best time. This is the best month to go out to dinner. I know it's hot out there, but go and take advantage. This is when restaurants are slow because it's so hot out. A lot of people don't want to go out or whatever, go to restaurants. Well, this is the best time to do it because you're getting the best meal at an affordable price. So make sure that you get over and go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com, HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. And I hope you're listening to us on 97.9. Okay, 97.9 HD2. If you can't find it, I'm sorry. I can't help you. No, I guess some radios don't have HD2. Del, is that the case?
According to Lance, I know we were slandering him quite a bit for his inability, but apparently even the new cars don't have them.
Mine doesn't have it. I have a 2015.
Well, that's not that new.
That's not that. I have a new one.
Yes, it is.
And it has. It's not. It's nearly 10 years old. It's not that new.
Y'all are haters.
No, we're just being factual. It's not that new.
Sam, it's okay to have an older car.
I'm not
an old
blaming
car
you.
like
I'm just saying, as far as realistically, it's not that new of a car.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah. It's not that new, Sam.
It's fine. It drives great. I'm sure you take care of it. It may not have HD2 because it's not that new. Yeah, so some people, even with newer cars than the 2015, may not have that radio. So maybe we were too harsh on Lance.
Well, no, it's not too harsh on Lance ever. That simply is not the case. You can't be too harsh on Lance.
That's true.
The way he probably has it and just hasn't found it. But if you do have a radio that's capable of getting HD2, make sure you go to 97.9, put in the HD2, and that's where you can find us. It's the perfect signal. Perfect signal. So you won't have any problems at all anymore. 713-780-3776. Anybody who wants to get in after a weekend of bad baseball, bad hitting. I'm tired. I'm just sick about this team not being able to hit the way that they. Okay. So what do you think? Is Pedro Leon? Is he the answer?
No, he's a shot in the dark.
That's it. Absolutely. Now, Joey Loperfido might not have been the answer either. I mean, especially this year, this is the greatest season in Astros history.
Of course.
So you're going for it. You know, this is not. Good. We got to get some at bats for a young guy. That's not what we're about. We're about winning championships here. About being the greatest season in Astros history. Down from 12-24. They started 12-24, and since then, May 8th, the best record in baseball at 45-30. So this team absolutely has turned it around.
Does it feel like it? Does it feel like they turned it around? You watch them play day to day?
It really doesn't, but they have. There's no question that they have. They got the best record in baseball since May 8th. So they absolutely have turned it around. And you know what? They're better. They're better than they're showing. They just are. And you know what? That's where my hope lies here. Is that it just like when they were 12-24, they were better than that. They're better than this right now too. Whether or not you can survive with McCormick Myers, Pedro Leon, and Mauricio Dubon, two of those guys in the lineup every night? I'm not sure. Much like Manuel Blanco, Mauricio Dubon has not been the home run a couple of games ago, notwithstanding, against the Pirates. I believe he had the homer against the Pirates. That notwithstanding, Mauricio Dubon has been not very good for a while now. Jake Myers went from really, really good to start the season. Chas McCormick has not been good at all. And Pedro Leon is a kid. Well, he's, 26 now?
In Major League at bats, he's a kid.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as an actual prospect, he's old.
Yeah, right. Well, he's always been a prospect, right? Wasn't he? I mean, but the hype when they signed him was incredible. But, that's when they signed him. Has he lived up to it? I'm not sure. No, as a matter of fact. Well, we'll find out. I mean, maybe he's the guy, just like like Hunter Brown when he came over the last month of the season. What Hunter Brown did for the organization to win, to go and win a title, he helped. Maybe that's Pedro Leon. Maybe when Kyle Tucker comes back, it's going to be Pedro Leon in left field.
Oh, Kyle Tucker's coming back?
Kyle Tucker is coming back, Adele. Okay. Yes, Kyle Tucker is coming back.
When is Kyle Tucker coming back?
Kyle
September,
Tucker will.
Mid-August. When is he coming back?
Kyle Tucker. Okay. What's the date today?
August 5th.
5th. August 5th. Kyle Tucker will be back on August 25th.
So late August, about 3 weeks away, Kyle Tucker will make. You saying that date or any time before?
It will be by date or
25th.
before.
Okay.
By the 25th. Yep. Kyle Tucker will be back.
I would hope so.
In an Astros uniform on the field.
Oh, soft-ass Kyle Tucker.
Wow, dude.
Bone bruise, can't even play.
Okay.
Ow, my leg hurts. I can't play.
Well, yeah, my leg. I fouled a 100-mile-an-hour
How
fast
long ago was that?
It was June 3rd. Yeah. June 3rd.
You might as well be selling coffee.
Oh, my God. You're a bad person.
What? I can't slander Kyle Tucker when everyone wants to slander Lance McCullers, that is. You want to slander Zerline, I don't care. But if we're slandering Lance McCullers, Kyle Tucker can catch some too. I'm just doing this to let you guys know how ridiculous it all is. Kyle Tucker, bone bruise. Whatever the Astros misdiagnosed him with, we assume bone bruise. He's out maybe a couple days. In fact, the Astros thought he'd be out a couple days. It's no one's fault. He's just hurt. He's trying. We know Kyle Tucker's trying. And I know that I would assume Lance McCullers is too. It's just the way it is. And when Kyle Tucker's back, if he comes back, it won't be that he wasn't trying hard to get back sooner.
Brown against Heaney tonight, Fromber against Mail, and then Kikuchi, and we'll see who. That one's going to be on MLB Network, the Kikuchi game. The only good takeaway from this weekend was Kikuchi, right? Oh, well, no. Arrighetti was good, too.
Yeah, he was good. I mean, Blanco wasn't great. But
actually, Ronel Blanco was fine, too. The bullpen gave it up.
And the hitting just didn't perform. You got three performances good enough to, in fact, sweep the series.
Yeah.
And you could hit.
At least win 2 out of 3. You didn't score a run. He held them to 1 run, and you couldn't score. It was terrible. 3 hits and all singles, and Jordan had 2 singles. I mean, that's it. That's awful. That is just awful.
And that's after threatening in the first and not pushing a run across? And they were done for the rest of the way.
And how about he sent with 94 pitches, he sent Arrighetti back out for the 6th inning, and he had a 6-pitch inning. How about that? I thought for sure, and even, Todd was saying there's probably no way he comes back after 94 pitches. And sure enough, brought him back for the 6th inning and just went boom, 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 out. Now you're done. And it's only the 2nd time in his career that he's hit 100 pitches. So Hunter Brown tonight, who's been awesome against Heaney, you need to win 2 out of 3 here. You're on the road for 9 now, 3 in Texas, 3 at Boston, and 3 at Tampa. You're on the road for 9, and then you get the White Sox. Will the White Sox have lost 30 games by the time you see them? 30 in a row.
30 in a row in baseball. You would think you would at least get one bad night from
20
the opponent's starter. At
20
some point,
straight losses.
just a blow up from the opponent's starter that you could take advantage of and not blow it yourself.
Yeah.
20 in a row.
20 in a row.
Is that more probable than winning 20 in a row?
I bet. Well,
because you win 20 in a row, the expectation is you have to be pretty good for 20 games in a row. You can't get you can't take advantage of one bad pitching performance by the other team in 20 games to win one.
So the modern era, 1961 Phillies lost 23 straight. 26 is the record by the Louisville Colonels, who nobody cares. The White Sox are at 20 right now. This is the worst team quite possibly in baseball history. The Mets, what was it, the 61 Mets were 40 and 120? I believe it was, worst records. I think it was the 61 Mets. Worst record in Major League Baseball history. I'm not counting 1899. But I think it was the 61 Mets that were the worst ever. Modern era, 62 Mets, 40 and 120. That's the modern day record. The next was 40. The Tigers of 2003, 43 and 119. This White Sox team is the worst ever.
If I'm being honest, I need them to win a game before the Astros see them.
Oh, because we don't want that pressure.
I don't need them to go in there with that streak still intact with the Astros coming in.
Will the Astros win the series against the White Sox?
Now you're just saying ugly things.
Well,
who's going to be pitching? I got to know that first.
What if it's Arrighetti, Kikuchi, and Brown?
They should still win that. They should win that.
Well,
series.
that's not the order that they're going. Yeah. The order. What's the worst possible? What we had this weekend: Kikuchi, Blanco, and
it was good enough.
Arrighetti.
You would think that'd be the worst. You could get a bad Fromber day. Those are always in question, despite what he's been this year. We've had the moments throughout the year, despite what the record says. Doesn't he have like 10 wins this year?
Yeah.
Let's see. Is it up? It's not ready. I'm trying to find it. It's not there yet. I would say bad Fromber, Toronto Kikuchi, and too many innings pitched or thrown. Yeah, too many innings pitched Blanco. Now that's a lot of context, but I could see that being a thing where Fromber has a bad night, Kikuchi isn't as great as he was in his debut, and Blanco's just worn out.
Kikuchi, Blanco, Arrighetti is the worst possible.
That's possible. I'm just throwing in Fromber's mental fragility sometimes as a potential blow up where we didn't expect it coming. But it won't be that because the schedule is out until Tampa as far as pitching. So that series, next time they see Tampa, it'll be Fromber, Kikuchi, Blanco. So you're talking about Arrighetti, Brown, and then Fromber. If Verlander, by the way, has 2 rehab starts. He won't get those 2 rehab starts in before he's back, before that series, right?
Yeah, I don't believe. I'm not counting on Verlander anymore, if you want to know the truth. I'm not counting.
By the way, we didn't mention they shut down Garcia, too.
Yeah, done.
That happened over the weekend, too.
We're not doing that. We're just not doing that. Plus, we don't even, honestly, I don't even know that he can pitch without rocking the baby. We haven't seen him pitch well without rocking the baby. And we're going to talk, and it's going to be a year and a half later that he's going to pitch. Now all of a sudden he's going to pitch well? Nah. No. I'm sorry. I can't believe that. So do you see this Judge stuff, by the way? We'll talk about that on the other side. Aaron Judge is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Right now we're talking about HRP, though. I'm talking about my peeps over at HRP who I just love what they do. I love the way that HRP goes about it. I talk about this all the time where it starts at the top. It starts at the top with my peeps over at Chastain and Billy Brown over, and it just starts at the top with a big business and Mike Holly, the way that he has set this thing up, the technology that he has developed, that he has, I mean, really, he has cultivated this thing that it actually is something that is really, really wanted by other companies that want to have his technology the way that he does payroll. I mean, it's not there are different ways to do it, and his is fantastic, and people are coming after him, and he's like, nah, I'm just going to continue to do business the way that I do business, and everybody who is with H&P raves about them, raves about what they've done for them, raves about how they saved them money, raves about how the technology is perfect and how they never have any issues whatsoever. It is the best way for you to go about this. If you're doing it yourself or you're with an admin company and maybe you want to check out, wait, maybe they're not saving me a bunch of money. At least let HRP come and customize a plan for you. It's awesome. We love them, and everybody who's with them loves them. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
There's Sam. Hi, Sam. Okay, Twitch. Sam is on there now. You can shut up.
Bye.
Sam, do not listen to anything Twitch says, Sam.
Yeah, don't read it. Definitely.
Don't read, okay? Because they're bad people. They're just bad people.
They move different. They're like a different breed on Twitch.
Yeah. No. Yeah, you don't catch anything that they have over there, Sam. Okay. Aaron Judge. You see these stats? Aaron Judge has played in 945 games. He has 298 home runs. He hits a home run in every game, 0.37 times every game. 0.37. So basically, once every 3 games. The next closest is Ralph Kiner, who reached 300 career home runs in 1,087 games. So he has 142 games. 142 games to hit 2 home runs. when he basically does that every 6 games. He hits 2 every 6 games to catch the record holder to quickest to 300. It is, I mean, Bobby Witt Jr. is having a great year. How are you going to win an MVP if your name's not Aaron Judge?
I don't think you do. Not this year.
Not this year.
That one's wrapped up.
He's already won it.
Yeah.
He's got 100 RBIs and 40 home runs. Or more. 40. What has he got? 41 now? Whatever. I mean, this deep into the season, 40 and 100. Wow.
41 and 103.
41 and 103.
Yeah.
Just ridiculous.
Yeah, make a World Series. How about that?
Yeah, that would be nice.
I've seen your act there and Judge in the playoffs.
Yeah, well, he's had to face the Astros.
I'm aware. I know it's not been easy.
Right.
Is he going to face the Astros this year during the greatest year in Astros history, greatest season in
might.
Astros history?
Well, it's, you know what? You got to come through Houston if you're going to win it, right? There's no question.
Yes,
the
the
title goes through Houston.
Except the Rangers won it last year.
Through Houston.
Yes, but wouldn't it go through Texas this year if they won't make the playoffs?
They're not even
so,
close to making No, over the last 8 years,
over the last decade, yes,
Yeah.
it goes through Houston. I'm not sure it's going to be a thing this year, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a thing. What do you see? That's the problem.
What's the problem?
The problem is you non-believer. That you're the problem. You're the problem.
I'm not the problem. Their bats are the problem.
Well, right now that seems to be a problem.
I know the old adage is by faith and not by sight. Sorry, I need to see a little bit. I need to see a little bit. Your pitching, which we questioned starting on Friday, came through, and your bats were impotent all weekend long. I need to see something. Show me something from the bats. Get Tyler Tucker back in the lineup, whether it be Pedro Leon or someone else. Give me another bat that's going to show up on a consistent basis. Then I'll believe.
Against a team that just is already given up.
Yeah, Tampa's selling guys.
They're done.
Trading. You did nothing against them all weekend. Just an awful Saturday and Sunday.
Back to the way they started the season. Finding ways to lose. I don't get it. I mean, this is the greatest season in Astros history.
That's your problem. You set yourself up to think this team is the greatest. Will provide the greatest season ever.
Really?
And then when they disappoint you, you don't understand. How about the fact that maybe, John, just maybe, what they did to get themselves back into the race was their Jalen Green moment. And now they're playing like the team they've been for the better part of the season.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. If the season started on May 8th, who would have the best record in the game?
Well, I wish the season did start on May 8th because baseball would be shorter then. But it doesn't. And you know that it started before May 8th, and they have to overcome what they did. And the thought, I guess, because I know Brian McTaggart continues to do this, he goes, if they win this amount of games, they would win 90. I guess that's the benchmark for them. Perhaps they're not a 90-win baseball team this year. Perhaps, because before the year, I know Verlander was on the shelf, but before the year, the thought was you'd have Verlander. You'd have Garcia at some point. You'd have Christian Javier. Perhaps this version of them isn't a 90-win baseball team. Now, I can hold you to it because you keep talking about it, but it's not your fault you thought they would be really good because they should have been really good. And then the injuries happened. Maybe that's not the team anymore.
Well, that's what you say. I'm going to go with what I say.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
You could be right. You were right once with your unbelievable predictions.
Okay, when I'm riding on the float,
they're not going to put you on the float. You won't even.
Yeah,
will you even be in the city when they win? Are you going to be in LA when they win?
I'm going to be. Yes, I'm going to be in the city for the parade.
Have you planned it out? You going to be here for that?
Yes. I'm going to be. I am going to be on. I'm going to be on the float.
I can't wait for you to be in Los Angeles in your gay sports bar when they make the World Series again.
I'll be in this city. I'll be in our city. I'm not going to be in a gay sports bar, okay? Well, the controversy at the Olympics is, well, we'll break it down. We talked about it on Friday, and we're going to talk about it again on the other side. The controversy about the XY chromosome boxers.
We're still doing this? It's still a thing now?
They both medaled.
I know.
They both medaled, so we will
lose our minds about boxing when we don't care about it until this happens.
Well, that's because there's a basic fairness to it, and I think
Unless you were born a woman and you happen to have a chromosome, but you were still born a woman, you
there's
compete for a country who wouldn't let you compete if you weren't born a woman.
Well, there's more to it than that. We'll talk about it on the
Okay.
other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Dell and Sam. And you can see Sam on the Sam, do not look at the Twitch comments, but
I'm looking.
They're excited about you. They're excited about you. Twitch is excited about because they're all a bunch of I don't know what's wrong with Twitch. It's a bad place. It is a bad place. It will make you it will not it's not a happy place. It's not a good place to be. So apparently now Khalif Imani Khalif and Lin Yuting, two female boxers who were kicked out of the world championships because of high levels of XY chromosome, high levels of testosterone. They are now it mistakenly reported that they were transgender athletes. They're not. They just have they were females, and they have high levels of XY. They have XY chromosomes, and they had high levels of testosterone. My daughter, who studied this, had this to say, said if it's natural, then absolutely they should not be punished. But if they don't do anything to control it, to manage it through medication, then she is knowingly increasing her testosterone, which is akin to taking steroids. And the Olympics doesn't test for testosterone. So this is a great way for them to build up an unfair advantage. While it is it's natural, there's also a way for them to curb it, and not doing so is akin to basically having an unfair advantage with testosterone. So, and it's something that the other fighters don't have. I think it's a slippery slope. I think it's a very difficult conversation, but it certainly is. I mean, you cannot deny the advantage that these women have over the other women. Is that true? Is that accurate?
They have a natural advantage because of, in this case, what God created. I'll ask you this. Michael Phelps, great swimmer. Beyond his body composition, which makes him one of the best swimmers in the world, just naturally gifted that way, he also produces half of as much lactic acid as his rivals. It's a natural occurrence in his body. Lactic acid can keep you from recovering in the way you want to, and maybe affect the way you swim. He can endure longer swims without slowing down, just because of a natural occurrence. So if he is at a major advantage because of that, I've heard what you said about your daughter. Now, they don't test for testosterone, clearly, but they do test for lactic acid, because if you mess with it, it could obviously be an advantage. But that's naturally for him. So is he at a significant advantage because of something that's natural?
Is he the only one, or is it?
For the most part, they have found that he has a specific advantage against most of his competitors because of this rare occurrence in his body.
Yeah. But it happens on other people too, right? It's not something they found on a regular basis in swimmers. He just happens to be one of the unique people who do that, who swim in that sport, who has it. And obviously he does other things to make him one of the greats. But this is something that occurred in him. And this is why I'm asking this, because you mentioned slippery slope. So we are asking these two athletes to change their body composition to even the playing field. Actually do something. I don't even know what that would be. I'm obviously not a medical professional. What do you do in that case? You there is a way. You take estrogen, or I forget what the you can curb the testosterone in your body. You can curb it.
So in order for them to compete, we would ask them to put something in their body that, who knows what other effects, I don't know, I'm not a scientist, what other effects it might have to even the playing field?
Yeah. So what Michael Phelps and his ability to be greater than the other male athletes is not as great an advantage as this. Basically, you're turning females into males with the testosterone.
Well, although this hasn't played an advantage in all of their competitive bouts, they lose quite a bit. So it's not a clear thing where they're dominating the sport.
However, do we know that they weren't curbing their testosterone earlier in their careers?
I don't know.
Had to because there was tests for it. Now that there aren't tests for it,
have they competed in the Olympics? Is this the first time the Olympics have not decided to test testosterone?
Yes, they changed the rule. I think yes. So when they did have to test for testosterone, they were losing bouts, and now that they don't have to test it for testosterone anymore, they're winning. It's clearly an advantage for them. Clearly. So.
Did they win gold?
It's interesting.
Did they win gold?
And you know what? More so than swimming, it's dangerous. I mean, it is dangerous for the competitors that they're up against. So this is something that I mean, it'll be interesting to see how this all turns out and how this is going to be looked at. I don't know. I'm anti men competing against women. I'm anti.
Well, they're not men.
No, I understand. I'm anti, but there is a lot of talk about transgender. You know, I'm against.
And understood. You've voiced this opinion before, but in this case, which obviously was misconstrued and led to this controversy, because I will say, if the women in question didn't present themselves as masculine women, if whatever ideology you have of what a woman should look like, if they look like, quote unquote, a woman, I think this would be less of a deal, because for the uninitiated or the less informed, all they see is a picture of the women and go, oh, look at them. Of course. How could you say that's a woman? We can see them. So that's been a lot of where this has come from. Now you are delving into some more scientific, which actually has some context around it. But in this case, these are women, and then you can get into a bigger question about testosterone and what should be allowed or not allowed. But this whole conversation has been clouded by they're transgender men and they shouldn't be competing.
Yeah. No. But this is boxing too. This is a physical sport. This is interesting. This is very interesting to see, and I'm not sure that the Olympic Committee took the right tact in not testing for testosterone, because the World Championships thought no, it's just too big an unfair advantage. We can't have it.
Were they the gold and silver winners? I don't know who won the.
No, I think they've guaranteed themselves. I don't think it's over.
Oh, it's over. Okay, but they've guaranteed themselves medals.
They've guaranteed themselves. Yeah. I don't know how they have, because there have to be 4 boxers left, so one of them is not going to get a medal.
Yeah, look.
I don't know how that.
W.L. Yang versus Kelly Harrington looks, at least that looks like, for the gold medal.
That's for the gold?
Yes, Yang lose. The one competitor, and Kelly Harrington looks like the
other.
Oh,
they're in different weight classes. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but they both guaranteed themselves medals. Oh well. I just find it. I think listen. This is the future. There's going to be I guess there's going to be more transgender people. I guess there is, and the issue of whether or not they can compete against natural girls or women is absolutely something that we're going to have to address going forward.
Well, we could certainly. That's a conversation that should be had. I just think it's unfortunate that in this particular example, it's been misapplied. And what you just open the segment with is the more nuanced conversation about testosterone. Should they be taking something to mitigate the production of it, as opposed to just saying, look at them. They look a certain way. They shouldn't be competing.
Right. Well, and then there's going to have to be levels of what is acceptable levels of testosterone for women to be able to compete against other women. So this is definitely, well, the World Boxing Council thought, nope, it's too high and it's too dangerous. Apparently, the Olympic Committee does not think that. But that's what's happening right now. How about Michigan football, Dale? Tell the story.
Well, we could do it now. We can do it when we go to break. But for the people who haven't seen it, Michigan's in some trouble. You thought the Connor Stallions cheating or stealing of thing wouldn't be a thing. It is. It just won't be a thing for Jim Harbaugh, because they pulled a Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll did the same thing. When he knew allegations were coming down for USC, he said, I'm out the door. I'm going to the NFL. And Harbaugh, after all that flirting, decided, I'm finally going to take my talents to the NFL, because he knew something like this was coming. And if you don't know, Sharon Moore, who is the new head coach of Michigan, is the headline grabber, because he's now the head coach. Apparently, he deleted text when he knew an investigation
52.
was coming. He deleted a lot of text regarding Connor Stallions and his involvement in the cheating for Michigan. Now, they were recovered because there's a technology that can allow it to happen. But he initially deleted the text to try to, you would say, obstruct the investigation.
Well, did you hear our vice president and presidential candidate describe what a cloud is?
No, I did not hear that.
You didn't?
No.
The cloud above us? It's all in all this information which is above us.
Yeah, I don't really listen to political candidates and what they have to say.
Okay, well,
No.
I just
Understood.
So you know,
Understood.
that cloud above us. Anyway, 52 deleted texts to or about Connor Stallion, and Jerome Moore is. Listen, Harbaugh won the Natty, right? And he says, "I'm out." He's got allegations. He had a suspension last year.
He had two suspensions, didn't he? He was suspended to start the year and suspended late in the year.
Yeah,
for different things.
And so, I mean, I'm a big fan.
Of cheating? You like cheaters?
Yeah. Well, not cheating per se. Well, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you do. You like cheating.
I do. I don't mind it. But then you win the Natty and go, I'm out.
Oh,
I'm out.
He ain't unique. I told you.
No.
You do that when it's time to go. He got out when it was time.
Gotta go, because the heat is on.
And his karma is Justin Herbert may not be ready for the season.
Herbert with plantar fasciitis. That's it. You think that's karma?
Well, I mean, you finally take an NFL job, and your star quarterback doesn't make it to training camp, and even if he's ready to go for week 1, it could be an injury that bothers him throughout the season.
This ain't his year, bro.
No.
Okay. This ain't the year Harbaugh's going to win it. He's got to get some wide receivers in there before they're going to be able to do anything anyway.
Well,
so
they decided to let them go. They could. He picked the defensive ends over the wide receivers. All those guys are up for whether they would stay or not. Bosa, Mack, Keenan Allen, and Mike Williams, and they chose the defensive ends, and the wide receivers had to go.
Yeah. Well, you can get wide receivers now.
Well, we'll see. Those are two pretty good ones.
You know what? He probably telling Justin, yeah, just sit for a while. You know what? You might miss the whole year. We need some draft picks over around here. We need some high picks.
Could have took Malik Neighbors. They took Joe Alton. All Malik Neighbors is doing in training camp is lighting the Giants secondary up.
And Danny Dimes is just that's all he's doing is underthrowing them. Congratulations.
Well, you can't fix everything in one draft, Giants.
No, they're gonna same quarterback room. We suck.
No one's ever doing that again. By the way.
Yeah.
The off season.
No.
Hard Knocks. Nah. We're not making decisions on players, and you get to peek in on them.
No, I'm not. No, we're not interested in that. Although they're going to be forced into it. The league's going to force them into it. We're going to break. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. Houston Powder Coaters is what I'm talking about right now, because what Robin and the people over there do for you is tremendous. Houston Powder Coaters is one of the biggest, one of the best. 5-star customer service. Great Google reviews. They are going to pick up whatever it is that you have free. If you're in this listening area, Galveston, Huntsville, Fulshire, Baytown, Crosby, Mount Bellevue, doesn't matter. They are going to pick it up and deliver it absolutely free. You got patio furniture. You text Robin a picture of it. She will tell you right now, oh, yeah, we can save it. Or, nope, you need to buy new stuff because this is terrible. Trusted by businesses like the Marriott Marquis, the Downtown Aquarium, Westside Tennis Club, Boardwalk, Kima Boardwalk, Discovery Green, Herman Park, the Woodlands with the beautiful lake area. I mean, it's place after place after place. Houston Powder Coaters, biggest, best, wonderful. If you need powder coating, you want to keep something metal, you want it to keep it, you want it to look new, or you want to restore it in some way, shape, or form, they can fix it as well. 281-676-3888, 281-676-3888, or HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Sam, Twitch has a question for you. We're not gonna do all the questions that they have for you. But they want to know who's the worst person on the show. Del, me, or Lance?
I don't know. You and Lance kind of go back and forth.
We go back and forth as the worst?
Yeah.
I'm not even I'm not even in the middle round.
Well,
Thank
you can't be because you're helping her with the producer thing.
That has nothing to do with it.
No.
Either I could.
You are quite possibly the worst, but
No.
she's biased.
No, she's listened. She's heard you speak. You came.
It's just sometimes when y'all open y'all's mouths, like I want to be there for you, but
Bad
then you
things
just
come out of it.
continue to talk.
Yeah. See.
Look
at
well,
that.
You have canceled me before.
I have, because you were sneaky about it.
What was I doing?
You were sneaky because we talked about this at Red River, how you never say anything, and then let alone one day I'm listening to y'all, and you're over here yapping.
What did I say? I didn't say anything.
You're a yapper.
No.
You say some things you shouldn't say, and I think
never.
It's been pretty clear for a while. I've been saying it for years. Many
It was
people.
about sandwiches, I think, Sam. That's when you
Did you
canceled
tell
me.
people to make sandwiches that shouldn't make sandwiches?
I'm the sandwich maker in my house.
You made the.
I can say it to other people.
I would say
it's like being Italian. I could call them wops. Okay, I'm
Wops?
Italian. Yeah,
it's not
Yeah.
great.
You know what that means?
He knows.
Yeah.
He thinks he can get away with it though.
No, Sam. It's not. No, it's not that wops. That Cardi B changed that forever.
What WAP are you talking about?
Isn't it an acronym for something?
Yeah, it's without papers.
Yeah.
That's what they call
Okay,
it.
back at that whole Ellis Island thing, isn't it? Is that
Yeah,
where that's
yeah,
from?
yeah. That's what without papers. And Tony is to New York. Tony to New York.
Mm.
So that's where you get Tony from.
That's why everyone was
it's
named
just
Tony.
The downtrodden Italian. Again, people trying to hurt the Italian cause in this country, and it's happened for years.
Do you
and
think
years
you're
and years.
helping it by using that terminology?
I don't care.
All
I
right,
don't care
but
if I
you
help.
just said
All right.
people have been coming after the Italians for years, but you don't care about furthering the Italian
I can
cause?
say it just like I can say sandwiches because I am Italian and I'm a sandwich maker.
That
in my
doesn't
house.
mean you can say a certain gender or sandwich maker just because you make sandwiches.
No, a certain person. I don't ever say women are sandwich
But
makers.
did you say a woman in question was a sandwich maker?
Man, quite possibly.
Okay, maybe that's why
Quite
she
possibly
canceled
that
you
happened,
then.
and that's how Sam canceled
Well,
me.
rightfully so. I think it's been pretty clear, whether you allege bias or not. I ain't even competing for the worst person. Congratulations to you two.
Oh, not with Sam. Not with Sam.
Yeah.
But let's ask Twitch who's the worst person.
Okay, let's ask Twitch. Just play the lowest common denominator. Cool. The same Twitch people who you won't even let Sam read the comments because of how bad they are. You want to use them as the people backing you? Congratulations.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, Sam.
You might as well say, oh, Cowboy fans think I'm great. They're the worst. You think Cowboy fans are the worst people, right? That's what Twitch is. Times 4.
Wow. See, that's why they hate you. And I can't blame them.
I don't care about them, but I'm just pointing out the facts.
I can't
If
blame
your
them
own
for
daughter who deals with, I don't know who she deals with day to day, but her specialty is dealing with people who may have issues, and she talks about Twitch, how bad Twitch is, what does that say?
Oh, no. She thinks the worst people.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Scares her husband out of the chat.
And
What are you talking about?
and her husband even said, make sure Sam doesn't read Twitch today.
So
Okay.
stop using Twitch as your way of coming after me. They're the worst people. Everyone in your life thinks they're the worst people.
Love those people. Love those
Well,
people.
you're one of the worst people, too, as Sam has just talked about.
What about Eric Eddy yesterday? What about 12 strikeouts? The kid is throwing pretty well right now. And he's at a place where he's never been before. First of all, he's at the big league level. Secondly, he's got a number of pitches that no one predicted that he would be, throwing this many pitches by this time of the season. And you got to have him down the stretch. I mean, would you throw a rookie like this into this situation? Man, he's got to come through. The pressure on him must be immense. and he comes up with a 12 strike. Now, it's not a great lineup, Tampa. Let's face it. It's not great, but they did put us up a 6 spot the game before. Here's Arrighetti on his outing yesterday.
I think just pretty good spin today. Like my breaking stuff was working pretty well. My fastball was pretty good. I was throwing it up in the zone where I'd like to throw it, and generally I executed pretty well across the board. I feel like I kind of grouped one to a couple hitters, but either got away with it or there was a couple doubles in there that I definitely could have controlled a little bit better pitch selection or execute better. I feel like the strikeouts are just a product of throwing good pitches over the course of the outing, though.
Any indication when you're in the bullpen warming up, your stuff's going to be just good?
I had the worst pregame bullpen of the year.
Really?
Yeah. I look at it like hitting on the range before you go play golf. Doesn't matter what you got. It's just kind of an indication of what you might be working with, and a lot of times you can just choose to ignore it, or you can get a little too high on it if it was too good. So I kind of think of bad bullpens before the game is kind of a good thing sometimes. So you get all the bad ones out in there, then go deal in the game. I think just pretty good spin today. Like my breaking stuff was working pretty well. My fastball was pretty good. I was throwing it up in the zone where I'd like to throw it, and generally
Yeah,
I
it's just a
pretty well
repeat of
across
what
the
we just
board.
heard.
Like
That was Spencer
kind of
Arrighetti
grouped one to a couple
yesterday.
hitters, but
Great start for him. The bats didn't help him at all. He's been the least supported Astros pitcher over the last month and a half. They've been bad when he's out there. They've cost him, and now he's 4-10, and he hasn't pitched like a 4-10 pitcher over the last couple
he's
months.
Pitching better than that. He's pitching much better than his record is indicating. They've lost his last 6 starts when he's been good in a lot of them. I mean, it's bad. This is awful what they're doing for him. I mean, there are some guys, Roger Clemens used to get that back in the day. But I think guys press too hard with Roger Clemens. He's on the mound and you want to get – it happens to Verlander a lot. He's on the mound and and guys just are pressing and they want to get – why is that happening with Spencer Arrighetti? I mean, I don't get it. Yeah, you should be loose as a goose with a rookie up there. But, yeah, he's 4-10 now. And his last outings have been fantastic. 1 earned run over 6, 3 earned runs over 6. That's a quality start. 4 over 6, 1 in 6, 2 earned runs in 5 innings. His last 5 starts, they're 0-5 in those starts, and he's picked up 3 of the losses. He did have a bad outing before that with 6 runs over 4 innings against Toronto. But before that, he got a 7-1 win against Colorado with no earned runs over 7. He's pitched. He's got a 5.33 earned run average, but he's had a couple of just ridiculously bad outings. Against Detroit, an inning and a third, 7 earned runs. Like I mentioned, 6 earned runs over 4. He's feast or famine, pretty much. And he's been feast lately and doing a nice job. And he can't get any support. I don't know. I think I trust him more right now than I trust Blanco. I do. And Blanco appears to be now. The outing on Saturday wasn't bad. 2 earned runs. That's pretty good. I'll take that every single time. 2 earned runs over 5. And the bullpen just let him down. But Arrighetti's pitching great. 12 strikeouts. He's got swing and miss stuff. That's kind of a big deal to this organization. Now, you know who else had swing and miss stuff? Sam, can you get Spada talking about Kikuchi? 11 strikeouts on Friday night for Kikuchi. After giving up 2 earned runs after 2 batters, Kikuchi settled down, struck out 8 straight, struck out 8 in a row. And he did it by changing up the way he goes about it. He threw a lot more change-ups. I think the 4-seam – I don't think that these guys believe in the 4-seam fastball. Now, Verlander likes to use the 4-seam fastball. He likes to keep it up around your eyes, and you can't catch up to it. But you see how Hunter Brown is so much better because he's throwing so many more sinkers as opposed to that 4-seam fastball. He turned his season around when he added the sinker. And Kikuchi was better after just a couple of days being with the law firm of Miller and Murphy. Here is Joe Spada talking about Kikuchi on Friday night.
He sat there right there on
Down the stairs, he had his notes, like a little boxer, head down. He was locked in. It's pretty intense. I like it. I love it. He fits right in. He was mixing very well. He slider more in zone, where you saw a lot of chases, and then the changeup. I thought it was the game changer for me, because that's kind of what we want him to do. You throw that changeup more in zone, and it's a really, really good pitch, and then that just makes his fastball a much better pitch. So they were ready to hit fastballs early on, and then after that second inning came around, he's like, you know what, I'm going to start mixing some of my off-speed pitches, and man, he couldn't be any better.
Couldn't have been better. I mean, 8 straight strikeouts. That was awesome. And and here's the thing. I hate it when pitchers are coming off the mound and they're getting a standing ovation by the crowd and they just keep their head down. Acknowledge the fans. Give them a clap or something.
That's not
or
baseball.
Tip your cap.
It's not baseball, John. You walk off the field, you appreciate it, but baseball says you pretend like you're a robot. You didn't hear any of it.
No. Give the fans a little love. They're giving you your flowers. Tip your cap.
Should he tip his cap in a game they're not leading?
Yeah, you did your job. Yeah, screw the other guys. Screw everybody. Apparently WAP does not stand for does not stand for without papers. I think that was made up. It's pronounced WAP. Okay, I'll figure it out, but it's not about guapo. It's guapo. WAP means you're handsome in Spanish, so that's what I'm gonna go with.
That's guap.
Guapo.
I know.
But it's guapo. So I'm gonna just assume everybody was just calling us handsome. That's why. Yeah.
The entire Italian
every
delegation
Italian
coming
is.
over from
Ask
Italy.
Ask any woman if there's one nation that you want to choose a man from. It's got to be Italy. Ask any woman, right, Sam?
Are Italian men your favorite men?
Yes.
I'll take an Italian man.
Do you see that? You see that? Did she though? Yeah. Okay. Did she say German? No.
Well, there's not a German man in the room.
No. Lithuanian? No. Sorry,
Lithuanian.
Sorry.
What about a French man? Would you take a French man over an Italian?
Well, there's one in particular.
I don't know if I would take him
Relax,
over,
John.
but I would
relax.
take a French man.
She wouldn't mind.
Oh, they're stinky and they smoke.
You
don't want that,
now
Sam.
you're just insulting people.
You don't want that, Sam, in your life. You don't need that. Right now, you a lot of you out there need Doc Linville in your life. Okay, if you're looking for hair, okay, it's an issue, especially if you're a guy in your late 20s, 30s. You're going bald. What? No, you're too young. You got a long way to go. And you know what? You can get this taken care of. You can get this job done. You can, you know what? I don't even know, but you can make payments on it if you have to, whatever the case may be. That Doc is going to help you. He's helping guys, and you know what? He's basically a business for women's augmentation. That's what he does. And you know what I'm talking about there. But he said, you know what? I'm going to help the guys out too. I found this neo-grafting that's a great process. And the PRP, which will stimulate the growth, and I'm going to put this into the business. This is not where he makes his money. He doesn't care about, you know what? He doesn't care about making money on this. What he's doing is he's helping you. He helped me. He'll help you. You'll look better. You'll feel better. You'll love it, especially if you're younger guys. You got to do it. 975hair.com. Go to 975hair.com. Stop with the balding. You can do this. 975hair.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Okay, so Sam, you started something, Sam, that you shouldn't have started. Okay.
Maybe I do belong on Twitch.
We had the question, who is the worst person of the three of us, me, Lance, or Dell? And Sam answered Lance. But
well, she said it goes back and forth between you two. She did not give a definitive.
She did say Lance, though.
She left me out of it.
I'm not wrong about it. I'm not wrong. She did say Lance.
I don't remember that, but okay.
Yeah. But then she asked on Twitter, who's the worst host?
Prompted by that discussion. She asked and she meant who's the worst person at the station.
Yeah.
But she asked who's the worst host, and immediately someone insulted two people. So we had to reword the tweet.
I got laughed at because without papers, without passport, working on pavement, those are all things that WAP, people thought WAP was. Here is the definition. WAPO historically refers to a type of flashy, boisterous, swaggering, dandy-like criminal in the Naples area.
Are you dandy-like?
Dandy? Am I a dandy boy?
Well, you did go to that bar. No, I would say you're not dandy-like.
I'm not. Okay, swaggering, boisterous. Okay, flashy. Yes, all those things. Dandy?
Insulting of others? Sure.
Yeah.
Lack of concern about feelings? Absolutely.
Wapo. Okay. So I am. Well, in Spanish, guapo means handsome.
Sure.
So. All right. Dandy-like? I don't think so.
I wouldn't describe you as that. Other things, but not that.
Right. All right. 713-780. This is our final segment. Sam, did we miss anything today?
Well, we did. We missed Jacob, who wants to talk about Kikuchi.
Oh, okay.
What's up?
Let's bring Jacob in
Jacob
and talk about Kikuchi. What do you say,
the
Jacob?
Newest Astro starter. What's up?
Yeah, John. What I wanted to say is not only is 8 strikeouts, he tied the Astros record in the history of the Astros. Yeah, he was, and as a matter of fact, he was 1 strike away from breaking it in his first game. Now, what Joey doing for Toronto? And my man, you talking about Toronto? No, we're not talking about Toronto. We're talking about Houston. It wasn't the pitching coach. Him and his catcher got together after the first 2 fastballs. So we'll have to change it up and do something, and they did it. Joey is a bum. I don't care what nobody. He's a bum. The other pitcher, he was a bum, and the throw-in was a bum. And they was not going to get a slugger for them bums. Well, nobody going to do it. And out of the 100 top minor league prospects, none were traded. Not one of the hundreds in the minor leagues was traded. Not one. So that was just the market. They weren't going to get a slugger like that. And once they get the bat back.
What back?
Well,
to his point,
listen, they overpaid. Now, Will Kikuchi, and by the way, he's a 2-month rental. And that has to play into it, too. We'll find out. Okay, hold on. You already made the assessment on Bloss. Okay, slow down. Joey Loperfido is probably limited because of the swings and misses, but if he figures that out with his pop and his defense, Joey Loperfido can be a serviceable, if not even a good, above-average Major League player. And we have no idea on Will Wagner. No idea. So they're bums. I mean, how do you know they're bums? They're rookies. I mean, honestly. Their first time, Bloss had 2 starts. How do you know? He flew through the minor league system because he was really, really good. Of course, he's going to have his first couple of outings in the big leagues, and you've already decided that he's a bum.
Even Loperfido as a rookie, we don't know what
you have no idea.
He's going to be. We know he's a pretty good defensive outfielder. Whether the bat comes around is different. We'll find out. Well, I guess Toronto will find out.
He does have a history of swing and miss, though.
Yes, he does. Yeah. It's part of his issue why maybe it took a little bit longer than people were hoping for when he came up. Now, he mentioned they made the change on the fly. Yes, that was reported, but even Espada mentioned that that's what they wanted him to do. They want him to throw the changeup more in the zone. So I don't think Caratini and Kikuchi was like, you know what, let's try this. I believe it was part of the plan, and Espada said it was part of the plan that the changeup is something they wanted him to throw more. And when they went to it, we saw the results after the first two batters. So yeah, that's a thing they figured out, and I think it's an organizational thing as well. And we know the Astros do this quite a bit. They change the way pitchers throw, and it has led to pretty good things.
And they're really good at it.
Yeah.
Really, really good. How about all the pitchers that come here or guys that come up? Did you expect this out of Arrighetti? I mean, he was forced into this role because of the injuries. There's no way they thought they wanted him in this kind of huge role for this organization.
Think of how many pitchers had to drop off for it to happen. How many starters are even guys who weren't going to be in the initial rotation but had to fall, but took their shot and then got hurt too? He was down the list of guys, particularly this year, who they expected to contribute.
Well, I mean, we're not even talking about J.P. France. I mean, it's guy after guy after guy after guy that had to go down for him to be in this situation. And look where he is. And it's probably in large part because of the law firm. I mean, he is 4-10, and he's got a 5.33. Let's not. But the kid is pitching. He's pitching his ass off into a time where he's never thrown this many pitches in a season. So this is fantastic.
So you watch Arrighetti pitch yesterday and just assume that Jake Bloss is going to be a bum. Why wouldn't you think they would do for Arrighetti what they do for Bloss?
Yeah. Maybe he will be a bum because Toronto doesn't have
Toronto's not
the
great
same
at this
pitching
thing.
coaches that we have. Right?
That's possible.
I mean, how much better would he have developed here if he was here? And there's another guy. I mean, you have no idea how good these guys. We don't know. We'll find out how. And oh, by the way, if they don't win it all, if Kikuchi was really, really good, and I'm hoping Kikuchi's great. I'm hoping it's a great acquisition. You know, when the Braves made those 3 outfielder acquisitions in 21, and they beat us in the World Series, those are tremendous trade deadline acquisitions. You helped a need. I mean, they needed it. They were destitute in the outfield, and the Astros were in the rotation as well. Well, I think they needed it offensively, but that's just me, and I think they're proving that out right now. They needed help offensively, and they didn't do anything about it, and that quite possibly is going to hurt them, drastically. All right, we've got News of the Weird coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So stick around for that. I right now want to talk about my peeps over at Chastang Ford. I am a big fan. I love to use I use almost all my clients. You know, if I don't have a need for whatever it is, then I'm not going to. I needed vehicles, right? So I bought my vehicles from Chastang Ford. We've got 3 in our family. And I can't tell you that every single time I couldn't be happier with the deal that we got. And it's not just because it's me. It's just this happens every day to everybody. What do your payments have to be at? That was one of the first questions that they asked me, and that's one of the first things that they're going to ask you. You go to chastangford.com right now, and somebody's going to pop up. How can we help you? Let's start with where your payments have to be, because then we put you in the right category of vehicle, right? If you can't afford the Kings Ranch F-150, you can't afford it. That's fine. But Chastang Ford isn't going to force you to buy that because it's the most expensive. They're not going to do that. That's not the way they do business. Other dealerships do business like that. They just want to gouge you for as much as they possibly can. They want to add on. They want to mark up. That's not what they do. Get all your rebates. Get everything you could possibly get. Chastang Ford is going to be there. They're going to stand behind that work, and they're going to service that vehicle to the best of their ability every single time. At chastangford.com. I love them. You'll love them, too. You'll join the Chastang family. Chastangford.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford. All right, Sam, here's a question for you. Men are viewed as more feminine and lacking pants if their wives keep their last name. Are you going to keep your last name or take your husband's name?
I think I'm going to hyphenate it, so I'm going to keep mine and take his.
What if his last name is Petrocelli? Then you would be Sam Rico Petrocelli, who was a baseball player back in the day. You don't want that, Sam.
Why not? Was he a bad baseball player?
No, he was a good baseball player. Played for the Red Sox.
Well, what does she care?
Sam Rico Petrocelli. You don't want that because people will make fun. Okay.
You think the people in her life are going to know who you're talking about?
Older people will.
Maybe.
Okay. Older people like me will. A Los Angeles, San Fernando, California, an L.A. burglar left an apology note at the scene of the crime. He said, "Sorry, I needed drugs. I needed money for drugs." Do you feel like I don't feel as bad about this guy robbing people now?
Now, I don't want anyone who steals from me to leave a note about what you're using it for. I don't need that. You stolen. Unless you say, possibly, I have a sick kid at home and I need the money. That's probably the only thing I would accept.
Lie, that's bad karma.
Well, if it's true, I would okay. I can replace this. This person really needed to help. But I don't need your reasoning if it goes beyond that. What do I care? You stole from me.
Right. All right. Philippines gold medal gymnast Carlos Yulo is going to receive a house, cash, and free ramen for life. Is that better than what the French pole vaulter is going to get for the rest of his life?
He's been living with what he already has for all his life. I think I would take. Well, I guess it all depends on what I have in that area. I would probably want the house. I guess it all depends on what I'm
working. And free ramen for life?
I guess it all depends on what I'm working with, right? Like if I'm okay in that area, I may not be that French pole vaulter, but I'm doing okay. Then I'd take the free house.
Yeah.
If that guy has to go back to his crappy apartment, I mean, there are levels to this
you don't
thing.
get any money for that, but you're going to get plenty. You're going to get plenty.
Unless the women don't want to spend any time in your crappy apartment.
It's tough call. Tough call, I'll tell you the truth. A U.S. fugitive known as the Devil was captured while working as a cop in Mexico 20 years after an Ohio murder. Do you feel like it's the best place to try and hide and be a cop? If you're on the lam?
Feels like poor planning. Doesn't feel
I don't
that
know.
bright.
He's 70. He's 72 years old now, but he was working as a cop.
Well, I guess you know how to avoid suspicion, right?
Who's gonna? Yeah, but by the way, how in the hell did they catch him? Who's looking for a cop? Right?
I've seen enough movies, Sean. Cops commit crimes too.
Cops do. No, you're right. No, you're right about that, Del. Some are bad. Some are bad people. Sorry, cops. Some of you are bad people.
Not all of you, not even most of you, but
No.
some of you do things.
Yeah. So apparently a mom brought her daughter to Burger King, and they found blood in the Burger King meal after the daughter took a bite thinking it was ketchup. Do you want a blood burger?
No. Look, I know some people like their steaks bloody. I don't need Burger King. I don't trust Burger King to
I do
make
not
that
trust Burger
correct.
You don't trust Burger King?
To provide me with the bloody ground beef. No.
Apparently the blood was all over the burger, the fries,
How does
the
that
bag.
happen? Did someone cut themselves and like, I'm just going to throw this burger in here anyway?
I'm just, you know what, you can still have it.
No.
I cut myself badly in here. I got blood all over. But here's your burger.
Look, I'm already demeaning myself by having this Whopper to begin with. And now you're going to pour blood all over it.
That's ugly.
When's the last time you like Burger King?
No, I never eat a burger.
Yeah, all right,
I don't eat a McDonald's. I don't eat any of them, though. Okay. I don't know. I'm not sure if I did this. Thousands are calling for G-string bikinis to be banned in the water
where?
parks. We did that already?
Yeah, we did that last week.
Yeah, I think we did that last week. Where are you on this, Del?
I don't go to water parks, so if they want to ban them, so be it. I don't care.
You don't go to water parks?
I don't have kids that'll get offended.
I hate doing that to the kids. Okay,
What?
just because you're old and you don't like.
So you want the kids to see women in G-strings?
I mean, it's something. They should be.
What? What are you trying to work your way around? Why would a kid need to see a woman in a G-string?
Yeah, well, it depends on the woman, doesn't it?
No, not.
Shouldn't we be able to decide?
No.
You should. You can. You can't.
No, not if we're trying, at least in this case, to keep the kid's eyes away from things. Oh, you're 12, so it matters what the woman in the G-string looks like?
Yes, absolutely.
No, it matters to you, and you're not 12.
You don't want to ruin them for life. Okay.
Okay.
Right, Sam. Is this where I come in as the worst again?
Say it again. I was talking to Sean.
Oh, see, she didn't even hear.
She was too busy trying to figure out the next show.
Sorry, I was trying to work.
It's Mopey and Mapes next right here.
And
on
the answer
ESPN.
is yes. It makes you one of the worst people.
No, it's Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN.
Hold on, Sean. Let's allow. What do I have to go? I'm here till 12. I don't care when we start that show. Sam, you missed it. John thinks, depending on what a woman looks like, she should be allowed to wear a G-string at a water park because, for the kids' sake.
We should have some kind of selection committee.
Okay, I'm gonna have to agree with John.
You think a woman should be able to wear a G-string at a water park?
Oh no, I don't think she should be able to wear one at all at a water park.
This
but
is what
I
we're
do
saying.
think only certain people should wear
Well,
them.
yes.
Thank you, Sam.
But not at the water
Thank
park.
you.
But not at the water park. She said.
Doesn't matter.
Have you
Well,
seen
if they're going to be allowed at water parks, then we need a selection committee.
You want to be on it?
I'll volunteer.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We're done. See, Sam agreed with me. There you go.
Not all the way through, though.
We are done. I got to talk about, before we go, though, to the Mopey and Mape show, Brinkman Quality Roofing. It's in the name, quality. Met with Jason, great guy. His family's been in business for 50 years. They do the best work. And listen, if you have to replace your roof, it's not solar panels anymore. They've got solar shingles. So it just looks like a regular roof, but you are going to save. In the long run, if you have to replace your roof, with the amount of money that you're going to save on electricity with these solar shingles, you are going to pay for that roof. This is something that you should look into. It doesn't matter what kind of metal roof or whatever kind of roof that you have, they can do it. Brinkman's been around for 50 years. They've seen everything. And, oh, by the way, they also want you to make sure that you check your roof. You have to maintain your roof. Get that clean bill of health. Otherwise, the insurance company is going to say, sorry, the wear and tear. You don't know. You don't know because you didn't never check your roof. But if you've got that clean bill of health from Brinkman and some kind of disaster befalls you and your roof, you've got it. You've got that piece of paper that says yes. And Brinkman will stand behind it, and they'll talk to the insurance companies. They will stand behind their work every single time. BrinkmanQuality.com, BrinkMann, BrinkmanQuality.com. Good job, Sam.
Thanks.
CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, you got better things to do than
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Sean, are the track events in the Olympics a glamour thing for you? Is that something you like to tune into?
I like to tune into it. I'm not sure. We'll get into it. I'm not sure if I really love them, but they are one of the signature events to me. Yes.
Yes. And for the first time in like 20 years, we now have the fastest man in the world. We'll get to that. But we got, of course, people want to talk about anything but sports on this show, which is fine. I've invited that. I welcome it. Let's start with Tongue Dart Chris, who wants to talk Hot D. What's up, Tongue Dart?
Hello, good morning, gentlemen. I'll try and keep this brief and with no spoilers, but what a waste of 8 weeks, you know? It's like we get a decent episode 4, and it's like, all right, cool, the battles are starting, like, let's go. And then it's just nothing but talking. And then you see the dragons at the end of episode 7, you're like, all right, now we're getting into it. And then an hour and 10 minutes of just, you know, like, here we are. Now we got to wait 2 years probably of more just talking. I feel like I'm out. I feel like I'm checked out on it. So I don't know where y'all thoughts are, but other than that, I just want to add, do you think that French pole vaulter should have used some duct tape when he was attempting that? Thanks, bye.
If you don't know, there's a French pole vaulter who lost a chance at getting a medal because of an appendage that knocked off the bar. I would say,
a foot?
No, not that appendage. It's one where it's an unexpected one, I would say. It's one that people are saying he won even though he lost. I would say he probably should have talked to some French film crew about getting one of those holsters that guys wear when they're in nude scenes in sex scenes on TV. Get one of those that kind of locks you in place. That might have helped his cause. I don't know. I'll get to Anthony because Anthony wants to talk about House of the Dragon too. So before we give our thoughts, let's get Anthony in here too. He may have the same thoughts because I've heard him talk about. We've had him on. He's talked about all the talking going on this show. What's up, Anthony?
Yeah, I have to second
the vulgar tongued or Chris opinion. I mean, I think it was only been 2 episodes in the entire season that was good. It was 4 and last week's episode. This one was like an hour and 10 minutes of just them talking and just yawn fest. Like after it, I was just like, so this is what we're doing again. So, I mean, if they do that next season, like the first 2 episodes, I think I'm out. And I think Game of Thrones lost all its magic. Because even the talking is nowhere close to how the original 4 seasons of Game of Thrones came off. Not even last season. Like, the dialogue is, like, useless, and it's just repetitive. It seems like they're trying to do too much. Just get through the story and keep it moving. And Deadpool and Wolverine, I have to say, I think LaRasa called and said it was overrated. I wouldn't say it's overrated, but I'll give it like a strong 7. It could have been better. But again, it's better than all the crap that Marvel's been shooting out with these female, uninteresting heroes in the past 20 years. So that's what I got, guys. You have a great day. Awesome show.
Thank you. I mean, Marvel's downturn hasn't been 20 years, right? Even if you agree with what Anthony's saying as far as uninteresting heroes and maybe it's strictly female he's referencing, but that's been the last.
After X2, it's all gone downhill.
Yeah, he's going way back. He didn't even like Avengers Endgame or Infinity War if he's going that far. Maybe it's hyperbole from Anthony. Let's go to House of Dragon because both the guys called about it. I don't mind talking. So I am the wrong person. Not that you can't voice your opinion. I welcome it, but I'm the wrong person to I'm lock in with you. There's too much of it. I'm not that, but I understand. You want it. You want the battle. I think they're a victim of how the source material has a lot of things that you have to fill in the blanks. And maybe these particular individuals have a certain way they want these characters to portray thoughts. Speaking to Anthony's point about the repetitive nature, particularly from Queen Rhaenyra, how she continues to talk about how she doesn't want a war because she wants to save bloodshed. That's been a subject line for her throughout. I think without the writing of George R.R. Martin, you just have to find ways to get to big plot points. The plot points are, look, I get it. You want a war. And it appears you're going to have a war to start season 3. Could it have happened? I think it would have happened if they had 2 more episodes because last season was 10. This one was only 8. So I think they're hampered by their inability to get the next 2. I didn't mind some of the stuff that happened during that show, though. You had, I can't talk about it, but you had a couple of another vision from Damon, which I thought was interesting. I love a talk. I love the Helena and Aemon stuff, what she said to him. Some people didn't like it because it seems like everything's predetermined. I think we know the end of the entire story, so a lot of it's going to be predetermined, considering it's already been written. But some people don't like. They'd like to separate, hey, I get it that it's a story and it has a conclusion and it's being written by people, but I don't want it to feel like the characters can't do anything to change their fate. Well, if you're talking to a person who can see the future and they tell you something's going to happen, I would say, hey, if you don't like predetermined stuff, don't have a future teller in it, because if she can tell you what's going to happen, then you're screwed. I didn't mind it, but I get it. I thought we might get something like someone being flamed. We got a whole town. A town we didn't know existed, really.
Off screen, too.
That's true.
We caught it mid-fire.
Well, you got to save the budget, right, for next season. But sure, I understand.
Try and get under the collective balance tax.
Yeah, Jim Crane is running that production. I understand the complaints. I'm just not a person who cares that much about battles. Once they happen, I'm cool, but I don't need them.
Yeah, that is something where Anthony's saying that there's 2 good episodes. It's like, well, so the only 2 with
fire and brimstone and dragons killing people.
Last week didn't even have a battle. It was just people getting burned alive.
Sure,
it wasn't even a battle. It was just
but
people
I'll
catching
give
on
him
fire.
credit. He also said the dialogue he doesn't like. I don't remember a lot. I didn't rewatch Game of Thrones since 2014. I watched the first seasons over and again, so I don't remember a lot of it. I have to go back, but he's probably right. But once again, George R.R. Martin is deep into those seasons. He's not as much involved in this.
That is interesting. That is Game of Thrones and House of Dragon. They had George R.R. Martin merchant. These guys, they can't write. They can't write TV. If
You should. He's
if
written.
George Martin doesn't
written
put his pin to
some
it.
of the best fantasy novels of all time. They should be George R.R. Martin merchants. They should be. It'd be like
then maybe don't try to make 5 spin-off shows.
Well, he's involved in a lot of them. Duncan Egg is coming up next. He's involved in all of them. The question is, how much is he in the writers' room?
I got something for Duncan Egg too.
Why? Have you?
We gotta wait Can we do one spin-off at a time? That's all. That's all I'll say.
I think there are different people working on each. So so your theory about one's keeping the other one from happening may not.
We're gonna have to wait 2 years. No, but it's because HBO isn't gonna put 2 Game of Thrones shows on at the same time.
Because that would be dumb. I know.
Yeah, so let's wrap this bad boy up, and then let's get to Duncan.
But
whoever.
it's also it takes forever to not only write but make a season of television. You have to write it and make it. So
to have Corliss talk next to a ship, that takes a while.
No, you just have to. Well, it costs a lot of money to make them. The dragons cost a lot of money. Getting the new costumes, I don't need to get into TV production. It just takes a long time. Particularly that show, we know it takes a long time. So the writing, the production, then you got to go through promo of it. It takes a while. You get another smaller Martinverse show. It'll be fine.
I was thinking Martin Lawrence first.
No.
At first, I was like, wait, what?
No. There's no Gina and Pam spinoff from Martin.
Yeah, but it's whole. Yeah. George R.R. Martin didn't write those either. All I'm saying is, for the first 60 years of TV, we got a season every year.
And were they good seasons?
I mean, yes, there was good TV seasons the first 60 years of television.
I'm not saying that, but when you got 24 episodes of Everybody Loves Raymond, were you thrilled by the content all the time?
No, but I was thrilled by, I don't know, every season of Breaking Bad. They did a pretty good job.
Were they on every year?
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to travel. You go to Albuquerque. You're not traveling the world for sets. Sorry, the laundromat in Albuquerque takes a little less to shoot.
It's a car wash.
I'm sure they had a scene in the laundromat. It's Albuquerque. I'm sure. But yes, I get it. The pushback from Sean. He wants more.
Also, can we get
quickly.
10 Can we get 10 episodes?
We're supposed. I don't know why they shortened it. I don't know.
Can we get 10 episodes if we're gonna wait?
But that always happens.
An election cycle.
For some reason, the first one is giant, then they just start to decrease them for whatever reason. I don't know.
Lazy.
You would imagine the budget would go up because the first season was successful. I can't explain it. I just know we'll be waiting a little while, and that's fine. We'll get over it. It happens. We're used to it by now. Fantasy television and prestige television sometimes takes a while to get done. Sorry, it's not Law and Order's 40th season.
Hey, they've done it every year.
Yeah.
Every year they do.
Yeah, the same set. So, hey, that courtroom's the same as it was 4 years ago.
Oh, yeah. Corliss is standing next to the same ship.
That ship got built, though. Wasn't it on the water by the end of the season?
Rhaenyra is talking about how she doesn't want to go to war in the same room.
Was the
ship?
Was the ship on the water by the end of the season? Thank you.
I guess, yeah. At the very end, during the montage, that was a trailer for season 3.
Took a while, right?
They'll come up when CJ Stroud's off his rookie deal.
How long does it take you to scrape a barnacle off a ship and rebuild a ship after a war?
Not an entire season.
Have you rebuilt a ship after
yes,
a war, Sean?
Yes, I have.
Prove it.
I can't.
Exactly, because it didn't happen. Thank you. You don't know. You don't know how long it takes.
Yeah. I'm but a man. I'm only an Allen. What if I had? What are all the extras in the background? What are they doing?
They're just men too. And probably like 8 of them that keep walking back and forth. There's probably not that many of them.
Credit to them for not leaving a coffee cup in the background.
So House of the Dragon already beating out Game of Thrones. Well, it's only season 2. Wait till season 4 of this. You'll see
an old man.
You'll
wait. When I'm 40 years old and season 4 comes out.
You'll see a Starbucks sign. Forget about a cup. That's how deep the rot ahead will have gone. All right, that's enough of our fantasy stuff. If you want to call in and rip a show, doesn't matter what show it is. He also mentioned Deadpool and Wolverine. I gave my review. It's fine. It's fine. And that's where I'll leave it. Whatever. 713-780-3776 is the number. We will discuss Noah Lyles and what he did and how he fought off all the hate from NBA Twitter. If you don't remember, I'll remind you why NBA people didn't like Noah Lyles. He is our champion. First time in 20 years, we have the fastest man in the world. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
The Astros start a series with the Rangers tonight. They go to Arlington. We had the Andre Johnson induction. I didn't see any of it. Not a Hall of Fame guy. There's a lot of guys. John talked about it earlier. It's just a lot of guys who get inducted into the Hall of Fame. I don't know. Speeches aren't my thing. I remember when he played. If you just want to show me, like if NFL on YouTube just wants to give me 30 minutes of Andre Johnson highlights, I would watch that before I will listen to a speech. And they do that quite a bit. Usually it's reserved for at the end of the year when your team's eliminated, whether from the regular season or the postseason. They'll throw a couple of your star players' highlights from the year up there. I'll watch those. If you want to give me Andre Johnson's best moments, I'll watch that far more often than I would ever watch a speech. Do that for all the guys. Julius Peppers, Devin Hester, among others. But I don't know. The only thing that really came out of it was John McClain not being thrilled with the lack of mentions for the committee involved in the process.
Yeah, I didn't watch it live, and I saw that tweet from McClain. So now I'm boycotting it. I'm not.
But you weren't watching anyway.
No, but I'm not gonna watch any of the speeches now. Now that I know that John McClain doesn't.
You
get
weren't
things.
purposely ignoring it, but now you are.
Yes,
exactly. You're going to not watch it on purpose because
Yeah.
of John McClain.
Yeah, you won't believe how hard I won't watch.
Solidarity. Look at Sean, speaking for the little man.
Whoa! Don't do no.
What? I'm not kidding.
General's not the little man.
It's better than speaking for the acclaimed journalist when we're talking about you standing up for people.
I guess.
Yeah, I'm just trying to set it to a point where other people might join in.
We'll wear armbands like the umpires did that one time.
That's right. We stick together. Okay. That was the main thing. In fact, it wasn't just Houston people who didn't particularly appreciate John McClain's tweets. There were people who are just random on Twitter who I just saw retweeting it. Like I have people come across my For You page, depending on if I've searched the Dolphins or anyone else, and those random people on Twitter were retweeting John McClain's tweet and saying less than complimentary things. It did not go over well for the most part. It is what it is.
Hey, doing what's right isn't always easy.
Speaking truth to power.
Yeah.
John McClain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of guys who did that, Noah Lyles. Noah Lyles is the fastest man on earth. He won the 100 over the weekend by a chest, by upper torso. He wins that. Someone beat him to the line with their feet, but that's not how they determine winners in track. He did what he had to do to win. 9.79, I believe, is what he ran. He wasn't having like great heats. He was not finishing in first. Didn't matter. He won when it mattered most after a poor start. Well, the Team USA was in the building. The basketball team was in the building, and some people immediately thought they were watching to see if he would lose. If you don't know why, here's what Noah Lyles said years ago now that set people off, particularly NBA Twitter, and even got responses from actual NBA players. Here's Noah Lyles a couple years ago.
The thing that hurts me the most is that I have to watch the NBA Finals, and they have world champion on their head. World champion of what? The United States? Don't get me wrong. I love the U.S. at times, but that ain't the world. That is not the world. We are the world. We have almost every country out here fighting, thriving, putting on their flag to show that they are represented. There ain't no flags in the NBA.
That's what upset NBA Twitter and NBA players. Kevin Durant said somebody needs to help this brother. Now, of course, their argument is if you win a title in the NBA, you're the best team in the world because the leagues around the world are inferior. I don't have a giant problem with what Noah Lyles said because it's not like the U.S. isn't going to win the world championship of when the finals come around here in the Olympics. Now, when we don't send our best players, I don't think we're even actually the world champions right now because we didn't win that tournament. Maybe Germany won it.
Yeah, the World Cup.
Yeah, the World Cup. But, I mean,
Dennis Schroeder and Daniel Tice, world champions.
and the Wagner brothers. Weren't they both on that team,
Yeah.
too? They won it. So, sure. It sounds a little silly from the American perspective because clearly you can throw the Boston Celtics against any team made up of anyone, like a club. I don't, because the Celtics beat
Olympiacos?
Yes. Or Real Madrid, the team that Luka played for? Yes, they would.
They beat the team Luka's actually on.
Yeah, so
as
yes,
an adult
they
man.
They would beat the one when he was on when he was a kid too. Yes, they would beat that team.
The one that he graduated to the NBA from?
Yes.
Yes.
He would.
You think they would beat them?
So understandably, pushback understood. It sounds ridiculous for him to say it, but he's a man who competes against the world. In fact, he knows America's not always the best because Jamaica was kicking our ass for years until Saturday. So I don't have much issue with it, but I'm not an NBA player who were very insulted. How dare he? And were they there to watch him lose? Who's to say? Because some of the guys who commented on it beyond Kevin Durant, one of the quotes was, and Sean, you can determine if this was insulting or not. Not a single brain cell was at use here. Is that insulting to say about someone?
That's pretty insulting.
Yes.
It's pretty bad.
No. You insulted him quite a bit.
That's a little disrespectful.
Not a little bit. You insulted him quite a bit. So, the NBA players did not take kindly to what he said. And not the entire, but NBA Twitter was looking for him to lose. And he was like, no, not me. You going to hate on me if you want, but I'm going to go home with the gold medal.
Yeah.
Now the best part about this is if we hear Noah Lyles is at the gold medal game.
Yeah, he has to.
He's got to be there, right?
He has to do that. And something about watching his pre-race routine, something tells me that he's not afraid to do the messy and put myself in the limelight thing. I don't know. He just doesn't seem like the shy type.
No.
Doesn't seem like he's going to be like, oh, all right, I did my job. Hope you guys do your job too.
I want him on the baseline.
Because that was part of it. I remember you mentioning when Team USA lost to Germany in the World Cup. Noah Lyles did do like a victory lap.
He did.
That's
another reason
I think
they
that's
have
part
problems.
of the reason people don't like it. It's like if he just made that point, it's like, sure, you're technically correct.
Yeah.
But then it's like also just the victory lap against Team USA.
And it wasn't our best guys. So
it was Austin Reeves.
Like I said,
and
it wasn't our best guys.
Tyrese Halliburton, who doesn't play on this team.
I'll say it again. Wasn't our best guys. Sure. But he would say you had a chance to win a world championship and you didn't even make the gold medal game. That's what he would say. Now, we are sending the best of the best, unless you ask Jaylen Brown. We are sending our best guys. We have dominated in the Olympics. I mean, we saw some close calls leading up to it, but they have dominated in the Olympics, and they're expected to win the gold medal. Now, Canada isn't in their bracket until they make the finals. So,
basically, all the Germany,
all the good teams are on the other side.
Yeah,
right?
Germany, France, and Canada are all on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, so it should be a cakewalk to the finals, and then they'll see.
Don't overlook Brazil.
I've done it already.
Oh.
I've done it.
Leandro Barbosa ain't walking through that door.
Is he still playing? No.
He's probably the coach.
He might be.
Anderson Varejão's not walking through that door.
Yeah, it would go the same way. It would go the same way. Who was the Brazilian who played here? Older player, big man. He split the Nuggets. Nene.
Nene's not walking through that door.
It's true. He isn't walking through that door.
I saw a funny tweet that said Noah Lyles was going to be at the Team USA Brazil game in a Nene jersey.
Only Brazilian they could think of. I don't know who any of the current Brazilian players are.
All the Brazilian names that we've dropped are retired for 10 years.
Yes. Yes. I think for the spectacle, he should be there. He should be very visible, not sitting in like the USA contingent section. Give him courtside seats.
Oh, I thought you were giving him.
No, not sitting in the Canada section if they're playing Canada.
Front row in the Canada.
No, not sitting on the Canadian bench. No, but let's have him visible and have him watch. He should be able to get up and get a drink, and every player should be able to see him. I need that drama.
He could trip a referee. That's the seats you want him in.
I want him that close where he could run out there and clean up the sweat after the guys run down the floor. I want him that close.
If he spills a drink, the game stops.
Exactly. Those things. Where he will sit, if he even goes, he'll likely be among where all the other U.S. athletes that are there watching will be. But that's not what NBC should be looking for.
No. He's also the only one sitting down when there's like a windmill dunk from Anthony Edwards. He's sitting there with his arms crossed.
He's yawning. Even whatever. He should be there with his gold. He should be there with his gold medal on.
I think they should all do that. They're showing in the what was it? It was like the 1500 men's thing yesterday, and they kept showing Katie Ledecky like so much to where if I was the actual Team USA swimmer, I'd be a little insulted by how often they're showing.
I'm here doing my job.
Yeah, but I was like, Katie Ledecky should just wear all of her gold medals all the time.
It's a little heavy. It'd be weighed down.
Yeah, maybe not all of them, but like the ones you won this year.
Sure.
Just wear them.
Yeah. We didn't even mention Katie Ledecky. Simone Biles continues. And Noah Lyles was the star on Saturday. We'll see who the next star is. We're going to play some sound coming back from a non-American, mostly because of her voice. Femke Bol. She is a gold medalist. In fact, she hawked down the U.S. in the 4x400. She sounds like a Disney character. I don't think I'm going to need many guesses from you guys to determine who she sounds like, but we'll hear from her. You're just going to hear her and be like, that ain't what I thought she would sound like. That doesn't sound like an Olympic champion. Well, she is. And watching her race, and it was much like DK Metcalf chasing down Buda Baker. If we all remember that. That's what it looked like. Like, Buda Baker was like, I got this. DK Metcalf, no, you don't. Femke Bol was like, no, you don't. I'm going to tell you, she sounds nothing like DK Metcalf. Just going to tell you that right now. We'll hear from her when we come back. We'll get into some other things because Jim Harbaugh did what Pete Carroll did years ago now, and we'll talk about that as well. We'll be back. But first, maybe you're not a turncoat like Jim Harbaugh, but you may have bad plumbing. And you know where you go for that? AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. And we know it's not your fault. You're not a plumber. I'm not a plumber. No one wants me anywhere near their precious water pipes. You don't want to be near them either. You know who you do want near them? Aqueduct Plumbing Company, owned by Billy Brown. Just go to AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. It's a website, and that'll run down everything they do. I talk a lot about repiping, but it can be smaller jobs, certainly. If you've got a leak you need looked at, a faucet that's giving you a problem, they will help you out. They have experienced contractors who do great work and have been well reviewed. But if you do need a big job and it is a repipe, no, they've done over 1,000 of those. They're local, and that means they care about the local customer. So whether you're in the Clear Lake area where Billy Brown is from, or maybe you're in Montrose, it doesn't matter. Aqueduct Plumbing Company will take care of you. And if you need a free price quote, just call them, 713. That's a different number. The number is 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. They give you a free price quote, best price quote in town. So whether it be a water heater that's malfunctioning, leaky pipes, or bad pipes that might be giving you bad, dirty water that you want nowhere near your home or your family, go to AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
When you're putting your mind to it, you know exactly what to do indoors. How was that for you?
Oh, it was amazing. I mean, it was such a strong race. We were all running so fast, multiple running in the 50s, so I knew I had to go out fast. I had Lieke in front of me, so I wanted to be in front, and I could hear halfway she was behind me, so I was like, okay, this is good, now we keep going, and this crowd is so amazing.
That was Dutch gold medalist Femke Bol. If you missed it, in the 4x400, the U.S. had a lead until she got going, and she chased the U.S. runner down, and the Dutch won the gold. That's the voice of an Olympic champion. Now, let's say if someone in your life sounded like that, would they be in your life for long? Be honest. Be honest. Like, there are reasons why people exit your life, whether they're a bad person or you just don't click. But if she was in your life, would you ever keep her in your life for very long? Be honest, Sean.
Maybe just
to listen to her.
Yeah, just to get a good kick out of her voice. I'm now imagining like being at like a party and you just hear,
and this is your friend or
yeah,
more. I don't know. It could be more than that.
And
but
you're like, oh,
Femke's here.
Femke Bol's here.
Yeah. Well, you. And she, hey, Sean, and she started. That person isn't lasting in my life.
How are things at work?
Yeah. Yeah. How's things going with the new show? How's the bullpen going? How are you, LaBerge? What? No chance. No
you
chance.
think Kikuchi is pretty good, huh?
More money for Mickey. There's no chance she stays in your life very long. Come on. I'm sure Femke, well, she's a great athlete. I'm sure she's a very nice person. What if she was a terrible person with that voice? You assume anyone with that voice is a very nice person? What if she's the worst person ever?
You assume they're Mickey Mouse
Yeah.
with that voice.
And Mickey, everyone loves Mickey, right? Unless you're Donald, who's got a jealousy problem. But
yeah, that's a Donald issue.
Yes, it's Donald. It's not a Mickey issue.
Yeah,
what if she's a terrible person?
I saw it captioned as, "You'll never believe like what this woman's voice sounds like."
Yeah,
and I thought it would sound the other way.
Yeah,
if anything.
this deep.
Yeah,
this deep. Foreboding voice. No, it's the exact opposite. It's a very Mike Tyson thing going on here, but even more dramatic.
Way more dramatic.
More dramatic. It's like Mike Tyson took you aback, but we've been used to Mike Tyson's in our consciousness for like 40 years now. But it feels like. But her,
Mike Tyson didn't talk like a cartoon character.
It's true. His voice was higher than you expected, but he didn't sound like that. It's amazing.
It is amazing. It's the second most amazing thing about her.
Yeah, beyond the fact that she's an Olympic champion.
Yeah, behind the fact that she came from behind to beat Team USA
and hawked that
relay.
girl down easily, who had a giant lead when she started. No.
That's still number one. Number two, though,
is that. And number three is the most amazing thing about it. People in her life take that voice and like, you know what?
I mean,
Femke's cool.
You kind of have to be an Olympic champion. Do you think maybe this is her? This is how she speaks in English.
Interesting, because I get that, because when English people sing, I'm just using them as an example, they don't sound English.
No.
But you think if she's speaking in Dutch, the voice gets a little deeper. She has to change. So, I wonder. Now I'm gonna find her speaking in Dutch, and maybe we'll play that at the end of the show to see
a Dutch interview.
Yeah, I'm sure we can find it. I'm sure she's spoken in Dutch before.
I'm sure they have podcast P for Dutch track.
Yeah, I'm sure on YouTube there's her speaking in her native tongue, and we'll see what she sounds like. It's an interesting theory that maybe English is what's gotten her.
I'm just trying to look for any logical explanation to how an adult person sounds like that.
So she sounds like a normal person in Holland, and you can hang out with her. But here in America, ain't no one hanging out with him.
I mean, I don't know, but her teammate standing next to her does not look surprised when she starts talking.
She's heard her in English before.
Yeah,
we're gonna test your theory. I'm gonna find a YouTube clip at some point, and at the end of the show, we're gonna compare. I hope you're right. I hope simply speaking in English turns her into Mickey Mouse.
I kind of hope she just talks like Mickey Mouse all the time. She's in there, hurt, or however they talk. I don't.
She sounds like Christian Bale as Batman when she speaks in Dutch. Where's Harvey? We'll see. But she's my favorite Olympian so far. I know.
Really?
Yeah, all the Americans are winning races, and I root for America. And it wasn't great that America lost to her, but the fact that she won that race the way she did, dominating down the stretch, and that voice, number one on my list. I'm in.
Can you buy a track star jersey or something? Can you
a
walk
bit.
in here with a bull jersey?
I wish people would just assume it's
Bull. Yeah.
But it's in the Dutch orange. I hope so. I doubt it. I don't know if they make that type of stuff. Maybe she has a Femke Bowl branded sweats. Who knows? Not that big of a track. So we wrap up hour one with that, and we'll see if we can find her speaking in Dutch. We'll talk about what's going on at Michigan, and I'll tell you it's not great. They're in some trouble. And Jim Harbaugh got out right on time. We'll talk about that when we come back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. You want to get in 713-780-3776. This story, broke Sunday morning? Michigan, in their notice of allegations regarding the Connor Stallions affair, their head coach is under fire. Not Jim Harbaugh. Well, he's under fire too, but he's not in collegiate athletics anymore, so he's fine. Like the show cause that they mentioned for Jim Harbaugh that could potentially come as well. As long as he doesn't enter college athletics anymore, it doesn't matter. The NFL doesn't care. But because of the cheating that happened with the spying done by Connor Stallions and sanctioned by Michigan, Sharon Moore, who is the new Michigan head coach, he filled in admirably late in the season as Jim Harbaugh was suspended for this particular investigation. He is the one who's going to have to deal with the consequences, and so will the University of Michigan. Now, the leader of the program, nothing's going to touch him. Well, at the time, at least their leader of the program, he's coaching the Chargers. So I'm sure Jim Harbaugh's name will be someone that's honored because they won a national title, their first one since 1997. But these are the consequences. Their coach violated NCAA rules. And what does that mean for his future? These are major violations. According to the allegations, Sharon Moore deleted 52 text messages in regards to Connor Stallions. And now those messages were recovered because technology allows you to do that. But he tried to obstruct the investigation, and the NCAA isn't having it. And Michigan, throughout the process, was not someone, at least according to the NCAA, who was trying to help get to the bottom of it. And you understand. They probably think the NCAA is impotent. They can't touch us. We're trying to win a national title. We're not going to help them. And winning a national title, I assume, is something they're going to be like, you know what? It was worth it. Because the NCAA doesn't control the national title. The CFP is a separate thing. I know they have their standards, and now those have changed because of the 12-team playoff, but it's an invitational. NCAA doesn't monitor or sanction that. They sanction the other ones, the FCBS ones, the FCS ones. Those are the ones that they have control over, not this one. So I understand Michigan's point of view. But Moore could face a show cause penalty and possibly a suspension for allegedly deleting a thread of 52 text messages with former Michigan staffer Connor Stallions. This happened in October 2023. So when the news broke that they were in a bit of trouble, he did what he could to try to hide. Of course, as I said, technology was like, you know what? You didn't do enough. We can find them. So what happens? Michigan's going to keep their national title. People were questioning why they were able to compete at the time. None of that was changed. And Sharon Moore's in a bit of trouble. These are the things that lose you your job. If Michigan wants to throw him under the bus. Because with the show cause, you have to, anyone who wants to hire him has to kind of petition and show the NCAA why this is something that should be allowed. No one wants to go through that process. You are petitioning to someone who handed down the sentence and then trying to convince them that they were wrong about it. So if we're talking about guys who are going to pay, the most likely candidate is the new head coach because they can't touch Harbaugh.
Yeah, I do wonder if it's going to be another suspension for part of the year, like Harbaugh got 2 different times last year. And I just don't think if you're Michigan, I don't think you fire him over this because they knew this. You would think the university from top down was involved in saying, hey, and I don't know if when they knew he deleted messages, but even the idea of hiring the offensive coordinator and offensive line coach
who were involved in this,
hiring the incumbent staff of Jim Harbaugh. I feel like that tells you all you need to know about where Michigan, the athletic department, stands on this. I mean, we saw it last year where they're like, "Come and get us." Like that was basically their stance was like, "We'll be as least helpful in this investigation as possible."
Now,
in
Moore,
all investigations.
Yeah, now Moore,
both investigations that they had.
definitely, and Moore would be considered a repeat offender because he apparently contacted recruits during a COVID dead period. So this wouldn't be his first major violation, according to the NCAA. According to the draft, it says Moore is accused of committing a level 2 of violation. That's regard to the text messaging. Now, Michigan is under fire for recruiting violations too, beyond the Connor Stallions thing. A couple of other staff members. So it is not exclusive to their head coach, their new head coach or their old head coach, the staff as a whole. And like you mentioned, it's not like the university was like, you know what? Yeah, we won a national title, but we got to clean all you guys out because something's coming. They're like, we won. We'll keep all our guys. Let's have some continuity.
Yeah, it's circling the wagons around the guys that won you a title.
Now, 2 of the guys who have been accused are with Harbaugh in LA with the Chargers, and another is now the Seahawks. So they got out. I have to retract what I said. Those guys got out, and then another guy was fired because of a drunk driving arrest. That would be Denard Robinson. We remember him?
Yeah.
He was
on the cover of NCAA
14 before we got our new game. So he was fired because of drunk driving arrest, not because of recruiting violations. So the only one really remaining that has a real problem is their head coach. Would it make sense for Michigan to go, you know what? A lot of these guys who were part of this are gone. Let's clean you out too. Let's start over. Well, they should have made that decision in January when they hired him, though.
That's the entire thing. This isn't new. None of this is new stuff, and they just hired him. I could see him getting suspended for part of the year again, like Harbaugh got 2 different times last year, and then the knock-on effects of either him getting suspended and then they drop an extra game or 2 that they shouldn't have lost, and then the recruiting, because I'm sure they'll get some either scholarship loss, they'll get some sort of recruiting penalties, and their team, the quality of their team is going to slowly slide back, partially because they no longer have Jim Harbaugh, who's a top 5 living coach right now. And then what? Then they're going to get worse, and then they're going to fire Sharon Moore because he's worse. And you can maybe trace it back to everything that happened either with this draft of allegations and what happened with the Connor Stallions and the recruiting stuff, or it's just because he didn't win games. If he gets suspended, they drop a couple games, or maybe they don't, and they go back to the playoff and they have another 2 10-win seasons his first 3 years, he's not going to get fired.
No.
He's going to get fired if they lose games.
Yes, winning is what matters, and the school itself is facing a level 1 violation charge because of their pattern of non-compliance within the football program.
That's what it was, non-compliant.
In other words, anytime the NCAA asked for help, they said, "No, we're not getting any help. We're not going to help you. Why would we do that? You guys are wrong about this."
And I think that's kind of where we're at with NCAA penalties.
No one's afraid of them.
Yeah, it's just
if you want to come after us, that's fine. We'll see what you got if we fight you in court.
The only people to get bowl banned are the teams that are self-impose. That's
true.
Arizona State self-imposed.
You try to jump out
year
ahead of it to limit the punishment
because they didn't want all the scholarship penalties.
And plus,
so they're like, "Hey, we'll bowl ban, but give us some scholarship." And also, they knew they weren't going to make a bowl.
They stink. They knew they weren't going to make a bowl. Let's throw out some chum when we know it doesn't matter. Yeah, understood. What does Michigan do? They'll probably just tell the NCAA to F off, and we'll see what happens. I wouldn't be surprised me. They've done it. They've done it throughout this. Why would they stop now? They will say you are wrong, and although we see that guy wearing a Central Michigan hat on their sideline, we can see him in the video. But they got their national title, and that's all that matters. Even if all the things you're talking about, the knock-on effect, everything becomes this event leads to this event leads to this event where they're throwing out 6 and 7 win seasons and Sharon Moore has to go.
Yeah.
They got the 2023 national title.
Yeah. They're doing that with Rich Rodriguez and Brady Hoke. they're not new to this. Oh, what if we just win 8 games a year?
Yeah, it feels good to beat
They
up
did
on Ohio.
that. They did that for the first half of Harbaugh's tenure.
Yeah, it comes with credit. They were winning 10. They just kept losing to Ohio State. But I get what you're saying.
I think they had like 2 bad seasons.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, one where we thought he was going to get fired. He renegotiated his deal, started cheating, and then they kept beating Ohio State.
I was gonna say, I was gonna wonder if you're gonna point out the fact that they were. I saw something that they were like 46-29 at the start of Jim Harbaugh's tenure, and then the last 3 years, which coincides perfectly with the Connor Stallion stuff.
Coincidence, Sean.
They're 40-3.
Just coincidence. Yeah. All of a sudden, things turn
just
around.
could not lose.
Yeah, all of a sudden. Yeah. Just like the Canadian soccer team, they won a gold medal cheating. The young, I don't know how old she is, the athlete says, we're more than that. And then you get knocked out by Germany because you stopped cheating. That's probably strong to say you didn't keep winning because you stopped cheating. I'm just looking at things.
Yeah, it just seems like your greatest period of success came exclusively during the cheating window.
Yes. Those are just the facts.
At least the Astros made a couple more World Series after that.
Yeah.
At least the Astros.
Astros went out and validated that they were a pretty good baseball team. Canada, we'll see.
Yeah, Michigan, we'll see.
Yeah, the U.S. women had to wait till very late in the game. Trinity Rodman, yes, that is Dennis's daughter. She scored a goal late in the game. I think in the first half of extra time. Scored a goal. They defended the rest of the way, and they played Germany. They would have played Canada, but Canada lost to Germany in penalty kicks. So the U.S. in the medal round, in the semifinals, trying to make it to an Olympic final in women's soccer. And they don't have to face the cheaters of Canada. So that's great. Great news. Don't have to worry about a drone flying over their practice leading up. And because the Olympics and their constricted schedule, they only get 2 days off. They played on Saturday. They had yesterday and today off. They'll play on Tuesday. Both teams, obviously, Germany will too. That's how they have to. That's the team they're playing. So they only get 2 days off too. The Olympics is crazy, man. As far as soccer, 2 days off between a quarterfinal and semifinal, it's not a lot of time. And the U.S. didn't do a lot of subbing in the group stage. I think they started the same 11, 3 straight games. So if they are tired, you're going to know why. The benefit is the Germans and the Canadians played the full 120 as well. So they do have that, and the game was a little later in the day. So if we're talking about rest advantage, you could lean on that. But I'm sure the Germans were more liberal with their subs. So we'll see what Emma Hayes, the new manager for the U.S. team, pulls out of her hat as they try to make it to a gold medal game. We will come back with some Astros news. We'll hear from Spencer Arrighetti after his performance, and also Joe Espada and what he said about Yusei Kikuchi after his. It started off great Friday night. Well, not the two runs in the first, but as far as winning for the Astros, great. Kikuchi was great. They win that game. The rest of the weekend, not so great. So we'll hear from the pitcher who started off the weekend and the pitcher who closed out the weekend when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
He sat there in the right on there on the down the stairs. He had his notes, like a little boxer, head down. He was locked in. It's pretty intense. I like it. I love it. He fits right in. He was mixing very well. He slider more in zone, but you saw a lot of chases, and then the changeup. I thought it was the game changer for me because that's kind of what we want him to do. Just throw that changeup more in zone, and it's a really, really good pitch. And then that just makes his fastball a much better pitch. So they were ready to hit fastballs early on, and then after that second inning came around, he's like, you know what, I'm going to start mixing some of my off-speed pitches, and man, he couldn't be any better.
Joe Espada on Yusei Kikuchi's night on Friday. Kikuchi went on to say, I wasn't too nervous. I was able to stick with my regular routine and all that. Obviously, right off the jump, I gave up that 2-run shot, but that helped me reset after that, just make my pitches after that. I think that's what helped me today. You couldn't ask for anything more. We talked about it, speculating on whether Miller and Murphy had enough time to sprinkle on the magic dust for Kikuchi after a disappointing end to his Toronto Blue Jays tenure. And 2 batters in, you're like, nope, not enough time. A lot of people were like, nice one, Dana Brown. That was a lot of the sentiment very early. And then, oh, wait a minute. He's out here setting or tying Astros records.
It was the perfect sequence possible for most whiplash on Astros Twitter to go from, I think people, safe to say, pretty down on the deal.
Yep.
When it happened. And then to, okay, well, let's see what he does in his first start. Maybe, if things go well, we'll see. And then, boom, double, boom, home run. It was, oh, my God.
All their worst fears confirmed.
We got sold a lemon. What just happened? And then to not only come back and, like, settle into the game and be good, but to have 8 straight strikeouts. It's like, oh my God, Kikuchi's awesome.
There was a lot.
It was the perfect script.
Yeah, there was a lot initial hate watching. Like, oh, they gave up all this. He wasn't good in Toronto. He's gonna stink. And I'm ready to yell at him. I'm ready to yell at the Astros, and specifically, I'm ready to yell at Dana Brown on Twitter about it. And they were primed, and he gave them exactly what they wanted early And then, the feelings take over, and then, okay, strikes out a couple. Okay, whatever. He still sucks. And then it keeps going and going. Then wait a minute.
He strikes out every batter for almost 3 innings in a row.
They're starting to build. It's starting to go a certain way. The first couple strikeouts, well, he still give that 2-run homer. Whatever. Anyway, can get a couple strikeouts. And then they keep coming, and they're like, okay, oh, wait a minute. We got something here. And then eventually it's like, oh, that was awesome. And he was awesome. It's very early, the earliest it could be. It's only one start. But the mindset we heard from Espada about Kikuchi, how he fits right in. Guy's a bulldog, wants to go at it, locked in. You love it. And you go from there. He gave you exactly what you would want, and more, to be honest. He gave you more than you probably were even in your wildest dreams expecting. The man was one of the stories of the night in just baseball. You think about how he began his Astros tenure and how it ended, wound up with the victory. It was a good night. You thought, okay, we got one. We got another one that they can fix. And then the rest of the weekend was about your hitters. Now we're going to hear from Spencer Arrighetti here. He was good. He is a guy the Astros don't provide any support for. He's 4-10 through no fault of his own. He has some of his fault, obviously. He wasn't good very early, and there are starts here and there where it's less than ideal. But for the most part, he's kept you in games over the last two months or so. It's just the Astros hitting hasn't done him any favors. Here's Spencer Arrighetti on his performance yesterday.
I think just pretty good spin today. Like my breaking stuff was working pretty well. My fastball was pretty good. I was throwing it up in the zone where I would like to throw it, and Generally, I executed pretty well across the board. I feel like I kind of grouped one to a couple hitters, but either got away with it or there was a couple doubles in there that I definitely could have controlled a little bit better pitch selection or execute better. I feel like the strikeouts are just a product of throwing good pitches over the course of the outing, though.
Any indication when you're in the bullpen warming up, your stuff's going to be this good?
I had the worst pregame bullpen of the year. Yeah. I look at it like hitting on the range before you go play golf. It doesn't matter what you got. It's just kind of an indication of what you might be working with. And a lot of times you can just choose to ignore it, or you can get a little too high on it if it was too good. So I kind of think of bad bullpens before the game is kind of a good thing sometimes. So you get all the bad ones out in there, then go deal in the game.
Struck out 12, a career high for Arrighetti. He's gone at least 6 in the last 4 starts. 3 quality starts among them. And on July 22nd against Oakland, he did give up 4 runs. That resulted in a loss. But that's a rookie who's in a position he shouldn't even be in. Injuries are what has forced him to become a starter they have to rely on. And as your 5th starter now, he's more than adequate. It's just a team who hasn't done enough to give him support. That record should look different than 4-10. They just haven't done enough offensively in his starts, particularly, and of course the weekend overall. I didn't want to get to this. We didn't mention it in the Noah Lyles thing as I make a sharp turn. Did you hear the call, Sean? How bad the call was? Because it was close. But when it's that close, don't announce a winner.
So I did not hear the call. I watched live, but apparently because I was watching on Peacock, I had a different announcing crew.
Oh, okay.
And they
didn't botch it?
No, they called it like it was close. Yes.
Yeah. If you missed it, NBC's call, the one I guess a lot of people saw, the main call, I would say, he didn't even give the win to a specific Jamaican. He said, Jamaicans have it. Now, I believe Thompson was the guy, Kashane Thompson was the guy who looked like he had won. But as close as it was, maybe we back off just handing it to the Jamaican athlete. And then as we see the guys waiting for the official announcement, and he mentioned no, what I was looking at was some, I don't know what descriptor he used. And then eventually it cuts off, at least the social media clip cuts off. Here is Lee Diffie. First time I've ever heard of him. Lee Diffie, and he admits he got it wrong. You can listen to how wrong he got it here.
There's an Olympic gold medal waiting for somebody who wants it the most. Now Thompson starts to wind up. Curley's going with him. This is close. Jamaica's going to do it. Kashane Thompson is a gold medalist on debut. We thought it was going to take 9.7 to win. Guess what? He just ran 9.78.
9.79.
It was a lean at the tape by Thompson. Visually, we think he got it. They're working on the photo. Fred Curley pushed him all the way. Noah Lyles is looking anxiously.
Yes, Noah Lyles is looking anxiously because he had just won.
The third name that he said a different American sprinter pushed him.
Yeah. So the race we all know is very close. 9.784 for Lyles, 9.789. We round that up. That's 9.79. But to be so bold, and he mentioned it, I shouldn't have been so bold with my call. My eyes and instinct told me Kashane Thompson won. Obviously, that wasn't the case. I shouldn't have been so bold to call it, but I genuinely thought he won. I got it wrong. It's got to be a tough moment for Lee Diffie. The biggest event in track. You're on the call and understood you thought he had won, but a simple too close to call would have built some drama too.
Yeah, it's close. It looks like Kashane Thompson has it.
Or I can't call it.
But we'll review.
The photo finish is too close to call. I can't call it. And then we wait for the reaction from the competitors. I mean, I'm never going to be in that moment, but sometimes a little caution when it's that close.
That's what the Peacock crew basically did. They're like, Thompson was leading the whole way, but it was close. That was basically what the call was.
I mean, Jeremy Branham's a play-by-play guy. He does baseball. I'm not sure he has those type of bang bang type plays. But
if they run down if it's a close play at first, like the ump
or
does
home,
give a signal.
Or home. Yeah, true. You have someone telling you what's happening. So even if it turns out you made the wrong call, but by what the ump told you, hey, the guy he ruled him safe, and turns out he's out.
Yeah.
It's not on me. So you have those type of calls, maybe a play at the plate, but the ump is going to tell you. You can just wait. Diffie's a fun last name to say. Lee Diffie didn't have the benefit of someone telling him. Photo finish told him, and he's admitted his wrong.
Good Lee Diffie
for having some accountability. The problem is that clip went out all over their socials, and everyone's watching, and it's the wrong call.
Yeah, the funniest thing is that the post will say something like Noah Lyles becomes the fastest man on earth, and then in the clip,
yeah,
he's not set as the winner.
He's not even set as a winner. Forget fastest man on earth. He wasn't even mentioned as the American competing, as you pointed out. It was another American that was mentioned.
It is funny that you can go from like fastest man on earth to like Fred Curley. No disrespect, but not a lot of Fred Curley convos happening on the timeline.
No,
but he's like probably what was he like 0.1 slower, 0.05 slower? Like this was such a close race between the three of them, and it's just like
at least Curley got
the fastest man on earth because he stuck out his chest.
But at least Curley,
not to take anything away from that is how they measure it.
That's how they measure it.
But it like this is how close we're calling the fastest man on earth.
But at least Curley got the first mention of as an American.
I'm sure that'll feel nice.
I'm sure that'll warm his heart, right?
Yeah.
Noah Lyles, the fastest man on earth. Lee Diffie, maybe too fast on your call. Maybe hold back a little bit. Maybe don't stick your chest out to break the tape. Maybe just wait. Pull a Thompson. Don't stick your chest out. You would have been safe.
I think even if he would have said, like, is it Thompson or Curley? And then goes, oh, Noah Lyles. Because Noah Lyles
he was behind, yes.
Yeah, he was behind the entire race. And so Curley and Thompson were, I think, in lanes 3 and 4, maybe 4 and 5. And Lyles was in lane like 7 or 8. So they were far apart. Normally, how they order it is that the guys who run the fastest throughout the heats and the semifinals are bunched together. So in situations like this, it's a little bit easier to tell who's winning. But since Lyles wasn't giving it his all during the semifinals and heats, that he was farther away, which some people also think that's why Thompson didn't like fully extend.
He didn't see him.
He just
right
didn't.
on him.
He didn't know that he was still in the race.
Understood, because when he started, he was far behind.
Yeah.
Apparently, Lyles isn't a great starter, but we saw him close and win the gold medal for the U.S. fastest man in the world. Lee Diffie, I hope you have a better moment next time around. Or NBC's like, you're never doing this again.
Yeah, next time.
Next time? What do you mean next time? I don't
Not
know.
even on the call today.
Yeah, I don't know Lee Diffie's history. Maybe he's an accomplice play-by-play guy when it comes to track. Just had a bad moment. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. It's tougher for not ESPN, for NBC. You got to float that clip everywhere, and you got the guys saying they're wrong. They better go to the Peacock call. Better grab the guys from Peacock and see what they said and use that as your social media clip. But the race has been run, and Noah Lyles is the gold medalist. You can't bet on Noah Lyles. Noah Lyles is the name. You can't bet on him in the 100 anymore. Maybe you put some money down at MyBookie when you thought you could, and you would have struck gold. See what I did there? As he won. But you can go and bet on other races. The Olympics aren't over, and MyBookie welcomes you to bet on the races. Maybe you're into team sports and you think the U.S. women are going to win the gold. They got to get through Germany first, but you can do that at MyBookie. Just go to mybookie.ag. They tell you. They'll let you bet on anything, anywhere, anytime, and that doesn't just stop with the Olympics. World Soccer, Major League Baseball, NFL futures, they provide it all. Their place, your one-stop shop for sports betting and the live casino. So if you're just a person who likes to play cards, whether it be blackjack, poker, baccarat, all those, they have those for you. And they also have that live dealer. So the cards just don't magically pop up on your screen. You know where the cards are coming from. You know those are your cards. MyBookie's the place for you. just use the promo code BET975. Whether it be sports betting or the live casino, use the promo code BET975. And if you're an existing customer, you can use the promo code as well. New customer, existing customer, MyBookie welcomes you. MyBookie.ag, bet on anything, anywhere, anytime.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
We talked quite a bit about what goes on when you're trying to recruit a kid. Texas, known for throwing Lamborghinis on the field when you're walking in as a recruit. Well, the actual players have Lamborghini deals. So it wasn't just for show. If you go to Texas, you can get yourself a Lamborghini deal. Isaiah Bond, the former Alabama wide receiver, gets one. The Lamborghini. There is a problem in the SEC, at least one SEC school, with guys driving fast. I'm just not sure, given college kids Lamborghinis, a great thing to do. I get the enticing thing. You want guys to sign up. You want guys to know. Hell, didn't their coaches wear shirts that say "We pay players here"? Something like that. So it's very out in the open. The Lamborghinis. Can things go well if you give your players Lamborghinis? Like, are we expecting these kids to go, you know what?
Yeah, you win the Big 12. What are we talking about? You beat Alabama in
off
Tuscaloosa.
off the field.
Oh,
Can you expect the players to be responsible owners of Lamborghinis?
No.
No, right? There's no chance. There's no chance.
That's just a flat no. You cannot.
Because why would you give anyone a Lamborghini if not for them to drive it fast? Like, hey, I'm going to give you a free Lamborghini. It's not like they earned them. Well, I guess they earned it by being great football players.
Yeah.
But
don't try to take that away from them, Del.
Understood. But sometimes when you get nice things, and it's all about personalities, you treat them a certain way because all the hard work you put in to get them. Now, as a 20-something-year-old and maybe younger, I don't know if they're giving them the like sophomores who are 19 or whatever. If you just get handed a Lamborghini, are we going to treat it like, man, I don't want to wreck this thing because of how much it costs and how much it took for me to earn it? Or are we gonna be like, you know what? It's 2 a.m. in Austin. Let's open this thing up. I feel like it's going to be the second one.
I also feel like it's going to be the second one.
So do you think if you were running Texas, let's say you're the Minister of Vibes.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever McConaughey's title is, let's say you have a title, Minister of Vibes.
Okay.
And now you would be a vibe killer by saying Lamborghini's out. But you always need someone in the room. You always need someone in the room to go, actually, you know what, guys? It's not a great idea.
Yeah, but you know what the real vibe killer is? Drinking and driving.
Well, I'm not even bringing up the drinking. Maybe just speeding and stuff.
You know what the real vibe killer is? Yeah, speeding. And they're like, no, it isn't. What are you talking about?
The vibes are great when we speed.
Yeah. So cool.
Do you know what type of vibe speeding provides? What are you saying? So if
it's the reason everyone does it.
Yeah, I don't know if you know. There's a reason we all do this. And that's if you're in the Georgia room. It's the reason we all do this. So, Sean, as the Minister of Vibes at Texas, which is your next job once you leave here.
Yes. Stepping stone.
Are you stepping in and going, excuse me, giving these college kids Lamborghinis is a bad idea. Let's do something else. Are you going, you know what? I need that 5-star from Denton. So we're going to do this. Where do you side?
Isaiah Bond didn't leave Alabama just for, hey, chance to play in this offense. Have Quinn Ewers throw you the football.
Well, you did get 2 guys drafted. Not that Alabama has that problem, but maybe he thought, I'm going to get...
You know what cars those guys drove?
Chargers. Of the Dodge variety. So, and Lamborghinis are a step up, certainly. So you're like, nah, whatever. Give them the Lamborghinis.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the give them Lambos.
Yeah.
Till something goes wrong, give them Lambos.
So you are not preventative. You are reactionary.
Yeah, that's Georgia's problem.
Wouldn't happen here. We got a different type of kid here.
Georgia kids don't have Lambos.
Yeah.
like if you the idea is that don't give them Lambos, but we've already mentioned the Dodge Charger.
Lambos don't matter.
A staple in every college football team parking lot.
I guess your point is a good one. They're going to speed no matter what. Right.
And you're not going to give these guys Subarus. Like what are we talking about here?
It's true.
It's just like optics, I guess, are bad, but again, Georgia guys don't have Lambos. The optics are pretty bad.
Does not matter.
It seems like there's bigger issues at play than what car they're driving.
It's very true. The optics is a good point. It looks like a problem, but it could have been anything. It could have been F-150s, and they might have been like, we're going to take the things out and see how fast they go, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
we're just going to drive them fast and see what happens. We all know we're out on the highways locally. The cars don't matter. The people zipping in and out of while you're driving like you're driving a normal and you're driving what you consider normal. It doesn't matter if it's a Lambo. It's generally not a Lambo. Not many of them rolling around. The cars don't matter. It could be anyone. It's just depending on the person. And maybe Isaiah Bond and who's the other guy? Michael Taffy.
Michael Taff.
It's got an E at the end. It should be Taffy. But Michael Taff.
I'll tell them.
Tell his parents, okay? Yeah. Or the pronunciation guide at Texas. There's an E at the end.
Michael Taff, by the way, would be surprising if you just saw him walk in the room and be like, that guy drives a Lambo.
That's you judging. Prejudging.
I
know what he looks like.
He's an Eric Weddle type.
What's that mean? A hard-nosed
type?
Yeah. Sean just called him white, everyone. If you don't know who Michael Taff is, he's a white cornerback for Texas.
Oh, he's a safety.
DB.
He's
a white DB for Texas.
Yeah, he's not a groundbreaker.
He's not a Cooper DeJean type.
Yeah, he's not a
Cooper DeJean. DeJean. I'll just go back.
He's not breaking the glass ceiling
Riley,
like all those Iowa guys.
Riley Moss. He's not a Riley Moss. They have another one, by the way.
Yeah.
It's not surprising. It is Iowa. Of course they're going to have another one. It's now their industry. We produce white corners.
Yeah.
You want to come here? You're a white corner. You don't think you're gonna get time any place else? Come here.
Hey, some kids want to drive Lambos. Some white corners don't want to give up the dream.
They have him. The Texas On 3 site, I guess not official, has Michael Taft as a corner.
Oh wow!
Has he made a position switch?
Maybe.
The fit driving a Lamborghini.
Yeah, I guess.
Then Lamborghini dealership was like, "You play safety or corner? If you play corner, we'll get you one of these. We don't want any of the Eric Weddle types driving our cars.
We want a Seahorn
or Moss, Riley,
what?
That version.
Oh.
Riley Moss."
And Isaiah Bond's like, "Yeah, me, right?"
No, not Santana or Randy. A Riley Moss version. You can drive a Lambo. So it's only a couple guys right now. We'll see if Texas continues to hand out Lambos.
Hand out.
What? What else?
They earn them.
How?
By being good football players.
All right then. So handing out Lambos, like I said. What? I'm sure they'll put some stuff up on social media telling everyone, hey.
Yeah, this is not only driving them to and from their house in the facility. It's also driving business to Lamborghini of Austin.
Understood.
That's right. For all the people that are looking to buy Lambos.
What's the local
big college football fans?
What's the local sandwich shop in Austin? Is there a local one, or is it just some chain that everyone goes to?
I don't know. No, it's mostly just chains.
Okay. All right. When
Snarfs.
Is that an actual sandwich place?
That was one of them.
All right. When Isaiah Bond and Michael Taft show up at Snarfs with their Lambos, just say hi, guys.
Sign some pictures.
Yeah. Yeah.
Take a couple selfies.
Can you imagine Snarfs? I can't believe that's the name of a place. Snarfs. Snarfs.
It might be closed now.
Maybe it's been a while. For you, well, that place has a deal with Isaiah Bond to come and sign some autographs. And hey, come up to Snarfs. Isaiah Bond's gonna be out there. And everyone's like, hey, Isaiah, what's up, man? He goes, appreciate everyone coming out. And he walks his Lambo and drives away. The man was at Snarfs signing pictures, and now he gets in his Lambo. Hey, make your money when you can and where you can.
Good news is for most of the area around campus, really can't push to see how far that Lambo goes.
Awesome.
Traffic.
I've heard awesome traffic.
It really has to be at midnight.
I'm saying, which isn't great. You don't want the guys out at 2 a.m. But hell, if you're trying to test this thing, when else are you going to do it?
Yeah.
Like you got a Lambo, you're going to be stuck in Austin traffic for the most of your time. What? It's not a great look. I get it. As a player, having a Lambo is pretty cool. But when are you going to be able to use that thing? Literally at 2 a.m. when the coaches don't want you out. Just idling in traffic in your Lambo as construction is going on for the umpteenth year.
Yeah.
Cool.
But at night, man, those Mopac lights.
Yeah, you know
whipping by you.
You know
when
what
you're going 200 miles per hour.
You know what a football player lacks of? Attention. Driving the Lambo on 6th Street.
Yeah, I mean, how else are they going to get girls?
Yeah.
They have to have nice cars.
Michael Taft needs a Lambo. The problem for Michael Taft, like you pointed out, who's going to believe he plays at Texas until you see him in team-issued gear, or the Lambo.
Pulls up in the
Isaiah
Lambo.
Bond probably doesn't need it. Michael Taft, give it to him. Give it to him. He's going to need to draw attention.
Now this has turned into all the former walk-on types need Lambos, not the future NFL players.
If Lamborghini of Austin wanted to actually help program or help some kids, give the walk-ons the Lambos. Give the kicker. Are Auburn still there?
Yeah,
he's recognizable. Don't give him one. Give the walk-on kicker one, because no one knows he plays for Texas unless he wears his jersey around campus.
Yeah, they're like, what? So you're like the guy who screws in the helmets or something?
You're
because those guys get the same gear, not all the same gear, but they get like the Texas football gear stuff.
So you're the one,
the equipment managers.
So you're the one who takes off Isaiah Bond's visor when it rains and then puts it back on when it's dry. Is that what you do? No, I'm actually the guy who hangs out with Auburn when he's trying out kicks.
I'm the holder.
He wishes. He wishes. We got one more segment to go. Hey, Texas, recruit how you want. As long as you don't do it illegally like Michigan did. Although they did win a national title, so maybe do that too.
Yeah, just win.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Just win.
To be fair, do what you have to. Just win. We'll take the consequences as they come. One more segment to go here, and then Gallant and George follow us. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So, we have evidence of a potential conspiracy when it comes to our, at least my favorite Olympic athlete, Femke Bol. We said we were going to find her speaking in Dutch to see if her voice was deeper. I didn't even have to do that. I found a clip of her in English. We'll see what's going on there in a little bit. I did want to get to this. Jim Bowden, a guy we have mentioned before here. He's a noted former executive in baseball. He called the Kikuchi trade the biggest overpay of all the trades. Now, this was, I believe, before what happened on Friday. So I don't know if I'm going to shoot him any bail, but that's not a unique take on this. A lot of people locally, nationally thought, oof, that's too much. So Jim Bowden was one of those guys. We'll see, but so far so good for the Astros. Now, a couple things to get to before we pack it up for the day. There was a heated exchange between Jalen Petrie and Stephon Diggs, trash talking, and one of the reports is both players stood on business. I don't know what that means.
Wait, that's a report?
That's a tweet. I don't know if it's a report.
Okay.
To be fair, it's a tweet, not a report.
I was going to say, which reporter said that?
Well, it's one Jonathan Alexander. He tweeted it.
Okay.
It's not a random person. He does cover the Texans for NFL.
I thought it would be very funny if, like, Cody Stoops was like, they're both standing on business.
Cody Stoops better watch it. That's something. I guess Cody Stoops could tweet it, but probably stay in a certain lane. Jonathan Alexander, that's his lane. He could say that. But according to him, it was heated trash talking between them, back and forth. It was a Petrie broke up a pass intended for Diggs, and both players stood on business. And then we had 3 popcorn emojis. So apparently it was entertaining. Gallant George and the Killer Bees will have sound out from Texas training camp. Don't think there's any out right now. At least I haven't seen any. So they'll keep you updated on what's going on. Maybe there'll be an explanation from one of the two on the back and forth. And D'Amico Ryans has told reporters that the starters will play against the Steelers on Friday. So we will see Kamari Lassiter, C.J. Stroud. Well, I mentioned Kamari Lassiter first because as far as a rookie, he didn't play it in their game against the Bears, but he will play as long as he's healthy against the Steelers. Joe Mixon, we likely weren't going to see him anyway, but I don't believe he's back out at practice. In fact, it was Mixon, Tunsil, and Christian Harris. They're all out. And Kamari Lassiter did not practice along with Danielle Hunter. So we'll see. And then we throw in Will Anderson too. He didn't practice. So is that just, hey, we're not going to play. We're not going to practice these guys. We'll ramp them up as we get closer and closer to the game. Or is there something going on there? But some of your big stars, at least names you know, I don't really expect Tunsil to play until the third preseason game. If he does that.
I was going to say, I expect him to play week 1 of the NFL season.
Fair.
Against the Colts.
Fair. That's fair.
That's where my expectation is. Anything else, I'm like, oh, Tunsil's playing.
Tunsil's not holding in. He's working out there, I guess. Reporters have seen him off to the side, but he's not practicing. Why that is, he's Larry Tunsil. I think that's the only explanation you need.
It's a slow ramp up into the season. Pitchers get to do it.
Sure. Blake Fisher getting a lot of snaps at left tackle, which is Larry Tunsil doesn't mind.
Hey, yeah. Larry Tunsil's like, you're welcome.
Hey, I'm doing you a favor.
Yeah, when Blake Fisher goes out there and he's good, either this year or next year, you have to thank Larry Tunsil.
Yes, the Dusty Baker approach. And Dusty, kind of right about Yainer Diaz. Look at him. I mean, the defensive catcher thing, not great, but he's been hitting the baseball really, really well.
You're welcome.
That's you playing Dusty Baker.
Yes.
Okay. It's like, what did you have to do with it? Okay, before we wrap it up, we're gonna hear the original clip we played that went viral over the weekend of Dutch runner Femke Bol, who sounds very much like Mickey Mouse. And then we're going to hear another clip which suggests that maybe she's putting on a voice. We'll see. Here's the first clip.
When you're putting your mind to it, you know exactly what to do indoors. How was that for you?
Oh, it was amazing. I mean, it was such a strong race. We were all running so fast, multiple running in the 50, so I knew I had to go out fast. I had Lieke in front of me, so I wanted to be in front, and I could hear halfway she was behind me, so I was like, okay, this is good, now we keep going, and this crowd is so amazing.
So that's the voice that took the world by storm. Let's listen to her in something that wasn't post-race. She wasn't excited. She was simply doing an interview in front of a panel. This is Femke Bol months earlier.
Brussels, just so you know, the meeting record in Brussels is already 25 years old, and it is 53:43. What do you think?
I mean, I would like
Piece
to have
of
a
cake.
meeting record.
What is that?
It's never easy anymore at the end of the season. You feel your body's a bit tired, but at the same time, there's a bit less pressure, and I really enjoy all of the meets, and this is almost a home meet, so I think...
That's a very normal voice. What is going on?
A very normal voice.
It's
an extraordinarily normal voice.
It is not cartoonish at all.
No, that's not one of America's favorite cultural phenomenons, Mickey Mouse.
That is not Mickey Mouse. That is a bit player in a movie where Mickey makes an appearance.
Yeah.
That's what that voice. That's a standard voiceover actor right there, not Mickey Mouse.
That's like, yeah, that's the mom in the Pixar movie.
Yeah,
That's not...
what are we doing? Is it simply because she was in a race? And
Yeah,
she
maybe.
was overly excited about winning?
Yeah, maybe
I
she
would
was
grant her
tired.
that.
Tired.
And the English took her octaves up a couple levels because
ridiculously high
because of the exhaustion. Amazing.
At first I kind of felt bad for her because everyone's like making fun of how she talks.
But if that's not how she normally talks, then I think she's fine.
Yeah.
That just happened
no
to happen.
problem. Now I have no problem.
Now she could be in your life. She could be your friend. But before that first voice, you can't talk to this person for the. She can't be in your life every day. Who's dealing with that? Femke Bol. Femke Bol, an Olympic champion and a master of voices, apparently.
Yeah. Master of voices.
She needs voice.
Her and Frank Caliendo, master of voices.
Does she do a Madden too?
Well, we'll see after her next race. We'll see what she sounds like.
Yeah, next time she's out
do
there.
Bugs Bunny, maybe keeping it in the cartoon realm.
Not bad, not bad. I hope she sounds like Bane the next time we hear her. We're done. Gallant George up next. Killer Bees follow them. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George. It is Monday, August 5th of 2024. This weekend seemed like it was going to be a good one for the Houston Astros, maybe after the first two batters on Friday where Yusei Kikuchi allowed a hit, allowed a 2-run homer. But the guy gets 11 strikeouts. And you're thinking to yourself, this is a great way to start off a weekend where Andre Johnson is going to be the first Houston Texan inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But after that 3-2 win on Friday, not only did we see Andre Johnson attacked by weather, 2-hour rain delay before his speech, and by terrible interns at the NFL who effed up his teleprompter, we also saw the Astros lose 6-1 on Saturday. Ronel Blanco looking very much human again. And they lost 1-0 yesterday to the Tampa Bay Rays. Joe George, this team can no longer score.
They can't hit. It's not even just about scoring. They can't get guys on base. They had, 3 hits yesterday, and 2 of them came from Yordan Alvarez. Yainer Diaz has been a huge part of this offense, but it goes a little bit past this. If you look at their last 6 games, they've won 2 of them in which the Tampa Bay Rays and the Pittsburgh Pirates played pathetic defense.
Yeah, a lot of
in
errors.
those games. They've helped you so much in the 2 wins that you've had. The offense just vanished. It's poof. It's gone all of a sudden.
I'm just going to give you some depressing numbers. First off, over the last 16 games, the Astros have averaged just 3.2 runs a game. That was the note that we got from Chandler Rome after Saturday's loss. Well, now over the last 17 games, the Astros are scoring 3.05 runs a game. Only the White Sox have scored less. In the last 7 games, just 16 runs. Just 47 homers since Kyle Tucker's shin injury, June 3rd. We are now past 2 months. Only 3 lineups have hit fewer in that span. Yes, they are 3rd in all of baseball in batting average somehow still. 4th in hits, but they have dropped to 10th in OPS, 10th in slugging, 11th in on-base percentage, and are 13th in runs, 16th in homers. But it's okay, guys, because Astros manager Joe Espada, after the game, he told us what's going on.
No, I just think that we're going through a little funk. I don't necessarily call it pressing. We'll start getting some big hits here, pretty soon.
It's just a little funk. And
Just a little.
And some hits will be coming soon.
That's good to know. How soon? I wish you could tell us that. It's going to be tonight. It's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be after you lose a series to the Rangers or before you win a series. Those things would be nice if they just started hitting again. He makes it sound so simple. It's so simple. Well, we all know it's not.
I mean, the word soon isn't simple with the Houston Astros. Everything is subjective when they talk about injuries, as you'll hear when we do another episode of Astros ER in the next segment. But what does soon mean? I don't know. It's optimism. I understand it. What else is Joe Espada supposed to say in that moment? But this is more than a funk. This is not a good offense. They have dropped significantly in those stats that I listed over just the last month, because they were top 5 in a lot of those categories not too long ago. Is it really just Kyle Tucker being gone? No, it can't be.
It's definitely not. It's the bottom of the order has just is regressed majorly, whether it's Jake Myers, whether it's Victor Caratini or Dubon or Chaz, whoever's in the lineup at the bottom. But the problem really is at the top of the lineup. Like the reason why the Astros are struggling right now, it starts at the top. Just looking at the last 6 games, Jose Altuve is 4 for 23. Alex Bregman is 4 for 25. Jeremy Pena is 2 for 22. Alvarez is 8 for 22. That sounds good, but he hasn't hit a home run since July 3rd. That's a problem.
That's a month.
So when you have the top of your order struggling this much against the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Tampa Bay Rays alone, let alone the 17-game sample size where they've been struggling so much, that's really where the problem starts, where Yainer Diaz has been absolutely incredible over this stretch. He's the only guy that's consistently performing at really an all-time high level for his career. He's hitting well above 300 in this stretch. He's the only guy who's showing up day in and day out. So the problem is the offense. It might be a funk, yes, but the top of the lineup is just really, really struggling. And that's where I can agree with Joe Espada a little bit. Alex Bregman, Altuve, and Alvarez are not going to be in this weird place that they are forever. We know that. It's the bottom of the lineup that I'm not sure that's a funk. That just might be more reality of who they are versus what we saw when they took that, 10-game deficit down to 0.
Jeremy Pena's 2 for 26 with 11 strikeouts his last 7 games. Mauricio Dubon, another guy in the bottom of the order that you mentioned, 9 for 59 since July 1st. And Yainer Diaz is, as you said, carrying a lot of it. Top of the order has to do better. We know that they are capable of more, but how do you get more out of this lineup as a whole? I mean, the Tampa Bay Rays, who stripped a lot of their parts at the trade deadline, clearly cannot hit given how many times not just Yusei Kikuchi struck them out and all Astros on Saturday. But, I mean, Spencer Arrighetti had a career-high 12 strikeouts, and yet you don't have the run support to back up Arrighetti. You barely have the run support to back up Yusei Kikuchi. How do you fix this? Because what we're hearing from the Astros is starting to sound like desperation as a result of what they didn't do at the trade deadline. I know Joe wanted the Astros to go after a bat at the trade deadline, and Yandy Diaz supposedly from the Rays was somebody that they were interested in. But now all of a sudden we're hearing Dana Brown speak glowingly about Pedro Leon and about Shea Whitcomb, who I had never heard of until this weekend, and Zach DiCenzo, 2 other Sugarland Skeeter players. And, my bad, Sugarland Space Cowboy players. And you've also got on top of that, we're looking at guys like Jacob Melton hitting a grand slam for the Space Cowboys, and you're thinking to yourself, I mean, I guess, is he on the table right now? Are we going to go so far as to talk about when we go and discuss young players? Is Bryce Matthews next? That's where you're at right now, where the rest of the season, which you did invest a lot into by getting Yusei Kikuchi, who looked awesome on Friday, but, okay, where's the rest coming from? You need some runs, and this month is going to be brutal. I mean, the Rays were not supposed to be part of the brutal stretch of this month. The Rangers coming up next aren't, but this weekend in Boston, 9-game road trip that you're on, it is going to get very difficult for this team, and what they're doing offensively isn't going to cut it. And it's not just a funk. This is who they are right now. It's who they've been for a month plus.
And really, you could say the majority of the season, the start of the season. It wasn't just a funk then. Like that's the question is who are you? Who are you? Who you were at the beginning of the season and who you are now, or is your lineup who it was in the middle for a small sample size? Like it's not Jalen Green hot streak small sample size, but compared to the rest of the season, the offense has not been good this year in 2024. And the idea that they're going to just keep asking these prospects to come up and be saviors is asinine. Pedro Leon only has played in 2 games so far.
He got his first major league hit on Saturday, and he got thrown out at second.
And he's got a cannon for an arm. We saw that in action. But you can't bank on these guys coming up and having high impact moments right away. Like, is it really more valuable to bring up, Shea and have him play first base every 3 days so John Singleton can have a breather? Because apparently Mauricio Dubon forgot how to play first base. I don't know what's going on with that. But the idea that these prospects who he's once again talking glowingly about are going to somehow save the day seems unrealistic to me. Because this is what Dana Brown does. He has a tell. That's what I'm learning. Dana Brown has a tell. When he starts doing his interviews on Sunday mornings on the radio with Robert Ford, whenever he starts gassing up a prospect, that prospect's coming to the majors. He never talked about Jake Bloss. Jake Bloss, 2 weeks in a row, starts being talked about. Next thing you know, he's called up. Pedro Leon, now he's up. Now he's talking about these guys. Both of them are going to be up. They're at worst September call-ups. He's got to tell. I think he tells Robert Ford, hey, start asking me about these guys. We're bringing them up soon. Let's start, putting this into the atmosphere, into the social media world, that these guys are coming, that they're the saviors.
You know what a soft launch is?
Yes.
Where, there's a post usually on your Instagram story, and it's you and somebody else. But you don't show the other person. It's usually like there's a hand on top of yours. This is what the broads do. This is not a guy move. This is a girl's move generally. But soft launch is where, there's someone in this person's life.
See, I didn't think of it that way. I thought of like our favorite show,
What's
as
that?
as a group of three here. Bar rescue.
Oh.
That's when you say soft launch, that's what I think. When they open up the bar and there's just like chaos, but then they're not really ready for it. That's kind of
No,
what
that's
I
not.
think.
That's not a soft
But see,
launch.
but now
That's not a
now,
soft launch at all.
But now I know what a soft launch
That's
is.
a soft launch. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that's really just how the episode begins, and it's like they just want John Taffer to get in there and get his yells out.
Yes.
You know,
you just got to get those moments.
Yeah,
in there where
it's
just scream at them.
it's the see you guys don't know how to make the drink I taught y'all to make yesterday.
Yeah. But yeah, Dana Brown soft launching. I like that. That's good to know.
Mhm.
So that's something I need to keep an eye out on social media now. It's just if there's a hand on a shoulder, like you said. Sometimes you get like a partial facial.
It's a hand on a hand. It's that, but you don't actually see the person's face.
Gotcha.
Day one Donna doesn't seem to be thrilled with me using the word broads. Man, it's about time that somebody finally caught on to the fact that I've been dropping that word way too much.
I noticed it this time too. I was like, wow, he's just.
Is it okay? It's not. I'm doing it in
disrespectful, but
is
yeah.
it disrespectful?
I think so.
I think it's no. I think it's just a funny old timey word. Is it really disrespectful?
I think it is a little disrespectful.
Oh damn. Okay.
To be like, man, I love this broad.
Okay. Well, these basic broads. That would be worse. How about these basics? Should I say that?
I think that's okay.
Yeah, say whatever you want. You can say broads.
I can?
Yeah, no one's mad at you.
Yeah. I don't think you're gonna get canceled.
Yeah.
Day one Donna asks, is this 1920? I mean, we could make it the 1920s again. Then we wouldn't be able to drink
Famously, they
anymore.
treated women awesome
Oh, they didn't do that?
in the 1920s.
I mean, they could vote then, right? No? Okay.
That's when they were allowed to vote.
Okay, I'm just digging myself a big old grave here. It is Gallant and George,
Literally
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I want everyone to know I respect women. I just think it's a funny word.
Guy. You don't know when women got the vote?
No, I'm more focused on the military history. Yeah, it's the history I'm interested in is wars and the Roman Empire. Coming up next on Gallant and George, an update for Kyle Tucker that's not good, and we are not seeing another often injured Houston Astro the rest of this year. Stick around.
At the end of the month here, Sean and myself will be heading out to LeBurge, Lake Charles for a couple shows as we get ready for football season. It's the best time of the year. We all love football season, whether it's NFL or college football. In LeBurge, Lake Charles, the sports book there is absolutely the best place to go to and bet on your favorite teams for the 2024 season. Whether you want to look at prop bets, season totals, or on game day action, it's all there for you. They've got 24-foot video wall, 19 betting kiosks, the 3 over-the-counter terminals, great food and great drinks as well. You can get Carbox Crawford Block while you're there. It's a sports book for me, and look, it should be the sports book for you. LeBurge, the sports book at LeBurge, Lake Charles. Tell them Joe George sent you by.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
I should have scrolled a little further down on dictionary.com. Sensitive note. After all 15 meanings of the word broad on dictionary.com. When used to refer to a woman, broad is usually perceived as insulting. The meaning, quote, promiscuous woman, end quote, is probably the earlier sense. I'm sorry. I just thought it was a fun term.
What's the over-under on when he says it again, Sean?
When I stop talking.
5.5 minutes? 2.5 seconds?
No, we're
3 days.
Listen, the next time a woman comes up.
Listen, we're evolving, okay?
Okay.
I'm not even going to call them dame or toots or anything from the 1920s because I'm assuming all of that is now offensive. This is truly a moment where I'm learning something new.
I mean, yeah.
I did not know it was offensive. I just
you
thought
could
it was
still slap your wife. Like, it was like, of course it was. I'm like,
truly, I just thought it was a fun way to say it. I didn't know it was offensive. I just like old-timey terms like, oh.
Hey, also, am I just determining who you're talking to?
I left my keys on the Davenport. Hey, stuff like that. I don't even know what a Davenport is, but I want to bring old-timey terms back. But that one.
Bring them all back.
Sorry about that. No, Chalupa Batman. I'm not going to call them flappers, okay? I'm not going to call them that either. Though I know that's a dance from the 1920s. See, history Paul's coming back, okay? And speaking of history, that's where the Houston Astros offense has gone. Good job, Paul.
Got him.
And it doesn't seem like it's going to be getting better anytime soon unless all of these prospects are going to be the chosen one, as has been, I guess, wishfully discussed by Dana Brown on Astros pregame shows. Because one guy is not coming back anytime soon, and I'm not talking about Lance McCullers. Let's get to another episode of Astros ER.
If I expose exactly what's wrong with it, which will hurt him and hurt us. You don't really know how he hurt it. Sometimes you wake up sore, hurting. You know, he's laughing a little bit more. And
He wasn't crying, but he had tears inside.
Brandon's doing fine. He said he's feeling better. It's not his throwing shoulder, so he should be fine. I'd like to think I have healing power, but I don't.
This is a house of learned doctors.
Saturday, Joe Espada said this about Kyle Tucker. It sounds worse than the last time that we heard an update on Kyle Tucker from either Dana Brown or Joe Espada. Off the top of my head, I forget. Essentially, they said, well, he should be back by September. This time, it sounds a little murkier whether or not he will be back this month. Joe Espada, quote, it'd be great, but I'm not going to sit here and say that it's going to happen. Kyle Tucker rejoining the team before the end of August. It's kind of day-to-day. See how he feels and how we build him up. But it'd be too aggressive for me to say that we'll have him by the end of the month. It's a possibility, but not going to go there.
Okay, so he possibly could be back in August. He possibly could be back in 2025. That's kind of what I'm hearing right now.
You're hearing the latter a little more, huh?
It doesn't seem like he's making any fundamental progress. Like, has he run yet? I don't think he has. I think at most he's thrown a baseball.
He has
swung a bat.
He has yet to hit or run on the field since his injury. He took ground balls on the Astros' last road trip, but his on-field activity for the past few days has just been playing catch. He is doing exercises indoors with a medicine ball, but not exercises that include a baseball or glove. I didn't know there were exercises that include baseballs or gloves other than throwing the ball. More from Joe Espada on Kyle Tucker, quote, we are having a conversation with him how we're going to handle the next couple of weeks because I think he's getting close for us to kind of push him out there and start doing more active, more intense stuff. Next couple of weeks means he's not going to be back by mid-August.
I don't like that kind of that's in there either. Where like they just don't. It just I don't understand how they have nothing more definitive going on right now. I mean, at some point, he's got to go for a rehab start. He's just got to start running the bases to see. I mean, that's what like is where I don't expect Kyle Tucker to play this season at this point because they don't even know how running to second base will feel. Like in terms of setbacks, they don't even like we're not even close to getting into setback territory because he's just doing nothing. So I just, and what are you gonna do? Put like a mechanical shin guard on him to make sure he doesn't do this again?
I don't know.
I mean, if he hits it again, he might have to chop it off. So it's just going so slow at this point. I don't want to bank on Kyle Tucker coming back this season.
So that's Kyle Tucker. What about the other injured Houston Astros? Well, we've been waiting to hear this officially from somebody in the organization. Joe Espada was also asked about Lance McCullers. Here's what the Astros skipper had to say.
I've been talking to Lance a little bit, and where he's at right now, I think it's safe to say that I don't think he'll pitch this season. It'd be almost too much to ask for him to ramp up and get him back this season. Everything is moving in the right direction, but just where we at right now, the number of games, I think it's that's where we at.
At least it's official now. I'm actually breathing a sigh of relief here. You know what? We don't even have to talk about Lance McCullers the rest of the year.
Yeah, until we get to we'll get to November, and then we're gonna follow the same timeline we followed this year. I'm gonna bank on it. I'm gonna be super negative about these injury reports, I guess, because last year in November, December, Lance McCullers told everyone that he was gonna be able to start ramping up in January, and then we got to spring training, and he had a major setback, and he's missed 2024. That's what we're on schedule for right now. Is he's going to be ready for spring training 2025?
We hope.
We hope. This feels very Steven Strasburg to me, where he can't. I mean, it's been 2 years. I saw this floating around social media yesterday. It was very funny. Martin Maldonado has more pitching appearances for the Houston Astros in the last 2 seasons than Lance McCullers. I mean, think about it. Any position player who's pitched for the Astros has more pitching appearances than your $17 million a year Lance McCullers. I feel bad for him.
It's not his fault.
It's not his fault.
I think the people that slam him for still being hurt, you're missing the point. It's the Astros' fault that they gave out this contract, much like it's the Astros' fault that they gave out that contract to Jose Abreu, much like it's the Astros' fault that they gave out this contract to Rafael Montero. It was a lot of money at the time. I remember having a conversation on the air before with Jeremy Branham, and Jeremy actually liked the contract. I don't know if he would still feel the same way about it after a year and a half. What I do know is that contract was not a good one from the start, just given the guy had minor issues before it, if I'm not mistaken. He's had some good moments, iconic moments as a Houston Astros pitcher, but yeah, we're not going to see him this year. No one is surprised by that.
No, don't.
At all. So that was something you expected, but we do have also updates on, 1, Justin Verlander, and 2, Luis Garcia. The Garcia ones are confusing, so let's try to make sense of this one. He had soreness in his elbow Friday after playing catch Thursday, which meant that his rehab assignment, which was supposed to begin this weekend, has been placed on hold, but he felt better on Saturday.
Okay.
You need a flowchart for that one.
So he was sore the next day, but then he was gone the following day. So he's just not feeling, it's like when you get back to the gym the first time in a long time, you feel awful the next day. That's kind of where he's still at right now. I mean, they said they did an x-ray and there was no damage, so that's a positive. But he's like Lance. At some point, I'm actually kind of surprised Joe Espada didn't just say the same thing in terms of ramping up and whatnot. I guess there's still an outside shot that they think Luis Garcia could be a bullpen pitcher, for the team this year. But it feels very eerily similar to Lance, where it's just the calendar is what's hurting Luis Garcia at this point.
And then the last one.
Liars.
Liars? Wow. I mean, they're being intentionally vague so that they aren't 100% liars.
They're 100% liars with this coming one.
Oh. With Justin Verlander?
Yes.
Interesting. Well, I know what Verlander said. The live batting practice that he threw went great, and he expects to be back with the Astros after 2 rehab starts. Why are they liars, Joe?
Because that's
Verlander saying that.
Because he admitted that he's been doing shoulder rehab. He hurt his shoulder. He said he's been doing shoulder and neck rehab.
Okay.
They tried to say it was just a neck injury.
Oh, that's what you meant.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're just liars. Like, they just lie about injuries. It's just annoying. Like, it's
Well,
awesome.
HIPAA, they gotta lie.
I know. You don't. You
Yes,
don't
you
have
do.
to.
Yes, you do, Joe. Lying is key to life.
It's okay to say his shoulder's hurt.
Faking it until you make it. That's how this works. That's how all of it works.
At least this one feels encouraging because he gave a real timeline. And I think maybe because he was speaking, not Espada speaking for him, it makes you feel even better.
Yeah.
But like, JV will be back soon. That's good.
Yeah. Gosh, you're focusing on the negatives. Come on.
They
In a segment where it doesn't seem like Kyle Tucker's going to be back in August, Lance McCullers will be back ever, or Luis Garcia will be back this year, we should focus on the positive. That Justin Verlander is going to be back soon.
Right.
We hope.
Yeah, 2 rehab starts as long as he's feeling good today. Just like as long as he's feeling good today.
Mm-hmm.
2 rehab starts are next. I don't know if that'll be in Sugarland or in Corpus, but so we're 2 weeks away from Justin Verlander being back on the Astros. That's okay. He is right. When he talked about it, he talked about not wanting to rush back, getting that pitch count back up. It's better to have him do that in the minors, even though you could use him on the Major League roster right now. Like, at least he's going to pitch this season. That's positive. 1 out of 4. 25% positivity rate for the Houston Astros right now.
We have a text focusing on Kyle Tucker. This person says, I think Kyle Tucker is holding out for a new contract. Another texter asks, should we have looked into what we could have got for Tucker before the trade deadline? No to that one. That's reckless speculation on the first one. A lot of people seem to feel that way, though, based off of a couple of YouTube posts that we have had on the @ESPN Houston YouTube channel about Kyle Tucker. There's this weird tinfoil hat conspiracy going on that this is Tucker's doing.
It's almost like because Josh Hader was so public and we had to have those discussions that we've since it's oh, Josh Hader wouldn't do this because of his contract. Now everyone's conspiracy theory about Kyle Tucker in a similar manner. I don't believe that. I think everyone's just confused on how they said it was going to be a couple days and now we're in month 3. We went from 3 days to 3 months of Kyle Tucker. It's hard to wrap your brain around when they tell you one thing and it's just so dramatically different. It opens your mind to conspiracy theories.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Pinche. Tucker's a disgruntled employee. He tanked last postseason. See? This is how it starts. You throw one out there, everyone's like, you know what? Interesting. 713-780-3776 to call to text. You can join us on our Twitch at ESPN 975 or on YouTube at ESPN Houston. That's on the table. What can the Astros do to fix their offense? And we look back at Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction this weekend. Gallant George, stay put.
Want to tell you about O Athletic. You can check them out, 767 North Shepherd over in the Heights and oathletic.com. They offer over 100 classes per week. They're early in the morning. Take a break during the midday, and they pick back up around 4:30, so you can go right after your workday ends. You can get personal training as well. To that, they fit your schedule. They will find a trainer that will help you meet your goals, but also what time of the day, how often you want to work out with a personal trainer, whether it's 1 time a week or up to 5 times a week. You can set your schedule however it is. All the recovery is there for you, whether it's the steam room, the sauna room, the endless pool. Everything you can imagine is there for you at O Athletic. I can't recommend it enough. I love going there. Looking forward to get back in the gym tomorrow morning after a long weekend. Check them out, oathletic.com, 767 North Shepherd in the Heights, and tell them Joe George sent you by.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
From the 281, Kyle Tucker's leg looks like Alex Smith. No,
Not bad.
it doesn't look that bad. No leg looks that bad.
Yeah, no.
By the way, J.J. Watt did that to Alex Smith.
He did. I always forget that.
All-American J.J. Watt.
He just ruined that guy. But you know what? Alex Smith played football again.
He did.
Which means Kyle Tucker will play baseball again. Maybe next season. Do you agree with that assessment? That you're not banking on him to come back this year, right?
What, Tucker?
Yeah.
They have to bank on Tucker to come back this year. They're screwed if they don't have Tucker back. They're screwed. They can't score right now. They're not playing well.
I think they might be screwed.
This idea that Espada put out there, that it's just a funk. No, it's not. They're not hitting. They are back to where they honestly have been in totality this year. The offense is the strength of this team on paper. And yet, despite having at the top of the order guys who are struggling, as you pointed out earlier, in Altuve and Bregman and Alvarez still, I mean, it's Yainer Diaz who's carrying things. And then after that, oh boy. So they got to start scoring again if they're going to do anything this year. What they've gotten out of the pitching, I mean, they have squeezed every last bit of good luck out of this pitching staff that they can. Spencer Arrighetti just had 12 strikeouts. I know he had a rough start in his ERAs in the fives, but he's been pitching, for the most part, pretty damn good, all things considered of late. Hunter Brown, same thing. Ronel Blanco gave you more than you should have asked for this year. It was an all-star caliber first half, and okay, maybe you get some more starts like that from Yusei Kikuchi. Maybe. The offense has stunk. They need Tucker back. If they don't have Tucker back, I don't even know if they make the playoffs.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too. I think I like the way you put that. Like they've squeezed everything out of the pitching because my gosh, have they? I mean, whether it's and even the guys in the bullpen, like how bad it started. Where I know Josh Hader's awful in non-save situations, but Hader, Presley, Abreu have all been really good. Taylor Scott's been awesome this year. Even these guys who are this King guy or what's his name, Ort, whatever. These people who I don't know who they are, and they just keep coming up and they're just shoving on the mound, and it's like I don't know how they keep doing this. They're getting everything they can out of them, but the lineup's just, ugh.
Yeah.
It's gross.
Exactly. Not gross. Guess what, guys? It's football time in Houston. And while nothing of note happened for the current Houston Texans over the weekend, we finally got our guy into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Here is the close to Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame speech, which was interrupted by the evil folks at the NFL who effed up the teleprompter. They clearly sent the interns home after the rain delay. Someone needs to go to jail doing my dog Andre Johnson like that, but Andre Johnson did finish with authority.
I'll end off with this. I'm happy as hell again to be your first Pro Football Hall of Famer. Thank you.
It was cool to see him up there. He was super emotional up there, you could tell. He was wiping away tears a couple of times. And considering he thought he had a teleprompter to speak from, his complete speech is online, he did all right. My advice for anybody who is thinking they're going to read something off of a teleprompter is to bring your notes up there, to bring a printed out version of it. Yeah, it doesn't look great, but if the teleprompter screws up, the teleprompter screws up. And as somebody who went to the esteemed Newhouse School of Public Communications at Syracuse University, you always had to have your printed out scripts in front of you.
Mm-hmm. It's good to know. I didn't go to a fancy school like that, so we didn't have teleprompters.
We did the same thing, but, we're only Texas. So.
Yeah, you are only Texas.
Yeah.
You're not even the real UT anymore.
You don't even have an official broadcast journalism program.
You're just Tex.
No, we don't. It's just
no BJs to Texas, that's for sure.
No.
I loved how, even though, I thought it was funny how afterwards he talked about, overcoming adversity again when he was asked about the teleprompter. That made me laugh. He did a good job.
It's like, it's essentially just like having the end of Matt Schaub's era as like the best moment in time that you had as a quarterback. I mean, think about all that. It's basically having David Carr again.
Yeah.
And that offensive line at first again.
And I thought, even though it was 15 minutes instead of the 3 minutes.
I wanted 3 minutes, but no one's giving 3 minutes at the NFL Hall of Fame speech.
I thought he did a really good job where I didn't feel bored. I felt like I was intrigued. Like it was nice. It's always good when you hear people talk about their family and the people that matter to them, their teammates, their coaches. Once again, to emphasize the people that matter to them to get them into the Hall of Fame.
What do you mean by that, Joe?
I don't understand John McClane's tweet.
So for those who don't know, John McClane tweeted out, "Oh wow, no one credited the NFL Pro Football Hall of Fame committee for getting inducted into the NFL Hall of Fame."
Yeah,
good point.
He's not wrong.
Although maybe that's where the teleprompter issue comes in. So
they sabotaged it.
Yeah,
I read
not sabotage, but Andre Johnson, he was like, it walked off the stage. That's what I forgot from the teleprompter.
Andre Johnson's speech, I read it, and it's a shame that he wasn't able to deliver it that way because it was definitely better than what he was able to say up there. But it did not say the Pro Football Hall of Fame committee. He thanked the Pro Football Hall of Fame. That is thanking the committee.
Yeah, it's all the same thing.
Just because they're not all inducted into everyone in the committee isn't inducted into the Hall of Fame. And by the way, none of them should be. No one should be inducted into the Hall of Fame that didn't play in the game. No owner should be inducted. No general manager should be inducted. Coaches and players, That's it. What's up with this executive stuff? Like Jerry Jones getting in? Get out of here.
I think there are certain broadcasters you could say.
No, Joe. No.
You don't think like Brent Musburger?
No, it's for who played. It's for who played the game and who coached the game.
I was gonna say, I think that's a different Hall of Fame. I think the broadcaster Hall of Fame is a different thing.
Okay.
It's insane.
I would say it would be my list would be very, very limited. Very limited. I'm not saying we're not putting John Gruden in there. There's certain guys who they're on the call for all these iconic moments that I just.
Oh, Madden, who won a Super Bowl as a coach?
I wasn't gonna say Madden because he's obviously in as a coach. Yeah. He's exempt from this.
Like Al Michaels, I feel like there's a different Hall ofAme for Al Michaels.
Yeah, that's fair.
Other than the one that Andre Johnson's in.
Yeah, they should maybe put you have a little section for them. They don't maybe like as you walk in, these are the cool people that talk about
I don't know how Paul feels about this, but I think they can be in the Hall of Fame, but they don't need a gold jacket and a speech.
Yes.
They don't get either of those. They don't get to. Yes, they definitely don't get the gold jacket and a speech. Oh, I need to hear a media member going up and giving me a speech.
I don't need that.
No one needs
that's
that.
What I said they don't get.
No, I agree, but they don't deserve anything. They don't deserve anything. It's not merit based. If you're a broadcaster, is it merit based? No. Generally, it's who you know, who gets opportunities and who doesn't.
It's true.
That's generally how it works. So, what in sports, it is merit based. It's what did you do on the field? It's how many games did you win? And sure, the wins, as far as a team sport like football, Andre Johnson, a perfect example of, okay, great career, but he's not able to win a championship. But no, it's about the guys who actually did stuff in there. The owners that got in through bribery, I'm assuming, like Jerry Jones, that getting in is a joke. Robert Kraft doesn't deserve to get in.
Yeah, I don't know
he
why.
bought the Patriots? Great. Awesome. Nice smear job on Bill Belichick, which you used, by the way, to try to get into the Hall of Fame. And I'm very thankful to Bob Kraft for a lot of memories growing up. You're not getting a gold jacket. Screw that.
Even if they put him in, they can't put him on TV and for a jacket and speech. It should be done behind closed doors. Like the Oscars, there are certain awards that
aren't on TV.
They're not on TV because they're not as important.
The Emmys, there's some stuff there the night before.
Yeah, that.
They just get it over.
They're night before people. But Andre did a great job.
He did do a great job. Yeah, I don't want to again. Sorry for the little mini.
No, it's okay.
There.
It's okay.
Andre did a great job. Something I'm really happy for, and I get that in a way. This is strange, piggybacking off of. Oh, well, broadcasters don't deserve to get in. But I was really happy for all of Andre's teammates to see this moment happen. I'm talking about people I know. It's interesting to see how happy everybody was that played with him because they all had such great respect for him. But for guys that I've gotten to know pretty well after they were done playing for the Texans, for Chris Myers, Wade Smith, Seth, among many others who have played with Andre, I think getting to play with that guy on the field and to ultimately see this happen, it's got to be so cool as a teammate knowing that this guy was always the best player on your team, deserved a lot more, and finally gets in. I get it's more about Andre than it is about those guys, but there were a couple of images that I saw of some guys who have played for the Houston Texans over the years, and I was really happy for them too.
I think you should be, because not just for the, all these guys who went through, whether it's the expansion guys that came in like Seth and Andre who you mentioned, or guys who were here in the middle years when it was just not good before they really started to win AFC South titles. This is the first guy, like Andre said, to make it in as a Houston Texan. Like that means something. There's very few people who we'll see in our lifetime who will do that. Like it was the Panthers, the Jags, and the Texans, where they will represent a franchise for the first time as a Hall of Famer, and it's Andre Johnson. Like it's almost better that a guy like Andre did it as a Texan and not someone that was drafted in the expansion draft who had a career before they got to Houston. Like if Tony Baselli would have worked out here. It's just, so it was cool to see for his teammates. It was kind of funny trying to mix and match who's in the photos. I was like, is that Sage Rosenfels? That's there. It was. Because they all look, obviously, no offense to most of them, so much older and less in shape.
You could have just said different. You could have said they look different. Whatever.
Oh, cut out people's shape, Joe. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Or they're wearing a helmet 20 years ago, and I forgot what they look like.
A good point. Like it was really cool to see that. Like even and for the fans that were there, like they were loud and it was audible the whole time what they were saying.
I mean, they stayed till the very end because Andre was the last speaker, and there was a 2-hour rain delay, and on top of that, the teleprompter got screwed up.
Overcome adversity.
The Texans overcame a lot of adversity, and on top of that, they were disrespected. Bulletin board material for C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans. Ryans made the speech, by the way.
He did.
He made the speech.
He did.
Oh yeah, he was in.
No, he didn't create the speech.
Yeah,
he made it.
like,
D'Amico Ryans made it into the
wrote it?
speech, and also Andre Johnson said that somebody else is going to be getting into the Hall of Fame. I wasn't sure if he was referring to the current Houston Texans who were in attendance, or if he was referring to J.J. Watt, who was also there, one or the other. But I think it was J.J. Watt.
I think it was I think it was the guy who is older than second-year player.
I'm surprised he didn't. It would have been nice if he mentioned JJ by name, But it's about Andre, not about JJ.
It also would have been nice if he would have mentioned,
because you can't be sure. I mean, C.J. Stroud, Hall of Famer already, 1 year.
Yeah,
everyone knows this.
But he didn't mention J.J. Watt by name. He didn't mention John McClain by name. So there's a lot of misses that.
But no teleprompter, so he has plausible deniability.
I did think the night before there was the clip going around where it was him and Hester talking, and Andre was asked about who's next into the Hall of Fame. He gave this take that I was not ready for.
What was
he
that?
said Fred Taylor is the most underrated player he's ever seen, and that he should be a Hall of Famer.
Huh?
So he listed Fred Taylor, Torrey Holt, Reggie Wayne as the next guys he sees as Hall of Famers, but that Fred Taylor take was not one that I expected from Andre Johnson.
I mean,
he was a stud though.
Most underrated, it depends on what your perception of people talking about Fred Taylor was. Underrated, there's a second factor. He's not saying he's just an awesome running back.
Yeah.
He's saying most underrated. So it's I guess, sure.
Yeah, it's hard to think back to the mid 2000s of what I was thinking in 6th grade about running backs in the NFL.
Wow, you didn't have a take back then?
Yeah.
LaDainian Thompson was the best.
LaDainian Tomlinson, overrated.
Whoa.
What?
Chestnut checkers. Well, remember when he played in the 2007 AFC Championship game while his quarterback had a torn ACL and played? Oh, that's right. He played 3 plays and didn't play in that game. Against an undefeated team.
Whose team? What team?
New England Patriots. They were undefeated at the time.
Was
that was win number 18. Could have stopped. They could have been the ones who made history. LaDainian Tomlinson played that game.
17-1.
Was he a Jet or a Charger?
He was a Charger, though.
Oh, okay.
He was a Charger.
Philip Rivers played that game on a torn ACL. Played the whole way through. LaDainian Tomlinson didn't play. Interesting.
Phil
Same
Rivers,
guy
Hall of Famer?
Same guy who was bitching and moaning about how the Patriots cheated that entire year, and then got their asses kicked 38-17 in week 2. What? What? If you're gonna say all that stuff, play in the game, buddy.
I love mentioning a player from the mid 2000s, and then seeing Paul work in the Patriots. They actually suck because they didn't beat the Patriots.
Go lose to a 4 seed at home again. Yeah, that's right. They did.
You tell them.
Yeah.
I'll keep going.
We had nothing to say to that.
I'll keep going. I mean, this is all I got now. It's just to make fun of mid 2000s football teams that the Patriots kicked their asses up back in the day. That's all I got now.
You got the Texans now.
Yeah, I do. You don't though, because you're a Bears fan. So how about that?
You got the Bears.
Bully Paul's
Hard
back.
Knocks.
Hard Knocks, can't wait. Lovey Smith
Is that this week?
Lovey Smith in attendance. Yeah, tomorrow night.
Oh,
Hard
Lovey
Knocks.
Smith. Nice. Are they gonna have like a 2-minute package
I
on
don't
Lovey
know.
Smith times?
Lovey was there yesterday, or at the Hall of Fame ceremony.
It's gonna be all Bears nostalgia, not current Bears.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's over under 10 minutes on Devin Hester at the Hall of Fame.
Oh, probably week 2, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, I
episode
forgot
2. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. He is Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in and to text in. These Olympics have been too sexual, I guess. How? Multiple stories, including how one extremely attractive Olympian was sent home. Why? You'll find out next. But first, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975 when you sign up, and you're going to get a deposit bonus. They will match your first deposit up to $1,000, and you can play with it right away. You can bet on blackjack. You can bet on poker. You can do all sorts of things with it. You can bet on the baseball match tonight. You can bet on the Olympics. You can You can bet on the presidential election, for goodness sakes. It's MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. You can even get early odds for the Texans' second preseason game. Can you believe that the Steelers are 1-point favorites on your Houston Texans for preseason game number 2? The Texans starters are going to play some of that game, supposedly, from what we heard from D'Amico Ryans today. And they're not 69-point favorites, just 1-point favorites. Insane. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Olympics still underway. And, oh boy, guys, we've got lots of controversy. Now, it's not coming from Simone Biles, but Simone Biles, one of the greatest American Olympians ever, not the best finish today. Just a silver in the floor exercise, and she fell on the balance beam. So is that the way she goes out? We'll see if she's back in the Olympics next year, but she still ends up with 3 gold medals these Olympics. 7 golds all time, 2 silver, 2 bronze, 11 medals for the United States of America. Do we get to claim them as Houston Professional Team Sports Championships? Yes. That's at least what I choose to do. And I'm
Yeah.
going to multiply them by 4 because it's once every 4 years.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah, what Space City Home Network, the Shin, put out a poll yesterday during the game. It was who's the best or the most like accomplished Houstonian, greatest champion, and Hakeem won, but Simone finished second.
Wow, that's sexism right
I would
there.
be curious, like if she tries to at what 31, try to compete in the Olympics in LA, since it's in the States.
She did say she feels very old at 27 at winning. And I was like, what are you, one of our interns? The amount of times I go into the break room to hear interns complaining how they feel like they're washed, which is what the kids say at age 20, makes me want to die. Just a little bit inside every single time I hear it.
Yeah,
just a little bit.
When the one that specifically says it is he's washed, I'm like, you're a sophomore in college, buddy. Like, well, what
Can't
do you
even drink
mean
yet. You're
washed?
No, you're not washed yet.
Like
someday you will be.
I will say, at least Simone Biles was like the oldest medalist in like 50 years.
Right.
Like that is the level, and she's old in the sense of they have literal teenagers and like very young teenagers do this, where she is again in her mid 20s.
Yeah.
I can
And now
get
you're
why she
asking
would
her to do it when she's 30.
I can get why she would say washed. Why 20-year-olds say it? Don't know.
Yeah, no, these I mean, yeah, the literally not even halfway down to college.
They can't even drink alcohol. Like, I have so many questions.
Luana Alonso is a Paraguayan Olympic swimmer. She retired at the Olympics on the spot after failing to qualify for the finals of her race. For those who don't know, Luana Alonso is a very attractive woman and like basically blew up on social media afterwards for retiring. But apparently she has created an inappropriate atmosphere within Team Paraguay. That's per the head of the Paraguayan Olympic Committee. We thank her for proceeding as instructed, as it was of her own free will that she did not spend the night in the athletes' village. Alonso reportedly was staying in the Olympic Village despite announcing her retirement from the sport. Paraguayan media outlets reported she spent time in Disneyland instead of supporting her teammates, which upset the Olympic leadership. So she's in Paris. I guess she went to, there's a Disneyland in Paris, and she's also going to the Olympic Village, and she's apparently not allowed in the Olympic Village. And it is an inappropriate atmosphere. I mean, what does inappropriate atmosphere mean? Read between the lines.
Because she's hot and the men in the village can't handle it?
I'm really curious. I want them to elaborate on this. You know, we need to have some like real just goofball Big J journalists that are talking to Team Paraguay. Like, what does inappropriate mean? What is she doing?
She has one of the things that I guess I didn't realize this about the Olympics, but she has it. Noah Lyles had it. They all have Olympic tattoos.
Yeah, she's got it right on her hip.
Yeah, like Noah Lyles has it on his stomach. This men's gymnast, he had a huge one on the back of his neck.
Yeah.
Wait, this is something you just noticed?
I guess so. Apparently, I'm out of the loop. They all get Olympic tattoos?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
she has Olympic tattoos on a tan line area where that's where her Olympic tattoo is. Did she do that on purpose? I don't know. I'm just saying what's happening, okay? Also, as we continue to have people sent home for inappropriate reasons, in Germany, Luna Ballman was removed from the women's 4x400 relay after being not picked to run the mixed relay with her boyfriend.
That's why you gotta leave relationships at home.
I mean, let's cover this on NBC, right? I mean, they're showing fencing instead of Alcaraz versus Djokovic, which is insane.
They did?
Yeah, they did.
Oh.
So if you're going to show us something that, no offense, fencers, no one cares about on NBC, then you may as well give us something that's like NBC's version of The Bachelor or Bachelor in Paradise, because you got two stories right here.
I also like I can't find his name, but there was an Italian swimmer who like they just caught sleeping outside on the grass.
Yeah, I saw that.
Because he drank too much.
Yeah. He claimed, though, that he was out there because he doesn't like the quality of the Olympic Village. It's a nice spin zone. I like that.
Yeah, that is a good spin zone.
But, I mean, these Olympics have been all about sex. Let's be perfectly honest. I get it. Like, some people are focusing on the events, but there is an op-ed in the Daily Mail Online about women's volleyball players wearing next to nothing. You have a French diver who went viral for being hung. He's getting a lifetime supply of free undies from Shine's Tea. And also you had French pole vaulter Anthony Emeriti. He did not medal. And while pole vaulting, his pole hit his pole, if you get my drift.
Yep.
And he was unable to qualify. I love how there's a Well Actually article online, too, talking about how actually he failed the first two events. So him accidentally sacking himself and Ramalama ding-donging himself, that actually didn't prevent him from winning the medal. The first two attempts did.
The Well Actually, like, stuff with the Olympics is kind of exhausting because there's a lot of it. I'm just like, I just don't really care. It's a funny story. But I think I think you feel okay if you lost that way still. Because, like, you've gone viral because you lost because you're packing. Like there's worse ways to lose.
Well, the French diver, Jules Boyer, like, he's clearly, he's reeling in it. I think the pole vaulter is embarrassed by it because, yes, he also seems to be packing, but he also has an all-time gif of himself hitting himself in the stuff with a pole and also doing, because of this, nothing at the Olympics.
But, like, okay. So,
I don't think people are going to be coming up to him
I
as
know.
much as the diver and saying, like, ooh, at the Olympic Village.
But, when we think
Some
back,
might.
it's when you and I are, it's 4 years from now, we're thinking back to the Olympics in Paris. What are we going to talk about? The weird opening ceremony.
Yep.
And we'll probably remember this story.
Yeah.
So he's going to live in, like, he'll be famous.
Right. Or, like, if the U.S. basketball team loses, we'll remember that.
Yeah. But, like, this guy, like,
For the most, yeah, these stories are way more fun.
Yeah. Well, you'll be remembered forever, buddy.
I don't think the Olympics are doing enough to cover this.
Yeah, I think they need to step it up. It's because Mike Tirico, it's not his wheelhouse.
Oh, that's true.
Have you tried the Gold Zone yet?
No, I have not. I'll be honest. I have watched exactly zero of the Olympics.
I watched about 2%. I throw it on and then I kind of quickly turn it off.
If it's in the studio TV here, that's all I've watched thus far.
Okay.
I'll be honest. I just don't care. I don't. It's not my cup of tea. It's not for everybody. I will talk about it, but I'm not really passionate about watching it.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
I'm only here to talk about Team USA if they lose in basketball. That's
I'm
it.
with that.
That's really it. But hey, we gave you the important stories from the Olympics, okay, guys? It is Gallant and George. He's Joe George. I am Paul Gallant. Yes, the Astros lost 2 of 3 over the weekend. Yes, their offense is really struggling, even though Joe Espada is calling it just a little funk. But we did see something really awesome over the weekend from the Astros. Is it fair to expect more of it? We'll discuss it next. Stick around.
Give him 7 in a row. You say Kikuchi with 9 strikeouts in the game.
Because sometimes you swing at the arm speed and the ball just never gets there, and the slider down again.
8 in a row. You say. How impressive can you be in your first Astro start? He has rebounded after that quick 2-run lead for the Tampa Bay Rays.
I sent you two, Sean and Joe, a text after Yusei Kikuchi's first 2 at-bats as a pitcher resulted in a hit and a 2-run homer, saying, oh boy, here we go. And then Yusei Kikuchi on Friday settled in and struck out 11 Tampa Bay Rays. At one point, he struck out 8 in a row. It was awesome to watch. Here's my question. Now that we've had a couple of days to think about it, and also that we have a full series where Houston Astros pitchers struck out 41 Tampa Bay Rays, are we as impressed by what we saw from Yusei Kikuchi on as we were on Friday right now? Are we as impressed?
I'm not.
It definitely ruined it a little bit to see Spencer Arrighetti outdo him with 12 strikeouts. And it's unfair to Kikuchi. That was a great performance by him. But I will admit, I need to see another start from Yusei Kikuchi where he's looking really good before I'm thinking to myself, oh, the Astros actually didn't end up doing too bad in this trade.
Yeah, I mean, baseball is a fascinating sport because, like, he immediately starts throwing the changeup more and pitches that he's not using in Toronto. He's way more effective than he had been recently. Like, the percentages are so different than everything he did, which is like, how stupid are you, Toronto, if this actually works? But the starters struck out 30 batters in 3 games. Like you said, the entire staff had 41. That's over 50% of the outs they got were via strikeouts. So it takes away a little bit. Like, it's no offense to Kikuchi, but when he gets 11 and then Blanco, who's not at his best, gets 7, and then Arrighetti gets 12, it takes away from the excitement a little bit. How I felt, I was up here on Saturday a little bit and we're talking to Sean and Brian and the guys, and it's like everyone was like, oh, okay, well, like, they showed us a little bit after one start, but then the next 2 starts happen, and I'm just like, it just takes away a little bit from it, for sure.
If they scored more runs over the weekend, we would be talking more about Yusei Kikuchi today. But as Sean explained to us a couple of weeks ago, when Sunday goes poorly for the Astros, the vibes are off, and they scored 0 runs in a game where the Rays scored 1 run yesterday.
It's also the most extreme example of it because they just didn't score any runs for 2 games.
Yes.
And honestly, for Friday's game, they scored 3.
The numbers for the Astros offensively of late are rough. 3.05 runs a game over the last 17. Somehow they are 7-10, but only the White Sox have scored fewer than that over that stretch.
And yeah, the offense is so bad. The thing with Kikuchi is, like, I don't need to see 11 strikeouts again, though. I just need him to be what we asked the first time, and we kind of want to reset those expectations. Let's go back to the quality start thing. Like, I'm not going to ask him to go out there and strike out 8+ guys over 6 innings. I just want to see his next start, which is, I believe, is going to be in this series. Just give me a quality start, and then I think we'll all be I'll feel better about the original start on Friday night if he can follow that performance up with another one and just be consistent at that point.
I mean, he was an out away from a quality start, which is why the whole quality start thing is like so stupid.
Yes.
Where it's like 1 out makes the difference as whether we could call it a quality start or not.
Right, and it's pretty quality if you're throwing 8 straight strikeouts.
Yeah, like that's better than a lot of quality. What he did is better than what a lot of quality starts are.
Tied a franchise record. Yeah, quality start, whatever. Doesn't matter in that moment.
But there is a little bit of, came against the Rays. And maybe Hunter Brown can be like, hey, know how that feels. Having an awesome start where everyone goes, it's against the A's.
The Astros are certainly feeling pretty good about bringing in Kikuchi, though, and you've already heard the Astros are stamping themselves on this Kikuchi start. this was said after the game, courtesy of Chandler Rome. In their meeting with Yusei Kikuchi Wednesday, the Astros encouraged him to throw his changeup more. And this is something he tweeted at 8:04, actually, during that game on Friday. He's already thrown 12 through 4 innings. The most he threw in a start with Toronto was 19. He only threw more than 12 6 times in 22 starts. He had 7 punch-outs at that moment in time. He got 4 more. He used his changeups 26% of the time on Friday, higher than his season average of 11%. I do not know what it is about the Astros, who historically have been able to bring in Justin Verlander, whose numbers were not as good as they'd been before in 2017, and have him looking the way that he did from 2017 on. Same thing with Garrett Cole. Same thing with Charlie Morton. Same thing with, I guess you can make the argument, Zach Greinke to an extent. Same thing with now Ronel Blanco. Same thing with, of late, Hunter Brown and Yusei Kikuchi. I don't know what it is that the Astros numbers people, specifically those who are connected to the pitching coaches, I don't know what it is that they see that allows them to see a pitcher should be throwing more pitches than others, but it is the one thing that over most of the last decade, the Astros have clearly had a leg up on everybody in baseball, regardless of who's the actual pitching coach.
Especially because it just feels so simple at times that, like, I don't understand why other teams don't quite figure it out. Like, you look at Kikuchi's like swing and miss rate, and it was an effective strikeout pitch on his changeup when he was in Toronto, but he just threw it so little. And then the Astros are like, hey, dude, throw it a lot more. And then it goes very well. Like, it seems so simple in a way, but it's like maybe it's the outside voice is like gets to these guys, but like it just doesn't seem that complicated.
It feels like every other organization should be capable of saying, this pitch works really well for you. You should throw it more.
Yeah, because didn't we might have talked about it, might have been Dell and I don't know. It all blends together. But we were talking about how that the Astros pitch after trading for Kikuchi was like, yeah, we could fix him.
Yeah.
And we're like, so should we expect that in start one? Or is there a process to fixing this guy?
Well, that was my concern, is that there's only a couple of months left in the year. So maybe they would eventually be able to fix him. But to fix him when he's a rental means he's probably going to be more expensive for another team. And it's not like one of those episodes of Antique Shop where you're bringing in an antique that's busted up, you clean it up a little bit, and you sell it. No. This is just like something you're fixing and leaving out on the side of the road after you're done with it.
You're getting 10 starts of a fixed pitcher, basically, is the idea of it. But we thought, oh, maybe not start one, he's fixed. And apparently because the fix is, hey, you know that pitch, throw it more. That pitch, throw it less. Boom. Now you're an ace.
And that's why, like, we'll see what happens in the next start, because if we know he can be that good. He's done it before. I mean, Paul has talked about this, where he saw him in Seattle. We saw his numbers look like the start of the season with Toronto. Like, he can be a really good pitcher.
He puts together great stretches. It's really a matter of, can he do it the rest of the way? And he might have to, because we don't know when we're going to see Luis Garcia again. Lance McCullers done for the year. They basically confirmed that yesterday. And with Justin Verlander, who, as Joe pointed out, has been dealing with a shoulder injury, not just a neck, thus his lengthy absence, still has to make 2 rehab starts to get back, even if things are feeling better for him right now. Shout out to the Minute Maid Park ballpark. Now, for a moment in time, I got a little arrogant. I got a little cocky. I thought that the people that worked at the Houston Astros, specifically those who are in charge of the stadium sounds, I thought that they were listeners of the show. And I thought to myself, if they're going to play this little sound effect after every single strikeout, then they are Gallant George fan number ones, P1s as they call them, because they were doing this after every single Yusei Kikuchi strikeout. You say. It turns out that that was something that happened in Toronto. I did not know that.
I didn't either.
I'm really bummed out about that. I honestly was so excited for a moment.
I felt so bad. I felt bad telling you the truth in the text. I should have just lied to you.
Yeah, you should have.
I feel like
I wouldn't have done the research.
I sent the text back, and I was like, I should have just been a bad teammate and let you come in today and just like, be like, they listen to me.
I had a long midnight walk, just walking down the street, just playing some sad music. I found a statue.
You playing that song? Because that song's kind of sad.
That is a sad song. I found a statue, as I often do. I rode my motorcycle around town at night, and I found a statue. And guess what? There is a statue of me in Houston. You just have to find it. It's in the right spot. And I looked at the statue up on this pedestal, and I took off my helmet, and I threw the helmet at the statue, and I said, "Who are you?" And Eye of the Tiger was playing in the background slowly. And now, guys, I'm on my comeback. But that was a devastating moment for my pride. And ego, thank you. Please respect me in this very difficult time.
I did find it funny, just like the shots of like Justin Verlander every time they played it.
Yeah.
And he was singing it.
Yeah,
like,
that's great.
Apparently Sparky was getting annoyed by it on the radio broadcast.
Oh, you
Which
fuddy-duddy.
That really surprises me.
I thought he was the fun one.
Especially because I've worked with those sound people. They used to request music when I was producing games, and they would request the most garbage music for us to bump back with, and like they never complained. So I'm a little surprised like that annoyed them.
I thought
but
he
get
was
used to it.
I thought he was the fun one.
He is the fun one, but maybe he just doesn't like Lisa Loeb.
I will say he did hear it for 8 outs in a row
That's
one
true.
point.
So
it's a little overboard. It feels like.
No, it's not.
New pitch clock too, so that's like once every 30 seconds he's hearing it.
People like repetitive things. People like laugh tracks on sitcoms. Oh, we can't have "you say" after Yusei Kikuchi throws a strikeout.
I think we have to keep it now.
Well, it always should have happened.
Now there has
The
to be.
Mariners are idiots for not doing it.
Yes. Now if he let's go bad situation here for a second.
I know.
If he gives up 5 earned runs in the first inning,
And then strikes out for out number 3.
you can't play it. like there's got to be
No.
There's got to be some
You can't.
rules. Like we tried this already with Ryan Presley. We said Ryan Presley can't have his entrance song. They kept it. But like if Kikuchi is getting smoked, you can't keep playing it.
You can. You're wrong.
I know
if
you can't.
If he's having a bad first inning, you want to get him back on track, and apparently he likes it.
I was gonna ask, did they do it in the first? Did he strike someone out in the first inning? B, did they do it in the first inning?
They must have.
Because that would have been fun.
Yeah.
I'm sure that went over well with Astros Twitter. That was my favorite part. It's just the sequencing of how things went for Yusei Kikuchi, where it's just immediate off the bat. Oh my God, we're bleeped. And then slowly throughout by like the 4th inning, it was, oh, okay. No, this guy's good. It also helped that the Astros scored some runs, got back into it.
3, but
Yeah, I mean,
But enough to like.
enough runs. Yes.
yeah. The first inning was he gave up a double to a guy that should be a Houston Astro, Yandy Diaz. Then he gave up a home run to Carlson, who also could have been a Houston Astro, and then he struck the next 2 guys out.
Okay.
So they probably went right to the Yusei
Right.
after the 2-run homer.
As people are tweeting, panicking, they went with the Lisa Loeb drop. Good to know. They stood on business.
And he did a hat tip. And that was nice. Yusei Kikuchi. What did we think about the hat tip?
Deserved.
Yeah, it was a good tip of the hat.
For your debut, yes.
Yeah.
If now second start and he has the same thing, it's like, okay. We can't be tipping our hat every time you pitch 6 innings, 2 earned runs.
But he loved it. He's happy here. That's all that matters.
Yeah. No, again, for debut, good.
I want them to abuse the Yusei button.
Just hit it over and over.
Over
again.
and over.
After every strike.
Every swinging strike.
I was gonna say every out. You guys are going a little.
Every swinging strike. How about every swinging strike?
I just know how Paul goes.
No, I want to get into these hitters' heads.
Wait, every swinging strike?
Yeah.
Every called strike, too.
No. Just the ones where the swing and miss.
Okay.
So that way we won't kill it. Well, it'll be sort of like in Mortal Kombat. There's this certain thing that you did if you like face planted. This random guy like would pop his head out from around the corner and go Toasty.
Yep.
It'd be like that.
Just like that.
And really, it would get in their heads.
What a pull.
Yeah,
Such a great reference.
Yeah,
I don't know how many people are gonna get that reference, but I get it and I love it. That's all that matters to me right now. Young Shong over there doesn't seem to understand this reference.
I got a lot of references, okay? Some would say that's a sign of something. It is Gallant and George. He is Joe George. I am Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Did the Houston Texans miss out because they didn't sign this guy? And now he's going to be playing him twice a year. Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
The Tennessee Titans signed a player that I wanted the Houston Texans to sign, and they signed him for practically nothing. Quandre Diggs, most recently a safety with the Seattle Seahawks, where he showed he has incredible ability to cover downfield, signed a 1-year, $5 million contract to play for Tennessee. He made the announcement on Twitter himself. It's a new age for the media newsbreakers out there. I really feel that this is a missed opportunity for the Texans. It would be one thing if he signed Joe a deal that was worth $10 million a year or something like that. $5 million for 1 year. When you have the questions at safety that you do, you were bad when it came to just keeping things in front of you at the back line of the defense last year. And by the way, that's what the position is all about. It's called safety. So unless Jimmy Ward's healthy for a full season, and unless Jalen Petrie can figure out how to better fit into this defense, I think this is a missed opportunity. And I'm not convinced that either of those two things are going to happen.
With Petrie, too, because it really seems like he's your nickel corner at this point, too.
At the very least, he is going to be playing in the nickel at points this season. Is he the outright guy? I do not know, but it stands to reason, Joe, that just given the lack of depth at cornerback position, that he is a front runner.
Yeah, so if he's there, then you're relying on Kalen Bullock to be your other safety next to Jimmy Ward.
And Bullock did play very well in preseason game number 1, but remember, that's against backups, and he is a third-round pick. He played at USC. He's got size. He's got range, all that stuff. And look, the Texans have shown recently that they are willing to put young players into uncomfortable situations right away. Just take a look at Kamari Lassiter, the second-round pick. He's already your starting corner, but 2 rookies as potential starters in the secondary, especially considering we haven't really seen Kalen Bullock going with the first-team unit and any training camp practice. That is interesting to me, and not in a good way. After that, at safety, if Jalen Petrie is playing nickel a lot, we're talking MJ Stewart. We're talking, I mean, guys, Eric Murray, guys who, are probably best case scenario in the NFL, multi-year special teamers, not guys that you want out there as safeties. Not meant to be an indictment, but this was a big problem for them last year. And I almost wish that Quandre Diggs got paid, so this would be taken off of the table for the Texans. Instead, 1 year, $5 million. I mean, I'm sure there are special teamers on this roster who are making as much. I know Robert Woods' contract on the roster. He's probably not even going to make it to the end of training camp. His number is literally that much. You could dump Robert Woods and sign Quandre Diggs like that.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think this is a huge missed opportunity because I think they need to add another safety. I just don't. It would be a bad decision to go into this year with this as your safety depth. If you're going to move Petrie to nickel, and that's going to be his primary position, then you have to add depth, and not even just depth. You have to have a starter, and there's starters out there. So Diggs was a very good option. Now, I won't lie. I think it's not the worst thing for the Texans that they're starting 2 safeties is what was very poor for Seattle not that long ago, between Quandre Diggs and Jamal Adams being the new safeties of the Tennessee Titans. That's very interesting that they're reunited now in Tennessee. But the Texans need to make a move. It's the cornerback and safety is very clearly the biggest issue on the defense, maybe the biggest issue on this team, and you need to address it in some way, whether that's signing a veteran corner or just going all in with your safeties or with your young guys. But Bullock had major tackling problems at USC.
Everyone in USC, to be fair, had major tackling problems. And if the safety is the one that is supposed to get all these guys who are running past your entire defense, there are going to be bad plays from time to time. But you are right. He had some shaky moments with the Trojans. And I feel like at the beginning of the year, where you're not going up against great quarterbacks as much as you are the rest of the year in those first 6 games. Maybe Lassiter and Bullock will improve significantly over that 6-week stretch. And you're hoping that the defense that you've got the last week of the year is just going to improve week to week to week. Like that's how a lot of NFL defenses work. Like a guy at the beginning of the year who's not thought to be a very good corner or very good secondary player, enough experience, you're going to feel a little bit differently about that guy. But these were big question marks this offseason, and it is very optimistic to believe that a second-round pick and a third-round pick are going to fix the holes in your secondary, which can be made worse by the next time that Derek Stingley re-aggravates something. Not predicting that that'll happen. I'm hoping this is going to be Stingley's first 17-game season in the NFL, but we haven't seen it yet, and it stands to reason when you have one hamstring injury, you're going to have more.
Yeah, well, even if he doesn't miss a whole game, players miss time, and you have no depth at corner. Also, I mean, I know Okuda said that's part of the reason why he didn't interview with Aaron Wilson this weekend. He said that's part of the reason why he was here. What was the competition that's here? But Okuda and Lassiter is not exactly, a great duo at corner if you have to get it. And even if you go with these young guys, Paul, with Lassiter at corner, if they don't make substantial improvements from week 1 to the Dolphins game, then you are screwed when you play the Dolphins and Lamar and Mahomes in 3 consecutive weeks. Like that's no matter who you have out there, it's going to be super daunting and super challenging. But it's just a lot to ask these young guys to be ready for that.
I'm with you there, but I'm not fretting about it as much because I think by the end of the year, they'll be playing a lot better. They have to. If you have essentially a full season's worth of experience by that stretch, you're going to be as prepared probably as you possibly can be. But you are also operating under the assumption that all those guys are going to improve with the more playing time that they get. Benjamin Albright is a Denver sports radio reporter. He works for KOA Colorado. He is fairly connected when it comes to breaking NFL stories. He was asked about Broncos safety Justin Simmons and said that Simmons has had over a dozen offers. He's just looking for the right situation, that he probably signs this week in the AFC South. I saw some speculating that it could be the Indianapolis Colts. Simmons would make a lot of sense here, and if Diggs is off the board, Diggs was my number 1 safety left, then why not?
I think
Justin Simmons.
I think you have to. At this point, I mean, looking at the depth chart for the Indianapolis Colts, it probably makes a lot of sense for them too. But Justin Simmons makes a ton of sense. And now the market's kind of set for you. So if he had all these offers and he didn't like what he was getting, well, if Diggs is getting $5 million, then Simmons is probably getting 1 year, 7 to 10, I would guess, which you have plenty of money to pay that at this point. You can, as you said, you can cut Robert Woods to help that cause even more so. So you can address other positions if you feel the need. But we'll see how this preseason game goes. But it would be nice if he's going to sign. It would be really disappointing to see Diggs and Simmons sign in the AFC South and neither of them be with the Houston Texans.
He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We are 31 days away from the start of the NFL season. And to continue that countdown, we will remember an unrepentant a-hole who is truly one of the dirtiest players in NFL history and should not be remembered as the Hall of Famer that he is. This guy sucks. And by the way, he also affected a current Houston Texan indirectly. Who is it? You'll find out who this jackass is next. Stick around, Gallant and George. 31 days away from the start of the NFL season. Let's go back in time to a play that we would have played for number 32 because of who made this play happen. What I'm going to tell you is that for the most miraculous play in NFL history to ever happen, it's so awesome that this jackass is actually the reason it happened. But first, let's hear that immaculate reception one more time.
Last chance for the Steelers. Bradshaw trying to get away. And his pass is broken up by Tatum. Tipped off. Franco Harris has it. And he's over. What? Franco Harris grabbed the ball on a deflection. 5 seconds to go. He grabbed it with 5 seconds to go and scored.
Let's watch this again.
1 million to 1 odds on this one.
So that's the immaculate reception. For those who don't know, there was controversy over that play for years because no one was 100% sure who the ball bounced off of. Did it bounce off of Steelers wide receiver Frenchie Fuqua? At the time, had it bounced off of Frenchie Fuqua, that would have been an illegal catch by Franco Harris. Or did it bounce off of Jack Tatum, who wasn't going to knock the football down and wasn't trying to go for an interception? Tatum was doing what he did all the time, which was just going for a kill shot over the middle of the field. And in going for that kill shot, the ball bounced right off of Jack Tatum into the hands of Franco Harris, who scampered in for a touchdown. And again, I'll say it again, could not have happened. A bad moment like that could not have had a better recipient of karmic justice, because Jack Tatum, who called himself the assassin, is one of the biggest a-holes in the history of the NFL. The guy actually wrote a book called Call Me Assassin, where he bragged about paralyzing Derek Stingley Jr.'s grandfather, Darryl Stingley, in a preseason game. He never even tried to apologize to this guy after paralyzing him in a effing preseason game. One of the absolute worst. And there was a moment where Stingley and Tatum were going to do an interview. Stingley pulled out at the last second when he found out that Jack Tatum was actually trying to promote his autobiography, Call Me Assassin, which I actually read when I was in 4th grade. I didn't know much about football then. I did have a deep appreciation for the game. And I didn't know much about who is an a-hole and who isn't an a-hole. But Jack Tatum, a-hole. Having read that book, confirmed it. 8 years old, Paul knew. Jack Tatum, a-hole.
Yeah, I find his Wikipedia page interesting because like they paint this story of his close friend John Hicks saying that it made Tatum a recluse and something that ate at him for his whole life. And then the next sentence is he never apologized or tried to apologize. I just say sorry. Like, even if you don't mean it, like you ruined someone's life, basically.
Yep. Yeah, he sucks. Just completely sucks. He had 7 picks for the Oilers in 1980.
All right.
Arguably the greatest season for any safety in Houston in NFL history. And then he retired after the year was done. Great Houston Texans who wore the number 31, Aaron Glenn, Bernard Pollard. Remember him back in the day?
Mm-hmm.
Patriots fans, not fans of Bernard Pollard. That's like the reason the Tom Brady rule got put into effect in the NFL. David Johnson. He was 31.
Legend.
Charles James.
Okay.
Star of Hard Knocks in 2015.
Yep.
Shiloh Ko, Texan special teamer that everyone said was a really good special teamer all the time. Also Steven Nelson, and now it's Dameon Pierce.
Dameon Pierce, running back 1.
He has to be right now because there's no Joe Mixon.
I don't remember Shiloh. Was he a big deal?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, people would just talk about what a great special teams player he was all the time.
He was a big-time preseason guy.
Yes.
Training camp a preseason guy.
Yes.
And then when he actually had to play safety, not
great. Not great.
Steven Nelson. Miss you, bud.
Happy retirement to Steven Nelson.
Pour one out.
I hope the podcast is going well. Seriously, I feel like it would be an entertaining podcast, but every single clip I've seen from it, I feel like I've gotten a muted Steven Nelson. I want Nelson to let his wings fly.
Well, he's like trying to say now that everyone took the milk dud man thing the
No,
wrong
you got to lean
way.
into it.
I just the more he tries to explain it, the more confused I get.
You should talk about how he was traumatized by milk duds growing up and that D'Amico Ryans triggered him and that's why he left the NFL. Or something like that.
I like that.
The NFL's top 100 list is complete, and Patrick Mahomes is the 4th best player in the NFL. It's official.
Okay, NFL players don't know a lot, or I don't know. Lamar Jackson is ahead of him. How?
Tyreek Hill's 1, Lamar Jackson 2, Christian McCaffrey 3. White guy over Patrick Mahomes. I'm surprised no one has called racism. Players in the NFL, are they racist putting Patrick Mahomes behind Christian McCaffrey? I don't know.
I think it's the opposite. I think it shows how not racist the NFL is by recognizing the greatness that is Christian McCaffrey. How is Patrick Mahomes number 4? Behind Lamar Jackson. Do they vote on this? I wonder when they vote on this. Like, how do you watch the playoffs and say, yeah, Lamar over Patrick? I don't quite understand how you can come to that conclusion with how bad Lamar Jackson plays in the playoffs.
I don't either. I mean, my thought is that they were putting this list together, players, in the middle of the year. Jackson was having yet another great year. He was finally throwing well in a season. By the way, he threw for a lot of touchdown passes the year he won MVP back in 2019 as well. But I think people were like, oh, he's finally figured it out. So when this award is voted on in the regular season and you've got players, you can see how a lot of players would say Lamar Jackson's at the top and maybe not enough were saying Patrick Mahomes was at the top. But maybe it has something to do with the fact that Lamar Jackson's also a great runner, where Mahomes is known primarily as a passer. But yeah, it's hard to spin zone this one.
Yeah, who had the best regular season last year, it's like, okay, I can see how they come to this list. But then yeah, when you actually throw in that's not how they do the list like consistently, as evidenced by guys who played 4 snaps being on the list. And so it falls apart. I don't know. There might be a little bit of how guys like Kyrie Irving are always a little bit overrated by NBA players with just when you play against him, you're like, God, how do you stop that? I played great defense and he just shot over me. Where there's a little bit of that with Lamar Jackson, where it's like, I don't know, I was in the right spot. He just ran past me. How do I stop this? Same thing with Tyreek Hill too.
I agree with Tyreek though. I'm fine with that.
Tyreek Hill is number 1.
I don't think a quarterback has to be number 1. Yes, they always are the MVP. Yes, but I don't think a quarterback has to be the best player. Now, I would.
Is he better than every single defensive player and every single offensive player? Take quarterbacks out of the equation.
I mean, the biggest argument really is Justin Jefferson, I would imagine, who's not in the top 4.
Well, I think that would be for top wide receivers. I think Tyreek Hill is one of for the receiver side of things because of the speed that he brings to the table. But is he better as a offensive player than defensive players
like Micah Parsons?
Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett. I guess Aaron Donald isn't in the equation anymore. But
TJ Watt.
TJ Watt, yeah. I don't know.
Who was the top defensive player?
I think it was TJ. I think TJ Watt might have been.
I feel like we've only talked about the offensive players.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was TJ Watt this year. I think he came in number 8.
Oh no, it was Myles Garrett at 5.
Okay, swinging helmets.
And then Chris Jones at 6. That
was my favorite take that I had in Seattle, was saying what Myles Garrett did to Mason Rudolph wasn't that bad, and all the Seattle people, the crying libs, started whining like, that was assault, and I was like, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Mason Rudolph had it coming. We all had to watch that in Monday Night Football. And I was being kind of sarcastic, but I was like, I didn't want to watch Mason Rudolph anymore, and Myles Garrett didn't either. And you know what he did? He got him out of that game.
I just envision you saying that and then seeing whatever, if you guys had a text line, how bad that went over. That take would that would not go well.
That city does not grasp sarcasm at all. At all.
Especially if it's like that, I would imagine.
For a city that thinks it's really smart, you would think that they would understand sarcasm a little bit. Because I would go on these little riffs. I was like, yeah, Nickelback, greatest band ever. And the people that were on my show were like, what? Are you serious? And I was like, yeah. Photograph. It's number 1 and 2 songs of all time.
Rockstar,
number 3.
Whoa.
Over their heads. All right. By the way, we're talking about undesirables. Jack Tatum, for some, Tyreek Hill, with some of his off-the-field shenanigans. He just got his contract restructured. The Chiefs have John Gruden on their coaching staff right now.
I saw that. Interesting. I guess he's suing the NFL and they're not totally blackballing him from the league. So
I believe that he worked with Andy Reid under Mike Holmgren back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that might be why Gruden's out there, because there's some familiarity between Reid and Gruden. Not a bad consultant to have in there. I don't really like Gruden as a head coach, but not a bad consultant to have.
It's like all the college football consultants and the analysts where they have 45 guys in the team photo wearing a polo shirt where it's like, hey, if you can get this guy to do it, sure, go for it. I don't understand how it's really worth his time, but I guess it's better than doing nothing. And I don't know what the harm is.
Yeah, like last year makes more sense, right? He goes to New Orleans where he's with his former quarterback, a former coach that was on his staff with the Raiders, and like they're actually like he's trying to like help implement the offense for Derek Carr and the Saints. I don't know, like what's he teaching Patrick Mahomes? How to run away from a pool noodle?
Hey, Spider 2Y banana.
I still think I don't remember what Spider 2Y banana is. Is that in the NCAA football game?
No, it's
not. Okay.
No.
I don't think there's any references to John Gruden in the college football game.
Not anymore. Not anymore. Yeah, everyone talked about it all the time, and I was like, is it really that great of a play?
It was also just like, I think it just got memeified where it was just like, what a funny name for a play, where I'm like, it's not that funny of a name for a play.
I think it was the way he said it, too. Like,
Spider Y 2Y banana.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. I don't do a great Gruden.
It's not terrible, though.
By the way, speaking of disgraced NFL coaches, Sean Payton wants all kickoffs that don't land in the box to go to the 35-yard line.
I like
Sean
that.
Payton famously suspended for a year, dumped on the Houston Texans the offseason before this one, and now is the coach of a team with Bo Nix as their starting quarterback.
I like this rule because I thought the kickoff was boring. So making the punishment the 35-yard line if you kick into the end zone instead of the 30.
Here are the rules. If there's a landing zone, if the kick is short of the landing zone, like if you squib it, or if it goes out of bounds, just like before, the ball goes to the 40, except for it has to be in the air when it gets to the landing zone. But if it's a touchback, the ball goes out to the 30. For a ball that hits the landing zone and bounces into the end zone and isn't returned, it goes to the 20. Sean Payton wants all of them to just go to the 35.
I don't love that. Because then it incentivizes you to let it bounce into the end zone.
Well, no. If it bounces into the end zone, it's 20.
Or no, to bounce in play and go into the end zone.
True, but I mean, if it bounces in play, then someone who's in coverage could theoretically get to the ball if you just let it sit there.
Theoretically.
So,
but I'm saying for like where it bounce, like how
I
a
get what you're
punt,
saying.
like how a punt works.
I think the bigger thing right here is that he wants them all to go to the 35, and I agree with that. People are going to start putting down the back of the end zone probably by week 4 because people are going to realize that there's way more things bad that can happen. Starting at the 30-yard line, the other team starting at the 30-yard line, it's really not that bad. They're already doing it at the 25.
Yeah, and it was boring. Like I think I was listening to something they said it looks like a practice play. Like it looks like you're practicing while a game is happening. It looked so bizarre. Maybe we'll get used to it, but after one preseason game, and that's all it is just it's not worth it. I would rather just get rid of the kickoffs at this point.
We're close to that.
I think we are too.
I think it's if this doesn't work, they're just getting rid of the kickoffs. Everyone starts at the 30.
5 years later.
I know.
Is that when we make the change?
Might be like 3 years. People are already out on this after the Hall of Fame
next year.
Yeah.
I mean, if everyone this offseason,
which is ridiculous because there's like what 4 kickoffs. And
yeah,
like,
exactly.
No thanks.
Exactly. If the Dolphins actually put Tyreek Hill back there, like it could be absolutely electric. But like the most buzz this thing has gotten is when the Steelers maybe they're gonna put Justin Fields back there. But like everyone's
more about Fields.
Yes. But like Joe Buck is like trying to like make it seem like a Super Bowl has been won every single time they're going to commercial break because a kickoff is coming. So like they're trying so hard to push this. If it flops, I wouldn't be shocked if they change it next season, honestly.
He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. An old friend. We thought he was leaving. Guess what? He's not going anywhere. Who am I talking about? You'll find out. One of your favorite Houston Astros is sticking around. Stay put.
Tomorrow morning, I'll be headed over to the Heights, 767 North Shepherd and O Athletic. You can check them out, oathletic.com, where you can see their full class schedule that they have offered for you, whether it's weightlifting, agility training, you want to do some powerlifting even, or you want to do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, boxing classes. They have all those kind of classes for you. So whatever you're wanting to try or whatever kind of workout you want to do to get in shape and get healthier in 2024, they have for you at O Athletic. Check them out, 767 North Shepherd in the Heights, oathletic.com. That's also where you can see all their recovery options that you have for you, like the endless pool, the sauna, the steam room. It's all there for you. Check them out, oathletic.com, and tell them Joe George sent you by.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Rafael Montero was designated for assignment, and that assignment is going to stick because guess what? You're going to be able to hear Rafael Montero pitch right here on your home for Sugarland Space Cowboys baseball. The Rafael Montero Show got picked up by another network. Woohoo! Because he cleared waivers and has agreed to said assignment. So Rafael Montero is going to be headlining things for the Sugarland Space Cowboys.
Yeah,
First half champions of the Pacific Coast League.
I feel like because he's doing this,
it's important for the stretch run. I think he's going to be awesome for the Space Cowboys.
We'll see how long he's down there for. This feels like something like since he took it, like maybe they'll fix something or they'll try to fix it and give him another shot.
What are they going to fix? I mean, they've had him on the Major League roster for multiple seasons. And
true. 2022
is the only year where he looked good.
I also don't really understand how this works. Like, does this mean so? Like, is he on a different contract now? That's why I don't understand baseball, like how this is allowed. And then when he comes back, that's when he gets all of his money again. It makes no sense. But you know what? Good luck to Rafael Montero. Him and Justin Verlander leading the Space Cowboys to the playoffs, and Kyle Tucker in 2024. They'll all be there for the stretch run.
Will Kyle Tucker be there?
I don't know if Kyle Tucker's going to be there. When do the playoffs start for the Sugarland Space Cowboys?
The end of September.
Okay.
So they'll be there they won't be there for the playoffs.
Good.
Montero might be.
Not for the AAA playoffs.
Well, it's only 4 games for the AAA playoffs.
Oh, that's right. And then if they win that, because it's the 2 division champions face off against one another.
In a 3-game series.
Right.
But then the finals is one game.
Which is the most bizarre thing I've ever heard for baseball.
No, I love that. Just get this thing over with. What are we
So
doing?
the first half division champion plays the second half division champion in each division of the league, and then they play each other in the final. And then if those two, whoever wins that game plays the one game against the other league.
Yes.
So it's the International League, which is like generally the East Coast teams. That's their minor league, and then the Pacific Coast League is the other one. So yeah, the Astros might have Rafael Montero pitching for the Space Cowboys. So if they don't make it to the ALCS, I mean, right now they're guaranteed to make it by default to the minor league championship series for the Pacific Coast League, right?
Yep.
Only 2 teams make it.
So they're in.
To the
PCLCS.
Yeah. Yeah. They're already in.
PCLCS.
So the PCLCS, and then there's the PCL championship, and then there's the minor league championship, which is essentially like what the Super Bowl was from 1967 through 1970, where
just like the Super Bowl,
they were 2 leagues and one team would be world champion, but no one really recognized them as 2 leagues together at that moment in time.
Yes.
Everyone thought the AFL was a bunch of BS.
So, do you think we see Rafael Montero pitch for the Astros over again?
I hope not.
I hope not too. I hope not.
I can see it happening in a emergency, like where they have to go through a bunch of pitchers and they don't have any off days, and so they kind of call them up just to soak up some innings and then send it back down. A Sean Dubin like role.
But they would be designated him for assignment again. And what happens when he doesn't get picked up again? Would you even want to go through that if you're Rafael Montero?
Maybe he likes to live in Houston. Maybe that's his house. Doesn't want to move.
Yeah, at least he doesn't have to move.
That's true.
He'll move in the off season.
Yeah. It's either that or don't pitch. So.
Yeah, because I don't think he's pitching for the Yankees.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about someone scooping him up.
There's another year that he will be pitching for this team. So he's just going to be a Sugarland Space Cowboy all of next year?
My guess is they cut him in the off season.
Yeah, they probably
he officially leaves in the off season. But I don't really understand how minor league contracts work for veteran players. Like, can he just leave whenever he wants because he agreed to this assignment? Like, I guess not.
What do you mean leave whenever he wants?
Well, because
he can just not show up.
Like Eric Lauer or whatever. He opted out of his contract. Like, I don't understand how some guys have opt outs and some guys don't. That are veterans.
So those are a lot of those minor league contracts they'll have a date where it's, hey, if I'm not on the big league roster by this date, the player can opt out. And they don't always opt out on that date. They might wait a little bit and then opt out.
Oh.
Okay.
That's normally more established guys who then have to go the minor league contract route.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, now we know a little bit more.
There is a minor leaguer that I've got my eye on right now, though.
I know. A minor leaguer?
Minor leaguer.
Minor
Okay.
leaguer.
You did not say a minor.
No, I did not. I think I made that very clear.
Come
I
on,
guess
Sean.
not.
You're reaching here.
You're reaching.
Yeah.
I'm just keeping my eye on the transaction wire in case the Atlanta Braves cut Yuli Gurriel or let him go, because he's hitting 278 in AAA right now. So maybe he solves your first base problems. Bring him back, Yuli. 278. He's got 31 RBI, 40 RBIs this year. 9 home runs.
I think you're being sarcastic, but I
part of me is not.
I expect more out of Yuli Gurriel than I do from Jay Whitcomb and Zach DiZenzo.
They both hit tanks. Both
Shea
those
Whitcomb, a utility player for the Sugarland Space Cowboys, is hitting 295 with 23 homers and 84 runs batted in. Zach DiZenzo, who was drafted in the 12th round in 2022, is 17 for 41 with 4 doubles at Sugarland.
Okay.
That's practically 500. And he was just promoted from Double-A 2 weeks ago.
And they both play first base?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We'll see if it works.
Do you think the Astros should put Joey Loper? Oh, wait, he's gone.
That's mean.
No, they got DeZenzo now.
Yeah, I mean, I want Loperfido back. That's my Italian, and now another possibly Italian person. But he's not named Mario. He's not Mario Joseph like Joey Loperfido was. I don't care if I'm standing for a guy who strikes out 50% of his at-bats. He made great defensive plays, and Loperfido's an awesome name.
Do you think the Astros, when they drafted these guys, were like, wait, so we have a Arrighetti, we have Loperfido, and a DeZenzo?
Oh,
Like,
they're all gonna get hurt in the World Baseball Classic.
Like, when do they think they realized, like, wow, we really just have a lot of Italians?
I mean, maybe there's just like an Italian in the scouting department that we don't know about. And he's like, hey, this guy.
Hey, trust me.
If you're a legend for the New York Yankees, do you become an honorary Italian? Because Reggie Jackson would qualify.
That's a good question.
I mean, like everyone in New York, like if you're from New York, they love to claim people that aren't actually from New York. You can make it here, you can make it anywhere. Oh!
Hey, I have a cousin. He's a good kid. His name's Mario. He goes by Joey. Play a little outfield. Play a little first base. I'm just saying, Dana, give him a shot.
Reggie ends in a vowel. Why can't we up him? Come on, forget about it.
And, do a favor for us. Maybe down the road, if things come to it, we do a favor for you.
Yeah. We'll give Rafael Montero 3 years, $34.5 million. Oh!
We'll give you protection, Dana Brown. For when you get fired.
Hey.
Sorry.
It's on the right track. The Yusei Kikuchi trade. Home run right now.
18 months from now. Sorry.
Okay, that's the shelf life. That's the first prediction. Writing that down. He is Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant and Sean Mapes behind the glasses. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Are the Astros going through a, quote, little funk, end quote, or is this the reality? These offensive struggles. Stick around. We'll discuss next. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros lost 2 of 3 against the Tampa Bay Rays over the weekend, and it was more of the same from the Astros at the plate. They have scored just over 3 runs a game over their last 17. They're 7-10. In their last 7 games, they've scored just 16 runs. They only have 47 homers since Kyle Tucker got that shin contusion that's kept him out 2+ months. Only 3 lineups in all of baseball have less. It's been bad, Joe, and you're seeing all of the numbers that we saw that were at least top 10 not too long ago starting to drop. Now 10th in OPS, 10th in slugging, 11th in on-base percentage, 13th in runs, 16th in home runs in all of baseball. I understand that Kyle Tucker being out is a big albatross around their neck, but this is unacceptable.
it's just not, and it's not what they're capable of either. Like that's the thing that's weird about this is that they're not just bad, they're terrible. I mean, they're terrible right now. And the more I've thought about it, the more I think I lean that it's a giant funk for this team. You look back to the beginning of the season, like even when the team was really struggling, it was mostly the pitching. And you looked at offensive categories, like, like they were losing all these games. They still led the league in hits. They still were at the top of on-base percentage and all these different things. It was just, they were dreadful with runners in scoring position. And that was really, between that and these disastrous pitching starts, was what was really killing them to start the season. And then everything started to kind of come together, and now the offense has dropped off a cliff once again. Because of what they did at the beginning of the season, where like they led the league in hits, I still believe there's a better offense in here. And so it's a funk, but I don't know if it's an offense that's capable of also winning a World Series or going back to the ALCS.
This offense is not capable of winning a World Series right now. That is for sure.
Yes.
It's just not.
I don't know I don't think it's fair to say that's just because of Kyle Tucker.
No, it's definitely not fair to say it's just because of Kyle Tucker. I mean, they're underachieving. Things could be better, and slumps happen. So you can certainly explain a lot of this away by looking at it through that prism. But ultimately, you're getting all the help you can from a pitching staff that has done more than its share this year. And that's where I'm a little nervous.
So, because do you think the pitching's going to fall apart still?
Look at what they've been doing.
I know.
Spencer Urquidy had 12 strikeouts for you. Are you kidding me? And I get it. The Rays can't hit. They had 41 strikeouts in total as a team over the weekend. Sort of takes a little bit of the excitement of Yusei Kikuchi getting 11 strikeouts on Friday away. But did you expect Kikuchi to do that in his first start? I sure didn't. Did you expect that out of Arrighetti? I didn't. I didn't expect any of what we've seen out of Ronel Blanco this year. I didn't expect what we've seen out of Hunter Brown of late. The starting pitching, despite an ungodly amount of injuries, has actually done enough. The bullpen, of course, has had its many moments of pants poopage this season, but they've even settled down. Is there ever going to come a moment where all of these things align? I mean, that's going to happen if they're going to win the World Series. They could still easily win the American League West because the Mariners keep playing with their food. They're only a game out in the AL West after this weekend and after a start to the second half of the year that has been bad by their standard. The thing that you got to wonder about is, are they going to fall too far away from the Mariners over this coming month, given who they play? It is a tough schedule that is continuing. And with the pitching doing what it's doing, but not getting the run support, what happens when the pitching is a little more human? Which it stands to reason it will be, just based off of odds, off of logic.
Yeah, especially these next 9 games where you play. So you play the Rangers, you play the Red Sox, you play the Rays. Well, 6 of the next 9 games for the Mariners are against the Detroit Tigers. So if they go in there and they just roll over Detroit left and right, then yeah, to what you're saying, it's going to be more challenging because the Mariners are just giving you gifts again. Where at the beginning of the season, when you weren't playing well, they could have ran away with this thing to where you never could have caught them, and they still at one point had a 10-game lead in the division, and you caught them. And now you're playing like this where your offense can't do anything, and they're still playing poor enough to where you're still within striking distance miraculously of this division, and you are good enough to win the division. The pitching, what's hard is because we always believed there was going to be reinforcements coming. That it was even because we were always on the same page, I think, with Arrighetti and Blanco probably wasn't going to be sustainable for the long term of the season, but there was 2 to 3 guys coming back. Well, at this point, we can only really bank on Justin Verlander coming back. I don't think we can expect Luis Garcia to come back, and we know McCullers is not. Is the offense fixable without it? Maybe. Without Tucker, maybe. And not to where.
No, it's not. It's not. They have to have Tucker back. I am convinced they need to have Tucker back now. But now my question is, okay, well, with Tucker back, what are they? Because of the way that they're playing right now. I mean, you take a look at the top of the order. The top of the order is stacked, at least from a names perspective. Bregman's been hitting better of late. Maybe not of late, but I mean, the last couple of months, he has definitely gone back to the Alex Bregman that we know. He at least smoked the ball a couple of times yesterday. And once again, the Astros have been getting some bad luck with the exit velo on some of these balls that they've been hitting. But, without Altuve, with Bregman, with Jordan and with what Yainer's done, which is also probably playing above what his actual level is. I mean, you add Kyle Tucker back to that, you feel really good about it. And you think that Jeremy Payne is going to figure it out eventually. But, I mean, the bottom of the order, is it really dragging it down that much?
No.
Is it that bad? Myers, not good of late. Dubon, not good of late. Like, there's a lot. Jazz McCormick, not good at all this year. Are three struggling hitters enough to pull down a lineup that has this many names in it? It shouldn't be. They're still top 5 in hits. Still top 5 in batting average. And yet, all the slugging and stuff is down. And I do not know what the problem is on that front, other than they're just not getting the job done. And yep, it's a marathon, not a sprint, blah, 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 all that stuff. I see the Twitch doing this every single day, where it's whenever we criticize the offense, like, oh, it's a long season, it's a long season. Shut up, okay? Shut up. Yes, it's a long season. What do you want us to do? Show up and say, well, no, they're not hitting today. All right, well, that's the end of the show. That's been Gallant George on a Monday. I would love to do that. But you can't always be calm while your kitchen's on fire. You can't. Sometimes you get a fire extinguisher. Sometimes you call 911. Are we calling for either of those things right now? No. What we're saying is this is bad. Why? I don't know. It can't be just Kyle Tucker. And it's annoying that you stabbed your pitchers in the back this weekend by not doing enough at the plate.
Well, because that's why I think it is the top of the order. Like, I'm not going to, like, the bottom of the order, yes, a little support from them would be nice. When the Astros took that, 10-game deficit from that to 0, and they caught back up in the American League West, and they got back above 500, and they took over first place for the first time this season, it was the bottom of the order. That was a huge part of that. But this weekend is a great example of where if your best players were just capable of hitting the baseball more consistently over this stretch, you win 2 out of 3 games this weekend, and you're tied for the division. And yes, it's not the end of the world that you're not. That's all fair. It's a long season. There's a lot to go. But when Yordan Alvarez has gone a month plus now without hitting a home run, and Kyle Tucker hasn't played in 3 months, and Yainer Diaz, while his adjustments have been great for him, he's completely removed the home run from his arsenal. And it's getting him on base, but no one can move him anywhere. Like, Jordan's 8 for 22 in the last 6 games. That's great. Yainer Diaz is great, but they're not doing anything with it. And that's where the Astros made a mistake by not acquiring something at the deadline. They should have acquired a bat, and you didn't have to acquire Yainer Diaz. And I know Dana Brown went on the Astros flagship, and he tried to pander this nonsense about how everyone's upset about the Astros trade and now the prospects they gave up for the Blue Jays. And, well, they would have had to give up even more first baseman. Wrong. Lie. You didn't have to do that. All you had to do was get an above replacement player for John Singleton, for Chas McCormick, for Jake Myers. They chose not to do that. Instead, they called up Pedro Leon, who might be a good player. He's also been in the minors for like 4 years, when they could have upgraded this team. I'm not saying adding a first baseman would have solved all your problems, but Dana Brown said that this is good enough. And if the Astros miss the playoffs and the lineup is a huge part of it, then it's Dana Brown's fault. Plain and simple. He chose not to improve this team. You couldn't have acquired a first baseman that's better than John Singleton?
I don't know if it's all Dana's fault, though. I'm not going to go there. I feel like he was hamstrung in what he could do because they have, some limitations to the farm system because of trades that they've made the last couple of years that I feel like were mandated by ownership.
That's true. That's true.
So
front office's fault.
And those contracts that he came in, I mean, you might feel a little bit better about this Astros team right now. Say you were able to sign some of the guys that I guess you weren't willing to meet the demands of. You would have been able to do it if you didn't make those deals happen. If you didn't have a Jose Abreu deal on the book, or you didn't have a Rafael Montero deal on the book, or Lance McCullers deal on the book. I mean, that's to go further back. There are some contracts here which are really limiting your ability to bring in guys like, I say, a Blake Snell who just threw a no-hitter. Congratulations to Blake Snell. The haters are never going to call you out again.
Yeah, that was a weird.
You see this clip? We actually have this. I know we haven't. I didn't call for coming into the segment, Sean, but Blake Snell, pitcher for the San Francisco Giants, through a no-hitter. This is the guy who regularly pitches like 4 2/3 innings and walks a lot of guys. And look, okay, strikeout numbers are pretty good. Like, I mean, we would obviously love if the Astros had him right now, just given the lack of depth that they have from a pitching perspective. But I guess throwing one no-hitter means that all the haters were wrong all this time.
So, yeah.
How would you describe how you were feeling? I mean, it's the first time you've pitched into the 9th inning, and it's a no-hitter.
They can't say it anymore, you know? Complete game, shutout, no-hitter, leave me alone. But he doesn't go to 9, doesn't go to 8. You know how good that feels? Just did it, leave me alone.
I mean,
wouldn't that be great if you could just do that?
For like everything?
Right. Like if you have one start that's good in the majors and you can just say, just leave me alone.
But that's like, that'd be like me being like, yeah, at one point I weighed like 170 pounds. It was like a decade ago, but like not fat. I don't have to work for it now. I don't have to try to go to the gym to lose weight. But at one point, I had it once. That's a weird take to even have about yourself. Just like, yep, did it once, can't say nothing anymore.
He deserves credit for the no-hitter. No-hitters are impressive.
Yeah.
Especially considering how this season started for him. But it's a weird, like, all the haters were saying I couldn't pitch 9 innings.
Did it
well,
one
yeah,
time.
because you didn't. Like, you barely threw 6 innings, dude.
You did it once.
Yeah.
Congrats.
That's the thing. It's you never do it. So why would we think you would do it? It makes no sense to be like, Blake Snell, what a horse. What a last of a dying breed. Take the ball, he'll never give it up. And it's like, no, that's not how he's played his 7-year baseball career.
Now, while we make fun of him, I mean, he's been lights out the last 2 starts.
For sure.
And I mean, he's better than everyone on the Astros pitching staff right now.
2 starts. Yeah, 2 starts.
Well, I mean, over the 2 starts, though.
No, but we would have been bitching and freaking out the first 7 terrible starts that he had, and then when he went on the IL. Like, we would have been freaking out.
But the good thing is, I mean, with how bad the Astros bullpen was, would we have been? Because the Astros bullpen would have made these games even worse at the first couple of months of the season. It feels like by the time Blake Snell figured it out, like the Astros bullpen wouldn't be there to throw it all away.
It's true. I do think this is.
They'd also be paying him like $30 million.
Yeah, that's true. People would be upset about that.
You might still have Jose Abreu on your team. You're probably not cutting guys left and right.
It's like the butterfly effect. If you sign Blake Snell,
everything would have been perfect.
Jose Abreu
no,
still on
everything
the team.
would have been perfect.
Oh, okay. This definitely does feel like a response to like his Twitter mentions. Unless he is just actively listening to like sports radio all over Tampa Bay and San Francisco and San Diego.
If you're an athlete, nothing good comes from going on Twitter or on any social media or listening to sports radio. Now, we encourage them to listen to sports radio. We do. You know, you need to be entertained.
Especially if you have a Nielsen box.
If you're
an MLB player with the Nielsen box.
Got to supplement that 7-figure salary.
With that extra $20 a month or whatever it is.
Yeah. So
hey, that's the only way we can tell who's listening.
So you can have a pager attached to your belt that doesn't work when you're listening via Bluetooth headphones because they're a cartel.
Yep.
But Blake Snell's pitching well. And the Astros starters are pitching well. The offense has been diddly-poo, though, of late. And I wonder when it's going to turn around because Kyle Tucker alone does not seem like the kind of thing that's going to help the Astros have an offense that's only better than the White Sox. That's where they're at right now. He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes behind the glass. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You enter in promo code BET975, and they will match your first deposit up to $1,000. Huzzah! And you can bet on so many things at MyBookie.ag. What kind of things? The presidential election, blackjack and poker with live dealers, baseball games. Astros are about to take on the Texas Rangers for 3. I wish you could bet on whether or not Rangers broadcaster Dave Raymond will accidentally call the Rangers the Astros again, which you'll hear next. I really wish that would happen, but you can't bet on that at MyBookie.ag. You can bet on the result, though. You can bet on that and so many other things. The Olympics at MyBookie.ag. You enter that promo code. They will match your first deposit. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Only with MyBookie.ag.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Is Billy Bob a slur for Whiteys? Because we got a texter calling us some Billy Bobs, Joe.
Oh, yeah, this guy's upset about what we were saying about Lamar Jackson. So I'm assuming, yes, that's a slur.
Oh, what was he upset about? That interception he threw in the AFC Championship game was all-time bad. He played poorly in that game.
Yeah. Well, I see he had a new text. Okay, because he was texting earlier.
He's called us Billy Bobs 4 times.
He's very upset.
I thought that Billy Bob meant Fatty Boom Batty. Because Billy Bob was the character in Varsity Blues who gets all the concussions, who's also morbidly obese.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming it's a slur for white guys. I guess.
That's not cool, man. That's not cool. It's 2024. White guys have been through enough. Okay?
I think that it would be for like Southern white guys too.
I think it is, and he just doesn't know where we're from, but which is okay.
Ooh, I don't know, Joe. You seem like you want this guy to know where you're from.
I'm from Illinois. It's just not the South.
I want people to think I'm from the South when I talk about my athletic ability. Northerners aren't good at sports. It's fact.
That's true.
Northerners aren't good.
That's true.
So whenever I talk about my high school playing career, I bring up the fact that I played in Florida. I think you're going to bring up that I played in Massachusetts?
Mhm.
Kidding me?
Yeah.
No. Hell no. I was too good for Massachusetts.
You know who else played in Florida? Played high school football in Florida? Lamar Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
You know who else? Andre Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
2 peas in a pod. 3 peas in a pod. What's the difference?
Lamar, Andre, Paul.
3 greats.
I don't see
South Florida
color.
Project.
Is Lamar Jackson a Billy Bob?
I really
Is
don't know
Andre
what that
Johnson
means.
a Billy Bob?
I'm guessing no.
Honestly, maybe.
But by this texter's logic, maybe. We don't know.
We're not sure.
The Texas Rangers and Astros do battle tonight. The battle for the silver boot. Astros need to get some wins back in the win column. Looked like they had this thing not too long ago. It was the one team that they were actually beating more often than not, barely, earlier in the year. Dave Raymond, who I believe was a Houston-based broadcaster not too long ago, is the Rangers TV broadcaster. He and his color commentator guy, what's his name?
CJ Nikowski?
I think so. They will go on little whiny tangents when the Astros are playing the Rangers from time to time. And listen, I don't know, Dave. I think he's called into the station before. I think the morning guys. He seems like a nice guy. We all have slip-ups from time to time when we're talking, right? We all, from time to time, sound a little like Kamala, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So Dave Raymond had a moment like that over the weekend while trying to call a home run hit by Corey Seager.
Out of the game. Seager most likely won't follow the same style, and he swings and smashes that one. A soaring drive out to right. It is gone! 20th of the year for Corey Seager. And it gets the Astros out front early.
Oh, no. It's the one team you can't confuse the team you're covering with.
I mean, I know he did TV for the Astros for a while, but that's a tough slip up.
That's the only reason there's somewhat of an excuse for him, because he has done Astros games in the past.
But it's been, what, a decade?
It has been a very long time since I accidentally almost slipped up and gave out the Texans flagship phone number.
Uh-huh.
It's happened a couple of times. I've caught myself. Sometimes you throw out an old phone number. I still, for the life of me, could not remember the number in Seattle. I have no idea what it was. I used to have to keep on reading it. I think it was because it didn't really roll off the... It was like one of those ones where if you looked at like a dial pad with the letters on each number, it made sense. But for this, it's makes a lot more sense to do it the way that we do it and that the Texans flagship do it.
Yeah, I think it was my first time filling and hosting for Jeremy.
Yeah.
And I started saying the Astros flagship number, and Joel was just giving me this look. as soon as I started saying it.
Nice.
Deserved, because I was given the wrong station phone number.
It would be funny if you threw out the phone number after asking a question that would be very incendiary. So all of a sudden, that other station, the competitor, is dealing with angry calls about a topic they're not even talking about.
I think Josh did that one time when he was here in us.
He did?
Where I think he gave their number, but I think he like told everyone what it was a bit, and it was like a fake giveaway, and I think he set the number super high.
Ah.
So they kept calling. He either did it to them or maybe he did it here when he was there. But
I like that.
That's a funny bit.
One of many who is the
Yes.
he has gotten the trifecta. He has worked at all of the stations in town.
So have I.
Yeah.
I've hit the home run because I hit 1560 as well.
Oh, nice.
When it existed.
Look at you.
So,
Damn.
Getting it all done.
No, I'm
Unbreakable record?
Yeah, because also there was 94 ones, so that's 5.
Wow.
So 1560 doesn't exist anymore. It does, but it's not an English-speaking station anymore. 94-1, don't know what that is. So Joe won.
Hit for the cycle.
People want to know middle management, Joe. While we're talking about radio things. So is Josh Ennis going to be filling in anytime soon on the Killer Bees?
I don't know Josh that well. I've only met him once, and we both were heavily intoxicated when we met at a wedding.
Oh, what happened?
We were just at a wedding. It was before everything happened.
Everything happened?
Well, like before he came back to Houston.
Oh.
While he was in Philly.
Whose wedding was it?
Ben Nance.
Oh, you got invited to Ben Nance's wedding?
Yeah, because he went to when him and his wife, or it was Lisa, was their fiance at the time.
Yeah, I know that. I know them very well.
yeah,
They didn't invite me. What the hell?
When they moved to Chicago, Ben,
Way cooler with them than you, Joe.
Ben went to the same school as I.
Oh, no,
to get
no
his
crap.
degree.
Oh, I didn't know
So
that.
We both transferred in the same semester, so we spent a lot of time together.
Oh, no way.
Yeah,
I love Ben. Man.
Yeah, he's great. He's the best. I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, Landry was on Friday. I never thought that would happen, to be honest. So
I didn't either. I mean, Texas Flagship did some BS things with me.
Yeah.
With my non-compete after I got 0 severance.
Yeah.
Again, who cares? And non-competes, one thing that President Joe is doing that I am big fan
They're
of.
gone.
Is that non-competes are gone as of September. But yeah, I remember I did like a fill-in show with Lance where I actually a couple of times when Lance was asking me about the flagship, I defended the flagship and they sent a cease and desist to Todd. So they said I couldn't do a show, and I was like, "But you didn't give me any severance or anything like that." So I can't like earn $1 an hour's worth of radio pay after my contract had expired in January. It happens.
That
guess.
sucks. But yeah,
but enforcing a non-compete after a contract expired 7 months before is kind of crazy.
Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't rule it out. I saw on Twitter he's got he'll be here in a couple weeks.
Okay. So middle management Joe, Josh Ennis is going to be replacing the Killer Bees.
No.
Interesting. Interesting. No, I saw it in your eyes right there.
I just wouldn't rule it out that Josh.
You wouldn't rule it out. Okay.
Makes an appearance on the
podcast,
station.
Sean.
Maybe on the show.
Podcast title: Joe announces huge lineup.
No,
change
thank
at
goodness
ESPN
intern
97.
Ryan's not here because he would try to do that. But yeah, so I wouldn't. You never know who you're going to.
You never know.
Okay.
Interesting. Joe George says,
quote on Josh Ennis returning to. I wouldn't be surprised.
Before you know it,
dot,
the
you
one
never know.
time like Barrett Sports Media is going to like write something about something I say on the station. It's going to be this, taken out of context.
Oh, and the texter confirms, yes, I hate white people. Okay, well, that's good to know. That's what Billy Bob's is.
Hey, but thank you for listening.
Derogatory term for white people. It's fine. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming up next, everything you needed to hear from Andre Johnson's induction into the Pro Football Hall of Fame over the weekend, plus what's going on at Houston Texans training camp in Ohio today. Stick around.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Astros look to get back in the win column and avoid a third straight loss tonight against the Texas Rangers in Arlington, that ugly-ass ballpark with many obstructed views. The Rangers, they have cooled off of late. I don't know, Joe, if you're still more concerned about them than the Mariners in the AL West, but things have split a little bit more in the AL West standings. The Rangers are now 4.5 games back of the Astros. They have lost 7 of their last 10.
Yeah, I think I have to say at this point I'm not worried about the Rangers.
Oh, wow.
That's
quick, Joe.
Well, at this point, like the only team I'm worried about, like I don't really care. Like it's just about the Astros. Like this is worry about yourself. This is kind of one of those
nice
where
I like that.
It's the Seattle is not playing great baseball. The Rangers are not playing great baseball. You are not playing great baseball. I think someone put this out. I think this is correct. The AL West, those 3 teams had 9 hits yesterday total. I believe the Mariners, the Rangers. And the Mariners, the Rangers, and the Astros.
Oh, boy.
Like, they each had, 3 hits.
Yeah, they're worse than the AL Central now. Like, the American League West.
Yeah.
It's worse than the AL Central has been over the course of the past 5 years or so.
Yeah. All 3 teams had a combined 9 hits on Sunday, yesterday.
Yeah, not good.
So
the Astros have no excuse on that front.
Yeah, so I would say no. I'm not more worried about the Rangers versus the Mariners at this point. The Mariners pitching still better. They made better moves at the deadline than the Rangers did, and the Rangers are falling apart a little bit. They're 53 and 59. Max Scherzer is once again out on the injured list this season. He's probably headed for retirement. It feels like at this point. So,
I do not like that Hunter Brown is pitching tonight because he doesn't pitch very well against the Texas Rangers.
Counter, I do like that he's pitching tonight because I want him to prove you wrong.
Oh,
even though they're still kind of scuffling. But, it is a better lineup, so I kind of want to see him in this moment.
He has his 3rd highest ERA of the season against the Texas Rangers. It's at a 7. Didn't look great in the postseason last year, which is 3rd behind his ERA against Cleveland, 10.13, and his ERA against Kansas City, 121.5. I just wanted to say that last number because it is jarring.
Makes you giggle.
121.5.
Is that higher or lower than Blair Henley's ERA?
Of course, you got to bring it back.
Sorry,
just a little drive-by on the dead. Joe's going into the graveyard. Opening up the van with an AK, rat-a-tat-tat-tat on a dead man.
But let's see. That ERA is very high against the Rangers, so let's see Hunter Brown bringing that down tonight. Like prove to me that you can keep adjusting. So, would you say this is a must-win series for the Astros?
It's always a must-win series because I have standards, unlike the Twitch, which is oh, well, it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, I know. But
come on, guys. We got 7 straight ALCS here. Come on.
We expect better.
Come on. Raise your standards. Stop having the same kind of energy of a man who's being walked on by his lady and/or man.
Good point.
But it's you guys are like, I'm going into the garage to have a beer to escape the shrill yelling of the person I settled for.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to stay in the bathroom for an hour until my legs fall asleep sitting on the toilet so I can watch an episode of a TV show that my wife doesn't like and/or husband.
What show would that be for you?
Well, I don't have that problem because I only watch what I want to watch.
That's a good point.
Yeah, this is a reason. I mean, there are so many good reasons to never get married. I know JD Vance wants everyone to, get married and have the kids, but your boy's feeling great about where he's at right now in life. Me and the cat, we're having a great time.
That's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
Did you play flag football this weekend?
No.
Oh, okay.
I need to get new cleats still.
Date update per the Twitch request? Anything? Any dates this weekend?
If I'm not telling you anything, things are going good. I only tell you guys when things are bad, I will tell you.
Okay.
When things are not bad, I won't tell you.
Oh, that's okay. That's good to know.
No, because it's weird to brag. Yeah, I had so much sex this weekend. That's a weird thing to do. But I
wasn't thinking that.
But no, but
I see what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. By the way, I'm not saying that happened. Well, all I'm saying is, I think if I talk about dating stories, I'm only going to tell the disasters because those are funny. Flexing about going on a date is weird. It's like what 22-year-olds do. It's like, yeah, I got a girlfriend.
It's fair.
Yeah.
It's fair.
I'm validated in life because I have somebody else who lets me knock boots with them. Yeah. Anyway, Andre Johnson's in the Hall of Fame. He's been validated by the Pro Football Hall of Fame committee. Didn't thank them.
He didn't
pointed out by John McClain.
Yeah,
But
he didn't validate them. They validated him.
But it doesn't matter because it's about the fans, Joe. And here is Andre Johnson thanking the fans of the Houston Texans. Andre.
I'll end off with this. I'm happy as hell again to be your first Pro Football Hall of Famer. Thank you.
Hear him getting choked up a little bit there. Very happy for him. And yeah, he did all of that despite a teleprompter snafu.
I think that's what you could kind of realize was because he kept saying, I'm happy as hell.
Yeah, he said that a couple of times.
That's
that
when
was
you
his
kind of
throwback
I was like, something's off here, like all of a sudden. And then we found out quickly after that the teleprompter sabotage.
It would
clearly a Cowboys fan or a Titans fan.
I'm glad nobody zagged. I'm glad that there was nobody online that was like, Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame speech, garbage. Like, I'm glad we did not see that online. Only to find out that the teleprompter got nuked.
Man, that would be... You just have to be such a negative person to watch like a Hall of Fame ceremony and think, like, want to dump on it in that moment. Like, even if it's not perfect.
Twitch would do it, that's for sure.
Yeah, of course. They dump on everything. Like, it's just their life. Like, just like, even if it's a bad speech, it's okay. But he did a good job. I enjoyed it. I watched like very brief clips of the other ones too.
I didn't watch any of them. I only watched Andre's speech and Gary Kubiak's presentation of it.
My plan was to watch, but as soon as the rain delay happened, I was like, I'm out. Change of plans. I'm going to go see Deadpool again. And I did that instead.
You saw Deadpool again?
Yep.
But you just saw it a week ago.
Yep. I took my brother this time.
Well, but you're still seeing it for a second time.
Yeah, I know.
So what were you looking over at your brother the whole time to see how he was reacting to things that you'd reacted to?
Are you not a multi-time movie goer?
Not a week later.
Oh, I am.
No. I mean, I generally like space it out a little bit. Like I'll watch things over and over again, but I need about a year or so.
Okay. Yeah, no, he wanted to go, and I don't want to make him go alone. I'm a solo movie goer myself.
Yeah, solo movie going is fine.
Yeah, I know, but not for everyone.
Is he not? Is he ashamed to go by himself?
No, he just it's something we do together often.
Okay.
To go see comic book movies.
But you cheated on him to see it by yourself before.
Yep, I did that.
Was he mad about that?
No, he works 2 jobs. He's busy.
Okay.
So I know.
But you did cheat on your brother and watch a movie.
Yeah, I didn't want to wait for him. So
Mm.
sorry, dude.
But you did watch it again with him.
Yes, to make good for it.
Do you feel like he has been made good by your
That's a good question.
dishonorable move?
I did pay for almost everything.
Oh,
so.
oh, guilty. He felt guilty about it.
But so I feel like that covers most of it.
Yeah, he has no room to complain.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. I mean,
Yeah.
movies these days, not cheap. Where'd you get at?
A Cinemark.
Okay. I was wondering if you went big time. The
You know,
iPick experience.
40X.
Like is that the ones where like there's like they bring you food?
Oh, yeah, reclining chairs. You can order food.
I
The
like-
Studio Movie Grill is also pretty good on the
Yeah.
west side of town.
I'm not
A little cheaper.
Yeah, it's not my favorite thing. Have you guys seen the new movie theaters though, where there's 3 screens?
Yeah, I watched Top Gun Maverick in that.
Where like they have the screens on the side? What's
yeah.
that like?
It made you feel like you were in the cockpit for the
for like the
flight
ending
scenes.
scene.
They only did it for the flight scenes, but it was really sick.
Interesting.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
That feels like a lot for me. That feels like sensory overload to have like 3 screens going on at once.
It would only have to be in situations like that where it's a movie where it actually enhances it. Like just watching any movie with things on the walls, I'd be like, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good on this. But yeah, I don't like the like movie theater with the food with like the restaurant.
Yeah, I don't like
part of it.
It's not usually for me.
I don't like eating. Well, I also don't like eating in like the complete dark.
You are gonna get food all over your shit.
Yeah, that's just like I just
happens
want,
every time I do it.
I just want a popcorn. I just want popcorn. Maybe some candy. That's all I want.
Yeah, but sometimes they got something really good.
The movie theater we go to has a Pizza Hut in it, and it's actually like
I've
not terrible.
I've had pizza while in a movie theater. I'm like,
But okay,
not adding anything to this.
Fine. fine. Maybe you don't want to order the dinner for a meal while you're watching the movie, but you can order a drink, and you don't have to wait in line or leave the theater to get a drink, and it's an alcoholic drink.
That's a positive. And it's now typically though it's stadium prices though, so you're paying like $12.
Well, it's already stadium prices for popcorn.
That's true.
At
That's true.
a movie theater.
It's true.
You're $6 for popcorn or $12 for beer. What's better?
$12 for beer.
Probably.
I'd rather spend more money on beer than popcorn.
Yeah, and actually, it's probably less. I think honestly, even the Regal that's over on I-10, like now they've got a bar. Everyone's got bars. now.
Yeah.
They've all figured it out.
I
Finally got renovated after like 6 years.
Yeah, I went to the movies this weekend too, and I saw the bar. I was like, oh.
What movie did you see, Sean?
I pulled a double header.
Pulled a double header?
Yeah, I saw Twisters and then Deadpool and Wolverine.
Was Twisters good?
Twisters was great.
Did you?
I really like Twisters.
Did you pay for tickets for both?
Who you talking to?
Well, I'm just saying you did a double header.
I'll just say who you talking to. I'll say in the past. I won't say what I did yesterday. I won't say what I did yesterday.
What you did yesterday.
Criminal Sean over here.
I won't say what I did yesterday.
We got Sean arrested on his way home.
I won't say what I did Saturday. In the past, I have done the double header where you only pay for the front half.
Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah,
I've done
Who
that
hasn't?
before.
And so Saturday, I will not say what I've done, but I've done the other stuff a lot in the past.
I did Horton Hears the Who and Avatar at
That's a weird combo.
I know it was. It was a long day. At the Carousel Mall in Syracuse, New York, back in college.
The longest time I've ever been in a movie theater was when The Dark Knight Rises came out.
Mhm.
Movie theater by my house did all 3 movies in a row. Where the newest one came out at midnight, and we did that.
Wow.
So we were there for like 9 hours. It was a
9 hours. That is insane.
Because we watched it was Batman Begins, Dark Knight, and then right at midnight, Dark Knight Rises started.
That is
so
awesome,
much load management
but it was
during
such
Batman
a bad
Begins.
idea.
During Batman Begins, that's where I'm like, I'm in line. I'm like, I'm like, hey, I need to be peaking 4 hours from now.
Yes, that's 100% what it was. Like if you had to get a nap in, that was nap time. Like that's when you got popcorn and everything. But it was a lot.
Yeah, I did it with Kick-Ass and Hot Tub Time Machine.
Ooh, that's a fun combo.
It was a very fun combo.
There's actually an actress who was in both of those movies.
Was it really?
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know, 12 when this came out.
You would have remembered her at a little bit of a different age, but anyway,
Yeah,
she was in both those movies. So there you go, guys. There you go. Hot movie takes here on Gallant George. The Astros were winning. I don't know. We'd be talking about them. The Houston Texans were doing anything. We would be talking about them. Instead, here we are. Here we are. Joe George, Sean Mapes, I am Paul Gallant. Coming up next, we got a little garbage time to wrap up the show. And in garbage time, we're going to talk about all sorts of different things. For example, one of the newest Houston Astros, maybe a bit of a freak. Why? You'll find out next. Stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Last chance to dance. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Is Caleb Ferguson, new Astros reliever, a freak for this? He was asked about moving from the Yankees to the Astros. Had this to say, quote, I guess you could say I was a little bit shocked or surprised or whatever, but it's a business. I've always been interested in playing in Texas. So here we are. When asked why he was so interested in pitching in Texas, he said, quote, I don't know why. It's centrally located and easy to get places. The humidity is nice to pitch in.
I guess I just don't quite understand what he's saying because I've read this quote like 3 times.
He likes pitching in the humidity. I mean, at Minute Maid Park, given that the air conditioning is not being turned on all the way anymore.
Check that box.
It's definitely humid. You're going to sweat at Minute Maid Park.
I love the beginnings. Like, I just always interested in playing in Texas.
I don't know why.
Like Buc-ee's, Whataburger.
Well, I mean, that's not why you'd want to come to Texas either of those things. They're very
it's always hot. There's no snow.
Yeah, that's more of a reason. I would say the whole taking a look at this from Buc-ee's or Whataburger here.
He just said Texas. So
yeah, I know, but I would say like those are at the top of your list for moving to Texas. You're a loser.
That's good. That's a good point.
I came here for the Whataburger.
He likes the humidity.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a freak if he loves the humidity. Who loves the humidity?
Is there something with like it makes it easier to like get the sticky stuff going if you're sweating a lot?
Are you calling him a cheater?
Maybe better grip on the ball when it's humid?
Well, because what they say is what's only allowed now is the rosin and sweat
on your
combo.
arm?
Mm-hmm.
And so if it's humid, you're sweating more. And so it's stickier. Right?
Yeah. Stick, baby.
The stickier, the better. That's what Caleb Ferguson's saying right now.
Yeah. Give it to me sticky. Sticky, icky, icky.
The humidity is nice to pitch in. Well, we hope that's the case, Caleb Ferguson, because your ERA is 5. So
he pitched yesterday, didn't he? Didn't give up any runs.
Well, it's the Tampa Bay Rays. They struck out 392 times this weekend, give or take.
The more I think about all the strikeouts this weekend, the less I'm thrilled about Friday night with Kikuchi.
I mean,
like the more we talk through it, I'm just like,
I'm still happy that it happened, but as always, the Astros keep doing this on the weekend where the vibes are killed by what they do on Sunday. How about better vibes from Sunday next weekend against the Boston Red Sox, kid? Time for a little garbage time to wrap this thing up. Remember Brandon Jacobs, running back for the New York Giants back in the day? Well, in high school, Brandon Jacobs apparently played a game after doing cocaine.
Hold up. He did a line of cocaine before a game in high school.
Did, absolutely. It was one of my homeboys that graduated the year before me. I was walking into the weight room. He was like, hey, guess what I got? What you got? I got that white girl. I'm like, oh, for real? You want to try? I'm like, yeah. You try it.
Man said, I'm a dibbling and dabber.
Yeah.
What game was it? Right. I was trying to what's the game?
338, 4 touchdowns. Killed it. I destroyed it. I destroyed it. It was easy. I felt like I was the only one out there. And look, I ain't never did it again. I should have did it again.
It's risky business, but 338.
OTD, yeah. Bro, imagine trying to tackle this high school.
Imagine trying to tackle this cocaine. What are you talking about? Come on.
Look, man. A dub is a dub. And however you get it, they don't test you for it.
Jacobs could probably have run for 100+ drunk in high school. Cocaine is definitely, more of an upper, but Brandon Jacobs with his size could easily have run for 100 and multiple touchdowns while absolutely hammered.
Like stumbling over.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Puking in between plays.
Him saying 300 yards and 4 touchdowns, like, I'm sorry. Like, I assume that's what his averages
Yeah,
were.
he was massive.
Like, have you seen like the Derrick Henry stats from high school?
They're
Where
awesome.
His coach was like giving him the ball 600 times a season, and yeah, it's credit to Brandon Jacobs, but I am a little bit like, I don't think those 16-year-olds are going to tackle you anyway. Like,
Probably not.
I don't. Sorry.
Continuing to go through garbage time. Eagles cornerback Isaiah Rodgers got new cleats. They look like Spider-Man on the top, and on the bottom it says Dallas sucks.
Nice.
Here's the problem. Is Rodgers, who was suspended all of last year with the Indianapolis Colts for violating the league's gambling policy, actually going to make it onto the Eagles to have these Dallas sucks Spider-Man cleats?
Maybe he thinks that, like, this is gonna help his case. He's gonna, like, the fans are gonna rally behind him.
I guess, yeah.
Worked for Charles James back in the day.
That's true. Nick Sirianni, his little fan engagement attempts haven't exactly ingratiated him that much with Philadelphia. This is a bizarre move, and I mean, hey, like, you've burned a bridge with a possible destination if you get cut.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right?
Yeah, it is tough to be Mr. Philly fan. Like, yeah, the Dallas sucks. Where it's like, you might need a job from them pretty soon. I don't know.
I feel like you got to play a couple games versus that team to start at least one game minimum.
This is such a insane pander move. The more I think about it, because yeah, he didn't play for the Eagles last year.
Yeah, like debut it the first time you're playing against the Cowboys in 2024, and then like everyone's like, oh, okay, but like in training camp, that's kind of weird.
A little strange.
A little strange.
And one last one to wrap up garbage time. We're being asked if we talked about the fight. No, because the only fights we talk about are ones that involve billionaires. And Elon Musk has said that he will fight Venezuelan sort of elected president Nicolas Maduro. Because Nicolas Maduro had a long rambling rant where he called out all the haters because he's mad that people don't believe in the election that he won. And yeah, so he challenged Elon Musk to a fight. Well, the last time we saw Elon Musk challenge, it didn't happen.
Yeah, we're still waiting for him and Zuckerberg to duke it out.
Anyway, guys, that's going to wrap up today's Gallant and George. Big thanks to Sean Mapes. Big thanks to Joe George. I'm really Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It's Boston Rodriguez behind the glass. B-Rod. And it's a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It's been a while since we've had the band back together. We missed you on Friday. Brian did not work on Friday. I think he gave it a valiant effort, and then he was still sick after he tried to work a little bit. He's like, I'm not gonna make it.
He showed?
No. He just early in the morning in the prep process.
Oh.
I think he was trying to go through the early morning prep process, and then it was like, and then all of a sudden it was like 11:30. He's like, I'm not going to make it. I was like, oh, okay. Well, I appreciate the effort. But he is well. He was back on the air Saturday, though. He was on the air Saturday. So there was that. We know where his importance is. You were out Friday. So we haven't had – he was out Thursday. So we haven't been together since Wednesday?
Yeah.
Full band Wednesday?
Full band, yep.
That's okay. We got the talented B-Rod, Boston Rodriguez. Although they've made his camera a little bit smaller on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5, ESPN Houston on YouTube, ESPN 975 on Twitter. Astros, the weekend started off great. Yusei Kikuchi doing things that have only been done like once or twice before in Astros history. Didn't get off to a great start, but finished very strong. You win the series. You're like, vibes are great. And then the Astros offense went silent, scoring 1 run in the last 2 games. Good, bad, ugly, as we always do Monday. The Astros dictate what we begin with. So we start with the bad and the ugly. Blankers, take it away.
The bad and the ugly is I went yesterday.
Oh, did you really?
And I took Taylor for her first ever Astros game.
Oh, man.
That's a tough one when they only can muster up 3 hits.
That's unlucky.
And it's a 1-0 game. That was really bad for me because then there was a lot more trips around the stadium because it was boring. For me, the bad right off the top was the fact that Dubon was 0 for the weekend. Altuve was 1 for the weekend. Bregman and Pena 2 for the weekend. Once it went south, and it went south where you only got 8 hits over 2 games, the last 2 games of the series, the offense was dreadful, and those guys that you're really relying on heavily did not step up at all.
Yeah, that was the offense has been awful. Hey, look, banging the table for a little bit of help at the deadline, and we'll get into this in greater detail a little bit later, but it just blows me away that the Astros were so desperate for starting pitching help, which I understand. Okay, we need a 6th starter for when Verlander comes back. We need a 5th starter until Verlander comes back. The insurance if they don't make it back. I get all of that, but why didn't you have the same desperation for an offense that has been really bad in July whenever one of your best offensive players is also out? So, if you had the desperation for starting pitching, where is the desperation for the offense? Kyle Tucker is continuing to nowhere close to being back, it seems. It seems like September 1st is actually more of a realistic return than we all thought. So that's going to be 3 months out. So we're trying to trade for starting pitching to cover up some injuries and lack of production and youth, but then you don't do that on the offensive side. There are parallels. The starting pitching, you were scared because of injuries and because of youth. Don't you have that on the offensive side too? You're playing a bunch of guys that are unproductive at positions that you're counting on to be offensive weapons or offense plus. And then you're also counting on youth now because you bring up Pedro Leon and want him to be the answer. So the same things you were concerned about with the starting rotation are things that also exist with the offense, but you completely ignored the offense when things could have been done, but you get held over the barrel for starting pitching. It does not add up. It does not correlate. There is not parallels there when it should be.
It's very, very weird and confusing to see their logical thinking in all of this. We all knew they needed starting pitching. That's a granted. That's a given. But at the same time, it's not out of the outlandish realm of possibilities to say, hey, by the way, we could use a bat too, because we know that John Singleton's probably going to come back to the mean. He's probably not going to, although he's been okay, but you still could have upgraded first base. We know the corner outfield has been a disappointment all year when Jordan's not in left field because Tucker's been missing. Chaz has been horrible. Dubon's been slumping. We could go on and on. Loperfido never ended up to really find the stroke that he had in AAA. So you knew that there were plenty of holes there where you could be, or even if you don't want to call them holes, there was players that could be upgraded. There's positions where you could do more. So you could have identified both. And if Dana was so confident that, hey, no matter what we gave up, we knew there was going to be a big price, we knew what we needed because we knew we had to make the playoffs. Well, now you got what you said you needed, and we're looking at this offense going, but you might not have enough to make the playoffs if it keeps going in this direction.
Yeah, and that's very much on the table. And if the Astros weren't in the AL West, it might have been sellers. Like Tampa Bay has a better record than you do now because you lost 2 of 3 against Tampa Bay, and they were sellers, and they still might be a better baseball team than you. The bad for me starts with the anemic offense. I don't have many bads. Like, I don't know how you can get past the anemic offense. Like, that to me is the headliner at the very top of the list. The other one, I guess, is that you make official what was already unofficial, and the Lance McCullers is going to be out for the year. Like, the Joe Espada, the time's running out. We just don't see it possible, even though Lance McCullers not that long ago was throwing bullpens on social media, which drives me crazy. He was selling high and then producing low. It's ridiculous. But Lance McCullers now officially has lost 2 years. 2 years where he didn't throw a pitch at the major league level. He had 8 starts 3 years ago. So he's had 8 starts in 3 years, none in the last 2 years. And then to add on top of that, Lance McCullers making just shy of $18 million. Rafael Montero, who accepted his assignment, making $11.5 million. Jose Abreu, who you outright released, making $19.5 million. You have 3 players, and that's even before you start to get down the line, like Javier an extension. Verlander hasn't pitched a whole lot. He's making a decent amount of money, even though you're only paying half of that contract. But just those 3 guys alone account for nearly $50 million. You're getting negative WAR for nearly $50 million.
Yeah, when you look at it, and again, you and I have gone back and forth on who's to blame for what and where, but the front office has been a disaster. And ever since James Click walked out of the building, no matter who you want to place the majority of the blame on or some of the blame on, all of them deserve blame because of the fact that you're sitting on that kind of a bad apple of 50 mil, but you're also sitting on it and realizing it's probably playing a role in how much they didn't want to do extra other than get a starting pitcher at the deadline because they were watching going to the second tier of the tax. They were watching what the owner probably didn't want to do and probably had mandated it down the list because he already had done enough. But the guys that they thought that they were doing enough getting when they didn't have a legit general manager, and then what Dana's done since with all the guys breathing down his neck, has been a disaster. It's not worked out well. It's not been anything good. Yes, the draft looks like he's doing his job there, but overall, for a team that's this good, that's expected to be competing for a World Series, regardless of anything else, it's hard to do it when it seems like your hands are tied by a lot of bad moves, starting from the top down, that have negatively altered almost everything else that you do other than maybe draft players.
Yeah, like how much he's responsible for what has gone on since he was hired, who knows. But before he was hired was Jose Abreu, was Rafael Montero, Lance McCullers. Lance McCullers' contract when he signed was team-friendly. Whenever he signed it, and based on how he was pitching, it was team-friendly. But that's what Dana Brown took over. He took over a couple of contracts that didn't sound very good, that weren't very good. He took over a minor league system that wasn't very good. I think that Dana's actually done a decent job. Now, I'm critical of how he handled the trade deadline from an offensive perspective, and I certainly was critical of the Yusei Kikuchi trade. I think he's done a good job of drafting, like you said. Look, he drafted Jake Bloss, and whether he should have traded to Jake Bloss or not, he's already contributing to the big league team in the form of Yusei Kikuchi. And that was a third-round draft pick. So whether you like the trade or not, Dana Brown was able to use that third-round draft pick to help the big league team in a year. That's pretty impressive. He was also, I don't know how much he had to influence Jim Crane, but he was able to influence Jim Crane. Again, maybe it didn't take a whole lot. Maybe it took a ton. I have no idea. To cut ties with Jose Abreu and to DFA Rafael Montero. So I give him credit on that front. I think at times he gets a little bit, or the Astros front office, again, I don't know who's really handling the trade deadline or how much everybody's involved, but the Astros front office, I think a lot of times gets like top of the market hungry. Like they kind of see the star. Okay, we're going to go for that star. They don't deviate from the star, and then they get caught with their pants down when it comes to other things. I think their star was a starting pitcher. They realized they couldn't get like the skoo balls or maybe even the Flaherty. So it's like, okay, well, you say Kikuchi's that guy. But in the meantime, all these other moves are being made that could have helped your team that you are not even involved with.
Yeah, and the thing is that sometimes the most subtle of moves turn out to be the most beneficial to your squad. Yes, we understand that Jim Crane has a propensity to go after the really sexy, big name, big get, splashy moves. But a lot of times when you see some of the smaller moves that this franchise has done over the years, some of the names they've added kind of that all of a sudden under the radar, when you add them, you're like, who or what were they doing? And then all of a sudden they end up being big contributors. And you can look up and down the list from the bullpen help and what Click was able to do when he brought in the 3 relievers in 1 year. And a lot of those guys panned out, to the fact that, I look for, the fact that when you look at what the White Sox did, they turned a guy like Fetty, who they just pulled out of playing not even Major League Baseball into a guy that pitched well for them and then turned around and got something for him, to where that's what good organizations do. They're constantly scouring wherever and whoever to see how they can bring in guys that might have a positive effect. And you're looking at this going, well, I mean, we know what they did with Hader, and we know how much they spent on him. But other than that, they really didn't do anything. You can sit there and say, look, before Dana was hired, you can throw Brantley in the mix too, simply because even though he did, at the end where people remember it a little bit, he was supposed to play the whole season, and he didn't. And that maybe could have done some things for you as well. But the spent money, the thrown away money, the fact that you paid Brantley for a full season for essentially half a month in the playoffs, and the other two guys, and now you look at everything that they've had to endure this year. And these are the kind of moves when we talk about, hey, it doesn't take much for you to make a bad signing or a couple of different bad moves, and suddenly you're handcuffed, and it can derail all of the good that your team has been going on, whether it's be for a year or, in this case, to kind of keep the trajectory going forward for the golden era that's been open. It's been disappointing, and it's been frustrating because it doesn't really matter who gets the blame for all of them. It's all a collective unit that has been underachieving.
Yeah. I think we just like to associate the blame so somebody can be responsible for it. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter who's making the decisions. It is the Astros as a whole. That was the only other bad I had, the anemic offense, and then just the official, unofficial news, or turning the unofficial to official. What else did you have?
The other two for me were just on the same night. But when Ferguson and Scott just kind of on the Blanco start kind of imploded, and instead of, a manageable deficit to kind of all of a sudden the bombs, you're giving up home runs and runs, and suddenly you're down 6-1 or 2 instead of a 1 or 2 run game.
Yeah, I was surprised to see them use Ferguson for multi-inning appearance. That's not what I thought he was going to be, and maybe that was just one game, so let's pump the brakes. But they were even asked about it afterwards, and they say they kind of view him as a multi-inning guy. Looking at his numbers this year, I look at him as a one-inning guy, and it's whenever you have a left-handed pocket. And they might not all be left-handed, but maybe you have 2 of the 3 that are left-handed, and the righty doesn't dominate left-handed pitching. I don't agree with the idea that he's a multi-inning guy. I think he is a one-inning lefty pocket guy, and that's it. So I was curious to see that he was out there for a second inning, and I don't agree with the spot afterwards saying that they kind of view him as a multi-inning weapon.
Yeah, and I think that when they put him in the game, and I had heard one of his Spotter's interviews where he's like, we're going to try, Kikuchi's going to pitch tonight. We're going to try and get Ferguson in as well. We want to get him going as quickly as we can. That's fine and dandy, but I think the whole time I was watching him, and then as he kind of imploded, I was thinking, well, you got to spend some more time with them and see if there's things that you can work on, or hopefully, the law firm can get with him and they can kind of tinker with some things. Because right now, to throw him out there and like you said, I wonder if he sees himself as a multi-inning guy, or if that might have been even too much for him, but he's trying to do what he has to do for a new team, giving him a new lease on life.
Yeah.
But that was a disaster.
And if they use him as a mop-up guy, and I mean, the Astros didn't trade up much for him, but it's like, okay, you didn't really think you were trading for a mop-up guy at the deadline. All right, good, bad, ugly, 713-780-3776. We'll get to yours. Andre Johnson went into the Hall of Fame. Who are the next few Texans Hall of Famers? We'll also get Blanker's ideas, or what he was satisfied and dissatisfied with from the Texans Hall of Fame game that ended prematurely. He's also all in on the Olympics. Why is he all in on the Olympics? And we'll get to the Mailbag Monday a little bit later on in the show, too. 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers is at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. I'm at Jeremy Branham. The good. Don't ignore in defeat what you wouldn't in victory. Did I say that right?
Kinda.
It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, he does the NeoGraft procedure and PRP treatments, and they are game changers. And if you don't know what that is, but you're experiencing hair loss or thinning hair, and you don't think there's anything you can do about it, you don't want to try all the gimmicks and the 1-800 numbers and the things you see on TV, all you got to do is go to 975hair.com. When you go to 975hair.com, that is your way to have a direct connection with Doc Linville and his staff. Sign up for a free consultation. It's free. It normally costs $150 for people off the street. You get it at no charge. Go in and let them explain everything they can do to help you get your hair back and maintain the hair that you have. And then see if the procedure sounds like something you'd like to do, one or the other or both. I've done both. They are game changers because they literally get your hair back. And what I found out in my consultation is that you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how much hair you lose in other areas. So he takes some of that and he repurposes it, and that's the NeoGraft procedure. If you don't need the NeoGraft yet, you have follicles. They're just kind of thin and they're kind of frail. It's like fertilizing your lawn when he does the PRP treatment. It gets the hair to get the actual nutrients that the hair needs to kind of regrow itself thicker and stronger and longer. You see and reap the benefits and see the results by thicker, stronger hair. Check him out today and tell him I sent you by, because I've done both and they are game changers and they have worked for me. You might be the next in line and it may be working for you too, because the great thing is 95 to 99% of the follicles that they move stay, grow with you for the long haul, never going anywhere because they're coming from a place where they don't go away, and everybody's happy in the long run. They are phenomenal. Check them out today, 975hair.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Good, bad, ugly. 713-780-3776. Astros dropped 2 of 3 against the Tampa Bay Rays, who were sellers at the deadline. They'll begin a 3-city road trip tonight in Arlington to take on the Arlington Rangers. No lineup yet for the Astros. I was hoping we would see a roster move by the Astros. I was hoping they would just go ahead and release Aledmys Diaz and bring up Shea Whitcomb. I guess I'll put that out as a bad.
Yeah, I would like to see that as well. I mean, especially if you're not going to use Diaz, at least give a guy that seems like he can catch up with a fastball that can do some things for you with a struggling offense. Put a guy in there and take your best shot with him. I wasn't disappointed, though Leon only got the one hit this weekend. I wasn't disappointed with his at-bats, and I think that maybe it's legit that they do see that he has more of an upside or more talent than Loperfido in a lot of ways. I'm curious to see how that develops.
Yeah. I don't know. Loperfido had better AAA numbers than Leon. He got to the bigs quicker than Leon. So is Leon a higher upside guy? I don't know. I don't know. He's been a higher rated prospect, but a lot of things favor Loperfido as well. Whitcomb, of those 3 guys, Whitcomb has the highest AAA OPS than any of them. Whitcomb's OPS was higher than Leon's. His AAA OPS is higher than Loperfido's. Not that that's the end-all be-all, but it's usually a decent tell. Like if you had 3 random guys and you're saying, okay, one of these guys is going to have the most success at the major league level, you're going to take the guy with the best OPS, the second best OPS, or the worst OPS. I'm probably going to take the guy with the best OPS. Now, sometimes people are talented and, they make the jump better, or they're capable of hitting big league pitching where a guy could be a a 4A player that hits AAA pitching can never hit big league pitching. Maybe that's Loperfido, quite honestly.
And the balance is really becoming the fact that you can try all the guys if you want to see if any or all of them or some of them or one of them steps up and does it. The problem is that unlike years past when you had a cushion in the division and you could do a lot of things to kind of be trial and error, you really don't have that liberty this year because every game matters because you know what kind of a fight you're in with the Mariners and the fact that the wild card seems to be pretty much out of your range right now with what you've been doing and not being able to be consistent offensively.
Yeah, it really is. But yeah, I thought we might see that move today. We haven't seen it. 0979 Joey was a trash emoji. That's what he says. You might be right, 0979. But he also did have a better OPS than Pedro Leon at AAA. Does that factor in? Maybe not. Does it factor? Maybe it does, and Leon's also trash, if you think Joey is trash. 8664, guys, why are some Astro fans acting brand new about this offense? Not only does this happen every season, including the championship years, but it happens with Tucker at full strength. They will continue to be streaky until they change their batting approach from aggressive to selective. This isn't necessarily about a need for roster upgrades. That was Ocho.
Shocker. Yeah. I mean, Ocho will be Ocho even on a Monday. But, I mean, look, the problem that you have is because this is such a tight race is that with every kind of misstep or any kind of losing of a series the way they did this weekend, everybody's going to be hypercritical. The microscopes are going to come out, and everybody's going to be hyper negative. You know, if they win a couple of games, if they beat the Rangers and they start winning again, people may have a different perspective. It's just that the biggest concern that I have is the fact that the Mariners and what they did, and you can say, well, so-and-so, Turner might be a little bit, past his prime, whatever. They made moves. They went out and did just what we were talking about that we wanted Dana to do. More than just a starting pitcher, look to acquire multiple guys that try and put kind of a Band-Aid on what has been killing you all year. You got one. They went out and got two bats. Suddenly their offense looks a lot better. They were putting crooked numbers on the Phillies this weekend, and they did what they needed to do.
Yeah, I think Turner is way over the hill. I think Turner easily helps this Astro team, though. So, both things are true, I think. Hey, guys, this is H-Town Gary. Love the show. Just a quick note. McCullers is making more money this year than the whole 26-man roster of the Marlins. That stinks. But it's all injury. Like Lance McCullers, if he were completely healthy, I know that's a fairy tale, but if Lance McCullers were completely healthy, Lance McCullers' salary is really good if he were healthy. And when the Astros signed him, he was healthy-ish. So I don't think it's so much that it was a bad contract when they signed him. It's just that revisionist history, hindsight 2020, it looks terrible because he hasn't pitched in 2 years, and he's made 8 starts in 3 years. So the fact that he's had the injuries is what makes the contract bad, not that the figure is ridiculous.
No, you're right. But, it was funny when we did the cash or trash. I was going to say that both Garcia and Lance were not going to pitch the rest of the season. Lance was the easy one because I think we had already written him off. Garcia was the guy you were hopeful, but now it looks like neither guy is going to factor in as well. So now that also factors into what Dana did or didn't do, because when we started the discussions, we were looking at possibilities, no matter how you get creative doing it, of getting 2 starting pitchers.
Well, I don't think you could have done that.
Well, Paxton was the guy you could have gone after and could have tried to make a trade like the Red Sox made to try and get a guy like that, where it cost you a low-level prospect or something.
If you include Verlander, though, Paxton's not one of the top 6 starters on the Astros.
No, but he gets
even with the injuries.
But he gets you by until you get back whoever you were going to get back, and then he's still a major league arm that's probably better than a lot of you guys in your bullpen.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like his stuff doesn't really play as a bullpen guy. He's more of a. I think he's more of a starter, and he's really like a super back into the rotation. It's why the Dodgers got rid of him. The Dodgers got rid of him for nothing. 6927, did Blankers just call the White Sox a good organization? I don't think you said that.
No, I just said that was a savvy move in bringing in a guy like Fetty.
Yeah, that was a savvy move because they brought him over. He was pitching in Korea or Japan, one of the two.
I think it was South Korea. I think it was Korea.
Korea League, I think it was. 0979, the Astros need to hire y'all to win the trophy emoji. And then he had a sarcastic emoji, I think. I think the Astros would be in a great spot if they hired us to be the general managers.
We've talked about it multiple times. There's no question we could just step right in and do what we needed to do.
If Bagwell got out of my way, I have no doubt that I would have done a better job since they fired James Click. And I mean that sincerely. All right, Blankers, what was your good? What was your good over the weekend?
Well, the good was after 2 bad at-bats in the first 2 guys he faced, that Kikuchi settled in and pitched really well. And 2 of the 3 actually all 3 of the starting pitchers, you could say, pitched well enough. Obviously, we're watching Blanco, and it wasn't what we've been used to seeing out of Blanco. But to get the kind of strikeouts that you saw, 11 from Kikuchi, 12 from Arrighetti, and the fact that they ate up enough innings to get you where you needed to go to get to the back of your bullpen, I would say Kikuchi and Arrighetti, and for the most part, Blanco, your starting pitchers did what they were supposed to do.
Yeah, I would actually put Blanco as I did have Blanco as the good. I had starting pitching because Blanco was really good, I thought, with the exception of one pitch and driving up his pitch count. But he strikes out 7 in 5 innings, gives up 2 runs. You probably take that every time from Ronel Blanco. You'd like an extra inning there, but I thought Blanco was really good. Spencer Arrighetti, I think, has kind of been lost under the radar a little bit. Arrighetti in his last 5 starts is a 3.41 ERA, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And for all the people that like FIP, his FIP is pretty dang good too. So perhaps Spencer Arrighetti's turning into like a real big league starter for you. Maybe he's turning into a middle of the rotation starter at some point. So the fact that Arrighetti's got a 3.41 ERA in his last 5 starts, really good. I thought Ronel Blanco pitched really well, with the exception of one pitch, which is good for the whole he's regressing back to the mean thing. I think he's been pretty good in his last 3 starts, better than his line scores, and I thought he was really good in his last start. And then you say Kikuchi, like that was a really good first start, silenced some of the critics of the trade, 11 punch-outs over 5 2/3, had the stretch where he was striking out everybody, bounced back after giving up 2 runs in the first inning, and the home run, too, was like an 0.80 hit probability that was out of 5 major league ballparks. It was a Crawford Bach special. So, yeah, he pitched really, really well. I will throw out the caveat, though, that this is a Tampa Bay Rays offense that is not very good. You saw how many times they struck out all weekend, all series long. Kikuchi strikes out 11. Ronel Blanco strikes out 7. Arrighetti struck out, what was it, 12, 13, which
12.
is the most. It was 12, which is the most by an Astros starter all year. So, like, yes, it takes good pitching to strike out hitters. It also takes hitters that aren't great at contact to strike out that much. It's part of the equation. Pitching versus hitting. Both are variables into the equation. So the Rays offense is prone to strikeouts. Let's keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
And to kind of couple on that, you also took 2 of the 3 best hitters in their lineup out at the trade deadline. You lost to Rosarena, you lost Paredes, and those were 2 guys that were going to put the bat on the baseball. Yes, a Rosarena can strike out a little bit. Paredes was leading the team in runs batted in and home runs. And so that lineup was very much weakened by what they did at the deadline, and we saw that.
Yeah, and the only one that they had was Yandy really left, and he got hurt because he tried to fill a hard rocket from Yordan Alvarez. 6.246 pitching was fine this weekend. It was fine with the exception of what Blanker said earlier. The bullpen pitching in the second game, the relief pitching in the second game, which those were also like your mop-up guys. Those are your low-leverage guys.
Well, Taylor Scott, not so much, but he's also been used a lot, too.
Yeah, he's not a low-leverage guy, but he's not one of your top 3.
Right.
Like, they'll use Taylor Scott in some low-leverage situations. They'll use Taylor Scott down by 1 run. They won't use Abreu, Presley, and Hader down by 1 run. But, yeah, not low-leverage. I would say Ferguson's probably low-leverage. One other good that I had, I think it's good that Rafael Montero accepted his assignment. And I'm not saying that in the sense that we're ever going to see Rafael Montero back on this team, although I wouldn't rule it out. Because he does have a big league arm, and if he pitches well in AAA, they probably would want to bring him back because he is making a lot of money. But good on Rafael Montero. Look, not a good contract. He's pitched poorly. I'm glad that he's not on the 26-man roster. But Rafael Montero could have very easily taken his ball and all of his money and just said, see you later, goodbye. I think it's professional of him to be like, hey, I'm going to go try to work it out and see if I can work my way back up instead of just completely mailing it in. Because I would completely mail it in. I'll be honest. I would have been on my way to Belize. I would have been out of the country. So I do tip my cap to Rafael Montero for accepting the assignment.
I think from an Astros fan's perspective, that's the one thing you've got to actually appreciate from both guys, from both Abreu and Montero, that a lot of guys and their agents and the fact that they would just tell you it's a business on both sides, say, you know what, I'm going to take my money, I'm going to go home. If I find another opportunity, I'm going to get paid to go take that opportunity too. And you know what? Oh, well. But these guys seem like they legitimately cared. They legitimately were, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but if they weren't embarrassed, they were obviously very displeased with how it went out, how it worked out after what the team did for them. And then for the second time this season, you saw a guy accept a demotion and try and stay to try and at least have a chance to make good on the fact that the organization threw a ton of money at him.
Yeah. Now, I don't think any fan wants to see Rafael Montero back on the team, though.
I think the main thing is as Dana said, you want to see him work on some things and try and adjust and change some things. But that takes time as well. I don't know what he's going to do, if it's going to be location alone or if it's going to be secondary pitches and trying to develop something or use it more frequently. But yeah, again, because you're in a tight race, I don't see a situation where we're going, hey, I got an idea. Let's bring Montero back up because he can help our bullpen. He can help you give up a 5 spot when you don't need to.
Yeah, I tip my cap to him accepting the assignment. But if he were to all of a sudden, if we see that the Astros recall Rafael Montero, fans would not be happy with that news. Even if he dominates in AAA, he could go dominate in AAA, and even if he does that and were to be called up, fans would not be pleased with seeing that transaction on the wire. Hey, Rafael Montero recalled by the Astros. People would lose their minds. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. What's your good? What's your bad? What's your ugly? And again, let's pump the brakes on this Kikuchi thing. I saw a headline today I'm going to tell you about when we come back. Like, hey, let's pump the brakes a little bit. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Minute on Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Look, basketball is right around the corner, by the way. Training camp's going to be opening up soon. You're going to see some college games opening soon. I saw a schedule release earlier today. So it's about to be basketball season. Plus, it's going on right now at the Olympics. Not so great for the 3-on-3 side. But if you're looking for a goal for you or your kids, it's got to be a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Tempered glass backboard, breakaway rims, stainless steel hardware, and it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. Why do you want to lower it down? Because you're going to throw down some dunks. You're going to throw down some jams. It's good for that breakaway rim, too. It's a good thing you have that to keep you safe, as will the extended overhang. The extended overhang will keep you safe, too. Don't worry about rolling your ankle on that basketball stanchion that's real close on all the goals you get from the big box stores. Their new goal, by the way, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. It's their lightning adjust feature. You use a drill, and you can lower it to 5 feet, raise it to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy to do, fun to do. Their accessories are fun, too. LED light kits for night play. It's hot in Houston. Spoiler alert. You might only want to shoot some hoops or play on your new goal at night when the sun goes down. You can do that with LED light kits. Backstop nets because you're lazy and don't want to run after the basketball. I don't blame you. Get a backstop net so you don't have to. And you can order everything online, including professional installation. We just you're lazy. That's why you're getting the backstop nets, right? We also don't want to install the goal. We've established that you're lazy. Let the pros from Pro Dunk Hoops install the goal for you. Perfectly straight, perfect height. You don't do a thing. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do all of the work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. You want to send in your good, bad, and your ugly. 6246, Tampa has solid pitching, but that was a horrible offensive homestand, especially Saturday and Sunday.
That was a pretty good way to wrap that one up. That's a good assessment.
It was yesterday's game, bases loaded, first inning, 1 out.
Yep.
The Astros are world-class at squandering early game opportunities.
Yeah,
World class.
And I heard people saying that you should have sent Altuve, and he would have been dead to rights. We were sitting right there, and he had to freeze on the liner. But unfortunately, you would expect that the next guy up, Singleton, struck out, where all you needed was a fly ball. At least you get a run, and that run would have been critical.
Yeah, it was not great. Not great there. Ocho, fair point about the Rays poor bats, but credit to my guy, Mr. Spencer Zane Arrighetti, for consistently painting the corners with his breaking ball. He can be successful versus any team with that kind of command. That's usually what gets him in trouble when he doesn't pitch well, is the command. So if he's spotting, he's tough to hit. I agree with Ocho that he has good stuff. I disagree with Ocho that he has the best stuff on the team. Give me Fromber's stuff. Give me Hunter's stuff. I'll take Kikuchi's stuff over Arrighetti's, but I don't think Arrighetti's too far off. I do think Arrighetti has really good stuff. I think he has plus stuff, yes.
I think the big thing, too, the correlation would be if you can see the way that they've kind of worked with Arrighetti and now they're getting the best out of his stuff, that maybe there's hope that he can keep pitching that way no matter who the lineup is that he's facing, and then they can do some things to maybe – because to me it seemed like Kikuchi after the first two hitters, I think that he was – because when the spotter was talking about it, he was like, we've seen something with both pitchers, with him and Ferguson. We want to see if they're willing to – go along with what we've said. It's going to be up to them to do what we're going to suggest. It seemed to me like Kikuchi started getting away from the fastball a little bit, kind of working,
no doubt.
And it was massively effective. So maybe that's something that allows him to kind of save the rest of his season.
Now, it will be interesting to see how teams adjust, because he threw the changeup a ton, which was like, we looked at the baseball savant. It's like, hey, use the changeup more. What I also did not see coming that he did was he abandoned the curveball. He only threw 2 curveballs in the entire game, which usually is his second most thrown pitch. So he completely eliminated the curveball, sans 2 pitches, and then he had the uptick in the changeup. So is that something that continues? More than likely. But let's see how other teams adjust, and then let's also see a team that maybe does not strike out as much as the Tampa Bay Rays, who, again, strikes out a ton, and we saw that to be true based on the every single game of the series. Now, the other thing is we all need to – I saw people after this game, oh, the Astros won this trade. Can you believe this? The Astros, let Dana Brown cook, et cetera, et cetera. Let this play out. Like, we didn't like the trade whenever it was made, but even us who didn't like the trade were saying, let's let this thing play out. We were making fun of people who drew conclusions to the trade already. You can't draw a winner or a loser when the day the trade is made, just like you can't draw a winner or a loser after one single start. Cron.com. Who not affiliated with Houston Chronicle. People don't like to. The people at the Houston Chronicle make it very well known that they are not affiliated with the Cron. They make that known a lot. They had a headline on the Cron page of their sports section, which is just digital. It's all online. That talked about Yusei Kikuchi, and the headline for Yusei Kikuchi, which again, let's pump the brakes here a little bit when talking about the guy after making just one start for the Houston Astros, was Yusei Kikuchi shows he's worth the cost in historic Astros debut. It's been one start. You're already telling us he's worth the cost? How in the world could you know that? He might eventually be worth the cost. If he pitches really well, Astros make the playoffs. They have a deep playoff run. Wagner, Loperfido, Bloss, they all amount to nothing. Then yes, he's worth the cost. But you can't say after one start in a few days after the trade that he's already worth the cost.
Whoever wrote that headline, I wonder what they were saying 2 batters in.
Yeah.
Because there were a lot of people that were ready to jump off a cliff.
Oh, I thought he was about to get shelled.
Trade's over. I was worried. The minute I saw the first 2 batters, I'm like, oh, God. Because
I was like, here we go.
And I'm sitting here going, do I even look at Twitter? Because I know that already it's just that people are just going to be stacking and racking all the negativity and talking about what a worthless, bad trade it was. You can't. We discussed it last week. You can't judge it until you see the totality of how everybody plays out and how they all play. But at the same time, was it a good first step?
Yeah.
Sure. So that's great. But can he keep it up? Because we know that the in this next stretch of games, he's not facing the Rays anymore. He's going to be facing really good competition. And like you said, when they get tape on him and they see that this is kind of the way he's been adjusting his sequencing, they will adjust too.
Yeah. Like, hey, hopefully this is how he pitches. I hope that I'm dead wrong, by the way. I hope that he pitches incredibly well, that instead of being the mid-unit, he's similar to the big unit. I hesitate saying that. I hope the Astros win the World Series with him. And I'm actually rooting against the Astros prospects that they send in the trade because I don't want them to lose good prospects. I want Dana Brown to put a check mark here because if Dana Brown wins this trade, and because Jake Bloss doesn't look good, Loperfido doesn't look good, Will Wagner doesn't look good, they don't amount to anything, what are we going to be saying about Dana Brown? We're going to be saying that guy can evaluate talent. So I don't want the 3 prospects sent to Toronto to be any good because I want to be able to say about the Astros general manager, that guy's got the eyes. He can pass the eye test. He knows how to evaluate talent. So I'm actually rooting against the prospects that went out.
I couldn't agree more because I think that the one thing when you look at is when we talk about, if there's a logjam at a position or we say that, they got rid of so-and-so because there was no clear path to get to the major leagues. Maybe it just was the fact that between Jacob Melton and or Leone and other guys in the system, Dana felt that there was more potential for long-term success than it was with Joey Loperfido. The same thing with maybe Will Wagner was exactly what he had seen, but he thought Whitcomb was a better version of him. Or maybe DeCenzo coming up is going to be the kind of guy that they're really banking on to be better than him. So from the prospects perspective, those 2 guys alone, you can say, okay, well, if there's someone better or multiple guys that could be the same or better in the system, you get that. And then from the Bloss perspective, worst case scenario, he is who we saw when he got up to the big leagues. Mm-hmm. And then you just kind of tip your cap and go, well, then they got a starting pitcher for the rest of the season they sorely needed. Yeah. If he turns out better, then at least Dana evaluated talent the right way by drafting him and using him to get the guy you needed as a rental.
That would be best case scenario. You win the trade, and we all feel great that Dana Brown's fantastic at evaluating talent. I've seen some people, well, I want it to be a win-win. No, I don't. Nope. I want it to be an Astro win and a Toronto loss. And I want that about every single trade the Astros make. 60-30, Pena's lost again. I'd be open to trading him next year. He gets hot, and then boom, months of swinging at 3 straight sliders in the dirt. He's been poor offensively, especially in the series. I think it's very important to realize who Jeremy Pena is. Jeremy Pena is an average-ish offensive player that's an above average to good defensive player at a premium defensive position. The Astros are asking him to be a middle-of-the-order hitter when he is not that. He is a bottom-of-the-order hitter that plays a good shortstop, which is a premium defensive position, and he's doing it on a very cheap contract because he's still on his the years of service, the 6 years that young players get whenever they come up to the Astros. So I like Pena. I'm a Pena guy. I don't think he's a good offensive player. Right now, he's not an average offensive player, but he shouldn't be. He shouldn't be asked to be that.
I think traditionally and over multiple decades, you've seen center field and shortstop are guys that defense is the premium. Whatever you get from offense is more icing on the cake. Now it's changing in the last several years where you see a lot more when A-Rod came up, or you see Jeter, or you see the guys now like O'Neal Cruz and Ellie Dela Cruz and Witt Jr. and guys that are going to be more offensive dominating shortstops. But what you get out of Jeremy Pena is more than good enough because he does get hot from time to time. He's stepped up in big moments for you, but the defense is there and he's solid. And it's the same thing with center field with Jake in the fact that Jake has been decent offensively, but he's good defensively enough that it really then comes down to the people you surround those 2 guys with. The rest of your lineup, your corner outfielders can't be doing what your corner outfielders are doing right now. And your first baseman has to be kind of a plus guy that's going to give you production, which you haven't gotten for the totality of the year. That hurts.
Keith from LA, if y'all don't want Pena, trade them to the Dodgers. We have some prospects for y'all. We need a shortstop, move Mookie back to second or the outfield. All right, Keith from LA, that's your one text that you get this week. Andre Johnson, what'd you think of the Hall of Fame speech? And who are the next 3 Houston Texans Hall of Famers? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. They just showed Will Levis on TV, so allow me a second to recover. Andre Johnson, what did you think of his Hall of Fame speech?
I think if you want to look at the role model for how speeches should go for the Hall of Fame, I thought it was perfect. I think he didn't spend a ton of time listing every player he played with. He covered the totality of his career from high school through. I thought he did a hell of a job. I thought he hit all the main points, and I was moved by the way he did it.
Yeah, I thought he was really good. He crushed the over. What would we say, 5.5 minutes?
No, I thought it'd be 12.
Oh, he did. He was way over.
Was he?
He was 15 minutes.
I really thought he'd be shorter than. Yeah, I thought he'd be possibility of flirting with 10.
Yeah, I thought he was really good. Covered the fact I grew up in Miami, thankful for the city and where I grew up, and then his his mom sitting in Miami high school and thanked his coaches that were there, and then talked about playing at Miami, and then eventually to the Texans, and how much appreciation he had for the fans, and gave the love to his family. Yeah, I thought he hit it out of the park. I thought it was a phenomenal job by Andre Johnson. And the question now becomes, we already know who the next Texans Hall of Famer is going to be. It's J.J. Watt. Even if J.J. Watt comes back, he's still the next Texans Hall of Famer, I believe. So who are the next, in order, who are the next 3 Texans Hall of Famers?
See, that's tough, man. I think that did they have to play the majority of their career with the Texans?
Yeah, if they were, I don't know I don't think the Hall of Fame, the NFL Hall of Fame, does the bust where they go in with the Texans helmet. Yeah, they don't do that. But if we were making the determination that they were going to have a team helmet on their bust, it would be a Texan.
Okay. I honestly think it's going to be Tunsil and Tunsil because of if for the entirety of his career,
no doubt.
He does it at that level. I think that whether you hear about him or not,
good call.
I think Tunsil will be in the mix to be the next guy up. And then after that, it's going to be really interesting to find out if you have to wait all the way to see if CJ's career turns into it.
Yeah.
Or Stingley or one of the young guys that you have, because I really couldn't pinpoint. I would say CJ. If I had to say anybody right now, I would say Tunsil and then CJ.
See, Tunsil might change my answer, actually. That was a really good one that I hadn't thought about. Maybe it's because of my anti-Tunsil bias. Just kidding. I like
beef,
Tunsil.
Your Twitter beef.
I actually like Tunsil. That didn't affect me at all. The next one, though, to me is DeAndre Hopkins. I think and Hopkins would be in before Tunsil, I think, because Hopkins is a little bit older. I think Hopkins is closer to retirement than Tunsil. And those are both players that didn't play all of their career with the Texans, but I think it would be their team that they would have on their bust.
Majority of their career.
I wouldn't even say majority of their career. I would say a majority of their production. DeAndre Hopkins,
true,
majority, it probably will be. I don't know how much longer Hopkins is going to play. I think there's a chance that DeAndre Hopkins plays more years away from Houston than he plays in Houston.
But the totality for one team, he'll have played more years for the Texans than because he played Arizona, then Tennessee. So he's not going to play the same amount of years that he would for the Texans, I don't think.
Probably not. But even if he did, I care more about the totality of production than the totality of years.
And the good years, too.
If Hopkins stayed in Arizona for the remainder of his career and played 2 more years in Arizona than in Houston, I still would have Houston as his bust because of totality of his production, and the most of his production came whenever he would have been with the Texans. Laramie Tunsil could end up being like that, too, where Laramie Tunsil plays more years away from Houston than in Houston. I doubt it. I think there's a better chance of Hopkins does that than Tunsil. But again, most of his production would come whenever he is a Houston Texan. So Hopkins, for me, would be second. I think Laramie Tunsil is a Hall of Famer, actually. So does Laramie Tunsil, I don't know if he's a first ballot guy, but does he eventually get in before one of these youngsters do? I would go yes. That actually changes my answer because I had Watt, Hopkins, Stroud. I had Stroud as the next guy. But I do think that Tunsil eventually gets in. So I'm going to steal your answer, add it to my answer, and go Watt. Then I'm going to go Hopkins. Then I'm going to go with Laramie Tunsil. Do you think Dwayne Brown's a Hall of Famer?
I don't.
I don't either.
I don't. I know that he was a big piece of the puzzle here. I know it didn't end well, but I know that, he was always one of those foundational guys that everybody looked at when they were looking at the best players on this team for a while. But being the best player on this team doesn't mean that you were worthy of being one of the best players in the history of the game in the Hall of Fame. And I don't think he carries the same kind of weight. I think I'm going to do what you did, though, too. I think that on the reverse side, I'm going to leave Tunsil in, and I think there's more than a legit chance that D-Hop gets in. So I would say then CJ's down the road, and then it would be D-Hop and then Tunsil.
Brian Cushing, question mark. I don't think Cushing's anywhere close to being a Hall of Famer. This is a good one. But I would argue that the majority of his production did not happen in Houston.
I know who you're going to say.
Who?
Shane Leckler.
Yeah.
He's going to get in, I think.
I mean, he's arguably the greatest punter of all time since like Ray
Guy.
or whatever. Ray Guy. He wasn't gay. He was a guy.
Yeah.
He's going to get in, but I would argue that, I mean, I don't even think it's an arguable. Like, he didn't become a Texan until he was 37. He spent the first 12, 13 years of his career with the Raiders. All of his Pro Bowls and all of his AP first and second teams came with the Raiders. So Leckler will get in, but I would argue that Leckler is not a Texans bus guy. Yes, I don't know they don't do that in the Hall of Fame, but if we're trying to establish one team for that player, it'd be the Raiders, not the Texans.
No, totally agree. And he will get in. And it's just now that they're paying more attention than they've ever in the past. They just didn't want to consider punters. Ray Guy was the greatest punter in the history of the game, hands down. Now they're going to consider every aspect of a roster and what they mean. And you're seeing, Devin Hester as a kick returner getting in. You're seeing things like that happen where Leckler's going to get in.
Well, if we're counting specialists,
I know where you're
I would
going.
like John McClain
Weeks
to lobby for John Weeks. John Weeks, the greatest deep snapper in the history of the NFL, the greatest deep snapper that the Texans have ever had. I'm pretty sure he was here with the expansion Texans. I think he's the only deep snapper the Houston Texans have ever had, tongue in cheek. Let's throw John Weeks out there. 5798. Did y'all just say J.J. Watt for the next Texan in the Hall of Fame? To me, it's
a no-brainer.
It's no brainer. Fairbairn. I think Fairbairn's a long shot.
I don't think he's going to get in because you think about all the great kickers in the league. It's hard for them to get a kicker to get in the Hall of Fame.
I also think for a kicker to be in the Hall of Fame, you have to have postseason glory. Like, you can have all the stats, but I also think you need a game-winning field goal in the Super Bowl or great postseason success. Like Tucker
Justin
has
Tucker
a Super Bowl.
He is a lock.
He's won a Super Bowl too, right? He was on the
with
Flacco team.
Yes.
Whenever they won that Super Bowl in the Superdome. So I think Tucker's the greatest of all time. So for you to not be the greatest kicker of all time and not like top 3, top 5, even top 10, you have to have some postseason heroics, like a Vinatieri. And even Vinatieri's an all-time great without the postseason heroics.
Yep. No, you have to be on a different level, like to your point, notoriety-wise, big kick-wise, and then the consistency of everybody while you're still playing is pointing the finger and making extra attention gets on like a Justin Tucker going, dude does not miss. Dude is, and they start calling him the GOAT while he's still playing. Otherwise, there's a whole upper echelon level of kicker that does a great job, does their job really well, but at the end of the day, the name doesn't stand out enough for you to say he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. What about somebody texted Matt Schaub?
Nah, come on.
Yeah, he's not close to a Hall of Famer. He's not even close. Here's an interesting one. Gary Kubiak.
I don't think so. I don't think that from a contributor? I mean, you could say a head coach. Yeah, as a head coach, he won 2?
He won 1.
He won 1. That's not enough.
He might have won 1 as a coordinator, but he's only had 1 as the head coach whenever he was in Denver.
That's right. It was I just don't think so.
Yeah, I'm out on Kubiak as well. 82 lifetime wins, like that's not great. He's only had in his career 3. He's only had 5 winning seasons, and 2 of those winning seasons were 9 and 7. Like 82 wins, 1 Super Bowl is not going to get you in.
No. I mean, I don't even know if they do the contributor thing like that. But even as
he's not even a contributor.
I'm going to say, but from a head coaching perspective alone, that's not enough to boost your stock to say, well, there's a guy that's going to be in the Hall of Fame someday.
A couple people said Arian Foster. I don't think Foster's longevity was enough. At his best, he was really, really good, but he had like 2 or 3 years of that.
You talk about guys with shortened careers that still got in, like Terrell Davis, like if you want to go back a ways to some of the guys that, whether it's Barry Sanders, that was a no-brainer, and he cut his career short by just calling it quits, or Gale Sayers because of an injury, Jim Brown. You have to be really, really, really dominant with a shorter career. Terrell Davis had some big years for Denver, and he had more good years than Arian did.
Yeah, Arian, like Hall of really good. Arian's not a Hall of Famer. Just doesn't have the duration. Just doesn't have the longevity. The longevity, John Weeks. They're not putting a deep snapper in, especially a deep snapper from the Texans. Although I'd love to have John Weeks in the Hall of Fame. He definitely should be in the Ring of Honor.
Like Jonathan Joseph had a really good professional career, but Jonathan Joseph isn't a Hall of Famer.
No,
and he had good years in Cincy. He had good years here. But and he got recognized, but he didn't do enough.
If you eliminate the non-active players, who from the active players are you most confident will be a Hall of Famer first?
I think CJ's the first one.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else has the Hall of Fame career. What about Danielle Hunter? But that wouldn't be mostly as a Texan.
Stingley?
That wouldn't be mostly.
Or Will Anderson?
Stingley might have a Hall of Fame career. Anderson might have a Hall of Fame career, but I don't think they get in before Stroud.
Oh, no.
Because you would require one, they would have to retire earlier, which that's possible. Defensive ends play a long time. Corners retire earlier. Quarterbacks can play into their 40s if they're still really, really good. But are those guys first balloters? Whereas the quarterback has the advantage of being a quarterback.
They're already playing catch up based on the fact that even though Will Anderson was Defensive Rookie of the Year, the fact is, we go back to the notoriety card. There's no one that gets more credit and notoriety than the quarterback. And CJ had, as everybody nationally and locally will remind you, the greatest, or if not one of the greatest rookie seasons of all time at quarterback. They're all playing catch up, trying to catch up for one of the greatest seasons in quarterback history. It's CJ will be the next one.
Yeah, that's there's no lock.
Right. No, it's not a lot. But I'm saying if those are the three into consideration, he's got a massive head start.
I think we covered it up. I think we covered all of them. I think Hopkins, Tunsil from Houston only. Like if Houston's the majority of their production, so that would eliminate Leckler, and then that gets you to the active roster. I don't think we missed anybody. I think Hopkins, Tunsil, Watt. Does Brown have a chance? I guess Brown has a chance. I don't see it happening though.
See, I think Trent Williams was more dominant, and Trent Williams playing the same position. I think Trent Williams is a guy,
but he's later. He's still playing. I mean, Dwayne Brown retired 2 years ago, last year
with the Jets.
But he's still going to be on the ballot way before Williams would be.
Yeah, I just don't think he gets it.
I don't either. All right, what was Blanker's? He wasn't in on Friday, so he didn't get a chance for him to react to the Texans Hall of Fame game where they had the over. They didn't cover, but they were both voided.
About that.
They were both voided, though, because of the weather. What was he satisfied and dissatisfied with in that Texans Hall of Fame game? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Kubiak has 4 Super Bowl champions. 2 were as a backup quarterback, and 1 was as a coordinator, though. He's not a he's not a Hall of Famer to me. Someone had one in the Twitch. Oh, B. Hannon. Stephon Diggs coming here to be a Hall of Famer.
Nope.
I think Diggs has a chance to be a Hall of Famer, but the bulk of his productivity would not be with the Texans.
Minnesota Buffalo. Right?
There's also a very real chance that all of his production will be 1 season with the Texans.
Yeah, I don't anticipate him having the Hall of Fame Texans credentials. It'll be for the entirety of his career.
Yeah,
he had great years in Minnesota and in Buffalo.
Yeah, I think he could be a Hall of Famer, but it wouldn't be as a Texan in the hypothetical that we're playing here. A couple of texts saying DeMeco Ryans, and one of the texts says that DeMeco Ryans comes in 5 Super Bowl champion, manifesting it. LOL.
But by the time he gets in, after all is said and done, and he's done coaching,
yep,
a lot of the other guys will already, if they're going to get in, will already be in.
1447 says Vincent Wilfork. That wouldn't. Most of his production was with the Patriots. I think DeMeco has a chance, but again, it's year 1 of what it would require a lot. DeMeco, I love DeMeco though. I wouldn't put it by DeMeco. I think the Texans got such a steal whenever they hired DeMeco Ryans, a home run hire, and it also altered a head coaching take of mine. We spend way too much time trying to hire coaches that have good offenses and defenses and that are good play callers. The most important thing that you could have as a head coach is leadership. And DeMeco's a great defensive play caller, so he's like the best of both worlds. But we sit here every single coaching cycle, well, this guy led the second best offense in the NFL. How many times do play callers fail? All the time. How about the great leaders? Like the very best leaders usually have far more success than the best play callers in a specific coaching cycle.
I think what we've seen more and more is not the same. You're right. You have to have that leadership characteristic first and foremost, and then you have to have that organizational kind of ability to lead by example and everything that you do. And then you also, between the hiring of your staff and the way you manage everything within an organization, it has such an overwhelming impact, positively or negatively. We've seen the negatives. We've seen with the complete failures over the last couple of years, both locally with Cully and some of the guys that we've seen nationally that just absolutely crap the bed, Denver and other places, to where it's the leadership and it's also the organization too, between, like I said, his staff and the ability to do every simple things, manage the clock, throw flags, or also just manage your locker room.
Yeah. See, I didn't think that Ryans was elite in that first category, like game management, game clock, stuff like that. I think that's stuff you get better at with experience. And I thought that he had some warts there, but his leadership is impeccable. He might be the top 3 best leaders as an NFL head coach already. I would have Tomlin up there. I would have Dan Campbell up there. I'm sure that I'm missing a couple, but DeMeco Ryans is in a top-tier leadership attribute as an NFL head coach. And I think it's the most important attribute for a head coach.
There's no doubt about it. And when you think about it, too, from his perspective, think about what Andre just said in his speech. Think about how many times we've heard JJ say the same thing. We've even heard it from Travis Johnson and other guys. Within the time of a 2 to 4 week period of his rookie year, everybody stood back and said, dude's going to be our captain. Dude's going to lead our defense. Dude is a guy that we know in the locker room and on the practice field and in the huddle. He is number 1 when it comes to who do you go to and who do you go through.
Look where the Texans were. And take away the wins for a second. But the Texans were in a spot where it was rock bottom in franchise history. Vibes were terrible. You got ran over by Easterby and like the ghost of Bill O'Brien. The former players felt alienated. They had given up on the organization and the franchise. Andre Johnson was bashing Easterby on a podcast. And then you bring in DeMeco Ryans and you do a full 180. You go from rock bottom to where the vibes have never been better. Why? Because of DeMeco Ryans.
Think about that too, Jeremy, because of the fact that, one, what you heard on what J.J. Watt said about Andre this weekend is he doesn't talk a lot. But in that, any time that he opens his mouth, whether it's 1% or 10% of all the times, everyone takes note and listens, and they take it seriously. That's one thing. The other thing is the turnaround that we experienced in this town with this franchise coming from Cully and Lovey to getting to winning the division and winning a playoff game happens, even if in the most positive of situations where you get going in the right direction, happens over maybe 3 years. Maybe it takes years to turn it around when it's as bad as you said, rock bottom. You did it essentially in 1 year. You flipped the script, and you didn't just sneak in. Yes, you did. You won the division on the last day, but you won the division. You won a playoff game. You got your quarterback, and now everybody's instantaneously talking about you as a potential Super Bowl team for the next several years.
Yeah, I love D'Amico. 6517, when D'Amico can't get over the hump, people will be screaming for a play-calling offensive genius to take over. You're probably right, 6517. I'm going to be screaming to never fire him. It's his job as long as he wants it, unless things just go drastically bad and he gets lazy and, the game passes him by, which I don't see coming. Corey, at least not in the foreseeable future. Corey, that's why Dallas hasn't had a great coach since Jimmy Johnson, maybe Parcells, but that's it. Don't have great leadership. You can have all the great players. You can have great play call. You don't have leadership, you're not going to win, especially at the highest of levels. That's how razor-thin margins are. All right, Hall of Fame game Thursday. You were out Friday. What were you dissatisfied with from that one?
So there was a lot to be satisfied with from me from the standpoint of a guy like Hutchinson right off the top. I mean, look, let's start even further before that. Davis Mills looked like you have a decent backup. You have a guy that at least in the scale of backup quarterbacks, he looked like he's capable of, regardless of who he's working with, he didn't make mistakes. He didn't kill you. He did what you needed a backup quarterback to do. Hutchinson was the guy that stood out to me the most because of the fact that I had questioned his hands in the past. But for the most part, every ball thrown to him, with the exception of one, I think he reeled in. He looks like he's a guy that can fit right into this receiver room and actually play a part. We were talking about practice squad early in the year. I think that he can play a part on this roster. Bullock looked good to me in the fact that he forced a fumble with a good hit. He wasn't afraid to put his nose on the football. He not only made a good hit, but he also forced a fumble. Ogunbowale looks like he can be a guy that can be a piece. He can still be a special. He can make this team. And Cam Akers to me on the one catch looked like he's got some burst still. It's hard to judge him averaging less than 3 yards a carry because of the offensive line he's running behind. Yeah. To me, it was just, does he still have some quickness? Does he have the kind of quick twitch that you need a running back to have? And that at least gives me hope that there's potential for him to be a backup running back on this team.
Yeah, I think it was Brian in our show notes that was like, Cam Akers stinks. He had a bad yards per carry. He's running behind the fourth string offensive line. Like, what are we doing here?
Is that Friday he did that?
Yeah, I told you. He tried to he gave it a little half effort on Friday.
Oh, that's right.
He gave it the old college try and just wasn't able to go. He was a game time decision. He was trending in the right direction, then he hit a wall.
I thought I didn't see. I saw the run. I didn't see one for Friday. So
it was Fridays because after Thursday's game. I thought Akers had burst. I don't know if Akers is ever going to have like Akers athleticism, but where I think he's good at and like what he has, and then a guy like Dameon Pierce doesn't, is good ability in this scheme. Like he kind of knows how to run in this scheme. Has been doing it with LA and Minnesota, and then he's just very, I think, smart with like how he hits the holes. Like he has very good patience. Wait. Something opens up, quick burst. And his burst might not be what it used to be, but to have that know-how in this specific scheme, you're going to get a few yards here and there. Well, and then he was a factor in the passing game too. I think he's your third running back. I think he's going to be on this team.
Yeah, the passing thing was the first thing that came to my mind. You don't have to. He's not going to be like bell cow number one back guy. So if he has that in specific need in the passing game, look, I think Singletary did that way better than even he got credit for in terms of not just putting his head down and pounding the ball into every hole. He would almost look like he was on slow motion sometimes, where he would almost directly stop and then pick and choose. As long as he still has the quick twitch once he decides to go to get through the hole and to do those things, and he knows that he doesn't have to do it on every play, he can be a weapon for this team. And with his experience, it helps you to where I think that can play a role for him carving out a niche to be on this roster.
Yeah. Who are your 6 receivers?
Well, Nico, Tank, and Diggs are easy.
Yeah.
And then, to me, it's Noah Brown. Woods is interesting to me because we didn't see him at all. But at the same time, I guess as a veteran, they like him. But the problem is I didn't see enough of Mechie, and I know it was only the first game too, but I was looking forward to seeing Mechie, and he got 2 targets and caught 1 ball.
You're going to keep 6, I think.
I don't even know what he can be right now. So I think it may come down to if Hutchinson keeps playing like this and he looks better than Mechie, that maybe Hutchinson finds his way onto this roster, depending on what they do with Woods. And if you don't, Skronik looks like he's going to, I think because of special teams and everything else, I think he's going to make this team.
It's going to be interesting. I think that my guess as of right now, and if somebody gets hurt, this changes that, because I think they're going to try to hide somebody on the pup, because why wouldn't you? You're going to have injuries over the course of a year, so it'd be nice to have an NFL-ready receiver hanging out on the pup, waiting for somebody to get hurt, so you can get tricky with that. I also think Skronik's going to make the team. I don't think that Mechie's ever looked better than Hutchinson. So, like, this whole argument, Mechie, Hutchinson, when has Mechie ever looked like a better football player than Xavier Hutchinson?
I think it has
when he
to
was in
happen
college.
In this camp. Yeah, I think it has to happen in this camp
Yeah.
if it's going to happen.
One preseason game, we probably put way too much stock in that versus like what is happening at training camp. But Hutchinson was better in that one game. I thought far better than Mechie in that one game. Hutchinson was better than Mechie last year over the course of an entire season. Hutchinson has one more year left on his contract than Mechie does. I don't think that Hutchinson's on the roster bubble. I think Xavier Hutchinson's on the 53-man roster.
I think that what it's going to come down to is because of all that we've heard. If we heard all these great things and everybody was glowing about John Mechie should have had the stats of Hutchinson in this first game. He should have been a guy that, against the Bears' second unit, was able to create space and find opportunities and get openings. I think it's going to come down to those two guys for who gets the final roster spot when they go to week one.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Blankers is all in on the Olympics? Why? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Blankers is fired up about the Olympics. He's all in. Why are you all in? I've kind of lost a little bit of Olympic steam. I might be Olympic fatigued a little bit after Simone Biles all-around gold. That was my Olympic peak.
Don't watch tonight.
Yeah, she gets silver.
Yeah, and she falls off.
Yeah, I saw. I mean, I read the internet. I know what happened.
Well, okay, I'm just saying. I mean, you said you were after the gymnastics was done. You
I didn't care about. I didn't
anymore.
really care about the what are they? I guess they're called single events or whatever.
Oh, the individual.
The individual events.
Yeah.
I didn't care about it. I care about the all-around individual, and then I've kind of been checked out of the Olympics.
So that's what kind of spurred this on to me too, because I was like, how could you not be, as a sports fan, how could you be not watching some of this? And you love drama. So the part of it that I was thinking about was when I was seeing some of these stories, like in the 1500, there's these two guys, the two best 1500 guys, one from Great Britain, and I forget where the other guy's from. They hate each other. They're talking smack in Twitter. You can see him kind of nudging him on the track. The one guy's dad now, he's basically, I think either suing his dad or his dad's under investigation for mistreating his sons, but they're all track stars now and Olympians. But all the stories, the Noah Lyles stuff, and I had told you about Noah Lyles, but then for Noah Lyles to come in and call his shot and then take second in the second qualifying heat and almost not make it and go, well, that's a reality check for me. I got to wake up. And the photo finish of all photo finishes in the 100, now he's got a chance to win the 100 and the 200 in the same Olympics for the first time in decades, which is amazing. But all the other stories are amazing. You mentioned the Biles story, but then the swimming, and I get tied in and it sucks me in every time there's like right down to the photo finish or a world record and you're watching, and then the Australia USA swimming thing, they were talking crap. Scotty Scheffler comes back from like 3 or 4 strokes down in the golf, and John Rahm has one of the most catastrophic collapses on the back nine. Scheffler wins the gold. Djokovic says that winning tennis over Alcaraz was like one of his greatest sports accomplishments. I didn't think he had any chance coming off a knee surgery on clay. And then there's this Kristen Faulkner story. I don't know if you saw this or not, but she was a Harvard grad. She was working in New York, and in Central Park one day, she saw some people cycling, and she's like, "Oh, that looks kind of cool." In less than 10 years, she went from picking up cycling to winning the gold for the United States yesterday. I was like, that's the kind of stuff that makes this really interesting when you hear that story and then see him in the final competition.
Yeah, I kind of lost interest over the weekend. Haven't been watching it like I was watching it whenever it first started, but there have been some good stories.
Or the guy from Turkey.
He was pretty cool.
That dude right there, 51 years old, and he just pulls the handgun out, and he doesn't need all the sunglasses and the scopes and the rangefinders. I wouldn't mess with him if he's my neighbor, because that dude has done something in his career to win a silver just by pulling out a pistol and nailing targets.
What did you think of the Algerian boxer?
That's an interesting. that's the crazy thing is, for as good as the Olympics has been, that has dominated over the last 4 days.
It's so weird though, because like I can't figure out like what the background is on that. Like some people are saying that she is a woman.
Yes.
Some people are saying that she's not a woman, or that maybe they're just uneducated that she. I have no idea if she's a woman or not. I have no idea. I do find it ironic that her name is Imane. It's Imane. I don't even know how to pronounce it. But yeah, that's been super controversial. I don't really care enough to go find the background. I actually did Google it one day because I was trying to find out if she was born a woman. I can't figure it out.
I can't
Everybody
find that
says
part of
she
it out, but I know that people are posting the Olympic rules and guidelines as a way of justifying it, because they are going to win a medal now, I believe.
Yeah.
But that has been a dominant story.
Oh, is she going to win a medal?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. Like the story is now that she was born a woman, has always been a woman, but that she has like internal testes is like what I've been hearing. Like I don't know how that works.
Yeah, that doesn't.
I'm uneducated. I'm ignorant to this. Can somebody please educate me? I'm ignorant to all of this.
So she was born both?
I don't know how that works.
I don't either.
I'm not a doctor. I've never studied this. I told you I'm ignorant to this. I have no idea. 6246 best Olympic moment was the Frenchie getting hung up on the pole vault. I did
Saw
see
it.
that. He shouldn't look. This is probably the one time where you wish an athlete didn't love his sport that much. Because if he didn't have that love for his sport as much as he does, maybe he doesn't get hung up on the pole vault. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe it doesn't happen.
Oh, the other one of the other cool stories is I think she's the only athlete from Ukraine that is in the Olympics. She's a high jumper, and she won the high jump. First time ever for a Ukrainian athlete, and with everything going on, she's been separated. The rest of her family's still in Ukraine. She got out to train, and she won the high jump last night.
Interesting. So are all the I am interested in the track and field events. Did I miss them all though?
Oh no, you got more.
I haven't missed them all.
So now Lyles started today in the qualifying for the 200,
and he's kind of a controversial figure. I was seeing on Twitter. Why?
Well, first of all, he's the guy that said whoever wins the NBA title are not world champions.
Oh, that was him?
Yeah. But when we win the world champions, then we're champions of the true world.
I like that line. I don't agree with it, but I do like the line.
And he's called his shot that he's going to be the next guy that wins the 100, 200. And then after coming in second in one of the qualifying heats, they were like, you're not even going to win the gold. And to win it literally by a lean and his nose.
Oh, that was the guy that won it by the lean?
Lyles.
That was Lyles that won it like
Yeah.
that? I didn't realize that was Lyles.
So now he's got it. And now
I saw that finish.
Post-race conference, I think it was today, they interviewed the three guys that medaled in that closest finish. And he came out and said, all I know is everybody's going to be disappointed on the turn in the final turn of the 200 because this is mine. And now he's doubling down.
Did you see the I golfed over the weekend, and I was having lunch in the clubhouse afterwards, and they had that 4x, I think it was the 4x400
where the girl
combo
that's
event.
the Netherlands, where she wasn't, she didn't do it in the pre-qualifiers. They added her.
Oh, really?
They added her.
She
just
sucked up the American.
She hammered that final. I felt bad because the anchor for the United States was a 19-year-old girl, and here comes this decorated just champ, and she just blew her doors off.
Did you have you heard her talk?
No.
See if you can find that on the sorry to throw you under the bus here, B-Rod. But
it's like Bach. B-O-K, I think is her last name.
I think if you just search Netherlands Mickey Mouse, I think she'll probably come up.
Really?
She's super high pitched, and she has an interesting voice. The medal count, you know how I feel about this. If the US of A does not win the gold medal count, I will consider this. No, I'm not. They're down by one right
this
now.
Morning they were
real
up
time.
2.
Well,
in gold, and they were up big on the medal.
This is fluid. They are currently trail China by 1. China has 21 and the U.S. has 20. If the U.S. finishes second in the gold medals to China, I will be so disappointed.
How do you feel
as an American?
Chances China versus U.S. in track?
Not good. But I don't know what other events are happening.
That's what I'm saying. You still have
what are the best events for China, you think? What do you think are their best events in China?
Male gymnastics for sure, but gymnastics are very, very good.
Uh-huh.
I don't think they're good in the pool.
They're not good in the pool?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm just telling you, if the U.S. does not finish first in gold, I will be so disappointed.
You have so many track and field medals to be handed out still that the United States, I think, are going to crush the majority of the competition.
They better win.
I think you're going to be okay.
I hope so. Here's that Netherlands track star. She's super tall and she talks like Mickey Mouse.
When you're putting your mind to it, you know exactly what to do indoors.
That's not her.
How was that for you?
It was amazing. It was such a strong race.
This is her real voice.
All running so fast, multiple running in the 50s, so I knew I had to go out fast. I had Lieke in front of me, so I wanted to be in front, and I could hear how brave she was behind me, so I was like, okay, this is good, now we keep going, and this crowd is so amazing.
That's her real voice.
You called it because I'm just, hey, Mickey.
It sounds like she just inhaled so much helium.
That's very high pitched.
I can't even pay attention to what she's saying because her voice screams so loud.
It doesn't sound real.
It
doesn't sound like that's her real voice.
I cannot play a little bit of it again, B-Rod. I cannot believe that is the real voice of anybody, especially an Olympic gold medalist.
By the way,
she beat America with this voice.
Yeah, that's crazy. The fact that people are crushing the play-by-play guy for the 100 for saying that the Jamaican guy won, is brutal.
I mean, he makes the list. But.
It was so. I mean, to have it be that razor thin, and then people crushing him because he got the call wrong. Everybody had to wait for like a good minute or so to see the photo while they looked at the photo finish to announce who really won.
Still makes the list. Called the wrong loser.
All right.
6381 says breakdancing starts Friday at 9 a.m. That's an Olympic event.
Yeah.
Breakdancing?
Yeah.
Who's the favorite country in breakdancing?
No idea.
That's
I forgot
brutal.
that's one of the events. That and all the skateboarding stuff.
The skateboarding, I think, is kind of fine. Like, at least that's like X Games and stuff. But like
X Games, I don't know if it's Olympics.
I've seen skateboarding on ESPN. I've never seen breakdancing on ESPN.
Yeah,
Ever.
It's a stretch.
Even the Ocho, 6246, agree. If you ain't first, you're bronze. Or maybe sometimes silver.
Yeah, the skateboarding, I just can't get into that being an Olympic sport.
Somebody else entirely. August 9th and 10th, Jeffrey is local Houston guy, was a break dancer for the Rockets launch crew.
Huh.
So I guess we have a Houston break dancer in the Olympics performing August 9th and August 10th.
Okay, good luck.
The next Simone Biles.
That
the
one I might not be
Simone
watching.
Biles of break dancing.
I might not be watching.
Yeah.
You get the sponsored cardboard for when they do the spinning and all
I don't know. So I don't even know how you would like score that. 7557. I think the call was actually pretty solid on the Lyle sprint. Agreed. I don't know why people are hating on it because he called the wrong winner. That's why they're hating on it. Was it justified? Yeah, probably.
Say, do you think you could call the winner?
No,
Naked eye?
no, but that's why he's getting blasted. We all know why he's getting blasted. He's getting blasted because he called the wrong winner.
That's also why he doesn't deserve
Now,
it.
was it fair? Was it justifiable? Probably.
The only way that he can get out, I mean, that you can say that he could have done it differently is just to not announce a winner. Say it's too close to call. Let's see, because with the naked eye, especially because the lean versus it used to be like whoever crosses the finish line first with like your foot or whatever. Now
Yeah.
it's the lean. It could be your nose, your torso. It's crazy.
Day One Don is saying that esports will be an Olympic event in 28. Is that real? That cannot
All of
be
them?
that cannot be an Olympic event. I refuse to believe that to be true. It
Yeah,
can't be.
I think that's excessive.
Where are they going to broadcast this on Twitch for all the losers? All right, 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Time for our Mailbag Monday. What's your question for the Bees? What do you want to know? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What is your question for the Bees? 713-780-3776. Apparently, China has 13 swimming medals. They're good at swimming, the Chinese. I didn't know that.
I did not know that either.
I had no idea. I must not have been watching those events. Actually, I think I've seen a couple. I watched some swing events. I was watching Ledecky and then that one dude from France who went to Arizona State and was breaking Phelps' record.
With Phelps' coach.
Yeah, with Phelps' coach. Someone asking, have y'all heard about the midday show on the Highway to Hell? Not sure why you would ask us, but I have heard who they're going to hire.
Oh, yeah?
I think I'm one of the few people that know.
I had heard who the two they were down to,
Who?
I think, were.
Who?
Were someone that's there and someone that was handpicked to be there.
The latter is the one that's going to be it. Is a fellow by the name of Reginald Atatula, who's currently at 105.3 The Fan.
In
Was
Dallas?
in Dallas and was in the wedding of their brand ambassador.
That's
so
kind of what I heard.
Reginald Atatula is what I was told. And again, in the wedding of the brand ambassador, as I hear is taking over for Landry Locker, who was here the other day. 1970, do you make coffee at home or you use Starbucks only?
For me personally, I am Starbucks only. The wife makes it at home.
Okay. I'll get a Starbucks coffee every now and then. Only black, though. I don't do any of the fancy drinks. I make my coffee at home every morning, make a pot. If I'm too lazy to make a pot, I'll do the K-Cup. But I make a pot pretty much every day. Pretty much every day. 6207, would you rather have the most gold medals or the most all-around total medals?
Gold medal.
No, gold medal for sure.
Yep.
Like, who's getting paid, too? Like, are you going to get paid for all-around regular medals, or are you going to get paid based on having the most gold medals ever? You're going to get paid on the most gold medals ever. When we talk about the most decorated Olympians of all time, do we say medal count, or we talk about gold medal count?
We say normally gold medal count.
Say gold medal count. So give me the gold medals. I think this question is directed at me, but we can phrase it for either one of us. 6860, got to trade one to your rival. Jordan Stroud or Blankers, and then for you, Jordan Stroud or Branham. I would trade Blankers in a heartbeat. No offense, but you don't contribute to wins for the professional teams that I like. Jordan contributes to wins. Won a World Series, turned the game upside down. C.J. Stroud has given us hope in this city for our NFL team. I love you, Blankers, but quite frankly, you don't help to wins for the big three.
All you got to do is just take out any mention of me and put Jeremy in there, and that's my answer as well.
6856, if you can interview anyone, past or present, who would it be and why?
Sports are all over.
He says anyone.
Do they have to? I've had this conversation with people before. Do they have to answer everything honestly?
Didn't say. So if you can
That's
interview
what makes
anyone,
it even more interesting.
my answer was going to answer everything honestly.
Okay.
Jesus.
Okay.
For obvious reasons, and I think he'd be honest.
Okay.
I'm pretty
I think
confident.
You're probably right.
I have faith that he will be honest with me.
I was trying to narrow it down to a couple people that you'd have to force to be honest. OJ would be one of them because I to get the truth.
I just wouldn't care.
There's a couple of world leaders too, but yeah, just from a sports perspective, like Tiger or OJ or guys like that.
Yeah. 713-780-3776. The morning show on ESPN was saying winning an NBA championship and Masters are greater than winning a gold medal. What do you think?
I would say that I would agree.
Yeah, I would too. NBA championship greater than gold medal.
I think it depends on what sport you won the gold in terms of like what kind of an athlete you are and what you had, and who you went up against. But at the same time, I just think the Masters, prestigious wise, and then with the NBA, I just think both those.
I'm not sure if there's like a non-Olympic sport though, and by non-Olympic sport I mean like the Olympics are their biggest competition. Like NBA guys, the biggest competition's the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
All the golfers, their biggest competition is winning a major.
Mm-hmm.
All the tennis players, their biggest goal or whatever is winning a Grand Slam. So like those are the non-Olympic ones I would consider, even though they're in the Olympics. I wouldn't say there's a single sport where you wouldn't have individual success outside of the Olympics. Now, like swimming and gymnastics, that is their big event.
Right.
That is their big event. But for like basketball, golf, tennis, their big event's not the Olympics. It's huge. It's massive. It matters. And for like Tom Kim, he's got to enlist in like the armed forces of his country because he didn't get Olympic medal, which if he did, he would have been exempt from armed forces.
Tom Kim, the golfer, has to.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Where's he? I think he's from South Korea.
South
Korea.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to enlist.
Yeah, boxers you get more. I mean, you would you'd make more money.
Prize
outside
fight
of-
heavyweights.
Yep.
Yeah. I would go NBA Finals. I would go Masters. I would go Grand Slam. I would go a big prize fight over Olympics. And Olympics matter. I think that they like Scotty Scheffler was over the moon that he won,
and Djokovic too.
Yeah, I mean it's big. It's bigger than like an ordinary event, but is it bigger than a major or Grand Slam? Probably not.
Especially financially.
Yeah. Did you see the one medalist in golf that didn't get paid?
Yeah, the Fleetwood.
Yeah.
Tommy Fleetwood.
What in the world? Europe?
Yeah.
I guess not Europe.
Great
I
Britain,
guess it'd
right?
be- yeah.
Great Britain.
How do you not pay the guy?
They're not paying.
Unreal. No bonus at all. 6860 NFL question. The convo's always guys that were better coordinators than coaches, but who was a better coach than they were a coordinator?
Ooh.
I have three that come to mind. Harbaugh in Baltimore.
Okay.
Was never an offensive.
Right,
he was a special teams coordinator. He's probably really good at that, but he's a better head coach than what is there. I would say Mike Tomlin. And a recent local one, Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel had 1 year as a defensive coordinator, was pretty mediocre, in fact, bad. Now, were there injuries involved? Yes. But he was a far better head coach than he was Texans defensive coordinator.
Gruden
was OC.
He was an OC that wasn't. I don't know that.
I don't remember his OC days.
Well,
though, if I'm being honest.
He actually started out as a.
Let me see where he was
PA,
OC at.
and then he was on the Green
They
Bay
all did.
staffs for a while.
He was OC at Philly from 95 to 97 before being a head coach of the Raiders. I don't remember how good the Eagles were from 95 to 97.
I don't either, but I would say that he's probably a better head coach, winning the Super Bowl and doing everything he did.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he had good NFL success as a head coach. Yeah, that's probably a good one too. Yeah, that's a good question. I like that
Dungy?
question. Dungy was a pretty good coordinator, though. Didn't Dungy win the?
He was DC at.
Pretty sure he was DC in Tampa where they won.
No, because that was his team he gave up that Gruden won with.
Oh, it was before they won.
Yep.
And he wasn't DC in Tampa either. He was DC
Baltimore?
in Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota.
Before getting the Tampa
Okay.
head coaching
And
job.
Minnesota, they were good.
Yeah, so maybe he was a better head coach than DC too.
Okay.
But he was a DC forever. Like he was a DC from 92 95 Minnesota, 89, 84 to 88 Pittsburgh. So he had two different stints. He probably was a better head coach. 8755 Kubiak?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Kubiak was a really good coordinator. And Kubiak was a coordinator for the Broncos whenever they had Manning and they were dominating, and they won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, he was right. And
then he was the OC at Baltimore for a while. Whenever they were good under Harbaugh.
Was he the OC or was he the?
Actually, he was never
consultant?
he was never the OC in
He was
Denver.
like a consultant, right?
He was the OC in Denver in the like 03-05 before he was the Texans head coach, but he was not the OC in Denver under Manning. He was the head coach. He got the head coach from Denver job after he was the Baltimore OC for a year.
I was gonna say I thought in Baltimore he was like the whatever. I didn't think
No,
he got
was
the
OC
title,
there.
but he got it for 1 year. Okay.
He was OC there, and he was also. Was he an OC or was he just on the staff when Denver won back-to-back with Elway?
He was backup quarterback.
Oh, that's right.
He was the
They
backup
wouldn't coach
quarterback.
it. He was a backup quarterback. So that one's close. I think they won the Super Bowl in 14, though, whenever he was the coordinator.
Ooh, I got one for you.
Who?
Kyle Shanahan.
I don't know.
I mean, he's still calling plays, but
And Shanahan was pretty dang good OC, and he has won a Super Bowl.
But he hasn't won as a coordinator either.
Yeah, that one's tight. That one's close too. 3039. If competing against the world population that are the average mean of physical talent, what Olympic event could you medal in?
I saw that they asked Tommy Pham this on the game last night. Sunday
really?
Night Baseball.
Wait, she said baseball?
No, come on, Tommy Pham answer.
Why wouldn't you? He said fighting, MMA,
Close.
boxing.
He goes, yeah, I randomly started picking up guns and shooting in the off season. He goes, give me a couple of years where I don't have to train for baseball anymore. I think I could do that.
It's so weird. He just didn't say baseball.
But Tommy Pham, I would think it would be either boxing or it would be, and then he pulled.
What would yours be?
I don't know.
Mine would be tic-tac-toe.
You've said that before.
Yeah. I would medal in tic-tac-toe amongst millions and millions of
I
others.
3-on-3 basketball just because I couldn't do any worse than Jimmer's team.
I don't think you're as good as Jimmer.
I'm not, but I'm saying the other two guys on his team suck too.
I don't know about
Did
that.
you see? Did you see? By the way, what we suggested, what I brought up last week, is now it's picking up steam.
What's that?
They talked to Ice Cube and they want to get the big three players involved in the Olympics. And Ice Cube was so in on it. He goes, I'll tell you what, whoever wins the gold, we'll fly them to one of our events, pay everything, and they can play either our best team or our four best players, and we'll see who the best in the world is.
Yeah, they should do that. I would like that.
They got to if they're going to take pros for the regular 5-on-5. That's an embarrassment to the United States.
They can't do that though because of the calendar.
But change the
What's his name was on
qualifying event thing. That's what I'm saying.
It's tough. What's his name? Windhorse was on ESPN today talking about how FIBA stacked the deck against America being good at 3-on-3 based on their calendar.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I could see that.
Yeah, they don't want them to be good. All right, is it time to press the panic button on the Astros offense? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Astros offense has been putrid as of late. Tampa, good pitching staff, but you expect more from the Houston Astros offense than what they put together at Minute Maid Park. It was like they were worried about the batter's eye again. But the Astros shut out yesterday. They scored 1 run on Saturday. They scored 3 runs in the win on Friday. Their biggest output since the deadline was on Wednesday. They scored 5 runs. And then deadline day, they scored 2 runs. Frustrated with this Houston Astros offense. I'm pressing the panic button on the Houston Astros offense. And you look at their regulars, they have 5 players that are basically everyday guys that have been below average for Major League Baseball standards. OPS plus, they rate it out. 100 is average for Major League Baseball player at all positions. Just as an offensive player, 100 is the average OPS plus. The Astros have 5 of their regulars that are below a 100 OPS plus. John Singleton's at 90. Jeremy Pena's at 98. Mauricio Dubon's at 87. Jake Myers at 95. Chas McCormick is at 69. So the Astros, most of the time, have 5 players that are below average offensive guys. And you can, Pena, defensive-minded guy, shortstop. Jake Myers, defensive-minded center fielder. You can get by there. What's really frustrating is the corners, because you're expecting your best offensive players, or at least good offensive players, at first, at left, at right, at your corners. And Bregman's the only corner right now, corner position player, that is above a 100 OPS plus, which again is major league average. So the Astros have 5 players playing almost every single day that are below average. They're shortstop, they're first baseman, they're left fielder, they're center fielder, they're right fielder. The Astros probably have the worst offensive outfield in baseball when Jordan's DHing and because Kyle Tucker is out. This is worrisome. This is a problem. And then you throw on top of that Dana Brown and the Astros front office sat on their hands. And then Dana Brown had the quote to the Astros radio, well, if the fans were upset by what we gave up for Yusei Kikuchi, they would have been really upset for what we would have given up for a first baseman. Maybe Yandy Diaz, maybe Vladimir Guerrero, but here were offensive players at the deadline. Every single one of them could have helped the Houston Astros in what they were traded for. Mark Canha would be an upgrade against lefties at left and right, at left field, right field, and first base. He was traded to the Giants for the 25th ranked prospect that the Tigers had. Eloy Jimenez, who he's been pretty bad, but at least he's had a past where he's been successful and he brings some thump in the lineup. Would you rather see Eloy Jimenez or Chas McCormick in the lineup? He got sent to Baltimore for very little. Brian De La Cruz, former Astro farmhand, traded to the Pirates for the 17th and 18th ranked prospects. Again, very little. He would have helped you against lefties. Isaiah Kiner Falefa was sent to the Pirates for their 29th ranked prospect. IKF has an OPS plus of 115. Paul DeYoung to the Royals for nothing. Josh Bell to the Diamondbacks for a player to be named later or cash. He would help you against at least lefties at first base. Jorge Soler was traded to the Braves for a struggling relief pitcher and a non-rated prospect. Well, he can't play defense. Well, he's played every day in right field since being traded to the Braves, who happen to have a better record than you do. Ahmed Rosario to the Dodgers for an unranked prospect. He could play multiple different positions for you. Jesse Winker to the Mets. He would be a corner outfielder for you. Traded for the number 17 prospect. So I'm pressing the panic button on the Astros offense. Where in the world is Kyle Tucker? Dana Brown giving us the disingenuous quote, well, they would have hated, our fans would have hated if we would have traded for a first baseman like Yandy Diaz. He didn't say Yandy, he did say Vlad. He just left it broad and vague about which first baseman. Okay, don't trade for that guy. Trade for Canha, Jimenez, De La Cruz, Isaiah Kiner Falefa, Paul DeYoung, Josh Bell, Jorge Soler, Justin Turner to the Mariners for their 29th ranked prospect. Ahmed Rosario, Jesse Winker. There were so many guys who were traded at the deadline for very, very little that would have upgraded this Astros offense, and Dana Brown's given us the line of, well, they would have hated what we traded for a first baseman. Those are lies. We see what these guys got traded for.
Well, and the thing is, on top of everything else, now everybody is putting so much extra weight on. Well, it's all going to be, wait till Tucker comes back. First of all, you don't know when he's coming back, but one guy will not solve the problem. One guy will not change the multiple guys that are underachieving. You named 5. We could go further than that. We know the guys that just aren't doing what you expected them to do, or they were supposed to do, or they were penciled in to do. But this lineup has too many less thans for a team that's one game out of the division and going to be a playoff team. And the answers aren't coming from your farm system this year, not for those multiple positions, not for the guys that you need to not only be on the major league roster, but perform at a better than the guys they're replacing. And that's not going to happen.
Yeah, and like these guys aren't world beaters. I understand that. Like all of those guys I just mentioned are not, like, they might not be everyday guys. Like, of all the players that I've mentioned, maybe Winker's an everyday guy. Maybe he's not when Kyle Tucker comes back. Justin Turner, maybe he's only a guy that you play against lefties. Soler, maybe, but he doesn't play great defense. I understand that. Maybe these guys are just platoon options. But again, you're carrying a Ledmus Diaz. Like, you're carrying a Ledmus Diaz and you're not playing him, and people are saying the reason that he's on the roster is because he's a good teammate. He's doing nothing. He's doing nothing except for tracking pitches that Justin Verlander's throwing him and, like, maybe trying to make Verlander feel good by swinging and missing here or there, or sending a weak pop-up in the air that Justin Verlander can catch. Like, you're carrying Aledmys Diaz, and we're all clamoring for Shea Whitcomb to take Aledmys Diaz's spot. You could have improved this offense by giving very little, and yes, you're not getting a superstar, but you help your offense a little bit. And how many more games do you win by trading one of these guys? I don't know, 1 or 2. Maybe you win yesterday. Maybe instead of Pena and Singleton being up with the bases loaded and nobody out or one out, one of these guys can come up there and drive in a run. So yes, Dana Brown, you had opportunities to help this offense, and you didn't have to give up a king's ransom because you were spending all of your time shopping at the top of the market. He was shopping at like Versace or something when you could have gotten these guys that could help you for very, very little. So stop giving me the quote, well, they would have hated what I gave for a first baseman. Dude, the Mariners gave up their 29th ranked prospect for Justin Turner. He's hitting a grand slam after they acquire him. You're going to tell me that Turner is not at least an option against left-handed pitching with what you're throwing out there every day at first base?
See, but that's the thing. We know he can hit. The fact is what he's done his whole career, and even if he's not quite what he was when he was with the Dodgers in his prime, he can still hit the baseball, and you have options, and the options are better than you currently have. Because, like I said, if you're going to bring up prospects, those prospects have to prove that they can play immediately, and not just play, but play at a level at or above who they're going to be replacing. And the guys that they're going to be replacing and the guys that you have currently on the bench for this team are less than. It doesn't matter what they've done on the back of their baseball card. It matters what they're doing now, because every at-bat matters. Can you catch up to a fastball like Aledmys Diaz obviously cannot? Can you do the kind of things better than John Singleton, or give you another option instead of John Singleton, who against lefties I have zero confidence in when he goes to the plate? To your point on even pinch hitting, do you have guys that you feel are better than what you have on your roster to do the same job and just do it at the averages that normal baseball players are supposed to do? Because right now you don't.
Yeah, see, people were like in my comments, well, those guys don't move the needle, but Aledmys Diaz does. They're not even using Aledmys Diaz because they know he's unplayable. They used Aledmys Diaz in one start against left-handed pitching. He was atrocious in that game. They have not used him since. Not as a start, not as a pinch hit, not as a late-game replacement. Aledmys Diaz is buying time on this team until they finally call up Shea Whitcomb, and it's probably going to be because whenever he gets enough defensive reps at first base. If he already had enough defensive reps at first base, I bet you he'd already be on this team over Aledmys Diaz. And you mentioned Singleton against left-handed pitching. That's the other thing. You're going to tell me that all of the righties I mentioned aren't better than a 477 OPS? John Singleton has a 161 average against lefties, 477 OPS, an OPS plus of 34. And you're going to tell me those other guys couldn't outperform Singleton against lefties? I'm not saying they have to take the job completely. A platoon option so Singleton doesn't have to play against left-handed pitching.
I'll take IKF over John.
IKF would have been a dream.
I'll take him over Singleton just in a platoon situation all day, every day.
Yeah.
And I'll take my chances with that.
Like today, the Astros finally don't have Singleton in the lineup against a lefty, Andrew Haney on the mound, and they're going with Dubon at first base, finally. And again, yes, these guys don't move the needle, but they're an improvement over multiple different options that this team is currently carrying.
I know people lose their mind and get excited when they hear Dubon is going to take his place. Dubon hasn't been doing anything offensively either. No matter what you believe in him in the past, no what he did early in the season, no matter what you think of him in terms of what he's been as an Astro, he is struggling right now. He was 0 for the weekend.
Yeah, since that home run, really is the only thing he's done of significance in a while. And I like him as a bench guy, and I like the fact that he can play every single position. Mauricio Dubon has a OPS plus under 100. In fact, it's 87. It's 87. It's well below average for Mauricio Dubon. But is Mauricio Dubon a better option against lefties than John Singleton? Yeah, he is that.
And I would trust him being a guy that you bring off the bench to say, I need a guy with runner on third base, less than 2 outs. I need a guy that's going to put the bat on the baseball and do just enough to get the runner home.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to bet on Dubon to do it better than the guys you have on your bench. But right now, Dubon as an everyday player, and I know he's been bounced around, no matter where you put him, to your point on their corners, corner at first base, corner in right and left field. Those are big-time production positions in Major League Baseball. He's not a big-time production guy right now.
No. And I think one thing that we kind of don't account for when we're looking, like when we're stacking up player versus another player, I don't think a lot of times we put enough weight in the fact that a guy can get hot or playing the hot bat. Because for weeks, like a few weeks ago, John Singleton
Yep.
was swinging a hot bat. So, okay, I don't want to take John Singleton out of the lineup when he's swinging a hot bat. But inevitably, because he's John Singleton, he's going to cool off a bit. So if you have two options instead of one, you multiply your chances of a bat being hot. So we spend a lot of time looking at, well, what does he do against righties? What does he do against lefties? But how about getting a guy who's serviceable and gives the manager an option as opposed to carrying a guy who is unplayable? And I actually think he's got two guys that are unplayable. I think Aledmus Diaz is one. He's forcing Trey Cabbage. Trey Cabbage, he's trying to make fetch happen. Cabbage has not been very productive, and he might be trying to force Pedro Leon because they got nothing else. There's a very real chance that Pedro Leon's worse than Chas McCormick, worse than Mauricio Dubon. We hope that he's not because he's unknown, but there's a very real chance that he is.
But the thing was, again, to the point that we're looking at all these guys and we're so underwhelmed by their lack of performance that when Leon gets put in for the first game, that he gets his first hit, gets thrown out at second, but all of a sudden he can hit. So everybody's off. Now Leon's got to play all the time because he got a hit and he can steal a base and he's fast. Okay, well, so was Joey Loperfido. The fact is, this guy can't be looked at as a savior either. The same way everybody's going to, well, when Tucker's back, we're going to be fine. No, because the other thing is, as good as Bregman's been, when he got hot, he started out awful. He got hot. He's cooled off again, too, and he's another one of your corners. And that's why your lineup ain't great right now.
713-780-ESPN. Are you pressing the panic button on the Astros offense? 713-780-3776. And did Justin Verlander let something slip that he wasn't supposed to let slip? Is this something or is this nothing? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. On Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5, ESPN Houston on YouTube. Round one of the 2024 Rock the Mic competition underway. This is your chance to help us determine which 10 podcasts will advance to the second round. Go to ESPN Houston YouTube channel, then find the Rock the Mic playlist, see all the entries, like your favorite entries to show us who you think is the best. And while you're there, make sure you just you subscribe to our channel for all of our content. Poor Marine earlier on the Twitch said that they're all terrible and none of them should advance. That was mean, poor Marine. I'm sure with comments like that you probably auditioned, poor Marine. I'm sure that if you're going to be that critical of auditionees, I'm sure that he had to audition, right?
I don't think that's right at all, Jeremy. And I think if you're going to go on a percentage of Twitchers that actually auditioned, I would say 0.
Not good. Well, I mean, they probably didn't have the means. Rocky says we keep sending out sub 250 hitters with no power. That is true. 9666. Dana just doesn't know how to make trades. From the sound of that quote, probably give up number 3 through 5 prospects for the same guys you listed. Key from LA. These are your guys all-stars, whatever. Good luck. And y'all better push the panic
Piling on
button.
again, Key.
Push the panic button.
Stay the same.
You lost to this team a couple weeks ago, Key. Philip 68, is this the beginning of bad baseball in Houston?
I don't think so. I think there's too many good players still on this roster. I don't think it's bad baseball. Bad baseball is a huge tumble from where they are currently, and they still are going to have Jordan, and they're going to have Pena, and we're going to have a lot of their pitchers. No. The answer is no.
I mean, they've been really average the last couple of years, right? Like they have a record.
Look where they ended up.
57 and 54 this year. I mean, last year you started off pretty hot. You kind of stumbled to the end. Then you finished strong.
That's what I'm saying. They still, until that streak is broken, too, it's hard to say that they let you down or didn't do enough. I think this year.
But he's saying this is a start. He's not saying what they've done recently. He said it was like what's about to come, what's around the bend.
But when you think you got at least one more year of Tucker, unless if they trade him, you would think you're going to get something good in return. But if you got at least one more of Tucker, and you're going to have in your pitching staff Hunter Brown, Blanco, you're going to have Garcia back next year, I would assume.
I mean, that's not world beating.
It's not world beating, but I think you can make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And then depending on if Dana does do something or adds somewhere and they spend money, which they at least have had a propensity to do.
They don't, but yeah, they're going to already have a lot of payroll though.
But they're going to, if Bregman walks, you get that money back. If Verlander walks, you get that money back.
Yeah. I mean, it's not, you're still going to be at a pretty high payroll. You still have Hader. Presley made his money. You're still paying Montero. That's just your relievers right there. Right. You look at the offense. You're paying Altuve. You're still going to be paying Jose Abreu. Jordan has his contract, while Team Friendly still has his contract. Kyle Tucker's arbitration number is going to go up. You're going to have a pretty decent payroll before you're even like looking at free agents.
You don't think you catch a break because of the injury with Tucker for his arbitration?
No, they go up just by default. He's not going to make less than he's making.
No, not less.
He's what,
but it's
20
not
million?
If he had the full season like he was playing when he got hurt, then the number could have gone up significantly.
Yeah, that's probably true. That probably holds some weight, but his average numbers are going to be really good. Average, OPS, like that. I don't know how the arbiter would rule if they even get to the arbiter. Hopefully, like this last offseason, they avoided arbitration. First year of arbitration, they did not avoid arbitration. This past offseason, they did avoid arbitration.
But you'll have Yiner catching. You'll have Altuve at second, Pena at third.
Altuve makes money.
At short.
Altuve makes a lot of money.
He does, but okay. But I'm just saying, like you'd love an upgrade at first. But, in the outfield, Jake's going to be in center. Tucker's going to be in right. Jordan's either in left or DHing. So the majority of the lineup is there. The pitching staff, you're going to have Hader. You're going to have Abreu.
But it's a lineup that has 5 players that are below average right now.
Right, but you could, still with there's ways that you can upgrade first base.
I don't love the pitching staff they have coming back. Like Fromber's back on one more year. Ronel Blanco, what's he going to be? Hunter Brown's been really good. Eric Getty will be back. Maybe Luis Garcia, et cetera, et cetera.
Urquidy.
Or
maybe. I'm just saying, but you're looking at possibilities. Urquidy's in the mix.
I just don't look at that team as a 100-win team. I look at that team as a 90-win team. So, like, is this the beginning of average baseball in Houston? Oh, he said bad baseball.
He said bad baseball.
I maybe more average baseball.
I guess bad baseball caught my ire. I still think they could be a playoff team. Are they going to be a World Series contender? No.
Yeah, I think they could be a playoff team too. And I also think that if you get into the playoffs, you get hot, you can win a World Series. I think that the playoffs are a crapshoot. So I don't think they'll have the top 5 roster in baseball. But I think if you make the playoffs and you get a seat at the table, you have a shot.
Yes.
8755. If Luno was still here, the Astros would still be contenders. I really believe that. I do too. I believe if Click were here, they would still be contenders.
Both.
I would argue that if it were me, they would be contenders. Okay. How does why not? Well, if they would give me full autonomy to do whatever I want, Montero wouldn't be here.
Done it before?
No, I'd be fine. I'd be fine at it. How does a bone bruise turn into 2 months IL? The worst bone bruises actually do take a lot of time to heal.
Yeah,
So,
but it's just, and obviously it's more frustrating because it's the center stage, and it was only, and they were talking like it was supposed to be 3 days and hit the road, and he was going to play in Anaheim. But at the same time, we don't know. Everybody's different. Everybody's body handles things different. It's just hyper frustrating that this could take into September, and that's just not in anybody's biggest fear. No one thought this was season ending or September.
bone breaks take 6 to 8 weeks. He'd be close to returning if he had a bone break. So I actually do believe the bone bruise, and I also don't know what the Astros' motive would be to lie about it. Like they'd
love to have him too, yeah.
But what's the motive to lie? Like if the Astros would have come out and say, "Oh yeah, we just discovered a bone break," I think people would be like, "Well, there you go." I actually think it would save the Astros a little PR. Now this long, it'd be like, "Well, why didn't you tell us this a long time ago?"
Yeah, because this isn't like gamesmanship. Like you're trying to pull one over on it in football, like because one of your best players isn't going to play, and that's a totally different scenario than if Tucker's going to be in the lineup or not, and for this long of a time, no.
Yeah, I don't see the motive there. And if you Google it, because Google gives you no wrong answers, it says that the worst bone bruises take longer than bone breaks. Speaking of guys coming off of injury, Justin Verlander trying to make his way back to a rehab assignment. Seems like he's on the cusp of doing that, although we think about that stuff a lot, and they either don't make it, or you have Luis Garcia, who made 2 rehab starts, shut him down. There was a bullpen, comes back the next day, oh no, my elbow hurts, or Lance McCullers, who has nothing structurally wrong, who's just soft and always hurt, et cetera, et cetera. So Verlander pitched it was yesterday. He threw I guess it was a live BP, threw 30-something pitches, got a velo up to 94. Verlander was talking to the media after this live BP, and did he let something slip here? Is this something, or is this me making something out of nothing? He was asked a question about upping his velo, and this was his answer.
How would you assess the work you put in today, and how do you feel?
Yeah, great. Don't think I could have asked for much better. Felt really great. Physically.
You said last time you like to read the swings of the guys. You learn anything about the way they were swinging?
Yeah. Talked to Diaz after. He said the fastball was getting on him. He's a great fastball hitter, so I wanted to throw him a bunch and kind of get a good read that way. And then more importantly, the off speeds, I got some great reactions on all the pitches, really. 94, which, I don't know the last time I've done a game at 7 o'clock in the morning, so, velo is one of the things that I'm hoping kind of starts to jump up like it would in spring training. Usually I start below 90 and it starts to build up, I guess especially after throwing last time, going on 5 days, throwing my bullpen in between with a pretty intense bullpen, and with all the rehab I'm doing, shoulder rehab, neck rehab, just kind of like trying to.
Did you just say shoulder rehab?
You did.
I thought he had an injured neck.
Well, the neck bone's connected to the shoulder bone.
Why is he doing shoulder rehab? I thought it was a neck injury.
Yeah,
Did he let something slip there? Is this something or is this nothing? Because I was listening to this and he was talking about velo and like it's a neck injury, and yes, hey, he's an old guy, posture. I've been doing a lot of shoulder rehab.
I think it's the neck bone connected to the shoulder bone, literally from the standpoint of when you have a crick in your neck, the ligaments and everything also affect it. He's basically saying it's affected his shoulder. So maybe they're doing everything on both ends of the of where the inflammation happened to make sure that everything's okay. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, if he hasn't pitched since June 9th, this can be 2.5 months in between major league appearances. This sounds more like a shoulder injury than a neck injury to me.
It's a possibility, but again, we had a neck injury turn into Tommy John surgery.
I know, which makes it more apt that it could be shoulder for Verlander, not a neck.
Is it at a certain point that we just say maybe in free agency they should go get a new medical team?
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't understand how every single injury becomes something different than what we're being told.
See, I don't know if it's the medical team doing a poor job. Like, I know we like to assign blame there, but like everybody has injuries. And it's not so much that like, okay, their recovery's poor, although it is. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to make a defense here for them, but I really can't. But I think that our frustration's more how vague they are.
Yeah, well, sure. It's the neck bone connected to the shoulder bone. It's the PR staff that's not going to tell you anything and use discomfort too much anyway. And then the stories as they play out, if you start and tell us it's one thing and it turns out to be something totally different, it doesn't exactly gain our trust and get us to believe we're going to believe whatever you say the next time. Because, again, sleeping wrong with the wrong pillow turned into Tommy John surgery. And you can go over and all the discomforts and the Verlander thing where total denial that it was Tommy John and it was Tommy John. And all the McCullers debacles.
It wasn't total denial. He said they're getting second and third opinions. He didn't say that he wasn't going to require Tommy John. He just said, pump the brakes. Let's hold off.
I don't have them all in front of me. I just remember that they were vehemently denying Chandler, probably just to deny Chandler.
I think they were denying the fact that they had already said he's having Tommy John. Now, it did happen. I don't think they made the decision yet when Chandler Rome was reporting it. And I think that's what they pushed back on.
I don't have, like I said, I don't recall and I don't want to misquote anything, but I just remember that was a very big point of contention.
Yeah.
And just like Miller's, I mean, when he did go down in the playoffs, this was going to be, well, I'll wait and see for the World Series. Then it was going to be, well, it'll be rectified in the offseason. And then a year and a half later, he had still not pitched and he was having surgery.
I think a lot of that might have been McCullers, though. Like 2753, the motive to lie from the organization that chalks everything up to discomfort. I don't know if the Astros have ever necessarily lied. 2753, not the most transparent here in recent years. That's the thing. Like, they're incredibly vague. They are definitely not transparent. I'm not sure I've ever caught the Astros in a lie about an injury. Like the neck thing with Javier turning into Tommy John. I actually think he had a neck injury. Now, did he return too quickly? And then all of a sudden that turned into like more force and strain on his elbow that eventually led to the Tommy John? Yeah, I don't know if I've ever caught the Astros in a lie.
Lie is harsh, but the first thing that came to my mind was Garcia, was the fact that in my mind, the neck thing was masking, which was the bigger issue, which was there's
You
something.
mean Javier?
I mean Javier, sorry. And there was something going on with his elbow.
Yeah, but I don't think they let him come back like that if his elbow was the ailment. Unless you just totally misdiagnosed it.
Well, there's one. Or if it's, and I don't know how this all works with the inflammation and whatever, and what versus a tear versus what could be torn. But and again, because of the track record,
yeah,
I never believed the neck injury. But then when you not only not believe the neck injury, but it turns into that, it's hard to not feel even more level of distrust and go, who knows if it wasn't this the whole time.
I'm mostly playing devil's advocate. I think for peace of mind, yes, just get a new training staff. Like, just for peace of mind alone, even if they're completely innocent, even if they were never lying and, like, they had a string of really bad luck, their return to play has been terrible. Whether it's the player's fault, Lance McCullers, whether it's their fault, Luis Garcia, I don't know. Maybe it's just this weird coincidence that they've had this string of injuries, this misinformation. Maybe it's just the fact that they're not transparent. Maybe it's just this rash of injuries, which is common in baseball, especially for pitchers and Tommy John and elbows. But for peace of mind alone, yeah, I want a new training staff.
That's what I was saying. I mean, it's just at a certain point, the track record speaks too loudly for you to not pay attention to that. So maybe we should think about doing something different.
6670. How do the Astros continue to get away with blatant lying about injuries when teams literally get fined in the NFL and other leagues about misleading injuries? It makes no sense. I don't think that different leagues. Now, if you manipulate the injured list, you can get in trouble. But that's usually placing guys on IL that aren't hurt. The Astros have not placed guys on ILs that haven't been hurt. It's the opposite. They've had multiple guys that have been hurt and not placed on IL, and maybe they should have been sooner. And again, like, I don't know how you can prove the Astros have been lying.
No, and it's to the point you're making. It's the fact that you can retroactively go back and put them on the IL after. The fact is they believed what they were putting out there because they didn't put Tucker on the IL immediately, and they thought he'd be joining him on the road trip, and now here we are. So I don't think that that's part of it. And I also think that the sport matters too. Like, if you're going to be missing a running back, wide receiver, quarterback, or an impact player in football, the lying becomes more impactful to the game planning and everything else. Whereas if it's one spot in your lineup or one pitcher on your staff, you're not really fudging anything that's going to totally, completely change the game plan for the other team.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. A big name is coming to the AFC South officially. What does this mean for the division? And could the Texans counter with a big name of their own? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
ESPN 97.5 is proud partner for Houston Restaurants Weeks in 2024, and it's time to raise some money for the 2014 Houston Food Bank. For you, it's simple. Dine out, do good. Choose from over 400 restaurants to visit. For lunch or dinner. Select from the prefixed menus, and a portion of the proceeds goes to Houston Food Bank. Plus, you're supporting local restaurants. It starts August 1st and runs through September 2nd. So going on now, go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com to find all the participating restaurants. 713-780-ESPN. Big name coming to the AFC South. Quandre Diggs has signed a one-year deal with the Titans. This reunites him, by the way, with Jamal Adams. Does this move the needle in the AFC South at all?
No, not at all. To me, I mean, look, I know you love your boy Will Levis, but you know what
second best rookie quarterback.
What they have in the division in which the other three teams, I think, are substantially better than them. I mean, the other two teams are substantially better than them. I just don't think that it's going to move the needle enough. I think they're in the middle of a rebuild. They're trying to do whatever they can. Their defense is good. It's okay. But Jamal Adams, to me, has been grossly overrated for the majority of his career, and he's really not anything that I'm worried about there either. So, no, I don't think this is a big move.
Yeah, I am interested to see what the Titans look like this year under Brian Callahan. How does that offense look going from Mike Vrabel, who's not known for his offense, to Callahan now that's going to have a second year a quarterback under an offensive-minded head coach? You're bringing Pollard, gone as Derrick Henry. Like, they're going to be totally different than what we've known the Titans to be for the last several years. That was a very run-heavy offense that was coached by a defensive-minded head coach, and now you're going to the former Bengals offensive coordinator, and Derrick Henry's gone. So they're going to look a lot different. I am curious what they look like, but I don't think it translates into a ton of wins. I think it's a 5 or 6 win team. Now, I wonder, and there's been some scuttlebutt about Justin Simmons. Patrick Storm on Twitter saying that Justin Simmons has been offered a contract by the Houston Texans. Aaron Wilson and Jonathan Alexander, who also cover the Texans, have said that is not true. So you have a couple of reporters and you have Patrick Storm that are disagreeing about what the report is. So I'm curious to see who ends up getting the scoop right. My money's on the reporters, probably. What are you about to say?
I don't want Aaron Wilson to comment because I want Justin Simmons.
Yeah.
I want Justin Simmons as a member of the Houston Texans. I'm going to hold out hope that they have offered him or they will offer him, and I would love to have him on this roster. So I hope regardless of what the scuttlebutt started out to be, I hope at the end of the day he's the answer.
I make fun of Aaron a little bit because of the DeMeco Ryans thing, but he's normally very right. Like, he's right 99% of the time. Jonathan Alexander, I have not seen to be wrong. I trust them. I trust that the Texans have not offered Simmons a contract. I hope that they're wrong, and I hope that Justin Simmons has been offered a contract. If you look at Diggs' contract too, like, he's making $5 million, most of it in like half of it's incentives. I wonder what Simmons would get if Diggs is getting $5 million. I would guess somewhere in the 7 to 7.5 range, with maybe up to $10 million in incentives.
I think that sounds about right. I think that the one to when you brought this up, I think the bigger thing is not the impact that it's going to have adding Diggs to Tennessee. To me, it's one other guy that could have possibly been in line to help the Texans, depending on what they wanted to do on defense. But to me, if they get Diggs and the Texans get Simmons, win for the Texans. I would be all for that. And they have the money to spend. And I just hope that he's just kind of waiting, for a little bit more camp that he doesn't have to go through. And then he's ready to perform, to come in and play. Because, man, to give them the options, to give D'Amico's defense the option, if they are going to continue to move Petrie into the slot corner role, and to give yourself a guy in the back end of your defense that's played as well as he's played since he's been in the league, that's exciting.
Yeah, I would. I want Simmons too. What has also been included in those reports from Aaron Wilson and Jonathan Alexander is that the Texans are comfortable with who their safeties are. They like their safeties, according to Wilson and Alexander. And their safeties, Jalen Petrie, if he's playing safety. Now, if he's playing nickelback, he's not a safety. You have Jimmy Ward, and then who's starting with Ward if Petrie's your nickel? Is it the rookie, Bullock? Is it Murray? Is it Stewart? So that's not something I feel entirely comfortable with.
That,
And
yeah.
Of the three, I just wish it was Bullock. Just go ahead and play the young guy and develop him. But I rather have Simmons and then let Bullock learn on the bench, and then when Ward inevitably gets injured, he just takes over for him.
No question. And look, I saw what I did see out of Bullock. I didn't see a ton of him. I liked the fact that he's not afraid to put his nose in and hit. He forced a fumble. I also thought that whole fumble was a debacle, but at the same time, I hope that he could be a guy that at least finds some time on the field where he can help. But if this defense, and you've added all that you've added, and if you are truly in a go-for-it type mode, I don't think you should run the risk of waiting for a guy to see if he possibly could be a guy to contribute. If you have the money and Simmons is a guy that's out there that maybe to your benefit didn't get signed and there's not competition right now, and you're a team that looks like you could be really good this year and it would be enticing to him, go get him.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Puka Nacua injured his knee. They're saying that's week to week. I don't think that impacts the Texans much. I don't think it's a Super Bowl matchup. Although, maybe it impacts where you're drafting Puka in your fantasy leagues. And then Harrison Butker. This could impact the Texans. AFC Championship game at Arrowhead, windy day. And then Harrison Butker comes in and pounds a 55-yard field goal to send the Chiefs to the Super Bowl over the Texans. Butker signed the highest contract for a kicker. So he went from being borderline canceled to now the highest paid kicker in the NFL, Harrison Butker.
Wow. And you know what? They're slowly becoming the I don't care in terms of, when Bob McNair used to have the whole, he doesn't bring the bad guys to town kind of thing. But did you see that today? They re-signed Butker, no matter what controversy he had with him. We had the Andy Reid controversy. We had the fact that the governor pardoned the rest of the sentence for Andy Reid's kid after what he did. And now they brought the punter in that was allegedly and then cleared out of college, the big leg punter about the sexual assault.
Yeah, Ariza, I think.
He had a ball. He kicked the ball 75 yards in the air today. He's on the Chiefs. And Gruden was in full Chiefs gear all over the sidelines today. So the Chiefs are in I don't care mode right now.
Yeah. I mean, Butker used his expression, his freedom of speech. I don't know if he's like a criminal.
I'm not saying it like that, but
Ariza was let off. He was not found guilty. Right. And I think he countersued.
He tried. I don't know if he.
I don't know where that's at, but I tried to either he is or he did countersue the.
I don't know where Cheryl Swoops is.
Accuser. And then, Gruden sent the nasty email.
Well, they were trying to spin. There were lots of emails.
Yeah, there was lots of emails, but there was the one that was really nasty. It was about the head of the player union, right?
Yeah,
I think he was the head of the player union.
It was. Yep.
All right.
Why can't I not think of his name?
I can't think of his name either. I remember what Gruden said, though. All right, 713-780-3776. Now, this is a list. Unlike Madden ratings, I can put stock in. The NFL players in the NFL, they gave their top 10 quarterbacks. So players talking about which quarterbacks in the NFL they think the highest of. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Well, before we go to the break, tell you a few words about MyBookie. MyBookie.ag is the best place for you if you want to go someplace where you don't have to go any place. You don't have to go to Vegas. You don't have to drive to Louisiana. And you want to put money down, whether it be on sports games or you want to play casino games. They got it all under one roof, all at one website, all taken care of for you. All you got to do is get on your iPad, your phone, your laptop. Do whatever you're going to do when you get on the internet and do it with mybookie.ag because they're going to take care of you every step of the way. They always have bonuses going on. Right now is no exception. If you remember our promo code BET975, if you sign up for the very first time or you're reloading your account and you use the promo code BET975, up to $1,000, you're going to instantaneously find more money in your account than what you put in because they want to take care of you, the customer, and make sure you're happy with where you're putting your money down. That means you can bet on games. And on the website, there's chats going on. There's live in-game betting. There's all the different ways that you bet on sports. And there's like-minded gamblers in on the website with chat rooms where you can actually communicate with them when you're looking to make your next bet. On top of that, while you're watching those games or maybe after those games are over or at a time when there's no games going on and you're looking to do something else, there's live dealers standing by with casino games too. You can play blackjack. You can play poker and so much more. They are there to take care of you so you don't have to drive to Louisiana or fly to Vegas. All you got to do is remember our promo code to cash in extra with Bet975. But do as I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. What's the only place I tell you to do it? It's mybookie.ag, and always use our promo code Bet975.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. So, I'm not a big Madden rating guy. Locker took me to task a little bit for that. I just don't like things that are not real. Like, hey, they're going to tell you who's the fastest player in the league. I already know who's fast. Like, I already know who's good. I don't need Madden creators to be like, well, this guy's an 84, this guy's an 83. Now, this is a list that I like because I think this is real. I like to know what players think about other players. And we like to know where quarterbacks rank because they're quarterbacks. So there was a top 10 quarterback list voted by the players. Voted by NFL players. So this is something that I actually put some stock into, unlike, nerdy Madden guys that are creating things and then coming together with rankings. These are the real NFL players. And I'm not saying that you need to play the game to know, but it's just interesting to know where their peers think of players. Their top quarterback, according to NFL players, is Lamar Jackson. It blows my mind, and we saw this with the NFL Top 100 too. It blows my, and I like Lamar Jackson.
Sure,
Lamar Jackson's my second best quarterback in the NFL. How can you have Lamar Jackson over Pat Mahomes?
That's just what it is. Period. I don't care. Insert whoever. You can put them higher on the list than somebody else, and it can be, subject to personal opinion. How do you put anybody over Patrick Mahomes with the run he's been on since he's been in the league, and when he's done it without receivers, with receivers, all hurt, all these other things? That to me just doesn't seem right.
Yeah, so they had Lamar at number 1, which is insane. Number 2, they had Pat Mahomes, so at least Mahomes isn't too far down. Their third quarterback's Josh Allen, and of course, I'm not a huge Josh Allen guy. I think I had Allen, 5th of quarterbacks, which isn't too far down.
It was close.
I think I had him 5th. I think I had him behind Hurts and Stroud, but ahead of Dak.
I know it was close to. He was teetering on the top 5.
I'm pretty sure I had Allen 5th.
Okay.
But they have Allen 3rd, so that's not too crazy. And again, Allen does put up numbers. I just don't trust Allen to win 3 consecutive games in the playoffs because he is turnover prone. You could push back and say, well, Lamar Jackson hasn't done that. You would be absolutely right, but that's why I have Lamar behind Mahomes and not ahead of Mahomes. They have Jalen Hurts 4. No problem there.
It's a little high.
Yeah, I had Hurts right around there. So I'm okay with him there.
I guess Burrow's injury factors in.
I don't know. Depends on what the players are saying.
Right.
The players didn't give their answers.
Burrow's track record says.
We'll get there.
Okay.
So they have Hurts 4, Dak's at 5. About right?
That's high.
I had Dak, I think, around 10.
Yeah, I did. I had him in the back end of the top 10.
And I feel like I'm a Dak guy. I feel like I defend Dak.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably true. I don't bash him. I just say that, we want the same thing we say about Lamar and others like you talked about. Dak puts up great regular season numbers, but it's legit what he hasn't done in the playoffs.
So Dak's 5. They have Stroud at 6. So
Okay.
Stroud's getting some love from the NFL players. And I think NFL players probably, they look at resume. They probably are like slow-moving ships where it takes them a little while before they, bump up rookies. But Stroud be in his second year, going into his second year being number 6 based on NFL players, I think shows some respect.
I think that is the respect. I think that if you were thinking that he'd be higher than that amongst the players, I think he's got to do it for more than 1 year. I think the positive is players can recognize talent. And they saw what he did a year ago. A lot of these guys played against him and saw it firsthand to realize this isn't a ship passing in the night. This is a dude that's probably going to have some longevity doing this that made an impact. But they're also very quick to say you got to do it over time. So that's probably why if you wanted him higher, he's not there.
Yeah. Behind Stroud is Brock Purdy at number 7, which I think shows respect for Brock.
It does.
I think that shows a lot of. I don't know if I disagree with it though. I think Brock Purdy is the most underrated quarterback in the league.
I think, and the reasons why would be associated with where he was drafted and his salary and everything else, and because he's got a ton of talent around him. But you still got to do your job. He's done his job, and he's done it better than a game manager.
Yeah, I like Brock Purdy. He's jacked too. Have you seen pictures of him? He's ripped. Like he got really, really big during the offseason. Jordan Love, your guy, highest paid quarterback in the NFL, number 8. You think it's high for Love?
I think it's high.
Where do you have Love? Just outside of your top 10? Yeah, I have him somewhere. I think I had him in my top 10, but lower. I think it's fair for him to be somewhere between 8 and 13, 8 and 12, like in that range.
I got to see more. I've said it all along.
Yeah.
There is talent there. I just have to see more, and I was cringeworthy of giving him the contract before I did see more.
You know just breaking down Love's game last year, I thought he was really good in the regular season, especially down the stretch. I soured a little bit on Love in that playoff game.
The end of it.
Yeah, he was
The
not
fourth quarter.
great.
The fourth quarter. And you and I have talked about it. We talked about it during the season. There were times and throws where you just went, ooh, you're just not supposed to make that throw, especially at that time. And then in the most important game of the year, he made a couple of throws in crunch time and in the fourth quarter when you just couldn't do that.
Yeah, that and maybe I'm putting way too much stock in 15 minutes of football, but it was the most important 15 minutes of football that he's ever played in his career, and he looked pretty bad.
That's why I'm not. I preface this every time. I don't want him to be bad. I just need to see more because I watched every snap and saw a whole lot of that in different times and different games. And the first 10 games of the season weren't great, and then he really turned it on the second half of the year. But are you telling me, when we talk about small sample sizes and Brock Osweiler's and all the things we've seen here, you're telling me that I shouldn't be cringeworthy of saying, I want to give this guy a couple $100 million because of 8 or 9 games?
Yeah, I still like him more than you do, but I moved a little bit closer to your point after that 15 minutes of football. And again, maybe that's harsh for me. Tua was number 9 for this player vote for top 10 quarterbacks. I don't know if I had him in my top 10.
I don't either. I don't think I did either. I think that's high.
They have Joe Burrow number 10. I think this is the most criminal, other than Mahomes not being 1.
Yeah,
Burrow
that's
being 10
way too
is
low.
the worst ranking of this list.
Could not agree more.
Like he to me should be up there.
Injured or not, players know what he's done, what he's capable of doing. When they say that he can be kind of a Mahomes kryptonite type of guy, when he's won at Arrowhead, when he's been the guy to do what Josh Allen couldn't do, to use your guy as the other guy that was higher, Burrow's got to be higher.
Yeah, I was shocked to see him at number 10. I feel like that's very disrespectful for Joe Burrow. Maybe it's the new hair. Number 11, Matt Stafford from the Rams.
Maybe he's too low.
Yeah, that's all right. I had him pretty high on my top 10, but I feel like there's a lot of guys that are interchangeable there. Like after the top 5, top 6, I feel like you could pretty much put a new quarterback 7 through 10 on whatever day. Whatever day it is.
He's kind of the opposite of Dak in the fact that he has a Super Bowl. When they've needed him, he's come up big. He on that run, he made lots of big throws and was a big reason why they did what they did. Regular season, sometimes he gets hurt. He got lost a lot in Detroit. But I just think you have to respect what he's been able to do once he got with a good team.
Yeah. And then number 12, they have Jared Goff.
What's interesting to me on that list is Rodgers doesn't even appear in the top 12.
Yeah.
I mean, you would think body of work alone, and for everybody that says, oh, the throws, oh, the arm talent, oh, the this and oh, the that the players that have seen it over the course of the career would be the first to say, hey, that guy's got that kind of talent.
Yeah.
So I think that should be notated too. That's kind of an eye-opener to me that the players didn't put him in the top 12.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. What are you nominating for today's car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
That's Hunter Brown's music. Hunter Brown on the mound in Arlington trying to stop a skid. Astros have lost back-to-back games, trying to avoid a 3-game losing streak. They take on the Rangers today. What does Brown do?
I'm going to go. He's actually he's admitted the fact that he gets up more for the Rangers games, and he does make them a bigger deal. I like that. I'm going to go 6 1/3, 2.
Okay, yeah, I'll take that. I'll take it. I'll take it right now. I'll take it.
Okay.
Seattle has a series against Detroit.
Seattle has like 7 of their next 10 against Detroit.
Hopefully, hopefully they can do something.
Yeah,
maybe Skubal or whatever.
It's not Skubal tonight, but
no, it's Skubal and I think it's Miller. Pitch on Wednesday.
Okay, it's a doubleheader.
It's like a really good pitching match. I don't think so.
Oh, Miller for I'm sorry, Miller for Seattle.
Yeah, the pitching matchup. I saw a tweet today about how that's gonna be a great pitching matchup, like the best pitching matchup of the week, and they highlighted that one as the best pitching match of the week.
Skubal throws his tail off.
So at least they get Skubal. They have to face Skubal. Yeah, it'd be nice if the Tigers. AJ Hitch, do your former club a solid, right? Do your former club a solid. Astros need it in the worst way.
Unless you believe that the Tigers don't like the Astros and didn't want to trade with them.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
I don't think that's the case. An offer's an offer. If you get the prospects, you get the prospects. It doesn't matter who's giving them to you.
Usually teams that are selling don't care who they're selling to. They care about what the price is going to be. Now, sometimes in division will come into play. I wouldn't operate that way. Like, give me the best trade regardless of whatever team you are. Like, I'm going to worry about my front porch before I worry about anybody else's. But I do admit that will come into play from time to time. But usually sellers just give it to the best offer.
And the Dodgers have a rich farm system. They got a good deal for Flaherty. The one that you should question is Chicago with Fetty and what they didn't get that they could have gotten if they liked your prospects.
That was a weird trade too. Like a bunch of major league pieces were in that one, and then Fetty wasn't good in his first start, and then Fetty was like out of Major League Baseball for a year.
Yeah.
So like, is this just all smoke and mirrors in his first half of the year? I don't know.
Yeah, is he a one-trick pony, or is he going to be a guy that now you're going to resign, or you're going to believe that, now when the stakes are higher and the lights are brighter, is he going to step up?
Yeah. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. All right. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what you got?
So the easy one is the Astros offense on Saturday and Sunday. So we'll start with that because that needs no explanation at all. But I found this, and I thought this was great. We know Ozzie Guillen's always a quote machine. He's always good for some good stuff, ask Paul Gallant. But when clarifying how bad the White Sox have been, he's on White Sox TV, and that manager Pedro Grifol is 100 games under 500 as the Sox manager. He explains it as only he can, how he reacted when Grifol was hired over him.
Because I don't think I was the bad manager when they picked Pedro in front of me. I gotta see a psychiatrist. Yeah. So I'm drinking a lot. You are. I have problems with my wife a lot. I scream into. The only people who get along with me is my grandkids. Everybody else, I hate him. I don't know why.
Don't take it personally.
Maybe that's why. I swear to God. I'm not playing around. A lot of people, I know. I thought I was beating myself. Like, my God, I'm this bad. Then I went to manage in Venezuela. Come and go, wow, man, I win.
Won championship.
I'm not that loud. So my city's go. It's like, holy cow. I should be embarrassed myself more than anything.
Mind you, this was White Sox television.
Yeah, he
where
goes
Grifol
nuts.
is still the manager.
Not for long.
And your studio analyst is going off. That's one of two things. He either gets the manager job or he could get fired too.
I don't think it's that. I think Ozzie Guillen has like a leash. Ozzie Guillen's got a longer leash than the manager does.
But I'm saying either Guillen gets the job and Grifol gets fired.
Yeah.
Or someone's going to talk to Guillen about going, hey, I understand how you feel, but you can't say it on White Sox television.
They let Guillen do whatever he wants.
It's not the first time he's done this year.
It's really the only reason there is to watch White Sox baseball. Is to listen to Ozzie Guillen.
I thought he was doing some of the studio with Layla Rahimi that used to work here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he had a couple. He even was bashing the Astros when the first time they played the White Sox.
This year?
Yeah.
What was he saying about the
Something
Astros?
about still going back to the scandal.
Was he really?
Yeah.
He's entertainment.
Yeah, he doesn't hold his tongue either. At least he kept it clean this time. With Paul, he did not.
No, he was mad at Paul.
Yeah, he dropped some bombs.
I want to nominate John Rahm. John Rahm had a back nine 39 to choke away a medal. He was leading by 4 shots after 10.
Yep.
He had 8 holes to play, up 4 shots, and he went from the top of the leaderboard, the top podium spot, to shooting a 39. Didn't even medal. One of the bigger choke jobs we've seen in golf in recent memory.
Oh, Brandel Chambly just crushed him.
Are you saying he was up there with Rory at the Masters?
Yeah. It's one
It's
of the
probably
biggest
right.
collapses. I mean, if you do believe, and there's no reason not to, and Scheffler was even crying on the stand about how much it means to be in the Olympics in golf and have a chance to win a medal for your country, and you know how dedicated and loyal he's been to his country of Spain, that was bad.
Yeah, that was a rough back nine. Probably one that he's going to lose some sleep. And that's probably like some of his most meaningful golf outside of the majors because he doesn't care about live that much. I mean, he does. He cares about everything.
The paycheck, but yeah.
Yeah, that was a rough look for John Rahm. You have another?
No, I think that's about it.
I have 2 more. A couple of texts too. 713-780-3776. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? Have you guys seen the markets? The stock market crashing.
Oh, is that right? That's
Yeah, it is going nuts right now in a bad way. It's going down. It's yesterday too. The Japan market started going down overnight, and then the U.S. stock market not very good either.
That's not good to hear.
No. 2738 says car wreck of the day. Astro bats.
Fair.
What do you think about this offense recently?
I mean, it's been awful, and the fact that they could only muster 3 hits on a opener day yesterday was horrible. But the fact that all weekend they couldn't score runs and they couldn't get hits, they had an explosive 10 hits on Friday night, and that was it, basically. They had more hits on Friday night than they had all weekend.
1 run in the last 2 days.
Brutal.
1 run in the last 2 days. Did you see this Morgan Wade at Arrowhead, the concert delay that they had? They had a 40-minute concert delay because there was a fan who tweeted that he was going to kill Patrick Mahomes. And he was there watching. He and Kelsey were there to watch Morgan Whalen. And a guy just sent a random tweet that he was going to kill Patrick Mahomes. And then the authorities caught wind of it. 40-minute concert delay until they found the guy.
I thought it was because he wore the Butker jersey.
No.
Because they were
love Butker there.
I know. And Morgan Whalen did wear the jersey, I believe.
Yeah, so how about that guy doing that?
Who does that? I mean, I shouldn't say who does that. There's too many people that do that these days.
I think the guy that tweeted is like, yeah, I was being stupid. But yeah, don't tweet about that.
Shouldn't you face the charges anyway for being stupid? That's stupid.
Yeah, don't threaten to kill people. That's never very smart. All right, what's winning car wreck of the day?
I think the no-brainer has to be the Astros offense.
Yeah, I'll go Astros offense. All very good. We had good candidates today.
Yes.
But Astros offense is I think is the bigger car wreck of the day. So congratulations, Astros. Maybe this will be one of 2 victories they have today. Car wreck of the day, and then a win over the Rangers.
Let's get the win tonight.
That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Boston Rodriguez for doing all the hard work, filling in for Brian. He's blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Soccer Matters. Glenn Davis up right now on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.